Chapter 1. The Family's Journey Before Exile. Miss, you have finally awakened. Please, muster all your strength, the child is about to arrive. As Jiang Junji regained consciousness, she was immediately struck by a searing pain in her lower body, accompanied by the anxious voice of a middle-aged woman nearby. Jiang Junji, Miss, the child is about to be born? What on earth is happening? In a daze, she glanced around, noticing three middle-aged women, all adorned in traditional attire, anxiously gathered around her. One of them urged, "Hurry, push. This should be the last child. The head is almost out." Jiang Junji, surely she was not so inebriated from last night's revelry that she had yet to regain her senses. The pain coursing through her body assured her that she was indeed fully awake, and to her utter shock, she was in the throes of childbirth. Everything around her bore an antique charm, her companions clad in ancient garments, addressing her as Miss. It was abundantly clear that she was not in her own body, but had assumed someone else's. And on top of that, she was giving birth. Had she traversed realms? This was absurd. Most tales of others who had crossed over depicted either young maidens or women who had already delivered their children. The former, unwed, could select partners according to their preferences. The latter, though married, typically had husbands who were portrayed as exceptional, with children old enough to alleviate the burden of childbirth, experiencing painless deliveries, a true blessing. Yet here she was. Upon her arrival, she was thrust into the throes of labor, the agony nearly claiming her life. "Push harder," the midwife urged, her impatience palpable. "I am pushing. Stop hurrying me." Jiang Junji shouted with all her might, the midwife beside her. Just moments ago, she seemed so weak. How did she suddenly find her voice? Summoning every ounce of strength, Jiang Junji finally delivered the child. "Congratulations, Miss. You have given birth to a daughter, 3 sons, and 1 daughter in total remarkable fortune," the midwife exclaimed with a smile. "Jiang Junji, 4 babies. This is excessive." One of the elder women began to clean her, while the others busied themselves bathing the newborn and tidying the room. "Please, step outside and allow me a moment to rest." Jiang Junji waved her hand. "Understood," the women replied, retreating once they had tidied up. Having just given birth, Jiang Junji felt utterly exhausted as she reclined. A wave of dizziness washed over her, soon followed by an influx of memories flooding her mind. She was astounded to discover that not only had she traversed realms, but she had also entered the pages of a book. What was more, it was a narrative penned by one of her suitors. Jiang Junji's parents were former agents, and she had trained alongside them from a young age. Merely days prior to her otherworldly journey, she had completed her first mission. Consequently, upon returning home, her exhilaration led her to indulge in considerable drink, resulting in her unforeseen transition to this realm. Within the confines of the agent training camp, there existed a self-important suitor who fancied them to be well-suited. After she rejected his advances, he began to treat her with thinly veiled disdain. The individual in question often dabbles in writing novels, particularly those of the harem genre, that appeal to the tastes of homebodies. He boldly crafted a story in which he himself is the protagonist, an emperor expanding his harem in a rather indulgent manner. Initially, he kept his pen name a secret from those around him, but Jiang Junji, possessing commendable hacking skills from her previous life, managed to infiltrate his computer and discovered his literary works, subsequently sharing them with others. To end the narrative, the male lead is established as an emperor from the outset, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women. However, he harbors a deep-seated fear of a general whose prowess eclipses his own, continually seeking opportunities to eliminate the entire household of the general. Jiang Junji's character is depicted as the general's daughter, with a rather tragic backstory involving premarital pregnancy, followed by her father's wrongful accusation of treason, leading to their family's confiscation of property and subsequent exile, during which he meets a tragic end. Upon reading this, Jiang Junji could not suppress her incredulity at the extent of the animosity directed towards her character, which even extended to the inclusion of her parents' names in the narrative. According to the plot, merely 3 days post-childbirth, she is subjected to property confiscation and exile, with no opportunity to properly recuperate. Now that she has traversed into this world, she must devise a plan, starting with determining whether her spatial abilities remain intact. With a focused thought, she finds herself within her space. Upon entering, She is greeted by two familiar figures. Jiu, a beautiful woman adorned in exquisite ancient garments, rushes towards her. You startle me. You truly have come to this world. Jiang Junji, taken aback, gazes at the woman. Mother, you have traversed here as well? Indeed. Your father is also present, she replies, indicating a man dressed in traditional attire behind her. The two figures before her are none other than her parents, Jiang Kaicheng and Wan Yuanqi. Are we? All of us have crossed over? Jiang Junji exclaims in astonishment. Did you just arrive as well? Indeed, we have been here for about half an hour. Upon my arrival, I attended court, and upon leaving the palace, I heard that my daughter had given birth. I quickly entered the carriage to return to the general's residence, but I decided to come in here first to assess the situation, Jiang Kaicheng elucidates. Wan Yuanqi adds, when I crossed over, I was engaged in a game of mahjong with a few friends. I excused myself to the restroom and hurried in here to take a look. Indeed, they share this space as a family unit, allowing all three to enter. Darling, what on earth is happening? Our family has crossed over. Were you just giving birth? Is it a boy or a girl? Mother is about to become a grandmother. Where is the child? Bring them in for me to see. Wan Yuanqi exclaims with enthusiasm. Jiang Junji responds, 3 boys and 1 girl. I arrived just in time to give birth to the last daughter. Wow, my daughter is truly remarkable. How impressive. For grandchildren at once heavens. No one else has this fortune. Wan Yuanqi exclaims with delight. Jiang Junji, exasperated, retorts, Mother, this is not fortune, these are 4 burdens that I must inform you that we have crossed into a book, specifically into a novel penned by Wang Deshang. What? Wang Deshang? The same one who previously expressed his affection for you, only to speak ill of you when you rejected him? He actually writes novels? Surely, no one reads them. Jiang Kaicheng queries with a puzzled expression. Indeed, no one is reading it, he simply indulges in his own fantasies. Jiang Junji nodded solemnly and said, allow me to elucidate the plot of this book. This is a male-oriented harem narrative, with the protagonist being none other than himself, who holds the esteemed title of the current emperor, surrounded by 3,000 beauties in his imperial harem, each day selecting a different woman. Oh dear, the youth of today certainly know how to entertain themselves. He seems unperturbed by the risk of exhaustion, Jiang Kaicheng remarked, shaking his head. My character is the daughter of a general, which means, father, your current role is that of a general, and mother, you are the daughter of a retired minister of rights. Last year, while I was out enjoying the streets, I was abducted. Upon my return, I found myself compromised. Although my family has concealed the truth, I have discovered that I am with child, and after consulting a physician, I learned that should I choose not to carry this child to term, I may never conceive again. Thus, I have resolved to bring this child into the world. Chapter 2. Is he not trying to plunder our home? Just 3 days after I gave birth, the emperor fabricated evidence of our conspiracy to usurp power, resulting in our confiscation and exile. In other words, we have merely 3 days left before we become exile criminals. Can you imagine the hardship of traveling into exile with 4 newborn infants? Jiang Junji, Jiang Kaicheng, and Wan Yuan, she furrowed their brows, acknowledging the considerable difficulty of their predicament. We must devise a plan. It seems too late to prevent the emperor from confiscating our belongings and exiling us. As for the accusation of usurping power, father, you have already surrendered your military insignia, leaving no one to assist you in such endeavors. Assassinating the treacherous emperor might be feasible, yet the narrative dictates that several princes are already eyeing you with suspicion. No matter who ascends the throne, they will inevitably target us, and even if one were to ascend, it would be a constant state of anxiety, unless they are all dealt with. After careful consideration, the family concluded that Jiang Junji proposed. How about we prepare ourselves? With only 3 days until exile, we should stockpile supplies. The worst-case scenario would be to ensure we have enough to eat, drink, and stay warm during our journey into exile. Agreed, but where shall we procure these supplies? Going directly to the market to buy them seems rather conspicuous, doesn't it? Buying in such quantities would surely attract attention, remarked Jiang Kaicheng. Wan Yuanqi pondered for a moment and suggested, let us wait until the dead of night to gather our provisions. But where shall we acquire these supplies? We are unaware of the locations of the warehouses for rice, oil, and salt, Jiang Kaicheng noted. We shall raid the imperial treasury. Jiang Junji scoffed. Does he not intend to plunder our home? Let's first plunder his. The palace undoubtedly possesses an abundance of resources. With so many people in the palace, the food required daily could not possibly be purchased that very morning. There must be ample reserves. Furthermore, we are to be exiled to the most impoverished regions. Thus we should stockpile as much as we can. Very well. Let us proceed to the imperial treasury to gather supplies. After finalizing their plan, the trio departed from their secret space. Subsequently, Jiang Junji rose from her bed, instructing her attendants to bring in the freshly bathed infants. The four little ones, with their skin flushed and wrinkled, resembled four tiny old men, rather unattractive. Jiang Junji disdainfully poked one of the children, who is said to be the eldest son, exclaiming, "How can you be so ugly? You must have inherited your father's looks. You bear no resemblance to me whatsoever." The little one, peacefully asleep, remained blissfully unaware of his mother's disdain. Soon after, Jiang Kai-chung returned by carriage. While Ruan Yuan, she informed several noblewomen that she had urgent matters to attend to and would leave early. The family gathered around the four infants, and Jiang Junji remarked, "He is truly ruthless, forcing me to give birth to four children with such an unattractive man. Look at these little ones. Their skin is red and wrinkled, showing no signs of inheriting my complexion, resembling nothing more than tiny old men. How unsightly! You mustn't speak so carelessly." Ruan Yuan, she shot her a glance, reminding her that newborns are rarely aesthetically pleasing. "You were once like this too. It is too soon to judge how they will turn out. In due time, they may become quite handsome." Ruan Yuan, she happily cradled one of her grandchildren and inquired, "Which of these little ones is the eldest, and who are the second, third, and fourth?" "In the blue swaddle lies the eldest, in the purple swaddle is the second, the black swaddle contains the third, and the pink swaddle envelopes the fourth girl." Jiang Junji gently approached and tenderly grasped the tiny hand of the fourth child. As they were quadruplets, the infants were rather petite, and her outstretched fingers could barely be encircled by the little one's grasp. Ruan Yuan, sure, gazing at the infant in her arms, felt an overwhelming affection. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, "Jiujio, I have pondered this. Having read numerous novels, it seems that in such narratives, one either does not return or must endure decades before doing so. If we're to be exiled and you're to care for four children, it is likely that, by ancient standards, no one would wish to marry you. Perhaps it would be better to raise these four as beloved grandchildren. How delightful they are! Indeed, after all, I have borne the last one, which was excruciating. I shall drink some spiritual spring." As Jiang Junji spoke, she conjured the spiritual spring from her space, poured it into a cup on the table, and began to drink. Their expansive shared space was immense, with the spiritual spring resembling a waterfall, housing a villa within, alongside dozens of acres of diverse fields and a large warehouse. They could instantly transport themselves to any location within this space and extract any item simply by concentrating on it. The cup was diminutive, and after several sips of the spiritual spring, Jiang Junji found the throbbing pain alleviating somewhat. Children in ancient times are challenging to nurture. Given our impending exile and the arduous journey ahead, we might as well assign them simple names. Let's call them to Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao for ease of remembrance, Ruan Yuan suggested. Jiang Junji eagerly nodded in agreement, recognizing that naming the children was a daunting task, especially since their family was notoriously inept at naming. Rushing to think of four names seemed excessive, and perhaps it would be best to take their time. Before long, the children grew hungry. Air Bao and San Bao cried for nourishment. Jiang Junji hurriedly attended to their needs, while Ruan Yuan guided her on the best way to hold the children. After a flurry of activity, the novice mother managed to feed all four infants and soothe them to sleep. She then began to discuss with her parents the route for stocking up on supplies at the National Treasury. At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted, "Oh, look who's back, my dear second brother and sister-in-law. I just heard from the old lady's courtyard that Junji has given birth, so I came to take a look." How many did she have? From the size of her belly, it seemed unlikely she was carrying only one. The arrival, adorned in opulent jewelry and garments that dazzled the eye, was none other than Jiang Junji's aunt, by Yue Feng. Earlier, on the way home, Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanshi had already absorbed the memories, understanding by Yue Feng's identity and her penchant for gossip. Had it not been for her own daughter being of a marriageable age, she would likely relish in tarnishing Jiang Junji's reputation of bearing children out of wedlock. Ruan Yuanshi smiled wryly and retorted, "What brings you here, sister-in-law? Is it because elder brother is too preoccupied to attend to you, leaving you with some leisure?" Bai Yue Feng glared in anger. Her husband had taken a concubine. Though it was not an excessive number, it paled in comparison to Jiang Kaicheng, who had none. Moreover, the bond between Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanshi had always been strong, which had incited her jealousy for quite some time. Jiang Junji was also exceptionally more accomplished than her own daughter, further fueling her ire. After all the trouble, Jiang Junji had lost her innocence to a rogue and was now pregnant, unable to terminate the pregnancy. Upon learning that Jiang Junji was giving birth today, she felt compelled to come and witness the spectacle. "I have plenty of time," she declared, and the old lady sent me to check on the situation. Alas, she has given birth to 4 burdens. How will she manage from here on? How will she ever marry? Bai Yue Feng feigned sympathy, her lips curling in a sardonic smile. "Junji, would you like me to introduce you to my nephew? His wife passed away last month, and he is eager to remarry. With 4 children in tow, you'll be just the right match. You think your nephew, with his vices of drinking, gambling, and debauchery, would wish to marry me? Don't be absurd," Jiang Junji retorted disdainfully. Bai Yue Feng's expression soured instantly. "You've already been sullied before marriage. Do you truly expect to marry someone of good stature? Dream on." Jiang Kaicheng's face darkened. "Someone, escort the eldest madam back." "Oomph, I can leave on my own," she shot back. "I came to deliver a message from the old lady. Our Jiang family cannot harbor such a shameless daughter, nor can we allow any illegitimate offspring. Second brother, the old lady demands that you expel her and her 5 children within 3 days, declaring to the outside world that she has succumbed to illness. Otherwise, it could jeopardize Wan's chance of entering the palace as a consort, and I shall see to it that she brings this to your father's attention." Jiang Junji, curious, inquired, "Is the old lady's time nearly up? Will she soon join my grandfather? If so, please have her convey to him that I have given birth to 4 great-grandchildren, bringing him joy." Bai Yue Feng, in disbelief, pointed at Jiang Junji. You dare to curse the old lady to death. You are utterly unfilial." Jiang Junji feigned innocence. "Curse? Was it not you, eldest aunt, who spoke of the old lady going to my grandfather to complain? I merely echoed your words." "Oh, so you realize you are indeed cursing the old lady? How very unfilial of you. How could my uncle have married such a disloyal wife? Poor uncle. No wonder he wishes to distance himself from you. Oomph. I shan't argue with you. I will inform the old lady." Bai Yue Feng huffed, sweeping away in a flurry. Once she departed, Jiang Junji dismissed all her attendants and began to analyze the current predicament. "Given our present circumstances, should we be exiled, it would not only be us. It would drag down the entire family of my uncle. It seems likely that the old lady would share the same fate. This family truly is a source of endless trouble," Jiang Junji lamented. Jiang Kaicheng reassured her, "Do not concern yourself with them. They are simply the product of a concubine being legitimized. The eldest has been recognized as a legitimate son, but in truth, we are not of the same mother. It is only natural for us to be at odds with them. On our journey, we need not feign cordiality nor harbor guilt. Their family is far from pristine. According to the narrative established in the book, Lord Jiang has had 2 wives. Initially, there was Jiang Kaicheng's mother. During her pregnancy, a maid took the opportunity to ascend to the bed and successfully conceived a child. Unfortunately, Jiang Kaicheng's mother lost her child, while the maid gave birth to a son, who is now Jiang Junji's elder uncle. Subsequently, Jiang Kaicheng was born, but his mother passed away merely 7 or 8 years after his birth. The maid later became the legitimate wife. At that time, Jiang Kaicheng's father held no official position, merely possessing a modest fortune. Thus, the maid's elevation to the status of the principal wife was deemed inconsequential. However, when war broke out and the court called for recruits, every household was required to send a male member. Although they could have paid to spare their own, the elderly matriarch sought to eliminate Jiang Kaicheng. claiming the family could not afford the fee, thereby sending him into the army. Her intention was to see him perish, yet contrary to her expectations. He ascended through the ranks from a lowly soldier to a squad leader, then to a junior general, and ultimately became a formidable general of great renown. The old matriarch was infuriated, yet powerless, for she relied on the future of her own son, which hinged on the support of this child born of the original wife. Thus, she resorted to veiled insults and obstacles while demanding Jiang Junji assist her son in achieving success. It was best for them to remain uninvolved, though there was always the fear they might encounter unforeseen troubles along the way. Junji expressed her disdain, and then the three began to discuss the route for their evening procurement. In the stillness of the night, it was the perfect time for stealth and gathering supplies. Jiang Junji and her companions donned their night attire, mindful of the need for agility. Before stepping out, Jiang Junji consumed a considerable amount of spirit spring water and took some precious restorative herbs from her space, ensuring her body would return to peak condition in the shortest time possible before embarking on their venture with her parents. The four little ones were placed in a villa within her space, alleviating any concerns about their safety while the adults were out. The trio, clad in their nocturnal garb, swiftly approached the palace gates. Heavily guarded, a direct assault would surely lead to death, and infiltrating stealthily would prove difficult given the distance to the treasury without being detected. "Dear daughter, deploy our secret weapon," Jiang Junji instructed. Jiang Junji nodded, retrieving a pigeon from her space. She gently rubbed the bird's head, then tied a small pouch of powder to its leg. "Little darling, fly toward that direction and sprinkle the sleeping powder on everyone at the entrance. Once you finish, fly inside and sprinkle it on anyone who appears awake." The little white dove tilted its head, seemingly uncertain of its understanding. Jiang Junji pricked the pouch with a needle and released the pigeon. Then she and her parents consumed the antidote. The white dove soared toward the palace entrance, its fine powder invisible against the night sky, dispersing along its flight path. As the guards at the entrance came into contact with the powder, they felt their eyelids grow heavy. In mere seconds, their legs buckled, and they succumbed to slumber. Chapter 3. Emptying the palace. This was the potent sleeping powder crafted by Jiang Junji, capable of incapacitating even an elephant with just a touch. A normal human exposed to this substance would inevitably fall asleep for at least 10 hours, equating to 5 time periods. The little dove was nurtured by Jiang Junji, possessing a unique constitution that rendered it unaffected. It swiftly soared into the imperial palace, flitting about and scattering powder in its wake. Meanwhile, the three individuals stationed at the palace gate sensed the time was ripe and retrieved a ladder to scale the entrance. Subsequently, they summoned their modes of transportation from their spatial realm. Jiang Junji donned a pair of roller skates, crouching down to fasten them. Junji produced a bicycle, preparing to mount it. Jiang Junji pulled out a skateboard, effortlessly gliding ahead with his wife and daughter towards the treasury. The palace was vast, and the trio made their way to the treasury, where the little dove had already flown past. The guards at the entrance were in a deep slumber, their snores resounding sweetly. Junji approached to examine the treasury door for a moment, then retrieved lock-picking tools from the spatial realm. In a mere 10 seconds, the first lock of the treasury was undone. Following this, the second and third locks were also unfastened, totaling 9 locks, all opened within 2 minutes. Junji stowed away the tools and forcefully pushed open the grand door. As Jiang Junji and Jiang Junji entered, the treasury was shrouded in darkness. Jiang Junji produced a flashlight from his spatial realm to illuminate the surroundings. The room was brimming with neatly arranged boxes, all covered but not locked. Jiang Junji opened one box, and the glistening silver within made her eyes sparkle with delight. Without hesitation, she began to stash the contents into her spatial realm. Jiang Junji inspected several boxes and remarked, "This side contains silver, while that side is filled with gold. All of this is liquid silver, and over there are silver notes. We should categorize our findings. Our storage is essentially limitless. The items will expand within the warehouse, so let us sort everything accordingly. Let us also collect the silver notes," suggested Jiang Junji. Junji, puzzled, inquired, "Daughter, why the silver notes? If we spend them, they can easily be traced back to us, they bear marks. The silver can be refined anew, erasing any trace. Jiang Junji responded with a mysterious smile. We can store them in the spatial realm. After all, we must not leave anything behind. He is already writing a novel about us, intending to depict our demise. And he dreams of being an emperor in that world. I shall ensure he becomes the poorest emperor in history. Indeed, regardless of our future use, let us first remove everything, Yuanqi agreed. Then let us clear out the entire treasury, she proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Junji added, what if we take the entire treasury along with the building itself? Excellent idea. Truly, my daughter, you are remarkably astute, Jiang Kaiqing exclaimed. The trio exited the treasury, seamlessly transferring the entire structure into their spatial realm. In that instant, the vast treasury vanished, leaving behind only traces on the ground where it once stood, the sole evidence of its past existence. Ah, there are countless treasures within this palace, not just in the treasury. Typically, each noble has their own storeroom within the grand palaces, and even the emperor has a private vault. Not to mention the Imperial Medical Institute, the royal kitchen, and the armory. We should seize everything. Ah, indeed, we have several hours at our disposal. Ample time to scour the imperial palace. Let us strip the treasures from that canine emperor's abode. The trio reached a consensus and promptly made their way towards the Imperial Medical Institute. Within, only the attending physicians were present, and since they were indoors, they were unaffected by the tranquilizer. Jiang Junji blew a few puffs of sedative smoke, and soon enough, the physician succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon entering, Jiang Junji noted the well-labeled medicine cabinet and decided to cart off the entire unit. Yuanqi remarked, these writing implements are quite valuable. We shall need them for our life in ancient times. Let's take them. Jiang Kaiqing added, then I shall take the cauldron used for concocting medicine. How can we brew potions without a cauldron? With swift and vigorous movements, the trio completed their task in mere minutes, emptying the entire medical institute. Their next destination was the royal kitchen. Upon entry, they released another wave of tranquilizing smoke. The aroma wafting through the air was delightful. What a lovely scent. Jiang Junji inhaled deeply, following the fragrance to the pot, which contained a simmering duck soup. She lifted the lid to check and found it still required more time to cook. Let us first remove the items, she suggested. Yuanqi observed. There are numerous pots and utensils here. We should take them as they will be useful on our journey. Jiang Kaiqing recalled. Adjacent to the royal kitchen is a storeroom dedicated to ingredients, typically well-stocked, and the palace's ice cellar is also located there. Jiang Junji replied, then let us take everything. With that, they commenced their efforts, gathering pots, utensils, ingredients from the storeroom, and even the entire ice cellar. Wait, don't we already have a refrigerator? Why do we need to take the ice cellar? Jiang Kaiqing questioned. Never mind, let us just take it for now. It doesn't cost us anything, and there are no spatial constraints. If we don't use it, neither will that dog emperor, Jiang Junji reassured them. Upon returning to the royal kitchen, they served the simmering soup into bowls, each taking one and relishing the moment. Their next stop was the emperor's sleeping quarters. In the bright yellow chamber, the canine emperor lay soundly asleep, oblivious to the presence of three unexpected guests. Jiang Junji retrieved a marker from her space, uncapped it, and began to draw a turtle on his face. Dare to invade my home? You shall awaken tomorrow to a fright. Satisfied with her artistry, she then proceeded to remove all valuable items from the chamber. Scanning the room, she noted the emperor's jade seal was not present. Father, where is the emperor's jade seal typically kept? She inquired. Jiang Kaiqing pondered for a moment and replied, the seal is guarded by designated officials. I am unsure of its location. My daughter, are you contemplating stealing the seal? Indeed, what a pity I do not know its whereabouts. Otherwise, I would simply steal it and eliminate him, allowing you to ascend to power. I could even take the throne myself and become a female emperor like Wu Zetian. Jiang Junji declared. Truly, my daughter, you possess ambition. Yuanqi praised her. Of course, Jiang Junji responded unabashedly. Perhaps it is best to let it be. None of us are suited to be emperors. You know just how indolent you are, Jiujing, remarked Jiang Kaiqing. Jiang Junji replied, only my father truly understands me. Chapter 4. Your Majesty, a calamity has befallen us. The palace has been stripped bare. Before departing from the emperor's chamber, Jiang Kaichang retrieved his specially concocted potion from within his space and made his way to the emperor's bed. With a cold smirk, he pried open the emperor's mouth and poured in the powder. Such foolishness, and yet he dares pursue my daughter and revel in his imperial fantasies, surrounded by countless beauties. Once he is incapacitated, let us see how he lavishes affection upon his harem. The family of three completed their task in the emperor's quarters and moved toward the inner palace. It was uncertain which consort had been affected, but all had been moved nonetheless. However, as the consorts were innocent in this affair, they left behind a modest set of clothing and some of the least valuable ornaments, while taking all the exquisite and precious items. After over 2 hours of pillaging the inner palace, they proceeded to the quarters of the Imperial Guard, where an arsenal awaited. A variety of weapons were stored there, along with a stable that housed a limited number of horses, as they were primarily reserved for royal carriages. With little need for riding within the palace grounds, the trio sent all the horses into their pastoral space and meticulously organized the weapons in their warehouse. Once they had nearly emptied the palace of its contents, they prepared to return. After a night filled with excitement, Jiang Junji finally yawned and said, "That should suffice. We can return now. Let us rest for the night, and tomorrow we shall continue our endeavors. Where else do we need to move?" Jiang Kaiching and Ruan Yuanshi looked at her in confusion. "Before we depart, we must also take everything from the general's residence. But merely clearing the palace and the general's estate would be too conspicuous. Therefore, we ought to empty several notable households within the capital. Father and mother. Consider this. Throughout the entire city, which individuals are unscrupulous and have committed nefarious deeds. I am currently reviewing the narrative from the book, and there are several families who will benefit from our actions. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, we shall raid their homes tomorrow." Agreed. After leaving the palace, Jiang Junji whistled, and her little dove leisurely flew towards her. Jiang Junji affectionately patted its tiny head, saying, "You've worked hard. Be sure to eat well in the space and rest adequately." The little dove nuzzled her palm before entering the space. The family returned to the general's residence and fell into a deep, sweet slumber, having ventured out as thieves in the dead of night. The trio awoke rather late the following day. Jiang Kaichang reasoned that since their possessions were to be seized, he might as well skip the morning court session and send someone to the palace to request leave, citing his ill health and the need for rest. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the palace at dawn. The royal kitchen, the chef, who had been simmering soup through the night, finally awoke to exclaim, "Where's my soup?" It was meant to be a restorative broth for the empress. Which scoundrel drank it and left me in a stupor? Oh heavens! All the provisions from the storeroom have vanished. What shall we do? Where will we acquire ingredients for the morning meals of the esteemed guests? This is disastrous. The ice house is gone. Such a vast ice cellar. How could it vanish? Early in the morning, the rotating physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau arrived, only to find a night shift physician fast asleep. Upon further inspection, something seemed off in the medical quarters. Where had so many items gone? The physician immediately roused the two slumbering colleagues. What on earth happened? Where's the medicine cabinet? What about the writing materials? The two newly awakened physicians, still dazed, looked bewildered. What are you talking about? I'm asking about the missing items. How could such a large medicine cabinet and so many pens and papers just disappear? How could you both be sleeping? As the two physicians regained their senses and glanced around, they were horrified to discover that the enormous medicine cabinet had vanished. How could this be? This is disastrous. That cabinet contained the precious medicinal herbs essential for the emperor's daily vitality. You two are in deep trouble. In the imperial harem. Oh no, the empress's storeroom has vanished. The same fate befell the concubine Shu, whose beautiful garments had all disappeared, leaving only garments long out of favor. The beloved Guanyin statue of concubine Da was also gone. Meanwhile, in the emperor's chamber, Emperor Wang Desheng was fuming. You worthless lot. I entrusted you to guard the entrance to my palace. And this is how you perform your duty? Thieves have infiltrated my quarters. They stole all my garments and accessories, and even drew a turtle on my face. Are you all blind? How could you not notice? The emperor roared, slamming his dragon bed in fury. A group of imperial guards knelt before him, pleading for forgiveness, explaining, "Your Majesty, We were suddenly overcome by drowsiness yesterday and lost consciousness. Surely the thieves must have employed a sleeping potion. If someone can concoct a potion strong enough to incapacitate you for so long, what if I had been assassinated during that time? What use are you to me? The emperor's face flushed with rage. He found himself exposed, having awakened to find all his clothing missing, while his consorts, still clad in their gowns, surrounded him. Yet, he could not possibly don women's attire. Thus, he remained concealed under the covers. As he simmered in anger, a young eunuch rushed in, kneeling before him. "Your Majesty, I am a eunuch from the Imperial Medical Bureau. There has been an incident. Thieves have raided the medical bureau. The medicine cabinet and its contents have vanished, along with the writing materials and even the cauldron used for brewing medicine." What? The emperor was taken aback. Such audacity. The thieves even dared to steal the cauldron? How impoverished could they be? Before he could gather his thoughts, another young eunuch arrived, kneeling as well. "Your Majesty, there is dire news. The royal kitchen has been robbed. All pots, pans, and dishes have disappeared, and even the storeroom next door has been emptied. Furthermore, the ice cellar has completely vanished, truly vanished." What nonsense are you speaking? How could such a large ice cellar possibly disappear? The emperor was astonished. Surely this eunuch was still half asleep. The disappearance of the ice cellar must have been a mere figment of his imagination. Yet the absence of pots and pans? Not even his own cookware was spared. The audacity of this thief is utterly outrageous. He has even deprived him of his meal. "Your Majesty, I speak not in jest. My words are but the truth. The ice cellar has truly vanished, completely." Before the emperor could chastise this eunuch, another rushed in, kneeling and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am the chief eunuch of the Queen's palace. It is dire news. The Queen's storeroom has disappeared. Astonishingly, an entire storeroom has vanished overnight. It is most bizarre. I beseech your Majesty to arrange for the national master to conduct a ritual." The emperor pondered. The Queen's storeroom has also vanished? With two confirming such a tale, it must hold some truth. Could this thief possess some extraordinary power to make a storeroom simply disappear? While still in a daze, more eunuchs arrived in quick succession. "Your Majesty, I am the steward from concubine Shu's quarters." "Your Majesty, I am the steward from concubine S quarters." "Your Majesty, grave news from the armory." The emperor's anger intensified, his face reddening. This thief is audacious beyond measure. To rob so much from within the palace overnight. Why not simply steal his own treasury as well? As he ruminated on this, a member of the Imperial Guard stumbled in, breathless, declaring, "I am Chen Xiang, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Imperial Guard, here to report. Please forgive me, your Majesty. A most peculiar event has transpired. The treasury has disappeared." The emperor was aghast. "So even my treasury has been stolen. How can that be? Not only does he lack funds, but the entire palace is now bereft." Chapter 5. The relentless moving on. Upon this realization, the emperor took several deep breaths, feeling increasingly suffocated until he ultimately fainted in a fit of rage. When he regained consciousness, an hour had passed. "Your Majesty, you have finally awakened. You must take care of your health." "Take care of my health? How can I when my palace has been emptied overnight? What sort of emperor am I? The entire world will mock me. Never has there been a poorer emperor in history." The emperor was on the verge of exploding with fury. The eunuch cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, though the treasury is empty, the common folk still have wealth. We could increase the taxes." The emperor contemplated this, but then countered, "Tax revenues from the provinces take time to arrive. Presently, even securing a meal in the palace is a challenge. Has your Majesty forgotten the general's mansion?" "You were preparing for that matter," the eunuch softly reminded. The emperor suddenly realized and hastily commanded, "Where is the Minister of War? Summon him to the palace immediately. Has he completed the tasks I assigned? There shall be no audience today. He must come quickly." Jiang Junji and her family slept until the afternoon before waking. They compiled the list of targets for that evening's raid. First on the list was Jiang Kaiching's formidable rival, the current prime minister, a cunning and wily old statesman, who stood on equal footing with Jiang Kaiching in the court, often incited by the dog emperor to sow discord between them. Jiang Junji remarked, "The prime minister's residence cannot be disturbed. If it is, the prime minister would be gravely weakened and the Dog Emperor's throne would become too secure. This cannot be allowed. We shall bypass it. We must move to the residence of his adversary. According to the narrative of this woeful novel, the treacherous emperor will support the family of the Empress Dowager. Let us proceed to sweep away her kin. Furthermore, there lies the residence of the Minister of War, who conspires with the despicable emperor to fabricate evidence against our family. Jiang Junji proposed, let us also target the Minister of Revenue, a notorious avarice-laden individual. We shall make our way there as well. Yuan Yuanxi contemplated briefly and added, there is also the Prince of Qin's residence. Previously, while engaging in a game of mahjong with the Princess of Qin, I discovered that her son is utterly unscrupulous, committing heinous acts and simply bribing others to silence them, preventing any uproar. Such a household must not possess wealth, for wealth in their hands becomes a weapon against others. By the way, the Princess of Qin is the daughter of a merchant, and her family is rather affluent as well, comprising unscrupulous traders. We shall include them in our plans. Having devised a strategy, and with a busy itinerary ahead, we departed an hour earlier than the day before. The little dove proved to be of great use once more. Our first destination was the residence of the Empress Dowager, the Duke of Zhengua's estate. Over the years, the Duke has pillaged the wealth of the common folk. The treasures within his treasury are beyond measure. However, to our astonishment, there exists a clandestine armory containing a considerable arsenal and even a privately made dragon robe. Jiang Junji remarked, goodness, is this a plot to usurp power? Those who truly deserve to be exiled are they. Shall we continue our endeavor? They are plotting a coup. Is this not advantageous for us? The more enemies the treacherous emperor has, the better for our cause, Yuan Yuanxi replied. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Junji suggested, let us procure only jewelry, fabrics, and provisions, leaving behind the silver and weapons. We hope the Duke will seize the opportunity to overthrow the treacherous emperor sooner rather than later. If he merely wears the dragon robe for his own delight, I shall have little respect for him. With the plan established, the trio commenced their operation. They began by selecting fine fabrics, mindful that this was not the imperial palace, and they bore no ill will against the inhabitants, especially since they were inclined towards usurpation. Thus, they chose only exquisite fabrics and ornaments. Yuan Yuanxi remarked, this material is remarkably smooth. It is perfectly suitable for children's clothing. Let us keep it for the little ones. Jiang Junji added, these small pearls are delightful. I shall adorn my grandson's shoes with them. They are just right. Jiang Junji stated, this fabric is soft and absorbent. It will serve perfectly as diapers for them. Once they had collected all the fabrics and ornaments, they proceeded to the kitchen. To their surprise, they discovered an entire set of gold dining utensils, which they deemed essential to acquire. Jiang Junji quickly stowed a complete set of golden tableware into their space. Look, there's even a pair of Mandarin duck pots. Perfect for our future hot pot meals. Let us secure them, Yuan Yuanxi exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Junji surveyed the surroundings and declared, then let us gather the existing provisions. Their second stop was the residence of the Minister of Revenue. Given its management of finances, the ministry was undoubtedly affluent. Upon entering, the trio was struck by the understated opulence of the abode. The minister's quarters housed numerous esteemed artworks, each worth thousands or even tens of thousands of silver taels. Additionally, the minister's wife possessed an array of jewelry that filled an entire vanity and half of a storeroom. Within the storeroom lay a considerable amount of silver and the deeds to various shops. Although the official was corrupt, his avarice was primarily for wealth, and thus Jiang Junji refrained from taking the deeds, opting instead to seize the silver. Subsequently, she made her way to the concubine of the Minister of Revenue. Upon entering the concubine's quarters, she was astounded by the opulence within, realizing that the minister's wife had little in comparison. Clearly, this was a favored concubine, surrounded by a plethora of gold, silver, and jewels, many of which were invaluable jade pieces, remarkably translucent. Furthermore, the room contained a luminous pearl, a symbol of immense wealth. Without a second thought, Jiang Junji began to gather the treasures into her own space. After plundering a substantial fortune from the minister's estate, the trio departed in high spirits. Their next destination was the residence of the Minister of War, an ally of the tyrannical emperor who conspired against them. It was imperative to strip the place bare. The three entered and swiftly began to remove items, regardless of their value, taking everything belonging to their adversary. All garments, jewelry, and even footwear were seized, with the intent to sell anything unnecessary later, ensuring not even a single pair of undergarments remained. They also collected all antiques and artworks, as well as cookware and every last coin indeed. Although the deeds were of no immediate use, Jiang Junji adhered to the principle of leaving nothing for her foes. Thus she took those as well. All banknotes were also appropriated, leaving behind only a single quilt for their comfort, lest they succumb to the chill of the season. It is well known that in ancient times, falling ill from the cold could easily lead to death. If they were to perish, how could they ever experience the anguish of poverty? Before departing, Jiang Junji discovered a bright yellow dragon robe in the storeroom. What was this? Did the Minister of War harbor aspirations for power? Alas, it was too late to leave him some funds for his ambitions, as they had already cleared the place. This dragon robe was rather exquisite. She decided to claim it for herself. The final stop was the residence of the Prince of Qin. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by sounds of an unspeakable nature emanating from a particular room. Unfazed, Jiang Junji conjured a cloud of sleep-inducing smoke and blew it into the room. Regardless of what was transpiring, it had to cease. As she pushed the door open to pilfer, she was met with a shocking scene. A young woman was bound helplessly to the bed, tears staining her cheeks, while a man loomed over her, engaged in an unmentionable act. Jiang Junji recalled her mother's warnings about the wealthy and reckless heir of the Prince of Qin, who would pay off families with silver in the event of a scandal. This appeared to be one such instance. Determined, she intervened, separating the two, and retrieved a set of clothing from her space to dress the young woman before transporting her to safety. Casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious man, she felt a surge of indignation. Chapter 6. The siege of the general's residence. It was utterly outrageous to use a needle on someone. Such cruelty was intolerable. Perhaps it was best to incapacitate him entirely. With that thought, she produced a packet of medication and forcibly administered it to him. Then she resumed her looting efforts. Just as dawn's light began to break, the trio prepared to return home. Staying overnight at another's abode to hoard supplies is truly exhausting. Before the three of them returned home, Jiang Junji carefully extracted the woman from the Qin Wangfu, placing her gently in a deserted alley. She penned a letter, urging the woman to swiftly take her silver and flee with her family to avoid capture by the Qin Wangfu. Additionally, she stuffed a considerable handful of silver coins, approximately 20 taels, into the woman's embrace, enough for an ordinary family to sustain themselves for 2 to 3 years. Subsequently, she retrieved the antidote for the intoxicating fragrance from her space and allowed the woman to inhale it. Typically, one would awaken within half a minute. With that, she hastily departed with her family. Upon returning to the general's residence, Jiang Junji tended to the quadruplets, nourishing them before finally succumbing to slumber. That very morning, as dawn broke, startled exclamations echoed within numerous households. During the morning court assembly, as Wang Desheng donned his imperial robes and took his seat upon the throne, he was met with the sight of the Minister of War kneeling before him, his face awash with despair. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." "Speak, my dear minister," Wang Desheng replied. Immediately, the Minister of War, amidst tears and snot, lamented that his estate had been robbed the previous night. The audacious thieves had pilfered all his possessions, leaving no stone unturned, including pots, pans, and even items from the rooms of his wife and children. The most egregious act, however, was the theft of his youngest son's golden longevity lock, a most inauspicious occurrence. The emperor exclaimed in disbelief. "This operation is all too familiar. It can only be the same band of thieves that raided my palace." Before Wang Desheng could respond, other ministers, unable to contain themselves, fell to their knees, declaring, "Your Majesty, my estate also suffered a similar fate." "Your Majesty, mine as well." The emperor's temples throbbed in frustration. These thieves were remarkably skilled. They had infiltrated his palace with such stealth that they nearly stripped him of everything. Had it not been for a dragon robe currently in production, he would have had no attire to wear today, forced instead to remain bedridden as he did the day prior, unable to attend court. How could a dignified emperor possess but a single dragon robe? Until the next one was completed, he would be compelled to wear this same robe daily, a most deplorable state for one his stature. He, the emperor, could not possibly have only this one garment. Even his consorts had scant palace attire remaining. Since the previous day, the concubines in the harem had been weeping, yet, as the imperial treasury was utterly depleted, he could only feign ignorance, resulting in his eldest daughter-in-law and concubines sending letters home, pleading for funds from their families. What kind of emperor could not even support his daughters-in-law and concubines, forcing them to solicit money from their families? Wang Desheng felt acutely uncomfortable, aware that many ministers regarded him with pitying glances, likely thinking him a miserably poor emperor. Reflecting on this, he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. These thieves have gone too far. I must confess to you all, just the day before, my palace too was thoroughly ransacked." What? They managed to infiltrate the imperial palace as well? The ministers murmured in disbelief. Could these thieves possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth? Wang Desheng inquired. "Where is the chief justice of the Dali Temple?" "I am here," came the response. The chief of the Dali Temple stepped forward immediately. "I command you to investigate this matter. Within 3 days, you must uncover the culprit," Wang Desheng proclaimed. The chief of the Dali Temple broke into a cold sweat, responding, "This humble servant obeys the command." Wang Desheng continued, "In any case, to err on the side of caution, I have decided to increase taxes. Henceforth, the taxes of our great Qi kingdom shall be doubled, and we shall navigate through this crisis first." The ministers, momentarily rendered speechless, were particularly unsettled by the prospect of doubled taxes. They feared that such a decree from the emperor would inevitably stir discontent among the populace. An increase in taxation already breeds dissatisfaction, let alone a direct doubling. However, the emperor's decisions were not to be contested. This tyrant was known for swiftly executing those who dared oppose him. Wang Desheng was quite pleased with their compliance and declared, "Since there are no objections from you, we shall implement this pressing matter starting today. Furthermore, I have another announcement. Recently, I received an anonymous report from a minister indicating that someone harbors treachery, relaying information to the great Zhou kingdom. Such acts of treason cannot be tolerated. I have ordered the Minister of War to investigate this matter, and I trust we will have results soon. Here, I hope all of you understand that only when the great Qi kingdom thrives shall you all prosper. Should our nation encounter peril, your good days will also come to an end." Dismissed. Wang Desheng believed his words to be imposing and majestic. With a decree, he rose and departed from the Golden Lawn Hall, leaving the ministers to murmur among themselves about the identity of the traitor. Was there truly someone colluding with the enemy? Or was the emperor merely targeting someone he disliked, intending to fabricate a crime to eliminate them? Only the Minister of War appeared anxious. Once the other ministers had vacated, he discreetly prepared to meet the emperor. When a eunuch announced his presence, Wang Desheng was initially puzzled. However, recalling the recent task he had assigned to the minister concerning the general's residence, he permitted him to enter. Upon arrival, the Minister of War bowed deeply. Wang Desheng said, "Rise." Yet the minister remained kneeling, trembling. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. I have failed to complete the task you entrusted to me." The emperor furrowed his brow in confusion. "What has transpired? Did we not agree yesterday that the matter was resolved?" The Minister of War, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Your Majesty, the dragon robe you ordered me to have crafted has been completed. However, last night my residence was burglarized, and that robe was stolen by the thief. If you wish to raid the general's residence, you may need to borrow the dragon robe from yourself." Wang Desheng's expression darkened immediately. "You dare?" The minister hastily lowered his head. "I'm filled with dread." Indeed, requesting to borrow the emperor's dragon robe was an unthinkable proposition. How could the emperor allow his own robe to be lent out, even for the purpose of framing another? Nonetheless, Wang Desheng retorted, "I possess only this one dragon robe. If you wish to borrow it from me, what shall I wear? All my garments in the palace have been stolen by that little thief. Now, all that remains are women's gowns and the attire of eunuchs. Do you intend for me to don the clothing of a eunuch? I would not dare. What a surprise. It turns out your lack of dragon robes has led to such a dire situation." Despite being robbed, I still possess an official robe and a set of casual attire. Suddenly realizing that I am wealthier than the emperor himself, I find that the distress of last night's theft has lessened considerably. After all, the emperor has suffered a greater loss. Minister Wang, enraged, inhaled deeply. Though it was merely early winter, the imperial robe he wore was thick and intended for the season, making it sufficient to wear just one layer. Without an undergarment beneath, would he truly end up exposed? Must he really don the attire of a eunuch? Contemplating his grand scheme of confiscation, Wang Dachin gritted his teeth. Just wait. I shall remove it for you. Your Majesty is indeed wise. The Minister of War hastily praised. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Junji awoke in the afternoon, stretching languidly. The four little ones were being entertained outside by the wet nurse. Upon stepping out, she heard the sound of her eldest, Dabao, sobbing. What is the matter? She inquired. Miss, the young master has been crying intermittently since waking up. I offered him milk, but he seems disinclined. We even called for a doctor, yet the cause remains unknown, the wet nurse replied anxiously. Jiang Junji quickly reached out, taking Dabao from the nurse's arms. Miraculously, as soon as she held him, he ceased his crying. Recognizing her familiar scent, Dabao eagerly grasped her collar and nestled against her chest. What is wrong? Are you hungry, dear Dabao? Do you want your mother to feed you? Jiang Junji gently patted his back and retreated indoors, closing the door behind them to nurse her child. Indeed, the little one was quite discerning, only willing to drink from his mother's breast, disregarding the wet nurse's offerings. You little picky eater, you demand to be fed every 2 or 3 hours. Only wanting my milk. Do you intend to rob me of a good night's sleep? Jiang Junji chuckled, holding Dabao's chubby little hand. His pudgy fingers instantly grasped one of her own, clinging tightly. However, with his small size and strength, it felt merely like a gentle hold to her. Although the infant skin appeared slightly red and wrinkled, making him less than aesthetically pleasing, those tiny hands were undeniably adorable. Jiang Junji gently squeezed his little hand, marveling at his cute fingers, feeling her heart melt. Once Dabao was satiated, he blissfully prepared for slumber. Jiang Junji addressed and carried him outside to the wet nurse. Each nurse held one child, and the 3 little ones rested soundly. Just then, the doorkeeper rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "This is bad. A sudden swarm of imperial guards has surrounded the estate." Chapter 7. The quest for power. Upon hearing this, the household servants were instantly thrown into disarray, beginning to murmur among themselves, "What is happening? Why are there officials surrounding us? Is something amiss? I'm not sure. Our master surely hasn't he done anything wrong? Has he? Will this trouble us?" Jiang Junji was taken aback by the unexpected advance of time. According to her calculations, the raid was not due until the following day. She speculated that the royal palace had been stripped bare, leaving the impoverished emperor in a desperate hurry to seize the assets of the general's residence, thereby transferring its wealth to the royal treasury in a bid to sustain himself for a little longer. Swiftly, she instructed several wet nurses, "Quickly take the children inside and then gather in the main hall." The frightened wet nurses, already in a state of panic, hurried to carry out her orders. After they placed the children down and exited, Jiang Junji took the 4 little ones into the hidden space, then hastily collected her valuables from her room into the same space. She then proceeded to her small storeroom, opened it, and hurriedly stowed away its contents. Simultaneously, she noticed an influx of additional items in her hidden space, presumably gathered by her parents, as they were all frantically collecting their belongings. Once Jiang Junji had finished with her own room, she dashed toward the storeroom, only to find Ruan Yuanxi attempting to pick the lock. The key was with the steward, who had already gone to assemble in the front courtyard. After Ruan Yuanxi succeeded in breaking the lock, Jiang Junji joined her inside, and together they swiftly transferred the storeroom's contents into the hidden space. "Jiujiu, your father has gone to the kitchen to collect things. Is there anything else we need?" Ruan Yuanxi inquired. Jiang Junji pondered for a moment before replying, "Our household possessions are not extensive. We can afford to leave behind the larger, yet less valuable items. This way, we can mislead the servants, preventing them from questioning the sudden disappearance of our belongings." "Very well. Let us proceed to the front courtyard," Ruan Yuanxi agreed. As they walked, Both women changed their jewelry and hairpins for gaudy trinkets that bore little value, knowing that all valuable items on their persons would inevitably be confiscated during the raid. Halfway there, Jiang Junji remarked, "The main house will surely be subjected to the same fate. They are aware of the existence of the 4 children, and we must present them." With that, they each cradled a child in one arm, grateful that the quadruplets were small enough to be carried easily. Upon reaching the front courtyard, they encountered a group of stern soldiers clad in the attire of the Imperial Guard, barking orders for everyone to assemble swiftly. Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi approached, positioning themselves beside Jiang Kaicheng, who promptly took the smallest of the quadruplets, the 3rd and 4th, in his arms. The eldest 2 were left for Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji to continue holding. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Junji asked, "Father, what is happening? Why are there so many people at our home?" Ruan Yuanqi, equally adept in her performance, added, "Yes, dear husband, what is the matter? I am so frightened." Jiang Kaicheng's expression turned grave as he replied, "It seems the emperor harbors some misunderstanding towards us. Do not worry, everything will be fine." The commander of the Imperial Guard, overhearing this exchange, scoffed derisively at the notion of a misunderstanding. Standing amidst the guards was the imperial messenger, who declared, "The edict has arrived. Jiang Kaicheng, receive the decree." Everyone knelt in unison, chanting, "Long live our emperor." As Jiang Junji knelt, she was, in fact, crouching. By the decree of the heavens, the emperor proclaimed, "Today, I have received reports that General Jiang Kaicheng has privately crafted a dragon robe, harboring ambitions of usurpation. I command the Imperial Guards to search the Jiang residence." "Thus it is ordered," Jiang Kaicheng retorted. "Private crafting of a dragon robe? How absurd. I have no interest in your throne, burdened with daily petitions and surrounded by 3,000 beauties. I fear not the weakening of my vitality. I cannot even manage one wife, let alone fabricate a dragon robe." "My husband, this cannot be true. How could you possibly commit such an act?" Ruan Yuanqi urgently grasped Jiang Kaicheng's sleeve, then turned to the eunuch proclaiming the edict. "Esteemed eunuch, this is all a misunderstanding. My husband would never engage in such treachery. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. Indeed, eunuch, my father is entirely devoted to the people. After the war, he returned and promptly surrendered his military insignia to demonstrate his loyalty. He would never entertain thoughts of usurpation." Jiang Junji hastily added. The eunuch, however, revealed a mysterious smile, stating, "This matter is beyond my knowledge. I am merely here to convey the edict." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Proceed, search the premises." The Imperial Guards swiftly entered the Jiang residence, conducting a thorough search. In a mere instant's length of time, they emerged with a bright yellow garment and several letters. "Eunuch, the evidence is here. Indeed, General Jiang harbors treasonous intentions." This was found beneath General Jiang's bed. Jiang Kaicheng seemed to grasp the situation only then, exclaiming, "To add a crime, what need is there for a reason?" The eunuch beamed with satisfaction. "General Jiang, the evidence is irrefutable. No one has wronged you." Jiang Kaicheng was rendered speechless. While not particularly astute, he was no fool. Who in their right mind would craft a dragon robe for treachery and leave such significant evidence beneath their bed? Was this not a blatant setup? Moreover, he had just entered before and gathered all belongings. He had previously removed all hidden treasures from beneath the bed. Clearly, these individuals must have brought such items in during their search, feigning a discovery. "Bring the entire Jiang family to the dungeons. Await the emperor's judgment," commanded the eunuch. Immediately, the Imperial Guard stepped forward to escort them away. The servants of the Jiang residence cried out in protest, "Injustice, my lord. This matter has nothing to do with us. We are merely servants. Indeed, we are just ordinary citizens. We would never dare to partake in schemes of usurpation." The eunuch and the Imperial Guards appeared oblivious to their pleas, continuing to haul them away. "Injustice, my lord. Spare us. We are truly innocent." No matter how the servants lamented, the Imperial Guards remained resolute. As they exited the general's residence, several individuals from the adjacent courtyard were also brought forth. "Release me. What are you doing? Why treat us this way?" Bai Yuefeng protested indignantly. Beside her, the elegantly dressed Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Zhilan, and Jiang Xiaofei emerged in disarray. Jiang Xiaofei huffed. How dare you push me? Do you know who I am? My second uncle is the general of the escort. Jiang Wanyuan declared in indignation. Indeed. How dare you treat us this way? Do you believe I won tea and for my uncle, urging him to have your heads severed? The soldiers pushing them forward scoffed dismissively. The general of the escort flag? He privately created a dragon robe, aspiring to usurp power. Whether he survives is uncertain. For such a crime entails the annihilation of his clan. You are all implicated and should not harbor any hopes of escaping unscathed. What? He privately crafted a dragon robe to seize power? The elderly lady, adorned in luxurious garments, widened her eyes in disbelief and retorted, "This has nothing to do with our family. Jiang Kaicheng, that scoundrel, belongs to the second branch. His misdeeds do not concern us. If his entire family must perish, so be it. We are innocent. Indeed, we are wronged. Why must we suffer alongside them?" Bai Yuefang questioned vehemently. What good is it to speak to us? The soldier dismissed them, turning away without further engagement. The group was pushed onward, with numerous passers-by pointing and whispering as they were taken directly to the dungeons of the Dali Temple. Upon entry, the guard ordered, "You lot, enter here." They were allocated separate cells, with the members of the first branch, including Elder Jiang, confined together, while the second branch was grouped separately. Once the jailer departed, unmonitored, Bai Yuefang immediately seized a wooden beam and inquired, "Second brother, what is the meaning of this? Why did you craft a dragon robe? You are already a general. What more do you seek? Now, we face execution due to your actions. You have brought us to ruin. Indeed, you unfilial son. Why didn't you perish on the battlefield instead? Now you drag us down with you." Elder Jiang berated angrily. Jiang Junji, irritated by their clamor and concerned they might awaken the children, interjected, "Cease your noise. This was not my father's doing. He has been slandered by someone fearing his threat to their position, which led to this predicament. Then let them target your father. Why must we suffer alongside you? We are innocent. Why must we endure this?" Jiang Wanyuan wept. She felt humiliated for the first time in her life, enduring the scornful gazes of all as they traversed the filthy and chaotic prison, possibly facing execution. At such a tender age, yet to be married. How could she face death? Jiang Junji retorted disdainfully, "One's glory is shared, and so is one's disgrace. When my father was appointed general, you all insisted on accompanying him to the capital to enjoy wealth and honor. Now that he is in trouble, you all share in the consequences. This is what they call enjoying fortune together and facing tribulations together." Bai Yuefang furiously exclaimed, "What fortune is there to share? The little we enjoyed barely sufficed for food and warmth, and now we are to be condemned to death." Jiang Junji found her audacity to lie appalling. It was hardly merely sustenance and warmth, considering the splendid adornments she wore atop her head. She decided to ignore them further. Jiang Kaicheng reassured, "Do not worry. Death is not in store for us. According to the script, we are only to be exiled." However, for them, the notion of mere exile was far from trivial. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuefang relaxed, believing he had a backup plan. When the evidence of General Jiang's private creation of the dragon robe and his aspirations for usurpation was presented to the emperor, he erupted in fury. "How outrageous! Jiang Kaicheng truly harbors treasonous intentions. Fortunately, I discovered the plot in time. Otherwise, my throne would have fallen into his hands." The eunuch who returned to report felt a pang of embarrassment. The emperor's performance was indeed somewhat awkward. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, merely offering a flattering smile and stating, "Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. You anticipated General Jiang's scheme and apprehended them red-handed. Might I suggest issuing an edict to confiscate their assets promptly? After all, given the recent incident, urgency is warranted." Wang Desheng contemplated this and agreed. The national treasury was depleted, and the daily expenses for so many individuals in the palace were considerable. He had to procure funds from the Empress Dowager, utilizing her hidden reserves of silver. Fortunately, a portion of her wealth had remained concealed from the thieves. Otherwise, the entire palace would have faced starvation. Yet, the Empress Dowager had only left behind 10,000 taels of silver, insufficient to sustain the palace for long. It was imperative to seize the general's estate swiftly and transfer its assets to the palace. A new treasury was under construction, and once completed, the assets could be moved there. Until then, they would be temporarily stored in his private vault. He could only hope that the wealth within the general's estate was substantial, ensuring that the tax revenues from various regions would arrive before the funds were exhausted. With a decisive flourish, Wang Desheng picked up his pen and began drafting a decree. Chapter 8. Confiscation and Exile. The general's estate lies desolate meanwhile. Those imprisoned in the dungeon were wailing in despair, uncertain of their fate. Among them were some who had signed contracts of servitude, thus considered part of the general's household and liable for its transgressions. Others, who had merely worked temporarily for the estate without binding contracts, held hope for their release. The cell was filled with commotion, many lamenting their wrongful accusations. At that moment, Jiang Junji and her parents were quietly discussing their predicament. Are we truly to be exiled? Junji, this exile must involve a considerable journey. Won't we have to walk the entire way? That sounds exhausting. Jiang Kaicheng furrowed his brow. Although they hailed from a background of special operations, their prime years had long passed. Both he and Wan Yuanqi were now retired. While they maintained their physical fitness to the best of their ability, they nonetheless faced inevitable decline. Moreover, they now inhabited different bodies. Jiang Kaicheng's original form had belonged to a general, whereas Wan Yuanqi's was that of a frail woman, making physical endurance a challenge. After contemplating, Jiang Junji whispered something to her parents, which they both found agreeable. Before long, the eunuch who had previously delivered the decree returned. Announcing, "The imperial edict arrives." Jiang Kaicheng received the decree. All within the confines of the cell knelt in submission. As the door remained closed, Jiang Junji and her parents chose to visibly squat, deliberately avoiding any glance towards the eunuch. The eunuch, understanding their plight, refrained from pressing them. After all, they were innocent victims of circumstance. Those in the adjacent cell also knelt, listening intently to the proclamation. By the decree of the emperor, it is proclaimed that General Jiang Kaicheng, who unlawfully fashioned a dragon robe, harbors ambitions of usurpation. Considering his contributions to quelling the disturbances in Shiping, I have decided to impose a new disposition upon him. He shall be stripped of his official rank, relegated to the status of commoner, and all his possessions shall be confiscated, along with the exile of him and his family to Shiping. Acknowledging that this misdeed rests solely upon Jiang Kaicheng, his wife and daughters shall accompany him in exile, while the servants of the Jiang household are granted clemency. Those who have sold themselves into servitude may remain in the capital, their bonds of servitude dissolved, and they shall henceforth be regarded as common citizens. Upon hearing that they would not be exiled, the servants of the Jiang household were filled with joy, their eyes gleaming with delight. Especially those who had signed contracts of servitude, who had feared they must accompany their master into exile, were overjoyed by the unexpected reprieve. Jiang Junji surmised the emperor's cunning intent. Should the servants follow in exile, they would still be regarded as bonded laborers due to their past contracts. Yet, the decree merely demoted Jiang Kaicheng to a commoner, albeit an exiled one, allowing him to retain control over any remaining servants through their contracts. Thus, the emperor's stratagem effectively ensured that all bonded servants remained behind, leaving no one to attend to the needs of the three exiles. The arduous journey of exile would likely lead to their swift demise, a clear indication of the emperor's desire for them to perish promptly. Upon hearing their own impending exile, the members of the senior branch were thrown into a state of panic. Esteemed Lord, is this not a mistake? Why are we to be exiled while the servants are spared? We are of the senior branch, while Jiang Kaicheng belongs to the second. His actions are not our doing. We were entirely unaware of his illicit creation of the dragon robe, exclaimed Lady Baiyuefang. Indeed, it is his own misdeed that should involve only his wife and daughters. We are innocent. Esteemed Lord, could you not intercede with his majesty? We truly had no knowledge of these matters. I'm still young, unbetrothed, and unmarried. I do not wish to be exiled, wept Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Xiaofei stood frozen in shock, while Jiang Zhelan remained the only one of the second branch composed amidst the turmoil, drawing Jiang Junji's attention. The official who delivered the decree, after reading it, promptly stowed it away, ignoring the pleas of the second branch. General Jiang, His Majesty, in recognition of your esteemed service, permits you a restful night. Rest assured, your father-in-law's family has retired to their homeland and shall not be implicated in your situation. Tomorrow morning, you shall depart with your family, accompanied by a few soldiers arranged by the emperor. Jiang Kaicheng remained silent, and the official, mistaking his silence for sorrow, chose not to linger, departing swiftly. While lamentable, he remained a man of the emperor's inner circle, aligned with the emperor's interests. Moreover, given the treasury's depletion, the prompt seizure of a minister's estate was necessary to sustain the palace's operations, which served his own interests as a resident of the palace. The official declared, "Let us proceed to the general's residence." Watching them depart, the members of the senior branch were nearly driven to madness. Old Lady Jiang furiously scolded, "Jiang Kaicheng, you unfilial son, it is all your fault. If it weren't for you, our family would not have been exiled. Why don't you just die? You ought to atone with your life. Exiled to sheeping. That is sheeping. Over there, wars break out at any moment. Even if we manage to survive the exile, we might not live to see another day. The chaos of war could easily claim our lives." The others from the main house, upon hearing this, felt the weight of her words and turned pale. Jiang Kaicheng remained silent, but Ruan Yuanqi interjected, "Enough, you all. Save your strength for the journey ahead. Otherwise, if you exhaust yourselves now, you may perish on the road to exile." The main house immediately fell silent. The imperial edict eunuch arrived at the general's residence with a contingent of soldiers, tore down the seal, and commanded, "Everyone, go in and search thoroughly. Not a single tale of silver should be overlooked." Yes, the soldiers responded in unison as they entered with precision. They were experienced in raiding homes and were determined to uncover any hidden passageways within the general's residence, ensuring that every last coin was seized. However, as the soldiers conducted their searches, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon them. Firstly, a soldier from the first squad returned, reporting, "Eunuch Zhang, the storeroom in the general's residence is empty." Eunuch Zhang's brows furrowed sharply, disbelief lacing his voice. "What did you say?" "The storeroom is empty," the soldier repeated. Eunuch Zhang then heard from a soldier of the second squad. "Eunuch Zhang, we searched the general's backyard and found no valuable jewelry or silver. Not even a single piece of clothing." Eunuch Zhang thought, this familiar scent, this familiar formula, could it be? Finally, a soldier from the third squad returned, exclaiming, "Eunuch Zhang, the kitchen in the general's residence is completely bare, with no food left. All pots and dishes are missing." Eunuch Zhang exclaimed, "Indeed, it must be that band of thieves who have emptied the general's residence. It is surely because General Jiang has not attended court these past few days that he could not alert us in advance. This is disastrous. The thieves have outpaced us." With a dark expression, Eunuch Zhang hastily returned to the palace to report. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Wang Desheng was in high spirits, enjoying grapes fed to him by his beloved concubine, who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Junji. As he savored the fruit, he remarked, "My dear, these grapes are exceptionally sweet." "Oh, your majesty, they are simply sweet grapes," the woman cooed softly, playfully. Wang Desheng could not help but let his hands wander over her form. Yet, as he did, he felt an unusual weakness, as though he were lacking strength. It must be because his dragon robe had been taken from him, and he was now clad in the garb of a eunuch. What a misfortune! Eunuch Zhang rushed back, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Something grave." Wang Desheng, interrupted in his pleasurable pursuits, frowned in annoyance at the flustered Eunuch Zhang, his face darkening as he said, "You had better have something of utmost importance to report. Otherwise, I shall break your dog legs." Eunuch Zhang, drenched in cold sweat, hastily knelt down and pleaded, "Your Majesty, forgive me. This is a matter of utmost importance. I arrived too late. The general's residence has been completely ransacked by those bandits." Wang Desheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He rose in fury, slamming his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "What did you say? The general's residence has been emptied? What use are you worthless fools to me? You can't even guard the palace properly or conduct a proper investigation. And now you allow thieves to outpace you. Without the funds from the general's residence, how am I to sustain the palace?" Chapter 9. The emperor, once resplendent, has fallen to such depths of poverty. "Your Majesty, Please calm your anger. Eunuch Jiang quickly lowered his head, feeling wronged. He did not believe that the general's residence had only recently been looted. It was evident that it had been emptied before the first imperial decree was issued. How could they be blamed for their tardiness? It was clear that the evidence fabricated by the emperor had not yet been prepared. However, he dared not voice this thought at such a moment. The beautiful woman in the emperor's arms, upon hearing this, sensed the gravity of the situation. If the palace was out of funds, their days within its confines would surely become arduous. The emperor gently pushed the woman aside and said, "My dear consort, please return to the palace. Your servant takes her leave." Once the consorts had departed, Wang Desheng's expression darkened as he declared, "Currently, the entire palace relies solely on the Empress Dowager's meager 1,000 taels of silver to survive, which will hardly last for more than a few days. You inept servants, if you cannot devise a solution before the taxes are collected, I shall take silver from you." Eunuch Jiang, upon hearing this, displayed a pained expression. As a trusted eunuch close to the emperor, he had received numerous bribes and possessed a fair amount of wealth, yet he was reluctant to part with it. After pondering for a moment, a thought suddenly struck him. "Your Majesty, do you recall that a month ago, while incognito, you saved the daughter of Bai Huayan, the wealthiest man from Yangzhou, who had come to the capital to conduct business, by Xiao Xiao? That young lady even vowed to dedicate herself to you. If you were to summon her to the palace, her dowry..." Wang Desheng was taken aback and furious. "Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Bai Xiao Xiao is renowned in Yangzhou for her lack of beauty. I would never take her as a consort." Eunuch Jiang, with a bitter countenance, replied, "Your Majesty, I too wish to alleviate your burdens. If I had the means, I would certainly not hoard it for myself. But even if I were to exhaust my lifetime savings, it would be but a drop in the ocean for you. Although Miss Bai may not be conventionally attractive, her heart for you is as pure as the sun and moon. When you aided her during your secret visit, she developed a deep affection for you, declaring that she would marry none but you. This is fate. Furthermore, she is the only daughter of Bai Huayan. Marrying her would mean securing the entire Bai family's fortune. Your Majesty, a minor sacrifice on your part would suffice." Wang Desheng, barely able to muster his strength, muttered, "Prepare pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Bring Bai Xiao Xiao into the palace." The last few words escaped him weakly. The emperor, once exalted, had now fallen to the point of considering a marriage for the sake of silver. The circumstances surrounding Bai Xiao Xiao's rescue had been a mere misunderstanding from the beginning. Bai Xiao Xiao's appearance is rather unremarkable, yet her silhouette possesses an exquisite beauty, making her a formidable figure of allure. During a discreet excursion, he overheard a man attempting to rob a woman. Only glimpsing the woman's back, along with her sweet, delicate voice, he surmised that she must be a stunning beauty and contemplated rescuing her to add her to his harem. Ultimately, he did save her, but upon turning around, he was nearly horrified by her appearance. Acne-ridden and swollen, her visage repulsed him to the point of losing his appetite. Wang Desheng promptly turned to leave. However, Bai Xiao Xiao, undeterred by his disinterest, relentlessly pursued him, insisting she would marry him, promising that he could enter her household and never worry about sustenance. Upon revealing his true identity as the emperor, she realized he was a man beyond her financial reach, which led her to depart in sorrow. Wang Desheng sighed in resignation, pondering that being excessively handsome could indeed be a burden. Reflecting on this, he glanced at a nearby bronze mirror, where his own unremarkable yet subtly handsome visage appeared. He never imagined that one day he would sacrifice his virtue for the sake of the imperial court. Indeed, he deemed himself quite noble. Zhang Gonggong remarked, "Do you still have virtue to speak of?" The following morning, as Jiang Junji and her companions were still asleep, a jailer approached, announcing, "Rise and do not linger in slumber. Today marks the day of your exile. Quickly don your prison attire and eat something before we depart." Awakened by the commotion, Jiang Junji rubbed her eyes, witnessing the jailer unlocking their cell. The trio rose and stepped out, while the jailer proceeded to unlock the cells of the others in the larger block. "Hurry, we are pressed for time. The cornmeal buns are over there, 2 per person, along with a bowl of water. Finish quickly and change your clothes. All your garments and jewelry will be confiscated." Silently, Jiang Junji and her companions picked up the dry cornmeal buns, which had clearly been left out overnight, consuming them with sips of water. The occupants of the larger block were similarly subdued, their spirits dampened by the impending exile. After a challenging meal, they were instructed to change into their prison garb, which included chains to prevent their escape. Once everyone was attired, several officials entered. The officials surveyed them and inquired of the jailer, "Is this them?" "Yes, indeed, esteemed sir. Their clothing has been changed, and they are ready to depart at your command." "Very well, let us proceed," the leading official replied. "Wait, there are still two more, captured last night, who remain outside." With that, a soldier ushered in a man and a woman, Jiang Junji's uncle, Jiang Danian, and his concubine, Qin Xiaoya. Upon their entrance, chaos erupted among the larger group. Previously, when the officers arrived to escort them, Jiang Danian and Qin Xiaoya had been out, believing they could evade capture, only to find themselves brought back. "Aunt," Jiang Jilan called out anxiously. She had remained composed until she saw her aunt in custody, which sent her into a panic. "Jilan, do not fret. Your aunt is here," Qin Xiaoya quickly reassured her in a hushed tone. "Do not be afraid. I am with you." Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoya, it was precisely her presence that incited Jiang Jilan's panic. To their astonishment, both mother and daughter found themselves condemned to exile. Jiang Danian, upon encountering Jiang Kaicheng, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, exclaiming, "You have brought ruin upon me, dear brother." Jiang Kaicheng responded insincerely, "I truly apologize for that." Jiang Danian was nearly driven to the brink by her indifferent demeanor. "Enough of this idle chatter, we must set forth." Nearby, several constables immediately approached, encircling them. A total of 10 constables were assigned to oversee their banishment. Among them, 2 leered at the female companions with insidious intent. Jiang Wanjing, trembling with fear, nestled herself between Jiang Junji and Jiang Jilan. If any humiliation were to occur, let it befall Jiang Junji, for she had already been sullied by the hands of brutish men and bore 4 children. She was far from an untouched maiden. If that were insufficient, there was also Jiang Jilan, merely a concubine. Yet Jiang Junji was a legitimate daughter, pure and unblemished, not someone of their ilk could ever hope to claim. Jiang Junji noticed the gaze of the 2 soldiers and understood the grim reality. Even commoners among the exiled were stripped of their rights, shackled with chains. Should the constables wish to commit any act against the prisoners, resistance would be futile. In such a historical context, even if the constables were to perpetrate wrongdoing against the female convicts, there would be no recourse for justice. Jiang Junji remained vigilant. Yuan Yuanshi shot a fierce glare back at them. Jiang Danian noticed, but dared not speak out, as they were, after all, exiles and could not afford to confront the constables. Jiang Kaicheng, however, barked, "What are you staring at? My wife and daughter are not for your eyes to feast upon. Look again, and I will have your eyes gouged out." The 2 constables, taken aback by Jiang Kaicheng's defiance despite his fallen status, felt a twinge of irritation. "Oh, such a temper. Tell me, General Jiang, have you forgotten your current station? You are now a banished commoner, while we serve the court." Jiang Kaicheng retorted, "The court has tasked you with overseeing our exile, not drooling over my wife and daughter. Have you never seen a woman? Have you no sense of the world? Should you dare to gaze again, I possess ample means to end you. Do not presume that these shackles can restrain me." The 2 soldiers felt a flicker of unease upon hearing this. They had heard of General Jiang's formidable prowess, but whether he could truly best them while shackled remained uncertain. The other constables fell silent, yet the 2 exchanged furtive glances, preparing to seize an opportunity for further testing. After all, the road to exile stretched long ahead. Spanning several months, there would be ample time to act against the mother and daughter. Yuan Yuanshi leaned toward Jiang Kaicheng and whispered, "My husband, you were so impressive just now." Jiang Kaicheng, filled with pride, replied, "Indeed." Jiang Junji added, "Compassion for the single and solitary is a shared responsibility." Emerging from the dungeons of the Dali Temple, it was morning, yet the streets already buzzed with curious onlookers casting glances in their direction. Jiang Kaicheng, having been well known in the capital, drew the attention of many. Since his triumphant return, numerous citizens have gathered to celebrate him, and his reputation among the people remains remarkably high. Is that not General Jiang? Why is he clad in the garments of a prisoner, complete with shackles? Are you not aware? The emperor has decreed that General Jiang fabricated a dragon robe in a bid for power and usurpation. He has been demoted to commoner status and exiled, his estate confiscated. Surely not. General Jiang is a hero who has achieved victory. How could he possibly engage in such treachery? Furthermore, was it not said that upon his return, he would relinquish military authority to demonstrate his loyalty? Who can say? This is no longer a matter for you and me to ponder. Have you heard of another calamity? The palace has been robbed, the treasury depleted, and the emperor intends to raise taxes on us common folk. Alas, indeed, these days have become exceedingly burdensome. We barely have enough as it is. And now we are expected to contribute even more? Is this not a matter of life and death for us commoners? We shall have to tighten our belts and endure. Indeed, the treasury has been pilfered. Should it not be the responsibility of those within the palace? What concern is it of ours? Why must we bear the brunt of this financial burden? It is truly beyond comprehension. Jiang Junji and a few soldiers followed closely behind, exiting the city gates. The leading soldier held a rudimentary map, consulting it as he walked, and remarked, "We are bound for the war-torn regions of Shiping, which are rather desolate and populated with refugees. Typically, exiled prisoners are assigned work upon arrival. Some cultivate land to supply the soldiers with provisions. Others craft garments for their wear, and some handle cooking and laundry, with wages allocated according to labor. Generally, each person earns 15 won per day, inclusive of 3 meals. You must also move swiftly. The royal treasury has allotted us 50 taels of silver for our journey, and we must reach Shiping before it is exhausted." Upon hearing this, Jiang Junji surmised that the foolish emperor believed they could not reach their destination. Otherwise, exiling a general to the battlefield would merely provide her father with an opportunity. He could not be so naive. It was likely that prior arrangements had been made to ensure they would not survive the journey. Chapter 10. How did she end up married to such a man? Meanwhile, those beside her, astonished at the prospect of working upon reaching Shiping, were left in disbelief. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed incredulously, "We are to toil in Shiping as well, earning only a few won for a day's labor? This is utterly insufficient. To put it into perspective, his monthly allowance is 20 taels, and even after he spends that, his parents would provide him with more. A mere handful of won is hardly enough to buy a snack, let alone necessitate a day's labor. What a miserable existence." Old Lady Jiang, equally appalled, lamented, "Your Excellency, I am of advanced age. Must I also engage in such labor upon arrival? And for such a meager sum? Is this not an undue hardship?" The nearby exiled officials, overhearing, scoffed disdainfully. "You are going into exile, not to indulge in luxury. However, rest assured, individuals as pampered as you rarely manage to reach the place of exile. Most perish along the way, never even having the chance to toil for a meager existence." The crowd gasped in horror. "My heavens, what fate is this? To be embroiled in this exile. Brother, our family has been utterly ruined because of you." Jiang Dajing felt as though his legs were burdened with an immense weight, rendering him nearly unable to proceed. The journey to Shiping promised a lifetime of hardship. It was conceivable that one might perish along the way, rendering it preferable to simply collapse here and now. Jiang Kaichang sighed in resignation, feigning sincerity as he lamented, "It is my fault. Had I known you would insist on accompanying me to the capital, I should have firmly refused. I ought not to have allowed you to reside in the general's mansion, nor should I have distributed the gold and jewels bestowed upon me by the emperor. While you may have endured a frugal existence in the small county, at least you need not face exile now." On the surface, his words seemed to cast blame upon himself, yet they were laced with a clear note of derision, implying that they had brought this misfortune upon themselves. The members of the first household were momentarily silenced by his sardonic remarks, unable to respond further. Nearby, several soldiers looked upon the first household with disdain, witnessing their attempt to cling to wealth only to find themselves in dire straits. Who could they blame for their predicament? Jiang Wanyuan had never before encountered such scornful gazes. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she clenched her fists, feeling that all of this was the fault of Jiang Junji and his family. After all, while the first household had previously enjoyed prosperity, they had no inkling that exile awaited them. Had they known that a life of comfort would come at the price of banishment, they would have never ventured to the capital, thereby avoiding entanglement in this misfortune. As the soldiers had pointed out, Those who had been pampered throughout their lives would undoubtedly struggle on the road to exile. It was no surprise that Jiang Xiaofei, a young man raised in the indulgence of the first household, could scarcely endure the journey mere hours after departing the city gates. How much longer must we walk? We've been traveling for several hours. Can't we rest for a moment? Several hours? You've only walked for 2. Snapped the officer beside Jiang Xiaofei. We're being exiled to Shiping, a journey of over 3,000 miles. According to the imperial decree, we must reach Shiping within 3 months. Weather permitting, we must travel quickly. Today, as conditions are favorable, and we must continue until darkness envelopes the road. The officer gave Jiang Xiaofei a rough shove to hasten his pace. Hurry up. You're a man. Stop dawdling like a woman. Jiang Xiaofei stumbled, nearly falling, but was steadied by Bai Yuefang. Bai Yuefang glared at the officer who had pushed her son. You could simply speak without resorting to violence. If my son falls and injures himself, can you afford the consequences? The officer scoffed. Do I need to compensate? Even if your son merely stumbles, or worse, dies on the road, I won't owe you anything. Best keep your mouth shut and focus on the journey. Sir, look at him. Bai Yuefang turned to Jiang Dajing, seeking his support. Nevertheless, Jiang Dajing, impatient, interjected, Enough, enough. Keep your words to a minimum. He hasn't fallen, has he? This is not the past. We must prioritize our journey. Bai Yuefang seethed with frustration, lamenting how she had married such a feckless man. Previously, those officials had cast lingering glances at the womenfolk, and Jiang Kaicheng had felt compelled to intimidate them. Now, with his son nearly pushed to the ground, this man did not dare to express his anger. Truly ineffectual, although Bai Yuefang felt a surge of anger within. She could only endure it in silence. After walking for quite a while, when everyone was fatigued and on the verge of exhaustion, they stumbled upon a modest stall ahead. The stall's proprietor was clad in coarse linen garments, and within the stall were 3 stoves, one adorned with several bamboo steamers, while the other 2 were boiling water. A nearby table was laden with an assortment of dry rations. Several other tables and small stools were occupied by a few scattered patrons. It was evident that this establishment was intended to provide sustenance and respite for weary travelers. The leading official then declared, "Halt! Let's take a moment to rest here." With that, the group came to a stop, and the official approached the stall to inquire about provisions. Learning that the proprietor only sold steamed buns, he ordered several dozen and also procured 10 pounds of dry food, subsequently distributing the fare. Each exiled individual received a steamed bun, a few pieces of dry rations, and a cup of tea, while the soldiers were allotted 2 steamed buns and double the dry rations and tea. Why must it be steamed buns again? We had them for breakfast, and now for lunch? Is it customary to repeat a meal in such quick succession? Jiang Wanjun cast an exasperated glance at the stall owner. Upon hearing her, the owner quickly offered an apology, saying, "I beg your pardon, miss. This humble establishment operates on a small scale and can only provide steamed buns due to the limited number of stoves. Most travelers request tea and dry provisions." Just as Jiang Wanjun was about to unleash her frustrations, mocking the stall's meager offerings, a nearby official interjected, "You, a convict in exile, dare to demand such high standards? Having anything to eat is a privilege. Once we approach Shiping, you may find yourself subsisting on mere dry rations for days. At least here, you have steamed buns and hot tea. What are you complaining about? Do you consider yourself a pampered young lady? Sit down. Eat." The official's tone was decidedly harsh, causing Jiang Wanjun to tremble in fear and reluctantly squat down to consume her meal. She dare not sit, for there were no chairs left, and to do so would mean sullying herself by sitting on the ground. Though her prison attire was hardly pristine, it was preferable to being caked in dirt. Jiang Junji received her steamed bun in silence, indifferent to the commotion around her. With 4 children in tow, she first ensured they were nestled in their parents' arms before crouching down to eat. Taking advantage of her parents' cover, she swiftly devoured her dry rations and then retrieved some pickled vegetables from her own kitchen stash. Oh no, not stolen, merely preserved. She stuffed the vegetables into the bun when the officials were preoccupied with their own meals, hastily consuming them. The combination of steamed buns with pickled vegetables was quite palatable, though the absence of meat left something to be desired. She resolved to make do during the day and feast heartily in her space once they were all asleep at night. Once she finished her meal, She took the children back, allowing Ruan Yuanxi to eat, and then passed them to Jiang Kaiqing. After the three of them had eaten, it was time for the four little ones to have their meal. Each of them bore a water bottle upon their backs. Earlier on the road, Jiang Junji had replaced the water within the bottle with a spiritual spring, offering a sip to each of the quadruplets. The spiritual spring contained various nutrients that could replenish energy in a short span, yet was no substitute for a proper meal. Newly born infants primarily relied on their mother's milk. Ruan Yuanxi said, "Sir, we have 4 little grandsons at home, and the children have just been born, requiring their mother's milk. Could you kindly allow my daughter to feed them nearby?" Several officers glanced in their direction, their eyes landing upon the 4 infants, and then upon the stunning Jiang Junji. One of them smirked lewdly, suggesting, "Why not just feed them here? If we allow her to leave, what if she runs away? I've heard that the general's daughter is still unmarried, so where do these children come from? Has she been sullied by some rogue? She is no longer an untouched maiden, so what is there to fear?" The officers leered at Jiang Junji, while a few others, though disdainful of their behavior, remained silent. After all, it was not uncommon for officers to dishonor female prisoners during their exile. What had not occurred before would inevitably happen in the future. If they intervened, they might save one person, but they would also risk facing retribution later on. Jiang Wanquan watched Jiang Junji with a sense of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating her embarrassment. She harbored a deep-seated dislike for Jiang Junji. Although they were cousins of similar age, and Jiang Wanquan considered herself quite beautiful, she felt overshadowed by Jiang Junji's status as the daughter of a general. Jiang Junji always possessed the finest things, leaving Jiang Wanquan with only what Jiang Junji deemed unwanted. Now, with Jiang Junji unmarried and nursing a child under the gaze of so many, Jiang Wanquan delighted in the thought of her cousin's disgrace. She believed that Jiang Junji should perish, along with those illegitimate children. Ruan Yuanxi glanced at the lock on the handcuffs and produced a small clip from her space, crouching down to unlock Jiang Kai's shackles. Following suit, Jiang Junji also attempted to unlock her father's cuffs. The mother and daughter were both adept at lock-picking, and given the simplicity of ancient locks, easier than those of the treasury, they completed the task in mere seconds. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Kai thrust the 2 infants into the hands of Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi, discarding both handcuffs and shackles. The soldiers, who had been leering at Jiang Junji, were momentarily bewildered. Before they could comprehend the situation, Jiang Kai had passed the infants to his wife and daughter, as if tossing aside some trivial object. Upon closer inspection, they realized with shock that it was indeed the handcuffs and shackles. Wait, handcuffs and shackles? By the time the soldiers grasped what had transpired and stood up, it was already too late. The original owner of Jiang Kai's body was a general, accustomed to leading troops into battle, and his physical prowess was not something ordinary soldiers could match. In truth, his current body was even younger than it had been prior to his transmigration. After all, by the time he marries Ruan Yuanxi in the future, he will already be in his 20s, and with Jiang Junji having been born for 2 decades, they will both have crossed into their 40s, with their bodies long past their prime. In ancient times, people wed at an earlier age, thus. He found himself several years younger, and his vitality had considerably improved, his agility astonishing. In an instant, he darted before an officer, snatched the whip from his hand, and lashed out at the foul-mouthed officials one by one. The officials were taken aback, and before they could react, the whip cracked against their bodies. One man yelped in pain, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. "You, how dare you remove the handcuffs and leg shackles?" The officials gaped at them in shock. Jiang Junji let out a resigned sigh. "We could have freed ourselves at any time. Our restraint was a mark of respect for the imperial decree. However, your humiliation is intolerable for my father. Father, teach them a lesson. Let them witness your might." "Very well, my daughter. It has been ages since I displayed my skills." Jiang Kaiqing was filled with excitement. Since his retirement, he had not had an opportunity to showcase his prowess before his wife. And now, the moment had arrived. Once the officials regained their composure, they attempted to gang up on Jiang Kaiqing, but their use of whips was no match for his dexterity. Those wielding knives fell short of reach, and before they could close in, Jiang Kaiqing had already dispatched them aside. The stall owner, witnessing the scuffle, quickly crouched down to hide. The patrons who had been leisurely sipping tea hastily fled, fearing for their lives. Jiang Kaiching effortlessly dealt with a multitude of officials, then threatened, "My wife and daughter are to nurse the children. None of you are permitted to follow or spy. Remain here, or you shall forfeit your lives." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the mother and daughter, prompting them to take their 4 children and depart. The family from the main house stared at Jiang Kaicheng in astonishment, unable to fathom the extent of his martial prowess. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Danian, who quickly exclaimed, "Second brother, come and free us from these shackles. We have already distanced ourselves from the capital. We must escape quickly. We must remain hidden and avoid that cursed place in Shiping." Jiang Kaicheng cast a disdainful glance at him, recalling how Jiang Danian had previously blamed him for their exile. Jiang Wanshan cried out, "Yes, second uncle, let us flee. My feet ache terribly, and I cannot bear this tasteless food any longer. We must hurry." Even grandmother Jiang chimed in, "Second son, this is a prime opportunity. Since we have already incapacitated them, we might as well eliminate them. Then we can escape." "Escape, you say? If we flee now, it will not be long before a manhunt ensues," Jiang Kaicheng retorted. According to his understanding of this world, to prevent potential escape, exiled prisoners had to report to local authorities upon passing through each county, indicating their passage, and the authorities would subsequently send word back to the capital. If there is a prolonged absence of information regarding the exiled convicts, it signifies that this group has either perished or managed to escape. Subsequently, the court would embark on a quest to locate their remains. Should they remain undiscovered, they would be deemed fugitives for life, perpetually pursued. In such circumstances, proximity to the court heightens the likelihood of discovery, while a greater distance allows for a delay in the exchange of news. If one were to flee, it would be prudent to wait until that time, for when the heavens are high and the emperor distant, tracing them would prove challenging. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dajing's complexion paled. Being perpetually hunted equated to a lifetime devoid of peace. What would be done? Jiang Kaicheng interjected, instructing, "You all must remain here in quiet anticipation while we continue our journey into exile." "What? We are to be exiled further?" Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed in disbelief. "Uncle, you could easily overpower these officials. Why must we continue this exile?" "Fool! If we do not proceed with the exile, the local magistrates will fail to receive news of our arrival, and soon enough, inquiries will ensue, revealing our escape and resulting in a manhunt. Being so close to the capital, the risk of being recaptured is far too great," Jiang Kaicheng retorted, exasperated. Chapter 12. Perhaps we should simply allow them to succumb to illness? That would save a few meals, Jiang Xiaofei mused, finding merit in the suggestion. "What shall we do then?" inquired the matriarch, Jiang Laotai. "We cannot journey on foot for the entirety of the way. I am too frail to endure such exertion. Thus, you shall proceed into exile, and upon reaching the next county, declare that I have succumbed to illness en route. You may continue your journey while I remain behind to rest. Yes, declare that I have passed." Bai Yuefang eagerly concurred. "I shall too," Jiang Xiaofei added, with Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Dajing following suit. Excluding Qin Xiaoya and her daughter Jiang Zhilan, everyone from the main branch wished to feign death. Once considered a harbinger of misfortune, the notion now offered them the opportunity to remain behind without the burden of further travel. Let them feign death, after all. It is but a ruse and far preferable to traversing such a lengthy distance. However, Jiang Kaicheng was resolute in not allowing them to escape so easily, for the proximity to the capital rendered them vulnerable to recognition by any passerby. If they were to be recognized, even if they continued their journey into exile, their family would be easily apprehended. If separation from the main branch was necessary, it must only occur after they had traversed a considerable distance together. After Jiang Yuanshi and Jiang Junji had walked a fair distance, they entered the spatial realm, where Jiang Junji proceeded to feed the 4 children. The infants were particularly well behaved during their feeding, consuming their nourishment with eagerness. Once sated, Jiang Junji and Jiang Yuanshi gently patted their backs until they dozed off, after which they carried the slumbering children back. Upon their return, they encountered the officials sprawled upon the ground, their expressions devoid of hope, undoubtedly humiliated by the defeat inflicted upon them by Jiang Kaicheng. Approaching Jiang Kaicheng, Jiang Junji quietly inquired, "Father, what shall be our next course of action?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Kaicheng elucidated the regulations governing exile in this realm. Upon grasping the gravity of their situation, the mother and daughter concurred that now was indeed not the opportune moment for escape. Had it not been for the earlier band of soldiers attempting to exploit the situation, they could have remained in the shadows a while longer, biding their time in exile before revealing their true strength. Alas, their premature exposure necessitated a formidable deterrent against these soldiers. Therefore, Jiang Junji proposed the use of a controlling substance. As former agents, they were accustomed to employing toxins when the situation demanded it. Among these, a particular poison of Jiang Junji's own formulation was ideally suited for restraining the soldiers. Jiang Junji retrieved the drug from her space, presenting it to Jiang Kaicheng as a seemingly innocuous pill, which she pretended to have drawn from her sleeve, leading the others to believe she had merely concealed it within her spatial confines. Jiang Kaicheng promptly seized it, determined to administer it forcefully to the soldiers. "What is this? I refuse to consume it," one soldier protested, struggling to evade capture. However, Jiang Kaicheng's strength prevailed as he pried open the soldier's mouth and compelled him to swallow. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with saliva, leaving no opportunity for expulsion. Panic ensued among the remaining soldiers. "Is this some sort of deadly poison?" the leader exclaimed. "General Jiang, what are your intentions? If you flee, you will be discovered within 3 days and hunted down. Your wife and daughter will be forced to accompany you in your flight. Spare us, and we shall forget this incident ever occurred." Jiang Kaicheng reassured them, "Do not worry. I'm not so foolish as to let you perish. You have merely ingested a poison. As long as you take the antidote regularly, you shall not die." Upon realizing they had consumed poison, several soldiers hastily induced vomiting, while others attempted to escape. Jiang Kaicheng apprehended those attempting to flee and administered the drug to them as well. The onlookers from the main group were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. Once the last soldier had been forcibly dosed, the first soldier's countenance had already begun to pale. Clutching his abdomen in agony, he lamented, "This hurts. What is this wretched substance? How long until I am granted a swift end?" In response, Jiang Kaicheng offered him a small dose of the antidote, saying, "This will delay the onset of the poison. From this moment, for every pill of antidote you consume, the poison's effects will be postponed by 3 days. If the poison takes effect and you cannot ingest the antidote, you will endure half an hour of excruciating pain before succumbing." The soldier hastily accepted the antidote and consumed it, soon noticing a gradual alleviation of his discomfort. Jiang Junji instructed, "Distribute this antidote among your comrades." Bound by their circumstances, the soldier complied, sharing the remedy with his fellow soldiers. Once they had all ingested the antidote, Jiang Junji conveyed, "We bear no ill will towards you. We merely wish for your respect during this journey of exile. A gentle demeanor towards us would be appreciated. After all, I am quite timid, and should you frighten me, my father, feeling protective, may very well retaliate with great force, leaving you battered and bruised." The soldiers collectively scoffed, "You timid? Just moments ago, while we were being beaten, you were cheering on your father." Jiang Junji, with an audacious demeanor, continued, "This antidote can only be concocted on the road, so do not expect us to carry a surplus to provide you all at once. Furthermore, do not presume that threats will compel us to produce the antidote for you. After all, a moment's tremor in our hands could result in a poison instead." Yuan Yuanqi sighed helplessly. "Now that we are exiled, we must rely solely on ourselves. Given our pitiful situation, I trust that the officials will not make things difficult for us. Indeed, we shall not impose any difficulties." The leading officer gritted his teeth in response. These two women truly lack shame. Just moments ago, they had been beaten by Jiang Kaicheng, and now they feigned pity. They had not yet begun to play the victim. Jiang Kaicheng approached the leading officer and inquired, "What about the 50 taels of silver bestowed upon you by the Dog Emperor?" The leading soldier reluctantly produced the 50 taels, stating, "This is all the money we have for our future expenses, so be cautious in your spending. There are no additional funds. Rest assured, we have secretly stashed away a portion ourselves, sufficient for our needs." With that, Jiang Kaicheng retrieved the stolen silver from the treasury. The treasury's wealth comprised both large ingots and small silver coins, the latter intended for the monthly allowances of the palace maids and eunuchs. He poured a portion into his pouch, pretending it was silver he had hidden in his sleeve. Then he approached Ruan Yuanxi and Jiang Junji, feigning to extract silver from the swaddling of their child and stuff it into the pouch. The pouch brimmed with silver, nearly bursting at the seams. The soldiers were left astounded. They had concealed such a substantial amount of silver without their notice. Jiang Denian eyed the silver greedily and said with a flattering smile, "Second brother, now that we have silver, shall we indulge in some fine delicacies?" Jiang Kaicheng cast a disdainful glance at them and replied, "That is not for you to enjoy. Second brother, you must not say such things. We are, after all, burdened by you. Had it not been for you, we would never have faced the confiscation of our property. The journey to Shiping is lengthy. You cannot abandon us. We are family." Bai Yuefang interjected hastily. Old Madame Jiang nodded and added, "Indeed, this is your elder brother's family. I am your mother. If you neglect us, it would be an act of disloyalty and unfilial conduct. Is that so?" "Father, I believe keeping them around would be a nuisance. We would have to provide for their entire family along the way. They even threaten us, claiming we are disloyal and unfilial. Perhaps it would be better to let them perish. That would save us some provisions," Jiang Junji remarked deliberately. The family from the main house gasped in shock. I am your grandmother. How could you utter such words?" Old Madame Jiang pointed at Jiang Junji, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, pregnant out of wedlock by a rogue man. And you still have the audacity to live and speak so brazenly? You should have thrown yourself to your death to make a statement." Jiang Wanwan chimed in, "Indeed, cousin. When you faced your troubles, our family did not abandon you. We even kept your secret, did we not? How well our grandmother treated you. How can you say such things?" Yet, Jiang Junji merely scoffed coldly. "Could we have kept a secret? If not, your marriage would have been in jeopardy, would it not? Enough of this idle chatter. If you wish to avoid demise, behave yourself along the way. The silver is something we have secretly hidden. It belongs to us and is of no concern to you. If you deem yourselves significant, then you may as well join them in consuming poison." Upon hearing the mention of poison, the members of the main household trembled in fear, instantly rendered speechless. Jiang Kaicheng pondered for a moment, recognizing the difficulties his wife and daughter faced while walking, especially with 4 little grandchildren in tow. Once they reached the next county, he would need to procure a carriage to allow them a proper rest. However, the immediate priority was to resolve the situation with the stall owner. Jiang Kaicheng whispered, "The guest may have fled without consequence, but the stall owner is nearby. I wonder if he overheard our conversation. If he spreads rumors, we might find ourselves in trouble." Jiang Junji replied, "I'll handle it." With that, she handed the 2 children she was carrying to Jiang Kaicheng and approached the owner squatting at the stall. The owner, seeing the commotion had ceased, began to sneak glances. Upon noticing Jiang Junji approaching, he trembled in fear. "Spare me, noble lady. I saw nothing. Please take whatever tea, hot water, or steamed buns you wish. I even made a few hundred copper coins today. Take it all. Just spare me." Jiang Junji stood before him, raised her hand, and asked, "How many is this?" The owner paused momentarily before responding, 5. "Incorrect. This is 1. The owner, taken aback, protested, "I may not be well educated, but do not think you can deceive me." The next moment, under the weight of Jiang Junji's imposing presence, he stammered, Yes, this is 1. "And how many is this?" Jiang Junji retracted 4 fingers, leaving only 1 extended. "That is 5, the owner foolishly asserted. "No, that is 1. Why are you so foolish?" Jiang Junji expressed her disdain. "Have I offended anyone? Why must you make this difficult for me?" The owner lamented. Jiang Junji continued, "Focus on this finger." As she spoke, her slender finger began to sway slowly from side to side. The owner gazed at her beautiful finger, gradually losing his focus. "What did you encounter while setting up your stall today?" she inquired. "I encountered a group of officials bringing some prisoners to buy provisions. They even got into a scuffle," he replied. "Incorrect," Jiang Junji countered. "You clearly encountered only a few ordinary people today. There were no officials or prisoners. You sold several pots of tea and a good amount of provisions, and at no point did you see soldiers or prisoners." The owner, in a daze, murmured, "Oh, I didn't meet any prisoners or officials. I must have remembered incorrectly." "Indeed, you have finally recalled," Jiang Junji affirmed. "Now, I will count down from 3 to 1, and you will fall asleep. After the time of a stick of incense has passed, you will awaken." The owner nodded. "All right." 3, 2, 1. Jiang Junji snapped her fingers. The owner's body slumped, and he collapsed, fast asleep. The members of the main household and the soldiers nearby were all left in astonishment. "What just happened?" Jiang Junji stood up and declared, "All right, he will awaken after the incense burns out. We must leave here quickly." The crowd was still somewhat bewildered. Yet, Jiang Junji had already taken a child from Ruan Yuanqi. After a moment's contemplation, she realized that her father was struggling to manage one child in each hand. She then glanced towards the people in the main house and said, "Qin Ani, could you please help me by holding one child?" Suddenly called upon. Qin Xiaoya was taken aback and looked at Jiang Zhilan. Jiang Zhilan shielded Qin Xiaoya behind her and replied, "Sister Junji, please do not put my aunt in a difficult position. I'm not making it difficult. I merely wish for her to hold a child," Jiang Junji responded. "You see, with my 4 children, my father is having a hard time managing them all. If your mother helps me by holding one, it would make her journey a little more comfortable." Upon hearing that helping Jiang Junji would improve her mother's provisions, Jiang Wanyuan immediately interjected, "No, I will hold the child. You must buy me something to eat. You, who have never taken care of a child, do you think I wouldn't be concerned about you holding my child?" Jiang Junji remarked with a disdainful glance. "Then let my mother do it." Jiang Xiaofei hastily pushed Bai Yuefang forward. "Mother, go help her hold the child, and buy me some delicious food." Bai Yuefang found this suggestion appealing and was about to step forward when Jiang Junji interrupted. "No, please don't. If you hold my child, I will worry you might mistreat him. Only Qin Ani, please." Bai Yuefang was instantly incensed. "How can you speak like that, child? I am your aunt. Surely I would not harm your child." Old Lady Jiang concurred. "Indeed, we are family and would never harm one another." In Old Lady Jiang's eyes, it was evident that any benefits would rightfully go to Bai Yuefang, as she would undoubtedly share any surplus provisions with Jiang Xiaofei, her grandson. After all, he deserved the best food on their journey. As for Qin Xiaoya, she was merely the concubine of her son, having birthed a granddaughter of little worth. Any food would likely be taken by Jiang Zhilan, leaving her grandson with nothing. Jiang Junji reminded them, "If I recall correctly, it was only the day I gave birth that my aunt said, 'Old lady, you must expel me and my 4 children from the house.' Is this what you call a family that would never harm one another?" Old Lady Jiang and Bai Yuefang thought in unison, "How detestable. This little wretch has a remarkable memory." With a cold snort, Jiang Junji turned away from them, saying, "Qin Ani, please come over here." Only then did Qin Ani approach her. She was slender and appeared delicate, and Jiang Junji handed her the smallest of the children. "See Bao, let us depart swiftly. Once we reach the next county, we shall see if we can procure some clothing and perhaps arrange for a carriage." At the mention of a carriage, the eyes of those from the main house brightened with excitement, completely oblivious to the possibility that there might not be room for them. Jiang Junji and her group hastened their journey, and along the way, the officials dared not raise their voices, for their lives were in the hands of this group. The distance from the capital to the neighboring county was not particularly far, and after a long trek, they finally arrived at a county just before nightfall. Jiang Kaicheng retrieved 20 taels of silver from his purse and handed it to the leading soldier, saying, "First, take us to the county jail, and then procure clean clothing and shoes for us. The clothing need not be extravagant, but the shoes should have soft soles and the correct sizes. Also, arrange for a larger carriage." In accordance with the narrative of this book, the amount of silver is not portrayed with the exaggerated sums often found in other novels, where one might encounter figures in the hundreds of thousands. This aspect proves advantageous for Jiang Junji and her companions, as an abundance of silver would diminish its value. Casual purchases would then require substantial expenditure. They cannot continuously withdraw silver from their space, as it would inevitably raise suspicion. However, with silver holding its worth, 10 taels can procure a considerable number of items. The prices for clothing and footwear are relatively modest, and even with numerous purchases, they would unlikely exceed 2 taels. leaving ample funds to acquire a carriage with the remaining dozen taels. Upon accepting the silver, the officer glanced over at a few individuals near the large house and inquired, "Will they also be purchasing?" "Of course," replied Granny Jiang. "Otherwise, wouldn't it be peculiar for us to be clad in the garb of prisoners?" Yuanqi Ruan let out a cold snort, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 14. Bathing the four little ones. The officers escorted them to the county office, where the local constables remained oblivious to the unfolding events and were engaging in friendly banter with the officers. "Brother, it must be exhausting managing this group of exile convicts. How about we share a drink?" The officer managed a wry smile. "No, I cannot indulge in drink, for we must continue our journey early tomorrow. I must first register our itinerary with the county magistrate." In truth, he was preoccupied with the necessity of purchasing clothing and a carriage later that evening. The jailers confined Jiang Junji and her group within a dungeon, where the cells were completely sealed off, to glimpse inside or for those within to see outside. There existed only a narrow gap by the door and a small window in the wall. This arrangement conveniently facilitated Jiang Junji's plans. She, along with Jiang Kaiqing and Yuanqi Ruan, shared a cell, while the four little ones were also situated nearby. In a hushed tone, Jiang Junji said, "Father, Mother and I will enter the space. You stay here and watch." "All right, be quick," Jiang Kaiqing replied. Thus, Yuanqi Ruan and Jiang Junji stepped into the space. Upon entering, they promptly selected a location in the villa within the space and placed the four little ones on a small bed, uncovering a blanket to change their diapers. The diapers were already soiled, yet the little ones did not cry. However, they certainly required a wash given their unclean state. Jiang Junji procured a disposable bedsheet, while Yuanqi Ruan assisted in undressing the children. She prepared warm water for their cleansing. Once the water was ready, it was brought forth, and the four little ones took turns being washed, exhibiting remarkable compliance. The eldest, during his wash, appeared half asleep, seemingly relishing the prospect of slumber. The second child, though awake, was somewhat dazed as he washed. The third child seemed apprehensive of the water, displaying tension as he clenched his tiny fists, his lips pouting in a display of distress, fearful of mishap. The fourth child was quite spirited, kicking her legs during her wash, prompting Jiang Junji to seize the opportunity to playfully pat her bottom, an experience delightful to the touch. After completing the washing, they dressed the four little ones anew and wrapped them snugly in blankets. Once these tasks were accomplished, they carried the children out and permitted Jiang Kaicheng to enter the space for a bath. Meanwhile, the officers had already procured some new garments and were gathered together in discussion. "Brother, do you truly believe we are so bound by others? I cannot accept it. They are exiles, while we are officials. How can we heed their commands?" The leading officer, with a grim expression, responded, "If we do not comply, what options do we possess? Have you experienced the agony when the poison strikes? Without an antidote, how do we survive? Perhaps we should seek a physician? Let us split up. 2 of us will procure clothing, 2 will search for a nearby doctor to discern any remedies, while the rest will find a means to acquire a carriage." The officer pondered for a moment, recognizing the wisdom in this approach. If a physician could resolve the poison, it would alleviate their predicament. Thus, they began to allocate tasks. He and another soldier inquired throughout the town for any physicians, visiting several medical establishments. By the time darkness fell, the clinics had shuttered their doors. Yet fortunately, the doctors were still awake and agreed to examine them. After a lengthy consultation, however, the doctor merely shook his head, stating, "Esteemed official, you appear quite robust. I do not detect anything amiss. Could you describe your discomfort? I have been poisoned, and the pain is excruciating when the toxin manifests, particularly in my lower abdomen. The individual who poisoned me provided a small dose of antidote, which alleviated the pain swiftly. He mentioned that this small dose merely delays the onset of further symptoms, and I must take it again every 3 days," the officer explained. The elderly doctor furrowed his brow, replying, "I have never encountered such a poison. Perhaps you should wait and see if symptoms recur. My knowledge is limited. I truly cannot discern anything further." The officer frowned, suspecting the doctor's ineptitude, and inquired, "Are there any other physicians in this town?" The old doctor promptly detailed a few more clinics. Following his guidance, the officer visited each location to seek further examinations, but, without exception, none could provide any insight. The officer frowned. Could it be that the previous physician had indeed provided the antidote? Was it possible that the poison dissipated upon ingestion, and the claim of needing further doses was merely a ruse to deceive him? Contemplating this possibility, the officer resolved to observe the situation in 3 days. If symptoms persisted, it would indicate the uniqueness of the toxin, one that the local physicians could not identify. If no symptoms emerged, it would confirm their innocence, and they would need to devise a strategy to neutralize Jiang Junji, preventing him from wielding threats against them. When the officers reconvened, they had successfully acquired clothing and a carriage. The carriage was drawn by 2 horses, typically valued at around 5 taels of silver each. The carriage was spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals, with 2 seats at the front for drivers. The officers then proceeded to the inn to rest. While in the cell, Jiang Junji and her family took turns bathing before bed. That night, Jiang Junji fed the 4 little ones and placed them in a cozy corner to sleep on soft bedding, while she and her parents settled in the cell, ensuring they would not be discovered by any guards conducting checks. Although the cell contained a pile of straw and a rudimentary bed, sleep remained elusive and uncomfortable for Jiang Junji, who tossed and turned restlessly. "Jiu, perhaps you should enter the space. Our parents are watching, and someone may come to call you," whispered Wan Yuanqi. "No need, I can manage to sleep," Jiang Junji replied. She finally found a somewhat comfortable position and, after much effort, drifted into slumber. When morning arrived, everyone awoke to find their legs sore and aching. Aside from Jiang Junji, who had a military background, the others were accustomed to a life of ease. After a long day of travel, they felt utterly drained, their legs weak and ready to buckle. Now, after a night's rest, their muscles protested painfully. Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanqi discreetly sipped from the spiritual spring, feeling somewhat better, while the others from the main house looked utterly miserable, particularly Jiang Wan Yuan, who struggled to stand. The jailer, arriving at the appointed hour, bellowed, "All right, get up. You lot of exiles need to rise and prepare for the journey." "Mother, my legs hurt so much, I don't want to get up," Jiang Wan Yuan lamented, clutching Bai Yuefeng while crying. She not only felt pain in her feet, but also noticed something amiss with her shoes and socks. Suspecting that the long trek had caused blisters, which had burst, causing her socks to stick uncomfortably to her skin. The thought of continuing on this arduous journey was unbearable. Bai Yuefeng gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. "Don't worry, your second uncle arranged for the officers to procure a carriage. Soon, we shall ride and spare ourselves the hardship of walking." Jiang Wan Yuan considered this and nodded, pushing herself up with effort. The presence of a carriage was a relief. The idea of walking any further was simply unacceptable. Chapter 15. Purchasing meat buns. The jailer began to unlock each cell, and the prisoners filed out in a line to wash up. The washing facilities were exceedingly basic, but fortunately, Jiang Junji and her companions had already utilized the space to freshen up, merely pretending to do so now. Once everyone had completed their morning routines, breakfast was distributed. Each person received a cold cornmeal pancake, completely frozen, which was dry and lacked flavor, seemingly devoid of any seasoning. Just plain cornmeal cooked into a pancake. The taste was utterly unpalatable. Jiang Wan Yuan took a bite and found it distasteful. Thinking of how Jiang Junji had money and how she could ask her second uncle for something better once they exited the government office. Resolving not to eat this rubbish, she tossed the pancake on the ground. Seeing her action, Jiang Xiaofei inquired, "Sister, why aren't you eating? There might be something delicious later. Don't waste this." Jiang Wan Yuan leaned closer and whispered, "Just wait." Understanding her reasoning, Jiang Xiaofei promptly discarded his pancake as well. Bai Yuefeng, Jiang Danian, and Grandma Jiang soon followed suit, leaving only concubine Qin and Jiang Zhilan from the main house to quietly finish their cornmeal pancakes. On the side of Jiang Junji, the 3 individuals discreetly stowed away the cornmeal pancakes, pretending they had finished their meal. The jailer, not paying close attention to their breakfast, returned after a while, and, seeing several partially consumed pancakes on the ground, scoffed, "Oh, quite the temper you have. Do you fancy yourselves as nobles? Discontent with the food, are we? Then let us forego eating altogether and continue on our journey." The officers responsible for your transport have arrived, and I wonder how you intend to muster the strength for the road, having eaten nothing. I shudder to think of you starving along the way." Though Jiang Laotai and the others were initially inclined to retort, they ultimately suppressed their responses. After a barrage of sarcastic remarks, the jailer prepared to escort them outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback to discover a horse-drawn carriage. Questioning, "Brother, how is it that you have a carriage? Wasn't there only that small cart yesterday?" The officer chuckled and explained, "Given the arduous nature of the journey, we thought it prudent to take turns resting in the carriage. We wouldn't want to tire ourselves out for the sake of these exiles, would we?" "Ha ha ha, indeed. You are quite astute, my brother," the jailer praised, pondering whether overseeing exiled prisoners could be a lucrative endeavor, given the funds for a carriage. This carriage, drawn by 2 horses, was rather substantial, likely worth a considerable sum of silver. Jiang Junji and her companions followed the soldiers towards the county gate. Once distanced from the government office, Jiang Junji smiled and inquired, "Brother officer, did you visit the doctor yesterday? What did he say?" The officers, initially nonchalant, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her question. How could she possibly know they had seen a doctor? Unfazed by their evident shock, Jiang Junji continued with a feigned smile, "The doctor was unable to discern any ailments affecting you. Was he? You must be thinking that the poison has likely been neutralized." Eagerly awaiting 3 days to see if the symptoms re-emerge, the expressions of the officers darkened, revealing their unease. It was clear that she had anticipated their intentions, and her directness suggested the poison was indeed genuine. To their astonishment, this young girl possessed such remarkable insight. Moreover, the trick she had played on a market vendor yesterday seemed impressive as well. Could it be that this girl was not merely ordinary? As this thought crossed their minds, the soldiers regarded Jiang Junji with heightened wariness. Sensing their trepidation, one Yuanchi interjected, "Regardless of how many doctors you consult, the result will remain the same. This is a unique poison. Of course, if you remain skeptical, you may wait until the appointed 3 days pass, and the truth will reveal itself." Seeing their unwavering conviction, the soldiers felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. Thankfully, they had chosen to wait. Had they rashly concluded the poison had been neutralized based on inconclusive examinations, they might have faced dire consequences when the 3 days elapsed without an antidote. With this realization, the leading officer exhaled in relief, grateful they had not acted impulsively. He revealed a smile that was awkward yet courteous as he said, "You jest, my friends. We had no time to seek a physician last night. Our arrival in this county was far too late, as all the shops had already closed. It took considerable effort to procure ready-made garments and find a suitable carriage." A soldier nearby chimed in, "Indeed, by the time we finished our purchases, it was already dark. We had no choice but to take lodging at the post station. There was simply no time to consult a doctor." Observing their guilty demeanor, Jiang Junji recognized their deceit but chose not to expose it. As the group prepared to depart the county, their carriage remained conspicuously empty. Upon passing a street near the city gate, Jiang Wanwan could not help but swallow hard as she noticed a variety of food stalls. "Second uncle, let us procure some provisions. That corn cake was utterly dreadful. I barely took a few bites before discarding it." "Indeed, second brother, you surely did not consume that corn cake either, did you? It was cold and tasteless. Unfit even for a beggar," Jiang Danian remarked. Meanwhile, Qin Auntie and Jiang Zhilan wore grim expressions, as they were the only 2 who had finished the corn cakes. Grandmother Jiang urged, "Second, quickly fetch some silver. We are nearing the city gate. Hand it to the officer to buy us some food. Once we pass through the gate and are out of sight, we can eat in haste." Jiang Kaicheng remained silent, merely producing a pouch of coins and retrieving a piece of broken silver, which he handed to the officer, whispering, "Purchase a few meat buns, steamed buns, and some corn cakes, along with a few side dishes." "Understood." The 2 officers moved off with half a tael of silver. In this literary world, 1 tael of silver equaled 1,000 cash, so half a tael amounted to 500 cash. This small county was relatively close to the capital, and prices were not particularly low. Typically, meat buns sold for around 25 cash each. These were of a decent size, and a hearty adult man could be satisfied with 2, priced at 5 cash apiece. Steamed buns, though devoid of meat, were made from white flour, costing approximately 3 cash for a large bun. As for corn cakes, They were quite inexpensive, with small ones priced at 2 for 1 cash and larger ones at 1 cash each. The two soldiers estimated and purchased 20 large meat buns, 20 large steamed buns, and the remainder in corn cakes. When the two soldiers returned with the wrapped food, those from the main house were salivating, their gazes fixated on the greasy paper wrapping the meat buns. Since the day of the raid, they had been subsisting on corn cakes or similar provisions, selecting only the cheapest fare, devoid of any dried meats. It felt as though it had been an eternity since they had tasted meat, and the warm meat buns were utterly tantalizing. Once the soldiers returned with the provisions, the group exited through the city gate. As soon as the soldiers guarding the gate were out of sight, Grandmother Jiang hurried to the soldier holding the food, exclaiming, "Quickly, give us the meat buns." She spoke with an authoritative tone. After all, the fate of the officers was still in Jiang Kaicheng's hands, and she believed there was no need for politeness with these officials, considering they were all family. The official glanced at Jiang Kaicheng, who replied, "Give it to me." The soldier then handed over the meat buns to Jiang Kaicheng. He meticulously extracted the meat from each bun, 2 for himself, 2 for Jiang Junji, 2 for Wang Yuanqi, 1 each for Qin Yinyang and Jiang Zhelan, and the remaining 12 he distributed to the officials, saying, "You brothers can share these 12. The surrounding officials were incredulous. "We too can eat meat buns?" Chapter 16. Are you truly in exile? Must you still stay at an inn on the road of banishment? Initially, it was presumed that the leftover 10 meat buns would be reserved for the main household. But how could there be portions for them as well? Jiang Kaicheng replied, "What shall we eat then?" The elder Jiang lady was instantly enraged. "You unfilial child! I am your mother. Those meat buns should rightfully belong to me. How can they be given to outsiders?" Jiang Junji shot her a disdainful glance, warning, "If you keep nagging, there will be nothing left to eat." Hearing this, the elder Jiang lady was infuriated and attempted to rush at Jiang Junji, but Jiang Danian quickly restrained her. With a flattering smile directed at Jiang Kaicheng, Jiang Danian asked, "Brother, what shall we eat then? You've shared the meat buns. Surely there must be some steamed buns left for us?" "Well, let the officials divide the 12 meat buns. That may not be sufficient. We can provide them with 20 steamed buns to ensure they are satiated, and the remaining steamed buns, along with all the cornmeal buns, shall be yours. You may eat the cornmeal buns with those vegetables." At the mention of cornmeal buns, Jiang Danian and the others felt nauseated. "Second uncle, I do not wish to eat cornmeal buns. I desire meat buns." Jiang Wanyue suddenly burst into tears. "Please give me a meat bun." "No, half of one will suffice." Jiang Xiaofei hurriedly added, "Yes, second uncle, please let us have a meat bun." Jiang Kaicheng would not relent simply because they were crying. He had clearly observed their previous attitudes towards his daughter. Although they had targeted the original Jiang Junji from the book, his daughter had traversed into this world, and they were thus making her suffer. Providing them with cornmeal and steamed buns was a gesture considering that their travel expenses included provisions for them. Otherwise, they would be left with only dry rations. "There is no room for negotiation," Jiang Kaicheng declared. The main household was left with their frustrations unvoiced. However, Jiang Wanyue fixed her gaze on Qin Yinyang, questioning, "Why does Qin Yinyang get to eat meat buns? She is merely a concubine, and Jiang Zhelan is still just a daughter of a secondary branch. By what right do they eat? Give us their meat buns. They can have steamed buns." Qin Yinyang bit her lip, tightly clutching the meat bun in her hand, reluctant to part with it. "Qin Yinyang still needs to help me with the child," Jiang Junji remarked. "I will give her 2 meat buns for helping me with the child. Do you have any objections? She will certainly want to share one with her daughter. So let it be 1 for each. It's just holding a child. I could do that too. Today, I will hold a child. I want to eat meat buns." Jiang Wanyue declared, "I will not let you hold my son. You are unworthy." Jiang Junji shot her a disdainful look. Jiang Wanyue was on the verge of exploding with anger, but no matter how furious she became, Jiang Junji had already made up her mind, and that was unlikely to change. They stood aside, eating as they slowly made their way. Although it was merely steamed cornbread, they had purchased some vegetables to stuff inside, enhancing the flavor considerably compared to the plain cornbread they had before. Once everyone had finished their meal, Jiang Kaicheng suggested, "Let us take turns boarding the carriage to change our garments." He then instructed Wang Yuanqi and Jiang Junji, the mother and daughter, to be the first to change clothes in the carriage, allowing the child to be held by Aunt Qin. Jiang Kaicheng, cradling the child, approached the officer and inquired, "Are we far from the next county town?" The officer glanced at the map and replied, "It's not a great distance, as we approach the capital. The county towns are relatively close together. However, as we head westward towards Ping, the distances between towns will widen, potentially leading to several nights spent sleeping in the wilderness. At our previous pace, we could ensure that for the initial days, we could reach a small county town each day, but after 3 or 4 days, that guarantee diminishes." Understanding this, Jiang Kaicheng asked, "Must we register at each county town? After registering, are we obligated to remain in the town's jail?" The officer explained, "As long as we pass through a county town marked on the route, registration is compulsory. After registering, you're not necessarily required to stay, as if the weather permits. We can continue traveling and spend the night outdoors." Jiang Kaicheng grasped the situation and declared, "Then let us hasten our pace today to reach the next county's office early for registration. You will inform them of our intent to continue on, and afterward, we will return to stay at an inn." "Stay at an inn?" The officer was taken aback. "Are you truly in exile? You wish to stay at an inn along the way?" Jiang Kaicheng's demeanor was serious, clearly indicating he was not jesting. Those nearby were astonished to hear they would be able to stay at an inn that night, avoiding the filthy, foul-smelling jail cells. Jiang Kaicheng continued, "I observe that this carriage can accommodate 7 or 8 individuals comfortably. My wife, daughter, Aunt Qin, and my niece will remain in the carriage holding the child. The remaining 3 or 4 of us will take turns. There are 2 seats at the front for the officers to alternate. This way, we will have ample time to rest, allowing us to travel more swiftly afterward, ensuring we maintain our pace." Although Jiang Kaicheng preferred not to have the main family members in the carriage, their absence would only delay the journey, necessitating a return to the jail at night. Moreover, having 2 carriages would draw too much attention, as if they were soldiers seeking an excuse. They had only a limited number of people and did not need 2 carriages. They had no choice but to take turns. Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang quickly interjected, "This is unacceptable. Why should the young ones, Aunt Qin and her daughter, remain in the carriage? You all must let me, being of advanced age, have a continuous seat, while the rest of you take turns. Also, Xiao Fei is still young and cannot walk far. He needs to rest." Jiang Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Jiang Wanwan, however, was discontent, feeling slighted that only her younger brother was mentioned, questioning her worthiness. At this moment, Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi had just disembarked from the carriage, stating that they intended to hold the children. "You two are utterly unreliable. I do not wish for you to hold my child." Elderly Lady Jiang's face flushed with anger. After all, had she not merely remarked previously about expelling her and her 4 illegitimate children from the household? How could she harbor such a grudge until now? That little wretch truly lacked shame. To think that the 4 children born of a wild man were deemed worthy of such protection. It would be better to let them perish right here and spare the trouble of 4 more little rascals. Elderly Lady Jiang entertained many venomous thoughts in her mind, though she would never dare voice them. Should she utter even a single word, she feared she would forfeit her chance to rest on the carriage and might even meet her end on the spot today. After Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi alighted, the others took their turn to board the carriage and change clothes. Once donned in fresh attire, they felt remarkably rejuvenated. The group took turns changing clothes in the carriage, after which Jiang Junji, Ruan Yuanxi, and concubine Qin, along with her daughter, boarded the carriage, each cradling 4 children. Considering the issue of stamina, the first to rest were elderly Lady Jiang, Bai Yuefeng, and Jiang Wanwan. With a carriage filled with women, all slender in form, it was still possible to squeeze another person inside, prompting Jiang Xiaofei to board for a rest as well. Every half hour, they would rotate positions, making it a relatively relaxed journey. As noon approached, the only food remaining from their morning provisions was steamed cornbread, so everyone settled for cornbread and dry rations. While eating, Jiang Danian cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Kaicheng, a mere brute, utterly devoid of intellect. How could he think it right to deny them meat buns, yet allow the officers to consume them? Now, they too had to eat cornbread at midday. However, Jiang Kaicheng paid little heed to such matters. He quickly finished his meal and boarded the carriage to assess the situation. he discovered that the seating could indeed be lifted, allowing space beneath for storage, prompting him to devise a plan. "Father, what is it?" Jiang Junji inquired. "My dear daughter," he replied, "look here. We can indeed store items beneath this seat. I was wondering if we might purchase a pot or something similar. That way, we could prepare some food at noon." Chapter 17. You dare call my child ugly? Perhaps you should first gaze into the mirror and reflect upon your own state. Upon seeing such a spacious area for storage, Jiang Junji nodded in agreement, stating, "When we arrive at the next county, let us procure some rice and perhaps some pickled vegetables and meat. We can prepare porridge for lunch and all sit together to rest. Indeed, it would be wise to stockpile provisions. There may be instances where we must camp in the wilderness, uncertain of our ability to acquire food. Each time we depart from a county, we must ensure we are well supplied. Moreover, the officers there have a cart where we can place other items." With their plan in place, Jiang Kaichang surmised that he could secretly retrieve food from their supplies, claiming they had purchased it in the county. After the group finished their lunch, they resumed their journey. Given the ample rest period today, they progressed much faster than the previous day, and, as evening approached, they arrived at a new county before darkness fell. To avoid suspicion, they changed back into the prison uniforms worn by the exiles and proceeded to the government office for registration. Observing the sky, the official in charge inquired, "Good sir, will this group be residing in our jail today?" The officer quickly replied, No, the day is still young. We shall travel a bit longer. Otherwise, when the mountain paths become treacherous or rain begins to fall, it would be challenging to proceed. I fear we may not reach sheeping within the stipulated time." Indeed, it was a valid point. The brothers had endured considerable hardship. After completing the registration, the group departed. No sooner had they exited the city gates than Jiang Kaicheng and several officers changed into their regular attire. Before re-entering the city, Jiang Junji remarked, "Father, remember to purchase a large pot and also some bowls. A few plates will suffice, and we must have chopsticks and spoons. Most importantly, we need rice." Yuanqi added, "Check if there are any firewood sellers in the county town. If so, we should buy a bundle to avoid being without fuel. Furthermore, they ought to acquire several sets of clothing. If we are to stay at an inn, everyone must change into fresh garments." Jiang Kaicheng nodded, committing everything to memory before proceeding with the soldiers into the city for purchases. Meanwhile, in the big house, upon hearing about the stay at the inn, Zhang Laotai and her companions exchanged glances filled with a glimmer of hope. If they could indeed stay at the inn, would they not have the opportunity to sleep separately? Perhaps this would offer a chance to escape? Each of them began to plot in their minds, planning to masquerade as ordinary folk once inside, confident that the shackles would not remain on them. Once freed from their bonds, they could flee at any moment. However, the dilemma of lacking funds post-escape posed a significant challenge. They would need a strategy to procure money. Jiang Junji observed their expressions but chose to remain silent, allowing them to contemplate their next moves. After Jiang Kaicheng and his companions had completed their shopping, acquiring all that Yuanqi and Jiang Junji had instructed, he additionally purchased some dried meat for preservation. Besides, he procured a few spices and, after some thought, decided to buy a stand for the pot, which he promptly acquired. On his way back, he chanced upon villagers selling firewood in the county town and bought 2 bundles for 5 coins. He then inquired about the cheapest ready-made clothing shop, purchasing several outfits. Upon returning to the place where their carriage was parked outside the city, the group assessed the space on the cart. Jiang Junji suggested, "Let us first place our belongings on the ground. After changing into our new clothes on the cart, we will enter the city in batches to stay at the inn. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather outside the city at the hour of Chun, around 7 o'clock a.m. To prevent anyone from escaping, we must arrange our accommodations wisely." Yuanqi then proposed, "Husband, you should stay with a few officers, alongside Brother Da and Xiao Fei. The remaining women will stay together, and we will assign several officers to accompany us at the inn." Upon hearing that they would be separated and that both sides would be accompanied by officers, the big house's occupants felt their hopes of escape diminish. It was already a challenge to escape from one side, let alone both. Moreover, Yuanqi's arrangement clearly indicated that Jiang Kaicheng would be responsible for keeping an eye on Jiang Danian and Jiang Xiaofei. with a few officers stationed outside to monitor them. The same principle applied to the women, with several officers accompanying them. Their chances of fleeing became exceedingly slim. After the allocation of personnel, everyone boarded the carriage and changed their attire, placing their purchased items, as well as the soldiers' official attire and weapons, inside before preparing to set off. Jiang Kaicheng assigned several officials of average martial prowess, who had never previously harassed Jiang Junji, to accompany the women. Before parting ways, he sternly warned them, "Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards my wife and daughter. If anyone dares to report to me tomorrow, I shall take your heads." The officials nodded in agreement, thinking to themselves, who would dare to lay a hand on your wife and daughter when you are so fearsome? Once they split up, one group took the carriage while the other pushed carts, heading to two different inns for lodging. Jiang Junji and her companions arrived at Modest Inn, where the innkeeper promptly approached them, saying, "Esteemed guests, would you like to rest or stay overnight?" Staying overnight. "Innkeeper, what is the maximum number of beds in your rooms?" Jiang Junji inquired. "Sir, our largest room accommodates 4 beds, costing 200 won per day, but we only have 2 such rooms. The others contain either 1 or 2 beds." "Then please take us to see the size of the rooms," Jiang Junji requested. "Certainly." The innkeeper immediately led them upstairs to inspect the accommodations. The room was quite spacious yet rather simple. The 4 beds were decently sized, accompanied by a central table and several chairs. Though this place may be small, it is well equipped for rest. There is also an adjoining room where we can summon hot water at any time. A bath with a bucket of hot water costs only 2 won. What do you think, esteemed guest? Jiang Junji found the place satisfactory and nodded. "All right. We shall take the 2 larger rooms." There were exactly 4 officials accompanying them, who would occupy the other room, while the larger group would manage to fit into the remaining one. Thus, Jiang Junji went downstairs to pay half a tael of silver, reserving the extra 100 won for their group's bathing and breakfast the following morning before heading upstairs to allocate the beds. She stated, "I will share a bed with my mother, the 4 children will share 1 bed, and Aunt Sheen, you and her daughter will have another. The remaining bed will be for the 3 generations of you." Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang, Bai Yuefang, and Jiang Wanquan were instantly incensed. "Why should we, 3 people, share a bed? It is reasonable for your 4 small children to share one, but 3 of us on a single bed is utterly ridiculous. No, Aunt Sheen and her daughter, a concubine and a legitimate daughter, should sleep on the floor with bedding provided by the innkeeper. The other 2 beds are ours." Jiang Junji shot them a cold glance. "I see you prefer sleeping on the floor?" The 3 immediately fell silent, though they glared at her in anger. This impudent girl was clearly taking the opportunity to vex them, deliberately favoring Aunt Sheen and Jiang Jilan, making the 3 of them feel wronged. They had never been subjected to such indignities at home. It was always Aunt Sheen and Jiang Jilan who bore the brunt of it. Jiang Junju decisively chose the 2 nearest beds, assigning one for the quadruplets and placing all 4 children upon it, while the other bed was for herself and Ruan Yuanqi. The 4 little ones lay on the bed, still wide awake, as Jiang Junji instructed the innkeeper to bring in 3 buckets of water, and together with Ruan Yuanqi, they commenced bathing the 4 little darlings. Jiang Wanquan observed Jiang Junji tenderly bathing the 4 children. The little ones, appearing thin and somewhat unattractive, disdainfully pouted, whispering in what they believed to be hushed tones, "With such ugly children, who knows what sort of wild man their father might be? Perhaps he is merely a beggar." Both Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanshi, possessing keen ears, turned their gazes towards her upon hearing the remarks. Instantly, Jiang Wanquan felt a surge of guilt and straightened her posture, attempting to feign ignorance of her words. However, Jiang Junji boldly retorted, "Are you implying my children are ugly? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and reflect on your own condition. My 4 little ones are far more charming than you." Chapter 18. Ascending to the throne as Empress. Isn't that a delightful prospect? Upon hearing Jiang Junji assert that she was even less attractive than these 4 homely children, Jiang Wanquan was incensed, ready to confront her. Fortunately, Bai Yuefang swiftly restrained her, shaking her head in disapproval. Frustrated, she sank back down, lamenting her current predicament, feeling bound by circumstances. It was clear that her family had been exiled due to the machinations of Jiang Junji's family. and now they wielded control over soldiers and possessed silver. They ought to compensate her family appropriately. How could they treat her so disdainfully? Surely, their conscience had been devoured by a dog. After bathing the 4 infants, Jiang Junji turned away from the others, cradling a child in her arms while feeding him against the wall. The eldest child, eyes half closed in contentment, relished his meal. He was the pickiest eater among the 4 and had previously been dissatisfied with the wet nurse's offerings. Now, he devoured his food with delight. Once he finished, Ruan Yuanshi took him gently, patting his back. Once all 4 children had been fed, Jiang Junji summoned a servant to dispose of the dirty water and prepare hot water for their bathing. They would take turns bathing in the ear room, ensuring that one of them remained in the main room while the other was in the ear room, to prevent any of the other occupants from escaping. After all, should they flee at this moment, the next time they attempted to travel to another county, discrepancies in numbers might prompt the court to send out search parties, which would only increase the soldiers' presence and hinder the escape of the remaining members. Once everyone had bathed, they felt rejuvenated, a stark contrast to their previous state of filth. Before retiring for the night, Jiang Junji confirmed that the 4 little ones were sound asleep, peacefully slumbering, before moving a table to the entrance of the room. If anyone attempted to escape during the night, the noise of the table being moved would alert her. The night was eerily quiet. Meanwhile, within the palace, Wang Desheng was beset with headaches. Late at night, the Minister of Revenue arrived to report that following the announcement of increased taxes, many citizens expressed their discontent, refusing to accept the hike, claiming that the state treasury's theft had nothing to do with them. They had not stolen anything, and thus had no reason to compensate with their money. The sheer volume of protests made it impossible for the authorities to manage the crowd. It was as if they had collectively resolved not to pay, and the officials could not simply go door to door seizing the citizens' money. These ungrateful subjects, they balk at a mere increase in taxes. If they refuse to contribute even this small amount, what sort of emperor am I? Wang Desheng slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The Minister of Revenue quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." In his heart, he harbored disdain. This foolish emperor was indeed a tyrant. For the common folk, merely surviving was already a formidable challenge, yet he sought to double the taxes. It was only a matter of time before protests erupted. If the emperor forced them into a corner, death was inevitable, be it from starvation or execution for rebellion. What difference did it make? Wang Desheng clenched his teeth and declared, "In that case, there is but one course of action." The Minister of Revenue, perplexed, inquired, "What wisdom does His Majesty possess?" It was evident that this dim-witted ruler would not conceive any clever strategies. Seize the properties of those corrupt officials. Wang Desheng ground his teeth in resolve. The most notorious of the corrupt, the Minister of Revenue, replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for alarm. My estate has already been confiscated, and there is naught left to seize." Wang Desheng's gaze bore down upon the minister. "I recall that you have embezzled a considerable sum of silver." The minister hastily feigned a look of trepidation, kneeling, and implored, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. I assure you, I have not enough of your pretense. For years, I have turned a blind eye to your transgressions. Now that the treasury is in dire need, if you wish to avoid confiscation, it would be prudent to reveal your hidden wealth. I might even allow you to retain a portion." Wang Desheng threatened through gritted teeth. The minister was on the verge of tears. "Your Majesty, I too was among those who were robbed by that scoundrel. To be frank, I am not afraid of confiscation. Even if you were to scour my estate from top to bottom, you would find little of value." Wang Desheng mused, "Ah yes, his estate was also plundered by that brigand. Your Majesty, is it not said that the fare by Xiao Xiao has arrived in the capital? She brought with her a dowry of 500,000 taels and numerous businesses. It is rumored that her father is an astute businessman, generating daily earnings of over 10,000 taels." Wang Desheng's expression was difficult to describe, tinged with a hint of disdain. Upon her arrival in the capital, Bai Xiao Xiao boldly proclaimed that if she were to be honored as a consort, she would require a portion of her dowry amounting to 100,000 taels. For the title of empress, she demanded 200,000 taels. The Minister of Revenue, with an awkward yet polite smile, remarked, "Your Majesty, the position of empress remains vacant. With this 200,000 taels, we would not be short on funds for the time being. With so many individuals in the palace, if we were to economize, our daily expenses would only amount to 200 taels, accounting for the monthly stipends of the consorts and the various ministers. It would total around 20,000 taels per month. Thus, 200,000 taels would sustain us for 10 months, during which the populace would have paid their taxes. Wang Desheng's countenance darkened. As a sovereign, was he truly to sell himself and the position of empress? How audacious of Bai Xiaoxiao to suggest such terms. Why not simply demand the title of Empress Dowager for 300,000 taels? Ascending to such heights in one fell swoop, was that not a delightful prospect? Convey my decree. Bai Xiaoxiao shall be named Empress. Zhang Shun, come forth and draft the edict. I find myself unable to continue writing. Wang Desheng commanded. Immediately, Eunuch Zhang stepped forward to prepare the imperial edict. After a moment's thought, Wang Desheng added, when the edict is delivered to Bai Xiaoxiao, inform her that I lack the funds to arrange for her coronation ceremony. If she desires such a ceremony, she must finance it herself, and ensure the price is set high. Do you understand? Yes, your servant understands, Your Majesty, replied Eunuch Zhang. Wang Desheng contemplated that the coronation ceremony typically requires a sum ranging between 20 to 30,000 taels of silver, and thus, it would be prudent to have Bai Xiaoxiao contribute at least 50,000 taels. Bestowing her the title of Empress would only necessitate an additional 200,000, which would not be a financial loss. Moreover, with Bai Xiaoxiao entering the palace, he need not necessarily engage with her intimately. Perhaps it was due to his previous donning of the eunuch's attire that he felt an air of misfortune. He sensed a certain impotence in matters of intimacy lately, often concluding before he could fully indulge himself. Although his favored concubines made no overt complaints, he could distinctly perceive a change in their demeanor, which diverged from their usual comportment. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he suddenly found solace in his impotence, for it would afford him an excuse to avoid consummating his marriage with Bai Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, he feared he might be overwhelmed with nausea. Unbeknownst to the tribulations unfolding on this side, Jiang Junji slumbered soundly that night. Upon awakening the following morning, everything within the room remained unchanged from the previous night. The inhabitants of the main chamber showed no inclination to escape. They rose early, and after tidying their belongings, Jiang Junji first tended to the 4 children, providing them with nourishment before descending to join the others for breakfast. After repast, they set forth once more. Upon exiting the city gates, the soldiers donned the attire of officials and continued their journey. Having rested well the previous night, and with Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng having infused the teapot in their room with spring water, everyone felt rejuvenated and ready for the day's travel. Their pace in the morning was significantly swifter than before. By midday, as they approached the next county, the group decided to pause and prepare a meal. They selected a spot to settle down, and Jiang Kaicheng volunteered to fetch water nearby. In reality, he entered a spatial realm and returned with 2 buckets, one filled with regular water for washing pots, rice, and dishes, and the other a mixture of spring water and ordinary water intended for cooking porridge. After rinsing the rice, it was placed in the water, while the soldiers produced fire starters to ignite a flame, occasionally adding firewood to maintain it. As the group rested, Jiang Junji retrieved some jerky, planning to distribute 2 pieces to each person, while those less favored would receive merely half a piece. One soldier turned to Jiang Kaicheng and inquired, General Jiang, we should reach the next county in about an hour's walk. Shall we stay in tonight? Jiang Kaicheng glanced at Ruan Yuanxi and Jiang Junji, both of whom nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to affirm that it would be the same as the previous night, he heard a faint, intermittent sound nearby. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, it seems there is some noise. Could it be a snake or something similar? Jiang Wanyuan, feeling frightened, moved closer to Bai Yuefang, expressing concern about the remote location surrounded by woods, fearing the presence of venomous serpents. Her comment prompted the others to heighten their vigilance, with several soldiers gripping their weapons, prepared to strike should a poisonous snake emerge. Jiang Junji and her companions listened intently, noting the sound grew increasingly pronounced, footsteps that were certainly not those of a snake. However, the weight of the footsteps suggested a creature of considerable size. Exchanging glances, they silently devised a plan. Jiang Kaiching stated, "This is not a snake. It must be a large animal, possibly weighing 200 or 300 jin. Everyone, please remain seated." Chapter 19. Your face is truly large. Do you really think I am opposing you? Do you even deserve it? With that, Jiang Kaicheng exchanged glances with several soldiers, prompting them to rise. Following the direction of the sound, he, along with the soldiers, turned their attention to the side. Moments later, a dark shadow suddenly charged out from within, glaring fiercely at the group. It was a wild boar. This boar was quite dark, unlike the flabby domestic pig. Its flesh appeared remarkably firm. It arrogantly regarded them, snorting as if to warn these humans that they had intruded upon its territory. However, many among them simply stared, swallowing hard. What a massive pig! The meat on its body must be extraordinarily delicious. They could hardly contain their saliva. Contemplating this, their eyes hungrily fixated on its flesh. Coincidentally, they were about to prepare a meal. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity for lunch? Jiang Junji exclaimed, "Father, let us capture this pig. We shall have an extra meal." "No problem," Jiang Kaicheng responded, rubbing his belly. This wild boar had truly whetted their appetites. Oblivious to its peril, the wild boar charged at them. Seeing that they had not vacated its territory, Jiang Kaicheng swiftly seized a whip from a soldier and lashed out. The boar nimbly dodged, but the next strike landed squarely upon it. It squealed in pain, prompting several soldiers to spread out and strike its hooves with their whips. Jiang Kaicheng then expertly flung the whip, ensnaring the boar's body and flipping it over onto its back. As the boar struggled to right itself, Jiang Kaicheng and the others swiftly approached to restrain it. Jiang Kaicheng retrieved a fragrant sedative from his supplies, instructing, "Hold your breath, do not inhale." The group collectively stifled their breaths as the sedative was placed before the boar's nose. Gradually, it ceased its struggles and became motionless. Jiang Junji stood up excitedly, proclaiming, "Wonderful! We can enjoy the extra meat, and any surplus can be sold for money, which will provide us with more funds for our journey." The news brought joy to everyone. Jiang Xiaofei inquired, "Can we then purchase another cart? With 2 carts, we would need to take turns resting, right? We could rest continuously." Jiang Junji looked at him disdainfully. 2 carts could not accommodate all of them, and some would still have to walk. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of disappointment. After all, as long as someone had to walk, it would likely be them. Granny Zhang's eyes sparkled as she suggested, "Second son, how about this? We sell the pig, and then buy 2 carts or even 3. With our numbers, we should all fit comfortably. Once we reach a new county, we can first settle into an inn, leaving 2 carts there while 1 carries our clothes. We can then change and head to the government office to register, pretending to depart, and return to the inn to continue our stay. What do you think? Indeed, if we do that, we won't have to walk at all during our journey." Jiang Danian's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Second brother, I find this proposal rather commendable. We can enjoy a good rest at the inn and indulge in a few more meals of meat." Jiang Kaicheng let out a cold snicker, responding, "This cart has already cost us nearly 20 taels of silver. Acquiring 2 more carts will likely set us back around 35 taels. Prolonged use of the carts will exhaust the horses. Aside from resting, we must provide them with fodder. Additionally, after traversing a considerable distance, we must change the horses. The cost of purchasing a horse from a stable is approximately 5 taels, and exchanging for a horse of equivalent quality will require an extra tael. With 3 carts and 6 horses, the cost for changing horses amounts to 6 taels. Do you still wish to feast on meat? Do you believe the fund from this wild boar will suffice?" Upon hearing this, everyone felt the funds were insufficient. After all, though the wild boar appeared to weigh 200 to 300 pounds, it would likely not fetch much silver. A single horse costs only 5 taels. How much could a wild boar possibly sell for? While it could provide sustenance, it might still be rather expensive. Jiang Junji contemplated briefly and said, "Forget about acquiring 2 carts. It will be fortunate if we can eat decently on the road. It would be somewhat troublesome to slaughter this boar ourselves. Let's first have porridge. After we sell the boar, we could buy some meat to bring back." The group could only comply with her decision. Jiang Junji then used a rope to secure the boar's 4 legs and body, rendering it immobile, while the soldiers worked together to lift the wild boar onto the cart. As they continued to prepare the porridge, Jiang Junji added some dried meat and brought out the previously purchased pickled vegetables, setting them aside to accompany the porridge once it was ready. Although the meal was still far from the lavish fare they once enjoyed before their home was plundered, it was certainly an improvement over the monotonous cornmeal cakes they had been eating. A single pot was insufficient to satiate everyone, given their large number. So Ruan Yuanxi distributed some of the dry rations as well, assigning the people in the main room the task of washing dishes and pots. During the dishwashing, Jiang Wanwan felt particularly disgruntled. After all, she was a young lady of noble birth, yet here she was expected to wash dishes. Even Jiang Julian, a mere illegitimate daughter, was exempt from this chore, and yet she was not. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Aunt Qin and her daughter, who were cradling a swaddled infant. Clearly, they had once flattered Jiang Junji, and now Jiang Junji had bestowed upon them favorable treatment, targeting her. Jiang Junji must be envious of her beauty, being a legitimate daughter, and a pristine young lady. A woman like Jiang Junji, sullied by wild men, surely harbored deep-seated jealousy toward her. With this thought, Jiang Wanwan felt a slight lift in her spirits. Indeed, she was far superior to Jiang Junji. She persevered in washing the dishes, and once they were finally clean, she let out a sigh of relief. Nearby, Bai Yuefang continued to scrub the pots, while old lady Jiang busied herself with washing chopsticks and spoons. All three harbored unspoken grievances, while Jiang Danian and Jiang Xiaofei merely watched, having no intention of lending a hand. In their view, such tasks were meant for women. Men were not meant for such labor. By the time they finished tidying up, the wild boar had awakened and began to struggle. The strength of a wild boar surpasses that of a domestic pig significantly. The rope binding the wild boar is not particularly thick, and Jiang Kaicheng harbors concerns that the boar may break free and escape. He hurriedly approaches to sprinkle some soothing powder, urging the creature to drift back into slumber, after which the group prepares to set off. Due to the weight of the wild boar, pushing it on the cart proves to be more strenuous than before. The officials take turns to push the cart and soon tire. Jiang Junji suggests, "You all should dismount and let the officials who are pushing the cart take a moment to rest." Didn't Tiwi agree to take turns in the carriage? Why has it changed to allowing officials to board instead? Elderly Madame Jiang immediately expressed her discontent. Upon hearing the term "you," she realized it included herself. The wild boar's considerable weight makes the journey arduous. If they wish to avoid delaying their travel, it is imperative to conserve their physical strength, as Jiang Junji explains. "There is no need for all of us to dismount," elderly Madame Jiang retorted. "Let Xiao Fei remain seated in the cart while we walk." Upon hearing she could continue resting in the cart, Jiang Xiaofei eagerly nodded. "Yes, Junji's sister, please let me stay seated." Jiang Junji scoffed. "You are a man, yet you sit idly while your grandmother, father, mother, and sister toil on foot. Do you not feel any shame?" Jiang Xiaofei's face flushed crimson, yet he stubbornly replied, "But Junji's sister, aren't you also resting while watching your father walk outside?" Jiang Junji smiled coldly. "I have recently given birth. Consider this my confinement period. Is it not acceptable for me to rest during this time?" Junji's sister, Jiang Xiaofei, began, but she interjected, "Enough of your complaints. Hurry and dismount. Let the officials take their turn. If we delay our journey, do not expect to benefit from the proceeds of selling the wild boar." Upon hearing that the money from the wild boar would not be for his use, Jiang Xiaofei resignedly dismounted. The others followed suit, and when Jiang Wanyuan saw them descend, she inquired, "Is it time for a change of personnel? So soon?" As she attempted to ascend, Jiang Xiaofei coldly stated, "Yes, the change has occurred. But it is not you who is switching, it is those officials." Junji's sister said they have worked hard pushing the boar and should take turns resting, so as not to hinder our progress. Upon hearing that the change involved those officials, Jiang Wanyuan grew displeased, exclaiming, "Why must those officials be the ones to change? I was supposed to rest next." "Jiang Junji, are you deliberately opposing me?" Jiang Junji lifted the curtain of the carriage and replied, "Your arrogance is astounding. How dare you think I would conspire against you? Do you even deserve such attention?" Chapter 20. Such foolishness, who should perish if not you? You are the one being arrogant. My face is indeed quite petite. Jiang Wenyuan's face flushed with anger. You are clearly targeting me. You, who have been sullied by wild men, are envious of my status as an untouched maiden. Oh, you believe being an untouched maiden is impressive? I wish you a lifetime of remaining one, Jiang Junji retorted. You shall remain one for eternity. Jiang Wenyuan nearly became apoplectic, realizing it was nothing short of a curse against her future prospects. From Jiang Junji's perspective, having traversed time, she saw nothing wrong with remaining single for life. In fact, she considered it quite advantageous, as not everyone is fortunate enough to find a man like her father. Should one fail to find a suitable match, it may be preferable to remain single. However, this is a tale set within the confines of a bygone era, where for women of such a historical context, remaining unmarried would invite ridicule. Typically, a girl would prepare for marriage upon reaching the age of 15, when she would undergo the traditional coming-of-age ceremony. Those who matured earlier would marry soon after, while those who matured a bit later would at least be engaged, with marriage often occurring within a year or two. Thus, weddings took place at an exceptionally young age. The body of Jiang Junji, in fact, belongs to a mere girl. Had she lived in her own era, by this age, she might have already borne 4 children, potentially attracting media attention, with netizens likely condemning her partner as a beast for taking advantage of such a young girl. Jiang Junji would lament, I have already given birth to children. How am I to manage this? Jiang Wanwan, in an exasperated state, would respond with indignation. Jiang Junji regarded her with disdain, advising against her complaints, stating that it was already a privilege to have had time to rest. After all, the journey ahead was quite brief, and once they reached the county town, they could sell the wild boar without delay. The distance from where they caught the wild boar to the town was merely an hour's journey, roughly 2 hours in total. Along the way, the soldiers took turns pushing the cart, and even considering the weight of the boar, their progress would not be significantly hindered. As they approached the city gates, Jiang Junji entrusted her child to Jiang Kaicheng's care, as she intended to find an inn in the city to sell the wild boar. First, she inquired about nearby establishments and chose one that was relatively close to approach. Before delivering the boar, she sought to ascertain the price. In the county town, there were 3 major inns offering prices of 50, 52, and 53 won per jin, respectively. After each quote, Jiang Junji began to negotiate. Good sir, our village is just nearby, and we have an abundance of game. If you're sincere, we can bring you more game in the future. Furthermore, I must inform you that this wild boar is freshly caught and still alive, not merely some dead carcass. Might you consider increasing your offer? I intend to choose the establishment that offers the highest price. Upon learning that it was a live boar, the innkeeper's interest was piqued. Indeed, while many hunters existed, wild boar meat, though more exotic than domestic pork, did not typically command exorbitant prices. However, capturing a live boar was no small feat ultimately. All 3 innkeepers revised their offers, with the highest coming from the inn that initially quoted 53 won per jin, now increased to 60 won per jin. This was a notably generous offer, considering that pork from a butcher typically sold for only 40 won per jin. Satisfied with the agreed price, Jiang Junji sought out the soldiers to have them bring the boar over. At that moment, the boar had regained consciousness and was grunting on the cart. Seemingly aware of its unfortunate fate, its sounds carrying a hint of melancholy. Jiang Junji, upon hearing this, tenderly stroked its head, saying, Dear creature, be mindful in your next life. Do not fear being reborn as a pig, but rather dread having a pig's brain that willingly offers itself to us for profit. With such foolishness, who could survive? The wild boar responded with a series of grunts. One soldier remarked, I thought you were going to comfort the pig. The wild boar was taken for weighing, tipping the scales at over 280 pounds, fetching a total of 17 taels of silver. Overjoyed by this sudden windfall, Jiang Junji made her way back, clutching the silver tightly. She deposited the coins directly into her purse, choosing not to disclose the amount to anyone. With the boar sold, they proceeded to change their attire before heading to the magistrate's office for registration, followed by a visit to the inn. Just as they were about to board the carriage, Grandma Jiang approached, inquiring, Second brother, that wild boar must have sold for quite a sum, hasn't it? Since it's still early, shall we indulge in a few more dishes at the inn? We haven't eaten well these past few days, and Xiao Fei is still growing. He needs to consume more meat. Jiang Kaicheng glanced at Jiang Xiao Fei, who immediately adopted a pitiful expression, attempting to elicit sympathy from his uncle. However, Jiang Kaicheng was fully aware of the true nature of the boy and replied, "Children from impoverished families can grow tall without extravagant meals. There's no need for such indulgence." Instantly, Jiang Xiao Fei's spirits dampened. Although Jiang Kaicheng verbally opposed ordering extra dishes, he ultimately opted for a sumptuous dinner once they settled into the inn. After all, the provisions they had stored were meant for future travels without the comfort of an inn, and neglecting to savor a good meal would be intolerable for his wife and daughter. They lodged at a relatively large inn, boasting ample rooms, one of which was spacious enough to accommodate 5 beds, specifically designed for scholars traveling to the capital for examinations. Many scholars hailed from different regions, most of whom came from modest means and had to be frugal with their expenses on the journey. Thus, the inn provided such arrangements, allowing them to share accommodations at a cost divided among the number of occupants. Once Jiang Junji and her companions had deposited their luggage, they descended to the hall on the first floor, ready to partake in a meal. While ordering, Jiang Kaicheng selected several meat dishes but at their table, consisting of Grandma Jiang, Jiang Dinyan, Bai Yufang, Jiang Wanwan, and Jiang Xiao Fei. The only meat presented was an egg. The other tables boasted an array of dishes and meats, which left them feeling quite dissatisfied, yet powerless to protest. After all, Jiang Kaicheng was formidable in martial arts, and they were no match for him. With the finances under his control, any displeasure from him could spell trouble for them. The enticing aroma of meat wafting from the adjacent table was almost unbearable for the 5. Jiang Junji relished her meal, grateful for the presence of meat and fish soup, despite the dietary restrictions imposed by her nursing period. As they dined, the surrounding patrons engaged in lively conversation, primarily revolving around the recent tax increases mandated by the emperor. "It's quite absurd," one remarked. "Instead of apprehending the thief who pilfered from the royal treasury, the emperor expects us to bear the burden of increased taxes. What is he thinking? I heard that attempts were made to catch the culprit, but no trace was found. Isn't it peculiar? A treasure as vast as the royal treasury could vanish entirely. What means could have been employed for such a feat? I wonder if it's some sort of sorcery? Rumor has it that not only the treasury, but also virtually all valuable items within the palace have been stolen. At present, it appears that the emperor and his concubines are perhaps less affluent than the palace maids and eunuchs. It is said that those maids and eunuchs, who typically receive rewards, have not been subjected to theft. It is truly a disheartening situation for the emperor. No wonder he is inclined to wed the daughter of the Bai family, relying on her dowry for sustenance. It showcases our astuteness. Had we not collectively resisted any tax increases, the emperor would have likely seized our meager silver to replenish the depleted treasury. To be frank, even the little silver we possess would barely suffice to cover the treasury's deficits. And if we were to consent to increased taxation, it could lead to decades of hardship. Jiang Junji, having overheard this, was astonished to learn that the wretched emperor would stoop to marrying the so-called most unattractive woman, Bai Xiao, purely for financial gain. Wang Deshang, in a bid to accentuate his masculine charm, fabricated a tale of incognito visits, pursued relentlessly by others, and thus created this character. Indeed, it has now served him well within the narrative. Yet, it is pitiable that an emperor has fallen to the depths of selling himself to fill the empty treasury. Such thoughts bring a sense of schadenfreude. Chapter 21. She must have inherited her father's looks. I'm not that unattractive. The soldiers nearby, overhearing these discussions, lamented the reason for such meager provisions during this exile. Only 50 taels. It is worth noting that in the past, those exiled so far would typically receive around 200 taels, as the exiled individuals would endure hardship, while the officials would still enjoy good food and drink. It seems the treasury is truly empty, prompting the emperor to withhold their funds. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Junji, together with Ruan Yuanqi, ascended the stairs carrying the quadruplets to nurse the children. The 4 little ones were already quite hungry. While dining, Jiang Junji held the eldest, who frequently leaned towards her chest, yearning for nourishment. Upon returning upstairs, Jiang Junji prioritized feeding the eldest, who was both picky and had a hearty appetite. The journey was facilitated by the presence of a carriage, allowing her to nurse conveniently, as newborns require feeding every 2 to 3 hours. She would wait until the feeding time arrived, usher everyone off the carriage, and continue her journey while nursing inside. The eldest always consumed the most and was the quickest to become hungry. After nursing all 4 children, Jiang Junji, along with Ruan Yuanqi, undressed them for a bath and dressed them in fresh clothing. As soon as the garments were removed, the differences among the 4 little ones became apparent. Initially, shortly after birth, the 4 tiny beings were quite similar in size, except for the 4th, who was particularly small. After all, carrying 4 at once did not allow for much variation in size. However, now the eldest has evidently grown much larger than the 2nd and 3rd. Jiang Junji gently squeezed the little hand of the eldest. "How is it that you eat so well? You're growing so quickly. You won't reach a height of 1.90 meters in the future, will you?" After the Bao had his fill and was content, he listened to Jiang Junji speaking to him, though he could not comprehend her words. However, upon catching the familiar scent that lingered around her, he felt an instant fondness, breaking into a silly grin, mistakenly thinking Jiang Junji was engaging him in play. Jiang Junji leaned in closely and noticed that the skin of the children had brightened considerably. Compared to their newborn selves, they looked much better, not so unattractive anymore, albeit still possessing only average looks. She affectionately planted a kiss on each of their chubby cheeks, delighting in their milky sweetness, which made them irresistibly kissable. Ruan Yuanqi, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, recalling who it was that had previously disparaged the appearance of the 4 little ones. Was it merely unfamiliarity at first glance that had clouded their cuteness? Now, accustomed to them, they appeared adorably foolish. "Diang Yun Du remarks." Ruan Yuanqi replied, "Cute is one thing, but why add the word foolish? Are you truly their mother?" The 4 little ones flailed their tiny hands and feet, and with the careful assistance of Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji, they donned fresh garments. Ruan Yuanqi hurriedly took the discarded clothes to wash and hung them by the window in the room. Upon her return, she found Jiang Junji intently gazing at the 4 children and inquired curiously, "What do you see, Mom? Do you think the 4 of them inherited their appearance from their biological father? They seem to resemble me very little." Jiang Junji meticulously scrutinized the 4 little ones. Her appearance, after crossing over, remained unchanged from her original visage, merely reflecting her youthful self from her teenage years. Her parents had also retained a more youthful appearance. Ruan Yuan, she examined the children closely and remarked, "De Bao, an heir, Bao may not resemble you much, but San Bao bears a striking resemblance to you." To which Jiang Junji responded with a bewildered expression. She quickly approached to scrutinize San Bao. The little infant was remarkably well behaved, though small. His eyes appeared round and large upon his face, undeniably charming. Jiang Junji noted, "San Bao's eyes are truly beautiful, a bit like mine, but the rest is rather ordinary. He must have inherited his father's features. I am certainly not that unattractive." Ruan Yuan, she added, "Let's hope that when the children grow older, you do not narcissistically claim that all 4 of them have inherited your looks." Ruan Yuan, she took turns cradling the little ones, playing with them. With the day still young, she worried that if they fell asleep too early, they would awaken in the night, crying. Thus, it was imperative to keep them awake for the time being, as the others finished their meals and gradually joined them. Jiang Wanwan observed Ruan Yuan, she joyfully playing with the 4 little ones, feeling quite disdainful. If Ruan Yuan, she had not been with a wild man resulting in her pregnancy, but rather had been properly married, then the repercussions of the family confiscation and exile would not have affected her, although her status might decline in her marital home due to her family's disgrace. The 4 children would certainly be well cared for by servants and nurses. There was no need for her to endure the burdens of raising 4 children alone. Nevertheless, Ruan Yuan, she deserved her fate. As Luo Wanwan contemplated this, she felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that even if they were currently managing their finances, it would be futile once their money ran dry. At that point, they would be as helpless as herself, lacking any substantial foundation. Meanwhile, she, being an unmarried young lady, still possessed beauty and could find a wealthy man to marry. Jiang Junji, however, was accompanied by 4 burdensome children, causing anyone who laid eyes upon them to hesitate. Little did Jiang Junji know the thoughts swirling in Jiang Wanyuan's mind. After spending a brief moment playing with the children, she entrusted Ruan Yuanqi with their care and proceeded to take a bath. She washed swiftly, changing into fresh attire soon after, and returned to relieve Ruan Yuanqi. During subsequent bathing sessions, she made sure each child went one at a time, allowing one to wash before the next began. This was her strategy to prevent anyone from the main household from escaping. It was evident that neither concubine Qin nor Jiang Zhilan could abandon one another, and the same rationale applied to the others in the main household. Though the remaining members were notoriously self-serving, escaping alone would likely lead to dire consequences. After all, being penniless and lacking the means to earn a living, their fate upon fleeing would most likely be starvation. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaicheng had administered a small dose of antidote to all the soldiers and instructed them to procure materials for tent making. Initially, after 3 days without any further symptoms from the poison, the 10 officers began to wonder if they had been deceived. However, the poison had not ceased. It simply did not adhere strictly to the 3-day timeline, exhibiting slight delays or premature reactions. After having dinner, discomfort began to set in, prompting them to take the antidote, which alleviated their ailments considerably. The officers no longer dared to question the toxicity of the poison and diligently sought the materials as per Jiang Kaicheng's orders. As they journeyed further away from the capital, they often needed to camp in the wilderness, making tents indispensable. The materials for tent making, particularly waterproof and windproof fabric, were quite rare. In those times, finding waterproof fabric was already a challenge, and achieving windproof quality posed even greater difficulty, as some degree of leakage was inevitable. They scoured the county town, ultimately acquiring small pieces of various fabrics for Jiang Kaicheng's inspection. At that moment, Jiang Kaicheng had already informed Jiang Junji of his arrival through the space he had entered. Jiang Junji came alone, leaving Ruan Yuanqi to watch over the children. Upon entering the space, father and daughter headed directly for the shopping system, an integral part of the space that facilitated transactions. Inside, they located the poles needed to support the tent. After confirming the number of people, they purchased a set of poles for tent assembly, intending to claim that the soldiers had procured them, which would arouse less suspicion than simply presenting a complete tent. As they extracted the poles from the space and began to form a rough shape within the room, the soldiers who had gone out to buy fabric returned with materials that met Jiang Kaicheng's specifications. Each type of fabric was initially purchased in small segments, awaiting his testing to confirm usability. Upon their return, one soldier, puzzled by the strange poles in the room, inquired, "What is this?" "This is the tent we shall reside in," Jiang Junji explained. "These will support the fabric, and as long as the fabric is waterproof and windproof, we shall procure some blankets, allowing us to sleep comfortably even while camping outdoors." The officers, upon hearing this, felt a sense of novelty. Jiang Junji then presented the fabric they had bought and said, "2 of you, please hold the 4 corners of the fabric. We will conduct a waterproof test." This time, 7 pieces of fabric were procured. 2 officers picked up a piece, and Jiang Junji promptly poured a jug of water onto it, allowing the fabric to absorb the liquid. Jiang Kaicheng went outside to summon the innkeeper, requesting a bucket of water to be brought up. With remarkable speed, the innkeeper delivered the items, and Jiang Kaicheng instructed the remaining soldiers to also grasp the fabric and simultaneously test 5 different pieces. Before long, it became evident that the first piece of fabric was gradually absorbing the water. The second piece, however, was more egregious. The water immediately seeped through, dripping onto the ground. One soldier exclaimed in anger, "The proprietor deceived me, claiming it was waterproof. How can this be called waterproof when it leaks so badly?" As for the third piece of fabric, its waterproof performance was commendable, showing no immediate issues, while the 4th and 5th pieces were similar to the first. Jiang Junji instructed the soldier holding the 3rd piece to continue supporting it, while the remaining 2 pieces were brought forth for testing. Ultimately, the 3rd piece exhibited the strongest waterproof capability. Nevertheless, after a considerable time of holding it, and once the surface water was poured off, Jiang Junji could still feel a slight dampness. While the fabric's waterproof effect was decent, it was far from perfect. Jiang Junji remarked, "If we encounter a torrential downpour without any eaves for shelter, using this to construct a tent will leave us soaked in no time." An officer inquired, "Are you suggesting we drape the fabric over this pipe?" Jiang Junji nodded, explaining, "That's about right, but with some differences. It won't merely rest on top. There will also be a section below. We will sew the fabric into a general shape, leaving an opening for the pipe to pass through. When the time comes, we can simply erect the pipe, placing a layer of fabric underneath and covering the top, thereby creating a windproof space. If that is the case, can the paper used for oil paper umbrella suffice? That type of paper is relatively sturdy, and when coated with tung oil, it becomes waterproof once dried. Furthermore, the paper is robust enough not to tear easily. If it feels too rigid to lie on, we can always add another layer of fabric." Upon hearing this, everyone deemed the idea feasible, especially Jiang Kaicheng and Jiang Junji, who, being unfamiliar with ancient materials, had not considered the adaptability of umbrella materials. After a brief discussion, the two decided to proceed with the plan and promptly instructed the soldiers to procure sufficient paper and tung oil for their endeavor. Once the first sheet of paper was coated with tung oil and dried, its waterproof efficacy was undeniable, and though the paper was sturdy, it could be flexibly shaped. Earlier, Jiang Kaicheng and Jiang Junji had contemplated using fabric because it could be sewn to create a gap for the pipe, allowing the fabric to be supported by it, whereas the oil paper umbrella could utilize specific adhesive. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Junji suggested, "Could we not employ the principle of the umbrella to craft a larger one, thus directly constructing a tent?" Jiang Kaicheng found no objection to this notion and asked the officer, "How far is it to the next county?" The officer instinctively replied, "It is still a day's journey. Today, time is of the essence. Thus, let us depart early tomorrow, hastening our journey. Upon reaching the next county, we shall inquire if there are any craftsmen skilled in umbrella making who could instruct us in crafting umbrellas and provide us with materials. Once we organize our forthcoming itinerary." Jiang Junji retreated to her quarters to rest, advising everyone to retire early this evening, as we must set off at dawn. However, fate was not on our side. Upon waking the next day, the weather appeared rather bleak. During breakfast, it commenced to rain. After a brief discussion, Jiang Junji and the others resolved to remain for an additional day. They would seize this opportunity to prepare the tent, intending to use the rain as an excuse for any delays during their next registration. Jiang Kaicheng instructed several soldiers to summon the umbrella craftsmen and procure materials, preparing to experiment with transforming oiled paper umbrellas into tents. Meanwhile, Jiang Junji was preoccupied with feeding the 4 children. Yuanqi was the first to finish her meal, bringing breakfast to Jiang Junji. While carefully nursing the child, Jiang Junji delicately savored her wontons. After satisfying his hunger, the little one gazed around with wide, curious eyes. Jiang Junji planted a kiss on each child's cheek, marveling at their tender, collagen-rich faces and playfully pinching Sanbao's cheek. Sanbao responded with a silly grin, his chubby little hands reaching out to grasp Jiang Junji's hand in a playful manner, though his short arms rendered him unsuccessful. Jiang Junji engaged with each child in turn until she heard voices echoing in the corridor. Upon listening closely, she discerned that the craftsmen summoned by the soldiers had arrived. She entrusted the children to Yuanqi's care and ventured to assess the situation. The master craftsman, upon hearing the request for the first time, examined the rough, shaped Jiang Kaicheng and Jiang Junji had constructed the previous day. After deliberation, he remarked that replicating the exact shape would be challenging, as the materials of pipe and paper do not adhere well together. However, he asserted that a similar structure could indeed be created using bamboo. He noted that new materials would be necessary, particularly since a person of considerable stature would need to fit inside. Jiang Junji replied, "As long as it can be made, that is sufficient. Kindly advise if it is feasible to create a double-layered tent. We wish to ensure it is durable to withstand any mishaps along the journey." The master craftsman agreed, acknowledging the necessity for outdoor use. He proposed to attempt a double-layer design, providing oil paper for their use, which they could carry along to make repairs as needed. The amiable master quickly arranged for assistants to return with him, ready to construct the tent. Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng accompanied him, as they were more familiar with the desired shape of the tent. The craftsmen exhibited remarkable skill, swiftly preparing the bamboo, shaping it, adhering the paper, applying the tung oil, and reinforcing the base with an additional layer of paper. Once the overall structure was complete, it resembled a small yurt, with a central pole standing upright and collapsing into a form reminiscent of a folding umbrella. A button was selected for the exterior, which was threaded rather than glued, allowing for the strings to be tied securely when needed. After adding another layer, the master craftsman observed, if it rains at this entrance, rainwater may seep in. Hence, we ought to extend the upper layer of paper to facilitate entry while preventing water ingress during rainy days. You decide how to waterproof it, Jiang Junji replied. They had already anticipated the inconvenience, as this was not a modern tent equipped with zippers. Achieving this level of protection was commendable. The master worked swiftly, completing a rudimentary tent in just over half an hour. The subsequent tents were constructed even more efficiently. Given their larger group, Jiang Junji had planned for multiple tents. Mindful of potential damage and the need to shield their horses from the rain, she also intended to create an extended canopy for the wagon to keep the horses dry. With the growing number of tents, several constables and Jiang Kaicheng assisted in the setup. Meanwhile, Jiang Junji, realizing it was time for the 4 little ones to be fed, hurried back to provide nourishment. By evening, Jiang Kaicheng and a few soldiers arrived with their tents, bringing along a rain shield installed on the wagon for the horses. Additionally, Ruan Yuanxi had borrowed a raincoat under the pretense of shopping the previous day, having acquired it from her space. Modern raincoats were notably convenient, eliminating the need for umbrellas. The following morning, the rain continued to pour, yet everyone had to prepare to set off again. Grandmother Jiang expressed her discontent. It's raining. Why must we travel? Are we to walk in the rain? At this moment, Ruan Yuanxi produced the raincoats she had prepared, saying, Do not worry, we are well equipped with raincoats. What is a raincoat? Jiang Wanjing inquired, puzzled. It serves the same purpose as a poncho. Once worn, it keeps your clothes dry, making it suitable for travel. Come, everyone, let's change into them. Upon receiving the raincoats, the group felt a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Jiang Wanjing, skeptical of the garment's efficacy, poured water onto it, only to discover that it was indeed waterproof, with the water merely sliding off the fabric, leaving no signs of absorption whatsoever. Bai Yuefang found it astounding, yet remained somewhat displeased. Previously, they had endured the journey on foot while Jiang Junju, Ruan Yuanxi, and Qin Yingyang rested in the wagon. Now, they were expected to continue walking in the rain. How could that be fair? This is absurd. Why should we walk in the rain while you all sit comfortably in the wagon? Chapter 23. The 4 Little Rascals. Rest assured, starting today, most of you will accompany us on foot. Our wagon is filled with many new items, leaving little room for everyone to sit without crowding. Therefore, it has been decided that only my mother and I will remain seated. The rest must walk. Jiang Junji said, lifting the wagon curtain to show them the situation. The cart was indeed filled to the brim with various items. While the tents were convenient, they also occupied considerable space. After all, these tents were spacious enough for a person to lie down in, which meant they were not small. With a large number of people on their side, including 10 officials and even more exiles, the number of tents was substantial. Coupled with the existing belongings, there was hardly any room left for seating in the cart. Suggesting that Ruan Yuanxi and Jiang Junji take a seat seemed a bit forced. Upon seeing the cramped quarters, Jiang Xiaofei was about to propose that they could take turns sitting, but before he could voice it, he was tugged by Grandma Jiang, prompting him to wisely remain silent. He surmised that should he dare to speak, his uncle would swiftly brandish a knife to reprimand him. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Jiang Junji, ever resourceful, produced waterproof shoe covers, urging everyone to don them over their shoes to avoid getting them dirty. Hurry, we need to reach the next county town to find an inn. If we don't make it, we shall be forced to camp in the wilderness. The mere mention of sleeping outdoors spurred everyone to hasten their preparations for departure. As they approached the city gate, Jiang Kaicheng purchased a substantial number of buns, placing them inside the cart for Jiang Junji and the others. Once the curtain was drawn, Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi stepped into the space. After the tents had been stored, There was indeed little room left to sit. Finding the seating uncomfortable, they chose to enter the space. Jiang Kaicheng had to remain outside, watching over the group, for little ones lay in a row on a soft bed. The second child beamed at Jiang Junji, and as she reached to pinch his chubby cheeks, he playfully grabbed her hair. His grip was gentle, merely holding on without pulling, so Jiang Junji felt no pain. Seizing the moment, she leaned in to kiss his little face, exclaiming, "Oh, our little treasure is inviting Mama for a kiss." The second child's smile widened even further. "Mama, kiss me more." Jiang Junji immediately embraced him and showered him with kisses, repeating wooden horse, wooden horse, wooden horse. The second child looked puzzled. Wan Yuanxi remarked, "It is you who finds the child unattractive, yet it is you who showers him with affection. Look at his expression. He is utterly bewildered. Perhaps you should give him a break." Jiang Junji glanced at the second child, who, despite having been smiling moments ago, now appeared somewhat dazed after her affectionate onslaught, causing her to feel a twinge of guilt. "Our baby is not unattractive. He changes every day and grows more charming." Jiang Junji had come to believe that while children might appear unattractive at birth, it did not mean they would remain so. Her 4 little ones were perfect exemplars of this truth, now evidently adorable. Setting down the second child, she picked up the eldest and showered him with kisses as well. The eldest, after receiving affection, wore a silly grin. She then scooped up the third child and kissed him, who, much like the second, was rendered speechless by her excessive affection. Lastly, she embraced the fourth child, who, after a few kisses, waved his tiny hands and leaned in to reciprocate a kiss to Jiang Junji. "Oh, our fourth child is the sweetest, my little bundle of warmth. Just look at your 3 brothers. The second and third are left dazed by my kisses, while the eldest only grins foolishly. It is you, my fourth, who returns the affection." Jiang Junji held her daughter with great delight. The little hands of the 4 treasures joyfully grasped her clothing, playfully tapping at her chest. Jiang Junji remarked, "Wan Yuanxi is smiling. The child desires to nurse, not to kiss you." With a gentle touch, she playfully swatted the tiny bottoms of the 4 little ones. The force was so light that the infants, snugly wrapped in their diapers, felt no discomfort. Gazing at her with innocent curiosity, Jiang Junji contemplated how she had spent an extended period in the space today and could bring some toys to entertain the children. During her pregnancy, she had prepared toys in anticipation of the children's arrival, unknowingly expecting 4, as the doctor had only predicted twins despite her sizable belly. With a rattler in each hand, she began to twirl them. The 4 little ones watched in wonder, reaching out their small hands in an attempt to grasp the toys. However, after a while, they realized the rattlers were too far out of reach, causing them to grow anxious. In their urgency, the 4th treasure's lips quivered, and she began to cry softly. Jiang Junji hurried to comfort her, but soon the 3rd treasure joined in the tears, followed by the eldest and second treasures, resulting in a symphony of wails from the 4 infants. Wan Yuanxi quickly suggested, "Bring the rattlers closer to soothe them." Jiang Junji complied, moving the rattlers nearer. The sound of the spinning toys captured the children's attention, and before long, their cries subsided as they curiously observed the rattlers, their tiny hands brushing against Jiang Junji's. The sight of those small hands melted her heart. Suddenly, the 4th treasure began to wriggle, seemingly determined to seize the rattler. In her efforts, she managed to free herself from the swaddling, revealing a charming pink outfit underneath. Jiang Junji couldn't resist setting down the rattler to gently grasp her tiny feet, exclaiming, "How adorable!" The 4th treasure looked up at Jiang Junji, puzzled as to where the rattler had vanished, and wondered what was happening to her feet. She gave them a little kick, but the effort was so slight that Jiang Junji barely noticed, still holding her tiny feet while retrieving her phone. Fortunately, the villa in the space had electricity and internet access, allowing her to take a picture of the 4th treasure's little feet. After some thought, she decided to capture the feet of the eldest, second, and third treasures as well. One might mistakenly think she had a foot fetish. Wan Yuanxi observed nearby, noticing her daughter's excitement at the sight of the little feet, almost believing her child to be peculiar. The eldest treasure, being the largest, had the chubbiest feet. Jiang Junji removed his socks and suddenly recalled the many mothers she had seen on social media, posting pictures of their baby's feet accompanied by the phrase, "High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods." She finally understood the allure of those tiny hands and feet. They were undeniably enchanting. As Jiang Junji delightedly massaged the child's tiny feet, a sudden, unpleasant odor wafted through the air. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who is responsible for this?" Hastily, she began to unfasten the garments and diapers of each child to investigate, soon confirming that it was Sanbao who had made a mess, while the others remained unaffected. Jiang Junji promptly cleaned Sanbao's bottom and replaced the soiled diaper. Before securing the new diaper, she playfully patted his backside, finding it utterly adorable. Chapter 24. The four little ones drink from the spirit spring. Once Sanbao was comfortably clad in a fresh diaper, he continued to kick his legs, entertaining himself. Time in their secluded space felt leisurely, yet they recognized that the outside world was undoubtedly exhausting. As midday approached, they passed a dilapidated temple. Jiang Kaicheng suggested, "Let us rest here for a spell and have something to eat." "Wonderful. Finally, a chance to relax," sighed Jiang Wanwan in relief. The entire group entered the temple. While the officials stationed their cart outside, Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi emerged from their space, cradling the children as they dismounted. The temple, somewhat run down and disheveled, had clearly been abandoned for some time. Inside, Jiang Kaicheng retrieved supplies from the cart, arranged firewood in a circle, and the soldiers used a fire starter to ignite the kindling. They collected rainwater to heat the buns purchased earlier in the morning. Placing the buns on a plate to warm, the others removed their raincoats, setting them aside. It was already early winter, and with the rain, the temperature had noticeably dropped. While walking, they had not felt it, but once they halted, the chill became apparent. The group huddled around the fire, and Jiang Kaicheng estimated they must reach an end by day's end, ensuring that everyone could enjoy a warm bath to avoid catching a cold that might hinder their journey. Once the buns were warmed, they were distributed in several rounds, and for the first time, all partook of the meat buns. Having gone a while without meat, Jiang Laotai and the others devoured them ravenously. In earlier times, had anyone eaten in such a manner before them, they would have been ridiculed as beggars, thought to be so starved as to lack decorum. Now, however, the tables had turned. Jiang Danian felt a pang of sorrow. After consuming 2 meat buns, he desired another. As he reached out for a third, Jiang Kaicheng swiftly reclaimed the remaining buns, stating, "2 is sufficient for you. Do not dream of a third." Jiang Danian thought, "I feel like cursing, yet I dare not." Fearing illness, once everyone had finished their buns, they tidied up their belongings. A few officials studied the map, attempting to ascertain their current location, concluding that the next county was not particularly far. However, the day's travel had been relentless, with no opportunity for rest on the cart, and the rain had slowed their pace. An official remarked, "We must quicken our pace. If we do not, we will not reach the next county tonight and will have to camp in the wilderness. Didn't you all prepare a tent? Why not set it up here and rest, continuing your journey tomorrow?" Jiang Laotai expressed her dissatisfaction. "In this rain, if we fail to reach the next county, where shall we sleep without even a wretched temple to shelter us?" Jiang Junji cast a disdainful glance at her and remarked, "Yesterday, we lingered an extra day in the previous county due to the rain. If we do not proceed to the next county today to register, it will further delay our journey. The court may dispatch someone to check on our situation." Upon hearing this, old Madame Jiang fell silent. She understood Jiang Junji's intention. Their family planned to wait until they were far from the capital before fleeing. This way, even if the authorities sent someone to search for them, they would have already escaped. Thus, during this initial period of exile, they would obediently adhere to the route prescribed by the court, only to escape later. However, if the court were to send someone prematurely, they would have to leave early, and it was uncertain how the remaining individuals would be handled. This was the greatest fear of old Madame Jiang and the others. They worried that they might be abandoned or, worse, executed. They were powerless to resist someone like Jiang Kaicheng. Moreover, they were haunted by the memory of Jiang Junji's previous encounter with the stall owner, which seemed to involve some terrifying sorcery. The group quietly packed their belongings, donned raincoats, and prepared to continue their journey. The afternoon rain was lighter than in the morning, and the officials ahead urged everyone to hurry, as the rain made the days grow darker more swiftly. After an arduous journey, they finally arrived at the next county, where night had already fallen. After changing back into their prison and official attire, they went to the yamen to register. Upon completing the registration, the clerk intended to arrange accommodations for them, but the officials quickly interjected, "Brother, there's no need. We spent considerable time yesterday purchasing waterproof supplies due to the rain, delaying our journey by a day. We need to continue on without accommodations." "Continue on? It's still raining, and it's completely dark. You wish to press on?" The clerk was taken aback. Indeed, they feared that they would not keep up with their schedule otherwise. The officials smiled awkwardly. After all, the group was supposed to stay at an inn. Although the clerk found it peculiar, he nodded. "Then please take care on your journey." The officials sighed in relief. Thankfully, the clerk did not insist on arranging accommodations for the prisoners, which would have prolonged their stay unnecessarily. As they retraced their steps, Jiang Junji noticed a lack of inns within the county. Upon exiting the county, she said, "Someone should change into proper attire and inquire about available rooms in the inns here. I haven't seen any inns along the way." Realizing the gravity of the situation, one official quickly changed into civilian clothes and returned to the county to ask the locals. He discovered that this small county had only one inn. He hurried to that inn to inquire about availability, only to learn that there was merely one room, which left him feeling quite unlucky. He could only return and share the truth. "There's only one guest room, which certainly cannot accommodate so many of us." Jiang Kaiching pondered for a moment and said, "Daughter, wife, you two take the child and stay at the inn, while the rest of us will set up tents to sleep here." Old Madame Jiang immediately expressed her discontent. "Second son, you cannot be so biased. Why should only your wife and daughter get to stay? One go too." The official who had gone to inquire added, "That guest room seems to have only 2 beds. The room is quite small, and there is no space for bedding on the floor." Grandma Jiang exclaimed, "There isn't even room for bedding." Jiang Junji contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Then I shall stay with mother." "I will escort you there," Jiang Kaiching said with concern. Then turn to the officers, keep an eye on them, ensure they do not escape, and set up the tents. With that, Jiang Kaicheng cradled the child in each arm and returned to the county town with Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji. Along the way, he remarked, "We shall gather at the usual time tomorrow morning." Jiang Junji replied, "Father, I believe we must depart earlier. The rain makes it quite inconvenient. Although we could stealthily stay at an inn, the children, bundled beneath the raincoats, would find it difficult to breathe comfortably." Father understood. Yet the proximity to the capital posed a significant risk. Despite having traveled for several days, if the authorities in the capital were to sense something amiss and dispatch riders, they could cover distances in a single day that would take them several days. They would stand out too much as a family of 3 accompanied by 4 children. "Perhaps we could wait until the next checkpoint requires over 3 days of travel before we make our escape," Jiang Junji proposed. "If we can reach the next checkpoint in 3 days, we could flee on the first day. Before we leave, we can hypnotize them all, leading them to believe that the only exiles are the large family. According to protocol, a message would be sent back from the county town, reporting the number of exiles. By the time the news reached the capital and they realized the numbers were inconsistent, several days would have passed. During our escape, the 4 children could remain in our safe space, while one of us kept watch." Jiang Kaiching considered this plan and found it plausible, nodding in agreement. He first escorted them to the inn, paid for the accommodations, and urged them to rest early before hastily exiting the city. Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji, once in their guest room, requested the server to bring hot water for a warm bath. They then changed the children's diapers and fed them. Although the children had been sheltered beneath the raincoats, the thin material was insufficient against the cold wind and rain. Jiang Junji worried they might catch a chill, so she offered them some spiritual spring water. She filled 4 bottles with 200 milliliters of the elixir, warming it in the villa within their space until it reached the perfect temperature. Each bottle contained 50 milliliters, and she prepared to feed them. Although the eldest had already consumed breast milk and should have been full, upon presenting the bottle to his small mouth, he instinctively opened wide to continue drinking, savoring the spiritual spring water as if he could consume much more. What an insatiable little gourmand. Ruan Yuanqi held the bottle to feed the second child. But once he was satiated, he turned his head away, evading the nipple. Ruan Yuanqi pinched the second child's cheek playfully, coaxing, "Be good, dear. Let us have some warm water. It will make you strong." Yet, the child remained stubbornly unwilling to drink. Jiang Junji interjected, "Mother, we cannot indulge the child too much. Give him a gentle smack on the bottom and see if he drinks." Ruan Yuanqi lightly swatted the second child's bottom. The child looked bewildered, gazing at Ruan Yuanqi with confusion. Ruan Yuanqi once again inserted the pacifier, directly placing it in Erbao's mouth, adjusting the angle for him to drink. Indeed, the little fellow obediently began to sip. Initially, he was reluctant, feeling quite full and questioning why he should drink more. After tasting the divine spring, Erbao quickly resumed drinking. Dabeo, after finishing 50 milliliters, licked his lips with lingering desire, gazing expectantly at Jiang Junji, as if to say, "Mother, may I have another bottle?" Jiang Junji pretended not to notice, laying Dabeo down on the bed and picking up another bottle to feed Sambao. Upon seeing himself set down while his mother began to feed another sibling, Dabeo, feeling discontent, waved his little hand towards the bottle. Unfortunately, his short arms were unable to reach it, leaving him to protest with soft cries. Sambao curiously took a sip, finding the taste delightful, and eagerly continued to drink. Once her bow finished, it was Si Xiao's turn. Si Xiao had been eagerly observing her three brothers drinking, her large, dark, grape-like eyes filled with anticipation, pondering when it would be her turn. When her moment arrived, before Ruan Yuanqi could place the pacifier in her mouth, her tiny hands had already grasped the bottle, and she immediately began to drink the divine spring, vigorously sucking until all 50 milliliters were consumed, still continuing to suck. I suck, huh? Why is it empty? Let me try again." Ruan Yuanqi could hardly contain her laughter, observing Si Xiao still attempting to drink despite having finished. Jiang Junji, witnessing Si Xiao's adorable struggle with the empty bottle, couldn't help but chuckle and quickly took out her phone to record video. After a considerable while of sucking, Si Xiao finally released the pacifier, furrowing her brows in confusion as she glanced at the empty bottle and then at Ruan Yuanqi, her chubby little finger raised to point at the bottle, as if to say, "It's gone. Refill." Jiang Junji, who couldn't resist, gently poking her cheek with a finger, asking, "What are you saying?" Si Xiao pointed at the bottle, licking her lips and looking expectantly at Jiang Junji. Jiang Junji leaned in and kissed her cheek. Si Xiao responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 25. The only path forward. While Jiang Junji was coaxing the four little ones to drink the divine spring, fearing they might catch a cold, the others in the main house were not afforded such luxuries. When Jiang Kaicheng returned, he initially intended to buy some meat buns for everyone to snack on. But given the late hour, only cold steamed buns remained to the vendor. He had no choice but to ask the vendor to warm them up for him to take home. Outside, the rain fell lightly, and the chill in the air rendered a few warm buns insufficient to fend off the cold. When the others saw what he brought, they expressed some discontent. Yet it was still preferable to the leftover rations they had. After all, on a rainy day, it is impossible to kindle a fire and cook porridge. One can only dutifully accept the steamed buns and begin to nibble on them. Jiang Kaicheng urged everyone to finish their meal quickly and rest, lest they catch a fever on the road, hindering their journey. Already munching on the dry buns, the urgency of Jiang Kaicheng only deepened the expressions of Jiang Laotai and the others, who were clearly reluctant, yet dared not voice their discontent. Under the oppressive presence of Jiang Kaicheng, they had no choice but to endure a night in the tent. The following morning, when Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi arrived, they appeared radiant, clearly having enjoyed a comfortable night's sleep. In stark contrast, Jiang Laotai and her companions wore displeased expressions, unmistakably having had a restless night. Although the tent was waterproof, the ground beneath was hard and unyielding, making sleep quite uncomfortable. Moreover, the thought that Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji had the luxury of staying at an inn with their four little wildlings only added to her displeasure. As an elder, it was quite ungracious of them not to offer her a room at the inn. How unfilial! Jiang Laotai was thoroughly incensed, having not shown them a semblance of kindness throughout. Jiang Junji had long since grown accustomed to this dynamic, The family had not taken Jiang Laotai's demeanor to heart. Instead, he addressed everyone, stating that since the weather had cleared, they should hasten their journey and not waste any time. Despite his words, the ground, still muddied from the recent rain, made for a treacherous passage, and even with the desire to move swiftly, they stumbled along the way. As they had just exited the city, Jiang Wanwan found her clothes speckled with mud, feeling both disgruntled and wronged, yet she dared not complain. Jiang Junji's family seemed unfazed. The post-rain mud had little impact on them. Under the pressure of the officials and Jiang Kaiqing's authority, Jiang Laodai and the others had no choice but to quicken their pace. However, they had not ventured far from the previous town when they encountered groups of refugees hastily approaching them. Their clothing was patched, their hair tousled, and they carried makeshift bundles, clearly lacking substantial belongings. Initially, only one or two passed by, and Jiang Junji and the others did not pay much attention. But as the numbers grew, an unsettling feeling began to take hold. With refugees rushing one after another, the situation appeared increasingly abnormal. Were they on the wrong path? Jiang Laotai looked at the refugees with trepidation, as if fearing they might come to rob her. In that moment, she forgot that she was no longer the formidable matriarch of the past, nor did she possess anything of value to these refugees. Jiang Wanwan, feeling anxious, concealed herself behind Jiang Danian, nervously inquiring, "What if they suddenly turn violent?" "They wouldn't bother with you," Jiang Junji retorted dismissively, ignoring Jiang Wanwan's resentful gaze. He continued to observe the approaching refugees and instructed the officials, "Inquire as to what is happening. If our route is correct, there shouldn't be so many people." The officials, sensing something amiss, dispatched one of their own to investigate and uncover the truth behind the gathering crowd. The group of refugees behind clearly knew one another, traveling with their families and assisting each other. Upon spotting individuals dressed as officials, they hesitated momentarily and quickly explained, "Dear officer, we are all good people. We have committed no transgressions." The officer, feigning a cold demeanor, retorted, "Good people? How is it that good people flee in such a manner?" "Injustice, dear officer. We truly are law-abiding citizens," the refugees exclaimed, their voices filled with desperation. They sighed helplessly and explained to the officer, "Sir, if we could avoid leaving, we would not wish to abandon the place we have called home for so many years. There have always been packs of wolves in the nearby mountains, and their numbers have been increasing. They used to remain in the hills, but now they occasionally descend to attack people. We can no longer endure this life, which is why we must relocate. We have the elderly and children with us. We cannot allow them to live in constant fear." Indeed, the refugees echoed, expressing that their departure was a matter of necessity. As they prepared to leave, the refugees cautioned them, "Ahead, there may be wolves. If you can avoid leaving, it is best to do so. Otherwise, you may risk losing your lives." After conveying their warnings, the refugees hurriedly departed. Hearing their words, the family from the main house turned pale with fear, especially elderly Madame Jiang, who, upon learning of the wolves ahead, felt her legs weaken and exclaimed, No, there are wolves ahead. We cannot continue forward. To go further would be courting death." She had no desire to sacrifice her life. Although their current existence was difficult, at least she still had her life. If they truly encountered wolves, it would mean losing her very existence. The family was filled with trepidation, and Jiang Danian suggested, "Perhaps we should take another route." His suggestion was met with agreement from the rest of the family, all expressing their desire to avoid death. Yet, there were no other paths available in the vicinity. Jiang Junji surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "Indeed, this is the only road we can take." The officer concurred with Jiang Junji's assessment. "Doesn't that mean we are heading to our doom?" Jiang Xiaofei, already trembling at the mention of wolves, cried out, "I refuse to go. I do not wish to die. Behave yourselves." The officer's fierce reprimand silenced the unruly Jiang Xiaofei, who dared not speak further. It had already been established that this was the only path. What foolishness was this? If they did not take this road, where else could they go? The officer stated, "If we remain here, the authorities will inevitably send someone to investigate, and we will be compelled to continue our journey." He understood, well, that when the authorities arrived and learned of the wolves, they most likely would not accompany them, but rather urge them to set off on their own. resulting in the same predicament. Under the officer's pressure, although the family from the main house was reluctant, they had no choice but to steel themselves and continue onward. The officer had his own plans. Even if wolves were indeed present, their numbers were sufficient to deter any significant threat. There was no alternative route, and taking a detour could lead to prolonged delays, which would surely provoke the authorities if they decided to pursue the matter. Moreover, these villagers are merely ordinary folk. Yet they are armed, and with the formidable Jiang Kaicheng among them. What is there to fear? When the wolves approach, Jiang Kaicheng will stand firm. Chapter 26. The wolf pack strikes during their midday respite. They paused at the foot of the mountain, intending to prepare some porridge. Bai Yuefang insisted that Jiang Xiaofei not stray even a step from her side, her gaze alertly scanning their surroundings as she anxiously remarked, "Surely there aren't actually wolves nearby?" Jiang Danian furrowed his brow, irritated, and snapped, "Do not speak so carelessly. Be wary of your words. You might attract the wolves with your crow's tongue." Chastised, Bai Yuefang felt a twinge of displeasure but kept her comments to a whisper, refraining from further discussion. Instead, she cautioned Jiang Xiaofei to remain by her side at all costs, quietly focusing on cooking the porridge. After swiftly washing the rice and adding water to prepare the porridge, the group felt relatively secure as they ate, dismissing the villagers' claims of a lurking wolf pack. Just as they replenished their strength with a bowl of porridge and began to pack up for their onward journey, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby grass. Jiang Wanyue, adjusting her dress to sit closer to the center, turned to investigate, initially assuming it to be an insect, concerned about soiling her attire. However, upon turning her head, she was met by a pair of eerie, glowing green eyes. Startled, Jiang Wanyue let out a piercing scream. "Ah, wolves! There are really wolves!" Her cry set off a chorus of howls from the wolf pack, echoing across the mountains and sending the entire Jiang family into a state of panic. Granny Jiang trembled as she pointed at the wolves, exclaiming, "There are, indeed, wolves." No one was blind to the reality. They all saw the truth. Yuan Yuanqi snapped back, casting a glare at Bai Yuefang, "Your crow's tongue." At this moment, Bai Yuefang, despite her reluctance, could only hold Jiang Xiaofei tightly, quaking with fear. Jiang Wanyue scrambled to Jiang Danian's side, crying out, "Wu, father, I am scared." If Jiang Wanyue was frightened, was Jiang Danian any less so? He felt a chill run down his spine, speechless in his fear. Jiang Kaicheng instructed, "Wife, daughter, hold on to the 4 children tightly and be cautious. If any unforeseen events arise, do not worry about being discovered by this group. If they do, we shall simply resort to hypnosis." "All right, dear, you be careful," Yuan Yuanqi replied hastily. Both Jiang Jiao and her daughter understood that Jiang Kaicheng's unspoken words implied that in case of an emergency, they could retreat to their space for safety, and if the others or the soldiers noticed something amiss, they would simply hypnotize them afterward. However, hypnotizing so many people at once would certainly be taxing. Jiang Kaicheng armed himself and joined the panicked soldiers in fending off the wolf pack, while Yuan Yuanqi remained close to Jiang Jiao, ready to act should danger arise. Jiang Jiao, holding her child, glanced at the torches and suggested, "Let us grab the torches and see if we can drive the wolves away." Jiang Xiaofei swiftly retrieved a wooden stick from the fire, brandishing it at the wolves while shouting, "Stay back. Don't come any closer. If you do, I shall take your lives." The wolves regarded him as if he were a fool, disdainfully watching him for a moment before howling in response, utterly unafraid. This pack of wolves showed no fear of fire. Not only that, but the sight of Jiang Xiaofei brandishing a torch only heightened the excitement, causing the wild wolf to bare its teeth and lunge towards him. Terrified, Jiang Xiaofei threw down the torch and dashed towards Jiang Kaicheng, crying out, "Uncle! Uncle, save me!" Jiang Kaicheng, utterly disdainful, kicked aside the wild wolf that had been following Jiang Xiaofei and bellowed, "Useless fool, stay put." He was most irritated by such cowardly behavior, especially when faced with a pack of wolves. Jiang Xiaofei, chastised, dared not make a sound and instead retreated to Jiang Dajing's side, trembling as he gazed upon the pack of wolves with gleaming green eyes. Fortunately, a significant number of the wolves had been dealt with by Jiang Kaicheng and the soldiers, causing the remainder to hesitate in their advance. Yet, a couple still lingered nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. One wolf, seizing the chance when they were distracted, pounced onto Jiang Wanyue's body, sinking its teeth into her arm. Ah! A surge of excruciating pain shot through her, and upon turning her head, she was met with the sight of another wolf, its teeth bared and eyes glimmering with ferocity. Jiang Wanyue's terrified scream sent shivers down the spine of the nearby elder Jiang. The wild wolf seemed equally startled by her scream and bit down even harder. Jiang Junji gasped. The sight alone was painful to behold. Ruan Yuanshi glanced over, his expression unperturbed, merely raising an eyebrow to inquire, "Shall we go lend assistance?" If no one intervened soon, it was likely that the flesh on the young girl's arm would be irretrievably lost. Being bitten by a wild wolf in such a place was far from a trivial matter. Jiang Junji gestured towards the people from the main house, expressing her disdain as she remarked, "If their own kin won't help, why should we?" Jiang Dazheng and the others merely observed. Jiang Xiaofei still held the torch. Yet their instinctive reaction was to distance themselves from Jiang Wanyue, none daring to offer assistance. As for Qin Xiaoya and Jiang Zhilan, who stood at a considerable distance, they had no intention of approaching. Jiang Wanyue, paralyzed by fear, could only wail incoherently, pleading for help and expressing her pain, crying out for an indeterminate length of time before a soldier finally regained his composure, drawing his sword to decapitate the wolf. As she watched the severed wolf's head roll away and felt the numbing pain in her arm, Jiang Wanyue's cries became hoarse and desperate. At that moment, overwhelmed by pain and fear, she fainted. Ruan Yuanshi, spectating from the sidelines, remarked, "That looks painful. I imagine a pound of flesh has been lost from that arm. If not treated properly, infection is likely. When she wakes, she may be quite pleased, as she won't need to diet anymore." Jiang Junji, bemused, retorted, "Is that how dieting works? Losing a chunk of flesh from one's arm?" While they observed the unfolding drama, Bai Yuefeng, seemingly just returning to her senses, noticed her daughter sprawled on the ground, blood everywhere. She dropped her son and rushed over, trembling as she called out, "Wanyue, Wanyue, what happened? Please don't scare your mother. Wake up." Jiang Wanyue, having lost consciousness, could offer no response. What was all the commotion for when she was not even dead? Jiang Junji lazily stifled a yawn, observing the dwindling wolf pack. Knowing that her father had escaped injury, her concern for Jiang Wanyuan's fate diminished. It was merely a bite to the arm, flesh-torn but not life-threatening, provided infection didn't set in. Moreover, the loud wailing had drawn several wolves away, resulting in significant losses for the pack. These beasts seemed to understand whom they could provoke and whom they could not. With their numbers reduced, they scurried off with tails between their legs. On the soldiers' side, due to Jiang Kaicheng's presence, casualties were minimal. Most injuries were superficial at worst. Seeing that no one paid her any heed, Bai Yuefeng's cries grew louder. She accused the soldiers, exclaiming, "You are the ones who killed my daughter. It is your insistence on taking this path that has cost her life." Chapter 27. Your daughter is not dead yet. Isn't it premature to mourn? Jiang Junji remarked coolly from the side. Your daughter is not dead yet. Isn't it a tad premature to mourn? Jiang Wanyuan was still breathing. Why was Bai Yuefeng in such a hurry to weep? Bai Yuefeng paused, glancing down to confirm her daughter still had breath, and awkwardly rephrased her lament. If it weren't for your insistence on this route, my daughter wouldn't be in this state. What she did not anticipate was that her cries would evoke not a shred of guilt in the soldiers. Rather, they found her lamentation distasteful. Frowning, one of them coldly commanded silence. Bai Yuefeng, terrified, shook as she held her daughter, cautiously glancing at the officials, afraid to utter a word. From the outset, these officials regarded their lives as expendable. Losing an arm was trivial. Even if Jiang Wanyuan were to perish entirely, their eyes would scarcely blink. They were merely annoyed by Bai Yuefeng's incessant wailing and thus silenced her. Now, they bore their own injuries, and what right had these few sheltered individuals to speak? After being reprimanded, Bai Yuefeng refrained from her previous outburst, merely cradling her daughter and murmuring softly, "But if my daughter remains in this condition without treatment, she will die." The officials found her complaints irksome and waved dismissively, ordering, "You lot, stop standing around. Hurry and pack up. Once you are ready, we shall continue on our way." Regarding the woman, the official initially considered leaving her to fend for herself, but upon reflection, recognized that while her death might seem preferable, her survival would pose a greater complication. Reluctantly, he conceded if she can reach the next county alive, and if there is a medical facility there, she may receive treatment. If not, it's simply her misfortune. Addressing the others, he reiterated, "Did you not hear me? Get your things together now." As Jiang Wanyuan's breaths grew faint and blood continued to flow, Jiang Danian contemplated speaking up for his daughter. Yet, despite his reluctance, he swallowed his words. What difference did it make, after all, now that the situation had unfolded as it had? Even though they were unwilling, there were no medical facilities nearby in the desolate mountains, nor anyone to tend to Jiang Wanquan. Jiang Danian could only approach by Yue Fong and suggest placing Jiang Wanquan on a cart or discussing the possibility of putting her in a horse-drawn carriage. Hearing this, Jiang Junji furrowed her brow, feeling that she could no longer remain a mere bystander. She nudged Ruan Yuanqi beside her and whispered, "If we let her lie on the small cart, especially after the recent rain, it will undoubtedly slow down our progress." "Indeed," Ruan Yuanqi replied softly, glancing at Jiang Junji and inquiring, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to retrieve some medicine from the space for her?" "That is not entirely out of the question," Jiang Junji mused. "However, suddenly producing healing medicine might seem rather abrupt. Considering the quantity required could raise suspicions among them about its origin. I do not wish to attract any unnecessary trouble for Jiang Wanquan. Yet, she could not simply leave her in such a state." As Jiang Junji pondered, her gaze wandered, and she fortuitously discovered some herbs by the roadside. These herbs possess properties for stopping bleeding and disinfecting. While further treatment for her arm would necessitate additional medicines, they sufficed for an emergency application. Jiang Junji entrusted the child in her arms to Jiang Kaiqing and moved to gather the hemostatic herbs, approaching by Yue Fong to hand them over, saying, "Chew these and apply the paste to your daughter's wounds." Startled by the sudden appearance of the herbs, Bai Yue Fong hesitated, eyeing them with suspicion, uncertain whether to use them or not. Noticing Bai Yue Fong's doubtful expression, Jiang Junji let out a cold laugh and stated, "Of course, you are free to distrust me. But given your daughter's current condition, it is uncertain if she will survive until the next county. After all, she has lost a significant amount of blood and is at risk of infection." Upon hearing that her daughter might not survive, Bai Yue Fong grew frantic and asked, "Can these truly cure my daughter?" With little patience, Jiang Junji replied, "Believe it or not, it is your choice. If you think it is problematic, do not apply it to her." Seeing Jiang Wanquan appearing increasingly frail, Bai Yue Fong dared not engage in further conversation with Jiang Junji and hurriedly shoved the herbs into her mouth. The moment she chewed, a wave of bitterness burst forth, contorting her face in agony, yet she stifled any words, enduring the acrid taste as she continued to chew. Jiang Junji then moved directly to tend to Jiang Wanquan's wounds. As the wild wolf had bitten her arm, the sleeve had to be rolled up or torn away entirely. Glancing at the tattered fabric that was nearly glued to the wound, Jiang Junji wasted no time in tearing it open, revealing the ghastly, blood-soaked arm beneath. The officials nearby were also attending to their own injuries when they heard the sound of fabric tearing, causing them to turn and look. Upon seeing the stark white of the arm, despite the wounds and blood, a few of the more lascivious officials exchanged glances and shared ambiguous laughter. Bai Yue Fong felt immensely embarrassed, yet there was no other recourse. She hastily applied the herbal remedy to Jiang Wanyuan and anxiously inquired of Jiang Junji, "Will this awaken her? When will she regain consciousness?" Jiang Junji, lacking any knowledge of when the girl might awaken, replied curtly, "I don't know." Bai Yue Fong was taken aback. Jiang Junji's primary motive for assisting was to prevent Jiang Wanyuan from delaying their journey and hindering their progress. Thus, after applying the herbs, Jiang Junji produced a small painkiller, intending to administer it to Jiang Wanyuan. The painkiller was minuscule, hardly raising suspicion. However, before she could extend her hand, Bai Yue Fong seized Jiang Junji's wrist, exclaiming loudly, "Are you trying to harm our Wanyuan? Isn't that the poison from before?" Jiang Junji glanced at the pill and noted its resemblance. Yet, Jiang Wanyuan rolled her eyes in irritation, retorting, "Given your daughter's current state, do I truly need to poison her? If I were to abandon her here, she wouldn't make it to the next county alive. Even if it weren't due to excessive blood loss, the pain alone could lead to her demise. If it's not poison, then what exactly are you giving Wang Yuan? Bai Weifang remained skeptical of Jiang Junji. Jiang Junji replied testily, "It's a painkiller. I simply wish to prevent her from waking and disrupting our journey. If you deem it unnecessary, I can refrain from administering it. After all, this medicine was crafted by her own hands, and she had no desire to waste it on Jiang Wanyuan." Although Bai Weifang found some merit in Jiang Junji's reasoning, she remained doubtful, scrutinizing the tablet in her hand for quite some time before finally releasing her grip to allow Jiang Junji to administer the medication to Jiang Wanyuan. As others completed their preparations, Jiang Wanyuan indeed stirred back to consciousness, only to erupt into a piercing scream. Ah! Jiang Junji instinctively covered her ears, her expression one of distaste. The girl was remarkably spirited, even after being mauled by a wolf. She still had the energy to create such a commotion. Her constitution seemed quite robust, as Ruan Yuanqi remarked while shielding her ears in annoyance. The reason for Jiang Wanyuan's shrill outcry was not her wolf-inflicted injuries, but rather the shocking sight of her sleeve being torn away upon opening her eyes. "Where's my dress? Where are my sleeves?" Jiang Wanyuan frantically scanned her surroundings, her heart sinking. She had already suffered enough from her banishment. Surely, she would not lose her last semblance of dignity. Chapter 28. I warn you, do not approach me. Upon hearing Jiang Wanyuan's immediate scream, upon regaining consciousness, Bai Weifang assumed it was due to pain or perhaps that Jiang Junji had indeed given her poison. Flustered, she anxiously asked, "What is it, Wanyuan? Are you in pain? Is there anything else that troubles you?" Jiang Wanyuan cried out, "Where are the sleeves of my dress? Mother, where are my sleeves? My arms are exposed. Who tore my sleeves? My virtue. Oh no, my virtue is gone." Once Bai Weifang realized that the commotion was merely over a missing sleeve, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to feel relieved or infuriated. She could only explain to Jiang Wanyuan, No, it was not someone else who tore it. It was because you were bitten by a wolf. Junji, you had to tear your sleeve to apply the medicine." The painkillers administered by Jiang Junji proved to be remarkably effective. Even as Jiang Wanyuan's body remained stained with blood, her wounds visibly distressing. Yet, she carried herself with an air of nonchalance, shrieking with vigor. At this moment, there was still time to concern herself with the state of her sleeves and her reputation. Jiang Wanjun wished to cover her pale, injured arms, yet hesitated to touch the wounds, settling instead for a nearby piece of fabric to drape over herself, glaring at Jiang Junji. "Jiang Junji, did you do this on purpose? Are you intent on tarnishing my reputation? You wanted others to see me like this, didn't you? It's just a sleeve. How could it ruin my honor?" Jiang Junji found their reasoning incomprehensible. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, "What purpose would it serve to ruin your reputation? How much is your honor worth anyway? It's certainly less than the cost of my medicine." However, Jiang Wanjun paid no heed to her words, firmly believing that Jiang Junji was the architect of her misfortune. In a fit of hysteria, she screamed, "You act this way because you've lost your own honor, and now you want to suffer the same fate." The commotion grew unbearable. Yuan, sure, listening intently, felt exasperated and remarked to Jiang Junji, "Had I known she would make such a fuss over this trivial matter, I would have ignored her and let her fend for herself. Keeping her around will only lead to her demise from infection." Jiang Junji began to concur with the notion of leaving Jiang Wanjun to her own devices. However, having already intervened, it was unrealistic to simply abandon her. With a sigh, she retrieved a pill from her space. Striding toward the still screaming Jiang Wanjun, her approach elicited panic as Jiang Wanjun widened her eyes, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I warn you, don't come any closer." Her warnings fell on deaf ears as Jiang Junji confidently advanced, deftly tossing a pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly. Jiang Wanjun barely had time to react and expel the foreign object. Clutching her throat, she attempted to scream at Jiang Junji, demanding to know what she had just ingested. However, she was horrified to realize that no matter how she opened her mouth or strained to voice her concerns, no sound emerged. Had she become mute? The world fell silent. Satisfied, Jiang Junji observed Jiang Wanjun's terror and kindly explained, "Do not worry. it will not endanger your life. It is merely a pill that silences you, effective for 3 days. After that, the effects will naturally wear off. Bai Yuefeng interjected, exclaiming, "You drugged our Wanjun?" Jiang Junji replied coolly, "If you continue to raise your voice, I can provide you with a dose as well." Bai Yuefeng fell silent immediately. Jiang Wanjun was seething with indignation, yet powerless to express it, managing only muffled sounds of frustration. Just as her agitation peaked, she sensed a gaze upon her, and following its direction, discovered several lecherous eyes fixated on her arms. The very officers who had previously taunted Jiang Junji now scrutinized her injured arms, not only observing, but seemingly engaged in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Jiang Wanquan was extremely vexed and wished to admonish them not to stare. Yet she possessed neither the capability nor the courage to do so. Unable to voice her discontent and too timid to unleash her ire upon the officials, she resorted to fiercely stomping her feet in frustration, directing her anger inward. With her attire in such disarray, reverting to its former state was an impossibility. As she continued to be scrutinized, torn between remaining exposed and donning the prison garb, she resolved not to allow these officials to take advantage of her. If her arms were to be gazed upon for too long, who knew what nefarious intentions might arise, leading to further indignities? She was, after all, a young lady of noble birth. Despite her current exile, she was destined to marry into wealth, and she could not permit this rabble of lowly soldiers to behold her arms. With a heavy heart, she climbed into the carriage, donning the prison clothes to shield her arms from their gaze. As she changed, Wan Yuanxi and Jiang Junji were deliberating whether Jiang Wanquan's arm could be saved. There seemed to be little cause for concern. While a portion of flesh had been lost, the bone remained intact. Provided there was no infection, treatment would be straightforward, even manageable by ordinary barefoot doctors. However, it was certain that a scar would remain, unsightly perhaps, but unavoidable, as Jiang Junji shrugged in resignation. Having examined the injury previously, the two engaged in discussion for a while. Eventually, Jiang Wanquan emerged from the carriage clad in her prison garb. Despite the looming threat of encountering wolves ahead, the group had no choice but to continue on their path. Fortunately, they had not traveled far when they stumbled upon a village. Although it was mealtime, the village lay eerily deserted. As they approached and surveyed the area, they realized it had been the refuge of the displaced they had encountered earlier. The inhabitants had fled entirely. The houses, unable to be transported, were left behind. Inside, the dwellings were devoid of any possessions, inadvertently creating a sense of spaciousness. They chose an empty house to take shelter in, deciding to rest and recuperate before resuming their journey the next day. Besides Jiang Kaicheng, who had sustained no injuries, the others had all suffered wounds to varying degrees and required time to heal. The hour was growing late, and the residents of the large house, terrified by the wolves, were particularly subdued at this moment. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Junji and her companions quietly slipped into the space. Jiang Junji exchanged a glance with her parents and contemplated aloud, "I believe we need not wait for the next checkpoint. This is an opportune moment." Wan Yuanxi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we can take this chance to escape. I can scarcely endure the sight of their faces any longer." Having to listen to Jiang Wanquan and Bai Yuefeng's incessant shrieks had nearly driven Wan Yuanxi to distraction, especially considering that, while their space contained numerous items, there was always the risk of discovery, leading to further suffering. She felt that her own discomfort was bearable, but her daughter and granddaughter should not have to endure such trials. They had long wished to depart, merely waiting for the right moment. Initially, the plan was to wait until the subsequent journey, which would take several days to reach a county before departing. However, it has become evident that such a delay is unnecessary. An opportunity has presented itself. They have fortuitously encountered a pack of wolves, which is indeed a favorable chance. Jiang Kaicheng nodded in agreement and inquired of Jiang Junji, "Gio, what do you intend to do?" Jiang Junji had long contemplated this matter upon the encounter with the wolves. Now, hearing Jiang Kaicheng's question, she smiled. "Today we fortuitously encountered a pack of wolves, and under this pretext, we can escape. Moreover, with Jiang Wanquan injured, it renders our situation all the more convincing." Chapter 29. hypnotizing everyone to escape. Otherwise, it would merely be their family facing trouble, which might arouse suspicion from others. With Jiang Wanwan present, there is no need for such concerns. Wan Yuan, she stroked her chin and proposed, "Let us hypnotize them and claim that we were devoured by the wolves." They encountered the pack, and we fought valiantly. However, burdened by the presence of 4 children, we were ultimately overpowered and consumed entirely. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to say we were completely consumed? Jiang Junji remarked, bemused, as she glanced at her mother. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "No, that could raise doubts. How could a pack of wolves leave no trace, not even a bone fragment?" Jiang Kaicheng pondered for a while and suggested, "Let us say we were bitten to death, but in their haste to protect themselves, they neglected to look back and simply fled. When they returned, they found nothing but clothing and remnants. What do you think?" Jiang Junji nodded, deeming the idea plausible. "Then it is settled. We will say we were devoured, and the others will continue their exile." Once the 3 had reached an agreement, they decided to wait until nightfall when everyone was asleep before taking action. Although it would be somewhat troublesome, they would need to awaken each individual one by one and hypnotize them, ensuring that no one remain awake, allowing them to escape without concern. Later, the trio quietly released the hypnotic mist. Given that the village was already deserted, they swiftly bound everyone after dispersing the mist. To avoid complications, Jiang Junji first hypnotized the occupants of the main house. Upon seeing them, Jiang Dinyin and Grandma Jiang were instantly struck with terror. "What are you doing binding us in the dead of night? Surely, you do not intend to commit murder," Grandma Jiang exclaimed in panic. "Second son, although I am not your biological mother, your father recognized me later, and I am now your nominal mother. You cannot perpetrate such a fratricidal act. We are a family. Indeed, second brother, we have suffered greatly from being implicated in your exile. You cannot deny us even a thread of hope for survival." The eldest brother pleaded, "I do not seek much. I only wish to live. Please spare me." Jiang Kaicheng looked at them with disdain before promptly hypnotizing them and discarding them aside. When Jiang Wanwan awoke to this scene, she was utterly dumbfounded. Trembling, she gazed at Jiang Junji and, in fear, implored, "Jiang Junji, what are you planning to do?" "Cousin, I was wrong. I shall no longer speak out of turn. Please do not kill me. Woo-woo." She had already lost a significant portion of flesh from one of her arms. While on the road, she overheard Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi expressing their frustrations over her delaying their journey. She assumed they wished for her demise, viewing her as a burden. Jiang Junji smiled faintly at her, producing a coin suspended by a string, saying, "Focus on this, and I shall spare your life." In truth, Jiang Junji could have easily hypnotized her without the coin, but she often varied her methods, having experimented with numerous techniques. Having witnessed Jiang Junji's capabilities, Jiang Wanwan realized that any attempt to resist would be futile, and she was left with no choice but to gaze at the coin. Jiang Junji inquired, "Who are you?" Trembling, Jiang Wanwan responded, "I am Jiang Wanwan." Jiang Junji pressed further, "How did you travel this route?" "It was my second uncle who led us," Jiang Wanwan mumbled, her mind becoming increasingly hazy. "No," Jiang Junji gently corrected, "it was the soldiers who escorted you into exile. You followed their orders. Your second uncle, though skilled in martial arts, was shackled and could do nothing." Jiang Wanwan, in a daze, echoed, "We followed the soldiers' orders." "Do you recall what Jiang Junji's family did?" Jiang Junji asked again. Jiang Wanwan replied, "Jiang Junji used sorcery on the vendor at the food stall and poisoned the soldiers. My second uncle threatened them." "No, it was the vendor who witnessed the officials strike Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng, inflicting injuries upon them. They remained ill until they encountered the wolf pack. Unable to flee due to their sickness while caring for 4 children, they were ultimately consumed by the wolves." Jiang Junji spoke softly, and Jiang Wanwan nodded, repeating her words. After hypnotizing the members of the main house, Jiang Junji began to hypnotize the officials, maintaining a similar narrative. Once the hypnosis concluded, she clapped her hands and glanced at Jiang Wanwan with pity, stating, "Let her seek her own fortune." Without this hypnosis, the subsequent events would lack coherence, and any inconsistencies could easily be detected. However, This hypnosis could not guarantee that these individuals would not harbor ill intentions towards Jiang Wanwan. After all, she was already 15, an age at which a girl in ancient times was considered of marriageable status. Though Jiang Junji was also quite attractive, she was merely 13, and being less favored within the Jiang family, she appeared even more fragile, thus likely drawing less interest from the soldiers. At that moment, Jiang Junji could not afford to dwell on these matters. After unbinding a few individuals, she began deliberating how much silver to provide as travel expenses. She wished to avoid giving too much, lest they take advantage, yet she feared that offering too little might raise suspicions, especially since they had only recently begun their exile. Logically, the originally allocated 50 taels for travel should suffice without excessive expenditure, or else the soldiers would surely notice something amiss. To maintain the effectiveness of the hypnosis, the primary requirement was that the subjects remained oblivious to any irregularities. Once they detected something awry, they could easily uncover flaws and recall forgotten details. Thus, the journey could not be completed without complications. After a brief discussion among the three, they compassionately decided to leave behind 46 taels of silver as provisions for the exiled individuals, considering the number of people and the long journey ahead. The carriage was certainly to be taken, and the tent as well. Once they had untied the captives and sent them back, Jiang Junji stroked her chin and remarked that since they had already undergone hypnosis, they could not leave any traces behind. They would have to fend for themselves. Restoring everything to its original state, Jiang Junji even took a prison uniform belonging to Jiang Kaicheng, drenched it in blood plasma, tore it into shreds, and stuffed it into a constable's room. This would serve as evidence that their family had been devoured by wild wolves, lending an air of authenticity to the scene. Having completed their checks with no evidence left behind, Wan Yuanqi circled back to find Jiang Kaicheng readying the carriage, pondering aloud about the traces left by the carriage's axle. It was inevitable that the carriage would leave marks during its journey. Jiang Junji contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Let us not retrace our steps, but venture to another location. This way, they will not suspect us. I have noticed a small town nearby. In a direction divergent from the path of exile, we can find refuge there first." They had already traveled for a considerable time to facilitate the exile, and although they had stayed at inns along the way, they had not received adequate rest. Now that they had successfully escaped, it was prudent to recuperate for a while before proceeding further. The three reached a tacit agreement and, prior to entering the town, underwent disguises. In this era, the means of verifying identity were easily forged, making it a simple task for them. Armed with counterfeit name cards and their altered appearances, they confidently strode into the town and took up residence in a local inn. Upon entering, Wan Yuanqi immediately retreated into her space and embraced Dabao, exclaiming, "Dabao, your grandmother is finally free." Dabao looked at Wan Yuanqi with a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Chapter 30. Freedom. Wan Yuanqi was now filled with excitement. She had felt utterly stifled during this period. Jiang Junji, also resigned, followed her in, realizing it was nearly time to feed the 4 children. She pinched the little face of Si Bao and reflected, "They will have to remain hidden in the space for a while. Otherwise, carrying 4 children would be too conspicuous." The 4 children were already rare sights, and with Jiang Junji in tow, their identities would surely raise suspicions, complicating matters unnecessarily. They wished to avoid any trouble. After resting for an extended period in their space, the family of 3 finally gathered their spirits to venture out for supplies. Jiang Junji was particularly cautious when they set out, having disguised herself as a man to mitigate any potential issues. "Our Jiojing looks striking even in men's attire," Wan Yuanqi remarked, thoroughly pleased with Jiang Junji's appearance. After examining her several times, she praised, "If there was such a handsome young man, I would want to bring you home as a husband for my daughter." Jiang Junji, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied to Wan Yuanqi, "So, it seems you are referring to your own family, are you?" A family of 3, filled with laughter and joy, ventured out to procure a considerable number of items. Once their supplies were sufficient, they began to deliberate on their next destination. The direction of their exile was undoubtedly fixed, yet as they contemplated settling down, They found themselves uninformed about which cities in this unfamiliar world would be favorable. The flow of information and transportation in this realm was not particularly advanced, making the cost of trial and error exceedingly high. Observing the furrowed brows of Ruan Yuanxi and Jiang Kai-chung as they pondered their future abode, Jiang Junji suddenly inquired, "Why are we in such a haste to find a place to settle when we are not pressed for time?" Her words jolted them into realization. Jiang Kai-chung, slapping his thigh in surprise, echoed, "Indeed, why the urgency to secure a dwelling? We have yet to explore this place. It could serve as a delightful excursion, akin to reliving our honeymoon with my wife. Yet," he lamented, "they would be accompanied by their daughter, a significant presence that would slightly hinder their couple's retreat into intimacy." Ruan Yuanqi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rarity of their opportunity to wander freely. "If Zhu Jiao finds a place she adores, we can always purchase a home there," she added, jovially patting her money pouch. "We have ample funds. If we fancy a location, we can buy a house there and alternate our stays. After all, the treasury's wealth resides within our space. How could we possibly lack for money?" Although Jiang Junji found Ruan Yuanqi's attitude somewhat exasperating, she concurred, nodding her head. "We should indeed explore for delectable cuisine. The quality of food in this world varies significantly. Some places offer delightful fare, while others are barely palatable. Although they could sustain themselves with the spiritual spring water, subsisting solely on water without food would be unbearably torturous." The group reached a consensus. After determining their next destination on the map, Jiang Junji and her companions did not rush to depart. The carriage was in a deplorable state and required tidying up. As Jiang Junji contemplated the carriage, she reconsidered. "No, we should not bother cleaning it. Let us simply replace it." Despite having hypnotized the officials and the large family, there was still a chance that others might see their carriage. Although the likelihood of encountering someone they knew was slim, Jiang Junji preferred to avoid any potential complications. The carriage was a joint effort between Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi, who decided to exchange it for the largest one available in a nearby town. They placed several soft cushions inside for comfort, Ruan Yuanxi suggested, and after Jiang Junji tossed in a few cushions, she remained unsatisfied with the bare carriage and added several decorative pillows, proclaiming, "Now, it is perfect, were it not for their constraints." Jiang Junji would have preferred to procure a mobile home. Once the three of them had arranged the carriage comfortably, they even custom-ordered a fence that could accommodate 4 children, finally feeling content with the carriage. In truth, they could have kept the children within their space, avoiding the need to bring them out. Observing Jiang Junji placing the 4 little ones into the fence, Ruan Yuanqi questioned in confusion, "Why must you insist on bringing them out? It is unwise to confine them within that space, for they must eventually inhabit this world." Jiang Junji playfully pinched Erbao's cheeks, watching as he gazed at his mother in bewilderment, oblivious to the situation. Amused, Jiang Junji pinched him more vigorously, relishing the way his chubby face bounced beneath her fingers. Erbao. Observing Erbao's face morphing under Jiang Junji's playful manipulation, Ruan Yuanqi simultaneously reached to pinch Sanbao's cheeks, shaking her head in astonishment at the intensity of motherhood. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaiqing had finished inspecting the carriage and approached to urge his wife and children, stating that all was in order. "Let us go, board the carriage. You all sit inside while I handle the driving. Father, how about we take turns driving? It could expedite our journey. Our next destination is quite distant, and if we delay too long, we might have to spend the night on the road," suggested Jiang Junji. Jiang Kaiqing pondered this and ultimately did not dismiss her proposal. Nevertheless, he drove for the majority of the journey, allowing his wife and children to rest beside him. After much haste, they finally arrived at the next town before nightfall. This town had been chosen by Jiang Junji. As Jiang Kaicheng presented their identification to the officials at the entrance, he inquired of his daughter, "What made you select this place? The name is pleasing." Jiang Junji replied with conviction. Jiang Kaicheng was left speechless. The town indeed bore a lovely name, Luocheng. Their assumed identities served them well, and upon entering, they immediately sensed a stark difference between this place and the towns they had traversed during their exile. Jiang Kaicheng remarked, observing the bustling crowds. "This town appears far more vibrant than those we passed." Now that night had fallen, the previous towns had either been deserted or sparsely populated, unlike this one, where vendors were still calling out late into the evening. Jiang Junji expressed her satisfaction with the town and proposed to her parents. Let us rest here for a few days, assess the situation, and then continue our journey. Her parents readily agreed. They found an inn and booked the largest room available. To avoid drawing attention, Jiang Junji had already concealed all 4 children within the space upon entering the town. They would rest here tonight and explore the city tomorrow. Jiang Kaicheng concluded, "Wife, Junji, you both should bathe first while I step outside to observe the surroundings." Being a man, Jiang Kaicheng merely needed to draw hot water in the inn, unlike Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi, who took their bathing rituals quite seriously. After a restful night, they planned to explore the streets the following day. Initially, they intended to venture out together, but upon noticing Jiang Kaicheng exchanging knowing glances with her, Jiang Junji understood he was concealing something. Chapter 31. Encountering a man. Jiang Junji, understanding her father's intentions, discreetly parted ways with them to allow the couple some time alone, while she donned male attire and wandered the streets. The city is evidently distinct from the previous ones, with its inhabitants enjoying a stable existence. "Hurry, hurry! Let us venture ahead," exclaimed a voice. It was the eldest daughter of the Su family, Jiang Junji, who was savoring a bun while strolling along the roadside, was suddenly jostled from behind by someone in a hurry, rushing towards a gathering of people ahead. "Is there something exciting happening?" Jiang Junji raised an eyebrow, intrigued and eager to join the fray. As she mingled with the crowd, they arrived at the congregation's location. It appeared that someone was tossing embroidered balls to attract suitors. The young lady on the upper floor, though veiled, radiated extraordinary beauty and was adorned in gold and silver, clearly of noble lineage. Curious, Jiang Junji inquired of a nearby onlooker, "Pray tell, what is transpiring?" The young man replied, "Ah, you must be new here. This is the eldest daughter of the Su family, throwing embroidered balls to seek a husband today. If one is fortunate enough to be chosen by her, they would rise to prominence overnight." The surrounding men were eagerly preparing themselves, their eyes gleaming with ambition. "Oh," Jiang Junji elongated her response, standing aside, merely intending to observe the spectacle. She held no aspirations for sudden wealth and had no intention of competing for the embroidered ball. Her sole desire was to witness the excitement. The young lady indeed commanded remarkable popularity, with young men surrounding the embroidery pavilion, their gazes akin to wolves eyeing their prey. The Su lady, clutching the embroidered ball, surveyed the crowd and, without hesitation, tossed it into the air. "Mine, do not fight with me. Step aside." The moment the men surged forward, Jiang Junji, savoring the last bite of her bun, watched in astonishment, increasingly impressed by how this Su lady could incite such fervor. It was uncertain who would ultimately claim the prize. Rumor had it that not long ago, the county magistrate had sought her hand in marriage, but the Su family had declined, leaving one to wonder what sort of match they envisioned for her. The magistrate had intended for her to become his 18th concubine. How could the Su family possibly consent? Such a virtuous maiden could never be wed to someone of that ilk. "Dear ladies, what is the matter? Could you elaborate?" Jiang Junji hastily swallowed the final morsel of her bun and inquired of the women beside her, who were engaged in discussion. Dressed in male attire, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a dashing young gentleman. The women, startled by her question, exchanged glances, some blushing, and one timidly replied, "Oh, it is merely that the Su lady's beauty has stirred up quite the commotion. But sir, will you not compete for the embroidered ball? Marrying the Su family's eldest daughter would make you a favored son-in-law, a veritable leap to greatness." Jiang Junji chuckled awkwardly. Alas, that is not feasible. Though the thought intrigued her, she recognized her own limitations. As she contemplated retreating to enjoy the spectacle from a distance, a sudden shadow loomed above her, and instinctively, she reached out, discovering an object had fallen into her hand. Looking down, she found herself cradling the round, exquisitely embroidered ball. Cheers erupted from the crowd, leaving Jiang Junji utterly astonished. What was this? A stroke of fortune from the heavens? But she was not a man. Would the Su lady take issue with this? Jiang Junji was enveloped in a haze of confusion, while several nearby maidens smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Young master, you are truly fortunate. This embroidered ball has fortuitously descended into your hands. Please, raise it high so that Miss Su can behold it." In stark contrast to the jubilant cheers of those around him, Jiang Junji's heart was a tumult of emotions, pondering whether he might toss the ball once more. Above, on the embroidery pavilion, Miss Su was discreetly observing Jiang Junji, and upon noticing his handsome visage, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. A nearby maid jested, "Miss, what do you think of this gallant suitor? What a meddlesome tongue." Miss Su shot a glare at her servant, but, with a twinkle in her eyes, turned to her father and said, "Father, since this young gentleman has captured the embroidered ball, let us invite him to join us." Upon hearing this, old Master Su understood his daughter's intent and laughed heartily, instructing a servant to fetch the young man. "Go, invite this esteemed gentleman to come forth." Initially, Jiang Junji contemplated simply discarding the ball, but upon realizing they intended to summon him, he hastily threw the ball into the crowd and fled. "Hey, why are you running?" Miss Su exclaimed in dismay, stamping her foot atop the pavilion. Instinctively, she commanded a servant, "Go and retrieve him." The servants, obeying her command, took off in pursuit. Jiang Junji was taken aback. He had come merely to witness the spectacle, and now found himself embroiled in such trouble. He feared that an explanation would be futile. Considering the influential stature of the Su family, who could tell what repercussions might ensue? Thus, fleeing seemed the wisest course. As the servants pursued him relentlessly, Jiang Junji adeptly maneuvered through narrow alleys, finally slipping into a secluded passageway where he dared not make a sound. Outside, the servants, panting and cursing, exclaimed, "Damn it! He can really run. He must be up ahead. Keep chasing. That scoundrel, running away. To think he would flee after stealing the embroidered ball from our celestial miss. Such a lack of gratitude. If we fail to apprehend him, I shudder to think of Our Lady's reaction upon our return." Once the servants had receded into the distance, Jiang Junji exhaled a sigh of relief. He drew forth a vial of spiritual spring water from his possession and took a generous sip, muttering to himself, "They are relentless. Such a beautiful young lady, and yet he is fleeing as if his life depended on it. What is he so desperate for? To ensure his safety." He chose not to retrace his steps. Contemplating whether to change into women's attire before venturing out again, he proceeded toward the opposite end of the alley. The sky had grown somewhat overcast, and the alley was cluttered with debris. As Jiang Junji navigated around the obstacles, sipping the spiritual spring water, he failed to pay attention to his feet. Suddenly, he stumbled upon something. The object was both firm and soft, emitting a muffled groan upon impact. Jiang Junji halted, peering down to discover, to his astonishment, that it was a person, a vagrant. Curiosity piqued, he approached to investigate, but was met with a subtle scent of blood in the air. Was the man injured? Ensuring no one was in sight, Jiang Junji retrieved a flashlight from her space and directed its beam toward the figure sprawled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, her astonishment deepened. The man was not merely injured, but was nearly drenched in blood, his clothing thoroughly soaked. His injuries appeared severe, bordering on fatal. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Junji approached to examine him more closely, pondering whether he had crossed paths with an enemy. The wounds on his face were gruesome, a terrifying sight that would likely frighten any child who happened to pass by. As she murmured to herself, she gently grasped the man's face to scrutinize him. His visage was obscured by blood, rendering it impossible to discern his attractiveness. Having narrowly escaped pursuit earlier that day, she harbored no excess compassion. After a moment's deliberation, she produced a modestly priced coagulation powder from her space, hastily cleaning the wounds on his face before administering the powder, planning to leave his fate to chance. "Let me uncover your fatal wound," she muttered, flipping the man over to ascertain the location of his most grievous injury. If it proved too severe, his chances of survival would be slim. While turning him, she noticed an object fall to the ground with a soft clink. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a jade pendant, likely dislodged from the man during her movements. Illuminating the pendant with her flashlight, she furrowed her brow, struck by a sense of familiarity. Had she encountered it before? After sifting through the original owner's memories, she recalled that this pendant belonged to the current prince. the Prince of War, who had reportedly worn it since childhood. The original owner had fortuitously seen it once before. The Prince of War? Chapter 32. She should not be here. She should be under the car. Jiang Junji tilted her head, observing the man, who still exhibited faint signs of life. In disbelief, she fetched a towel from her space and carefully wiped the blood from his face. Soon, his features were revealed to her, and despite a striking scar marring his appearance, the rest of his face was remarkably handsome. Even in his pallid state from blood loss, he exuded an undeniable charm. Drawing from the original owner's memories, Jiang Junji confirmed her realization. This was indeed the Prince of War. She had not anticipated such fortune on her outing. Stumbling upon the prince by the roadside, the thought of the oppressive emperor spurred her into action. Without hesitation, she transported him into her space, abandoning her shopping plans and hastily returning home. Upon her arrival, Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuan, she had already completed their stroll and were engaged in playful banter at home. Spotting Jiang Junji, they greeted her. Junji, guess what we saw on the street? In her urgency to tend to the prince, Jiang Junji didn't immediately release him from her space. Instead, she took a sip of water and inquired, "What did you see?" In a particular household, a family tossed a decorated ball to seek a suitor. Yet the young gentleman who caught it fled, leaving everyone in search of him across the land. With eager anticipation, Wan Yuanqi rubbed her hands together, gossiping with Jiang Junji, and commented enthusiastically, "That young lady seems quite charming. I wonder what this scion was thinking to run away like that. If he is unwilling, what sort of partner is he hoping to find?" Suddenly, Jiang Junji was caught off guard by a sip of water, leading to a series of coughs. She pondered how Ruan Yuanqi would react if she knew that the fleeing gentleman was, in fact, her own daughter's suitor. However, there were more pressing matters at hand, so Jiang Junji refrained from elaborating further. Instead, she retrieved the man she had rescued from her space and tossed him onto the bed, saying, "Mother, come and take a look at this person." Upon seeing the unconscious man sprawled on the bed, Wan Yuanqi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Who is this?" Jiang Junji assumed Wan Yuanqi recognized his identity and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is." Before she could finish, Wan Yuanqi interrupted, her expression one of shock. "Junji, we haven't even decided to settle in this town, and you are so hastily seeking a father for the 4 children? If you truly have someone you fancy, let your father propose in a proper manner. Why did you bring him back unconscious? This could lead to serious injury." Wan Yuanqi gazed at the man with great concern. "Will he even consent once he awakens?" Jiang Junji replied, "This is absolute nonsense. I am not seeking a husband. This is the War King, the renowned god of war from the stories." She helplessly explained to Wan Yuanqi. It was said that the kingdom was built upon the efforts of the War King, who has dutifully served the treacherous emperor. However, 6 months ago, an unfortunate incident occurred. As she stroked her chin, contemplating the situation, Jiang Junji continued her explanation. He was ambushed 6 months ago, resulting in a loss of sensation in his legs. Following his withdrawal from the battlefield, peace was negotiated between the 2 nations. The treacherous emperor intended to send him to the enemy kingdom as a hostage. Did he manage to escape? Wan Yuanqi inquired, her eyes darting to the man on the bed, clicking her tongue. No wonder he fled. Being treated as a hostage could very well lead to his demise. But Junji, if you do not intend for him to be a father to the children, why did you bring him back? At that moment, Jiang Junji believed she had stumbled upon an excellent opportunity to thwart the treacherous emperor. So she had brought him back without considering that Wan Yuanqi might misconstrue her intentions as wanting a father for her children. Before Jiang Junji could respond, Jiang Kaicheng entered from outside. Upon seeing the familiar face of the man on the bed, his eyes widened in shock. "Is this the War King? Junji, you brought him back." Jiang Kaicheng's keen perception was commendable. Jiang Junji nodded, intending to explain that she had brought him back upon recognizing him as the War King to create trouble for the treacherous emperor. But she was interrupted by several hearty pats on her shoulder from Jiang Kaicheng, causing her to swallow her words. "Truly, you are my daughter," Jiang Kaicheng exclaimed with admiration. "You have brought home the most famous man in the world as your potential husband. Indeed, you possess the youthful charm reminiscent of your father." Jiang Junji observed the man lying on the bed and hesitantly addressed Jiang Kaicheng. However, I heard from Joyo that this man has lost sensation in his legs. That is unacceptable. This will certainly affect his happiness for the remainder of his life. His legs require treatment, and as for his face, it is rather handsome. Yet that large scar is quite concerning. It may frighten my grandson. Jiang Junji was at a loss for words and reassured her mother. Do not worry, mother. Both the face and legs are not insurmountable issues. With our assistance, they will undoubtedly be treated successfully. Ruan Yuanxi earnestly promised Jiang Junji, then turned to the War King. Nodding in approval, he is quite decent looking, and his physique is commendable, indeed worthy of my daughter. Jiang Junji was nearly overwhelmed by her parents' imaginative conclusions. She helplessly pressed her forehead and implored, "Please, refrain from such wild speculations. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to trip up the dog emperor. Moreover, should he regain his health, he would likely develop an aversion to the dog emperor, and there's a strong possibility he may rebel. We ought to assist him during this time. Perhaps he will elevate us alongside him." Ruan Yuanxi nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly with Jiang Junji's assessment. This had been Jiang Junji's original intention. After their deliberations, the three concurred that they should temporarily keep the War King safe, at the very least preserving his life, and the future could be addressed later. United in their agreement, they commenced strategizing their next steps. Given the severity of his injuries, the War King had surely escaped from somewhere, and individuals would be searching for him. It would be unwise to remain at the inn. They needed to find a new location. Jiang Kaicheng gazed at the War King, his expression grave. His recovery will take time. We may need to stay here for a while. Otherwise, we should seek a residence to rent, proposed Jiang Junji. Ruan Yuanxi suggested an alternative. We could stay at the inn. We could conceal him in our space. The outside world would be oblivious, and it would be convenient for treating him. But what if he awakens? If he discovers our secret, we would be left with no choice but to silence him, Jiang Junji interjected, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture with utmost seriousness. I still hope to rely on him to create chaos for the Dog Emperor. Let us rent a residence. If anyone truly comes searching, we can then hide him in the space, and it will not be too late. After all, as long as the War King remained in their custody, it was nearly impossible for anyone outside to uncover his whereabouts. Then tomorrow, you shall venture out to find a suitable place, and I will keep watch over him, Jiang Kaicheng decisively concluded. His motivation stemmed not from a reluctance to seek a location, but rather a desire for his wife and child to choose a dwelling they would love. Where he resided mattered little to him. The following morning, Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi set out to search for a residence. And to avoid detection by the Su family servants, Jiang Junji donned a complete female disguise. Before long, they discovered a residence that met their approval. However, as two women, they found it challenging to negotiate terms. During their midday break for lunch, they returned to inform Jiang Kaicheng about the promising property they had found. Having kept vigil over the War King all morning, Jiang Kaicheng was growing bored. Upon hearing their report, he promptly declared, "You both stay here with him while I go negotiate the rental." In the inn, they did not prepare a separate room for the War King, instead laying him directly on the bed in the shared quarters. After all, they were merely resting in the space. And opening another room could easily lead to discovery by pursuers. Despite the passage of time, the War King showed no signs of awakening. Yesterday, Jiang Junji administered a hemostatic agent, temporarily staunching the bleeding from his wounds, but only performed a rudimentary treatment. Now, with little to occupy their time in the room, they decided to retrieve medical instruments from their space and commence a thorough cleansing of the War King's wounds. Even with her limited experience, Yuan Shiqing was capable of basic wound care. As she worked, she remarked to Jiang Junji on the remarkable resilience of the young man. Despite being unable to use his legs, somehow managed to flee. She mused that if both his legs were functional, who could possibly rival him? Jiang Junji, gazing at the figure lying on the bed, clicked his tongue, contemplating that perhaps it was precisely because no one had ever been his match that he now faced being sent to an enemy nation as a hostage, which must have fueled his unwillingness to submit and prompted his escape. Reflecting on her own situation, Jiang Junji felt a sense of indignation. Having fought valiantly to protect her country, she would be utterly discontent to find herself upon the onset of physical decline, dispatched as a hostage. Were she in his position, she would surely incite chaos throughout the land before accepting such a fate. Yuan Shiqing, too, shared this sentiment, observing the tattered state of the war king's garments. She took it upon herself to remove them, reasoning that they were beyond salvage and that it would facilitate the treatment of his wounds. Once the fabric was stripped away, Jiang Junji was taken aback to discover that the war king's physique was quite impressive. Though marred by knife and arrow wounds, his chest muscles were undeniably well defined, and the contours of his abdomen were equally striking. What do you think, Jiujing? Is this physique not commendable? Yuan Shiqing, noticing Jiang Junji's gaze, playfully teased, just imagine, bringing him home as your dashing husband, or perhaps to vex that insufferable emperor. Surely, there's no contradiction in that. Jiang Junji, feigning seriousness, retorted, why does my mother still dwell on such matters? Let's focus on treating his wounds. Yuan Shiqing found her daughter's demeanor amusing, but refrained from further comment. Assisting in the care of the war king's injuries. When Jiang Kaicheng returned, intending to inform his daughter and daughter-in-law about their new residence, he was met with the sight of the war king, bare-chested, while his daughter and wife were attending to the man's exposed upper body. Yuan Shiqing continued her playful banter, Jiujing, you should come over and feel for yourself. The texture is quite delightful. If it weren't for the fact that he might be your future husband, I would be tempted to indulge as well. His physique could rival that of a male model, not at all inferior to the agents within our organization. Jiang Kaicheng, scowling, pulled his wife away, saying, enough of this. Once the wounds are treated, there's no need to linger. What is so fascinating about this? Is it amusing? Yuan Shiqing nodded earnestly, replying, it is indeed interesting. Quite so. Noticing her agreement, Jiang Kaicheng assertively placed her hand upon his own chest muscles, questioning, that young man is so thin. As gaunt as a plucked chicken. What's there to admire? My dear, haven't you had your fill of touching me daily? Jiang Junji, she should not be here. She ought to be beneath the car. Chapter 33. I am not myself without you. Do not speak nonsense. It has nothing to do with me. Surrounded daily by these two flaunting their affections, Jiang Junji felt as though she could survive solely on dog food. It seemed that her parents were the epitome of true love, while she was merely an unexpected occurrence. Lost in thought, Jiang Kaicheng reminded Jiang Junji, daughter, you are single. Feel free to look and touch. After all, you rescued him, so he should heed your words. The more you observe and interact, the more this relationship will blossom. Jiang Junji was at a loss for words. As he spoke, Jiang Kaicheng even pulled Ruan Yuanqi along, educating her as they walked. Dear, you are not like Junji. You are a married woman. Can you look freely? I advise you to glance less, and allow Junji and him some time in their own world. Ruan Yuanqi, equally perplexed, replied, I only glanced. I did not touch. Do you intend to touch? Jiang Kaicheng's voice suddenly rose in pitch, his eyes wide with disbelief. As he hurriedly escorted Ruan Yuanqi away, he continued to murmur, let us find a quiet spot. I will allow you to touch as much as you wish, however you please. Jiang Junji interjected, can you two exercise some restraint? I am about to be filled with dog food. Caring for single individuals is a shared responsibility. Jiang Junji swiftly placed the war king into her space and then inquired of her father, Dad, have you finished your discussions at the estate? Can we go over now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaicheng recalled he had serious matters to attend to and awkwardly chuckled. Yes, we are done. We can head over now. Let us gather our things and proceed to the estate. Had he forgotten everything just because he saw his wife almost being taken away? Jiang Junji rolled her eyes dramatically, and the three of them quickly packed their belongings, with Jiang Kaicheng handling the checkout and the heavy lifting himself. To maintain the pretense as they left, Jiang Junji, though disguised in male attire, quickly hopped into the carriage to avoid drawing attention and causing trouble. Ruan Yuanqi observed Jiang Junji's cautious demeanor and, puzzled, asked Junji, what are you doing? You look as if you were stealing. Inside the carriage, Jiang Junji swiftly changed into her feminine attire, and Ruan Yuanqi, with a sudden intuition, recalled the incident from the previous day regarding the runaway marriage. I'm not myself without you. Do not speak nonsense. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Junji immediately retorted, her eyes unwavering. Her guilty expression made Ruan Yuanqi chuckle. Upon arriving at the new estate, the trio promptly tidied one room, after which Jiang Junji retrieved the war king from her space and placed him on the bed before continuing to organize the other rooms. Jiang Junji had purchased numerous necessary items within her space to furnish the estate. When she finally remembered to check on the war king, she discovered that he had likely developed a fever due to an inflamed wound. He has a fever? Ruan Yuanqi also came over to take a look, subtly encouraging Jiang Junji, Jojo, why not give him an injection to reduce his fever? Jiang Junji responded, Mother, will father know about this? Ruan Yuanqi was referring to an injection for fever reduction, not an intravenous drip, most likely indicating an intramuscular injection. Jiang Junji was quite aware of her mother's intentions. She merely administered 2 fever-reducing tablets to the war king before attending to other matters. Upon returning, she discovered that the war king's fever had subsided, allowing her to proceed with the intravenous infusion of anti-inflammatory medication. Once the 3 of them had tidied up their respective rooms, Ruan Yuanqi, rarely taking to the kitchen, decided to prepare a meal for them. Jiang Junji, in her room, brought out 4 little ones from her space, placing them on the bed to nurse. The 4 little beings, upon realizing that their surroundings had changed, were not surprised. They simply waved their tiny hands and babbled in their infant language. After ensuring that each of the 4 was well fed, she returned them to her space. As she still had not fully organized everything and had more tasks to attend to, Jiang Junji felt uneasy leaving them alone in the room. By the time she had settled the little ones, Ruan Yuanqi was nearing the completion of dinner. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen made Jiang Junji nearly weep with anticipation. She was not alone in her eagerness. Jiang Kaicheng was also waiting expectantly for Ruan Yuanqi's culinary creations at the dining table. As soon as Ruan Yuanqi announced that the meal was ready, Jiang Kaicheng promptly stood up to serve the dishes. It had been quite some time since Jiang Junji had savored Ruan Yuanqi's cooking, and the aroma made her mouth water. She devoured 2 generous bowls of rice, still yearning for more. Mother's cooking is simply delightful. Oh, how it surpasses the meager fare we endured during our journey. When Ruan Yuanqi promised to prepare more delicious food the following day, Jiang Junji reluctantly set down her chopsticks. After the meal, Jiang Junji intended to clear the dining table as usual. However, she noticed Jiang Kaicheng making playful gestures toward her. Having already eaten to her fill, she found it exasperating to be force-fed more of their affectionate display and quietly slipped away, allowing Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi to tidy up together in their own little world. The daily exhibition of their affection was almost blinding. Estimating that the infusion time had nearly elapsed, Jiang Junji decided to check on the war king. Coincidentally, it was also time for him to have his dressing changed, which could be addressed simultaneously. Recalling Jiang Kaicheng's earlier remarks at the inn and his subsequent insistence that future dressing changes be entrusted to Jiang Junji, keeping Ruan Yuanqi at bay, she felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. It seemed she was indeed an unexpected variable in this scenario. Upon entering the room, she found that the intravenous infusion was nearing its conclusion. As the anti-inflammatory injection was completed, Jiang Junji noted that the war king still showed no signs of awakening. It had been some time since she had rescued him, and continuing in this manner was untenable. After some contemplation, she decided to replace the anti-inflammatory injection with a nutrient solution and glucose. The breath of the war king sounded significantly more fluid than before, no longer resembling the frail state of someone recently rescued from the brink of death. His vitality proved to be quite resilient, akin to that of a cockroach. Jiang Junji muttered to herself before checking his pulse. This man appeared to have returned from the gates of the underworld. He surely could not be on the verge of death. Releasing his wrist, she sensed his fever was once again on the rise and intended to administer another dose of antipyretic medication. However, this time, getting the war king to take the medicine was not as straightforward as before. Previously, he had been unconscious, likely with a foggy awareness, allowing Jiang Junji to manipulate him with ease. To coax the war king into taking the medication, she would merely pinch his cheeks gently to pry his mouth open. Yet now, he clearly had regained some consciousness, requiring more force to accomplish the task. Lacking patience, Jiang Junji forcibly pried open his mouth, compelling him to swallow the medicine. The bitter antipyretic dissolved slightly in his mouth, and even in his stupor, the War King's brow furrowed, seemingly reluctant to comply. Amused by his demeanor, Jiang Junji pinched his still unconscious face and remarked, "You should consider yourself fortunate. This is far better than being lifeless or forced to drink that bitter concoction. Just swallow it obediently, and you'll save us both some trouble." It was uncertain if the War King heard her or not, but in any case, he dutifully swallowed the contents of his mouth. The injuries and fever posed no mortal threat, Jiang Junji reflected as she casually examined the War King's legs. Externally, nothing appeared amiss. His bones seemed intact, devoid of any signs of fracture. Perhaps it was an issue with the nerves? Chapter 34. Similar to rabies patients, Jiang Junji contemplated the War King for some time, ultimately deciding that the specifics of his condition could only be ascertained once he regained consciousness. Only after learning about his legs could she proceed with treatment. She felt no particular anxiety regarding this. Regardless of the ailment, she was confident in her ability to heal him. As long as the War King awakened with some fighting spirit, eager to contend with the Dog Emperor, even if he were afflicted with a terminal illness, she would manage to restore him to health. While mulling over these thoughts, Jiang Junji was in no rush to examine the specifics of his leg injuries. After confirming the duration for the nutritional infusion, she simply covered the War King with a blanket, deciding to leave him be, as long as he remained alive. Even if someone were indeed tracking his whereabouts, it would take time for them to discover him here. Stretching languidly, Jiang Junji resolved to take a shower and do some laundry. Having decided to reside here, it was essential to create a pleasant living environment. Tidying up the house consumed nearly an entire day for 3 people. Jiang Junji genuinely wished to avoid witnessing her parents' overly affectionate display, being forced to endure their dog food. So after dinner, she spent most of her time organizing her room. She also let the 4 children out, placing them on the bed to play independently. When evening approached, Jiang Junji gauged it was time and proceeded to the War King's room, where she removed the needle from the 4. After resolving matters concerning the War King, Jiang Junji returned to her chamber, intending to rest. She presumed that, given the late hour, the 4 little ones would be fast asleep. To her surprise, the quadruplets were still wide awake, displaying an unexpected vigor. Amused, Jiang Junji couldn't help but steal a few glances at them. Originally, she had placed the 4 little ones in a row, ensuring they were positioned such that they could not touch one another. However, upon her return, she discovered that they had somehow intertwined. The chubby little leg of the second child was draped over the third, as if he wished to lay his entire weight upon him. The third child, feeling the pressure, was unwilling to accept this and responded with a playful slap to the second child's plump face, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. Jiang Junji was momentarily taken aback, and as she observed the second child's fierce determination to retaliate against the third, she quickly intervened to separate the 2. The 4th child, meanwhile, was gleefully watching the spectacle, even nibbling on his own fingers, seemingly hoping for a more spirited scuffle between his brothers. Amused yet exasperated, Jiang Junji swiftly separated the 4 little ones to prevent further altercations. "You must learn to coexist peacefully and refrain from fighting. Do you understand?" Jiang Junji admonished the quartet, uncertain whether they comprehended her words. The 4 little ones babbled in response, and Jiang Junji found herself both exasperated and amused. After planting a kiss on each of their cheeks, she coaxed them into a serene slumber. Perhaps sensing her fatigue, the little ones behaved impeccably. Drifting off to sleep under the lullaby, she softly hummed. Jiang Junji soon followed them into the realm of dreams, enjoying a night of exceptionally restful sleep. Awakening the next day, rejuvenated and full of vitality, she noticed that the 4 little ones were still asleep. Rather than rousing them immediately, she decided to tend to her own needs before attending to their nourishment. Just as she finished washing her face, a knock at the door interrupted her. Upon opening it, she found Jiang Kaicheng standing outside. Dressed and ready to venture out, Jiang Kaicheng greeted her with a smile, saying, "My dear daughter, stay at home and keep watch. Your mother and I are stepping out to procure some items. Be sure not to open the door for strangers." Jiang Junji retorted, Is it not possible that I am already in my 20s? Though this body appeared younger than when she had traversed into this world, it was hard to believe that her father, who had watched her grow, would forget that she was now an adult. Ah, don't mind the details. Jiang Kaicheng waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor exuberant as he continued. Just remain indoors for now. Your mother and I have already attended to matters concerning the War King, so there is no need for you to worry. Jiang Junji sighed. Well, here is another dose of dog food. Resigned, she nodded. Understood, you may go. After all, she was quite accustomed to her father's eagerness to enjoy a honeymoon with Ruan Yuanqi. After Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi departed, Jiang Junji did not hastily rush to see the warlord. She intended to wait until she finished feeding the baby before checking on the warlord's condition. The four little ones were quite obedient and did not delay Jiang Junji for too long. While contemplating the injection she should administer to the warlord today, she pondered whether Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi had been away for an excessively long time. They had initially mentioned going out to purchase breakfast and some recent groceries, yet they had yet to return. She was already feeling hungry, as Jiang Junji took a bite of a preserved meat bun from her supplies. Just as she was about to head over to see the warlord, she heard Jiang Kaicheng calling out, "Wife, I'll take care of it. Just leave it to me. You shouldn't tire yourself." Jiang Junji felt speechless. Surely there should be limits to Jiang Kaicheng's pampering of his wife. It was merely a trip to buy a few groceries. How could it warrant such fuss? While she was mulling over this in her mind, she decided to see just how much they had purchased to provoke such a statement from Jiang Kaicheng. To her astonishment, upon arriving, she was utterly flabbergasted. The items they had bought were piled high on the outdoor table, nearly overflowing, with several large cabbages lying by the side. Jiang Junji exclaimed, "Did you too rob the vegetable vendor? Is everything on the road free? How could you buy so much, even if it could be preserved in the space? It shouldn't warrant this quantity." Those aware of the situation would think we were preparing to flee. They had clearly already left the exiled group. Jiang Kaicheng took a sip of water and waved his hand, saying, "I'll explain later. There's more outside that I need to bring in." More? Jiang Junji looked incredulously in the direction Jiang Kaicheng had gone, and to her surprise, he indeed returned carrying a variety of items: firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. "What on earth have you bought?" she questioned Ruan Yuanqi. "Mother, how could you buy so much? We can't possibly consume all of this." "Much? This is hardly enough," Ruan Yuanqi replied, shaking her head gravely as she addressed her daughter. "The situation outside is quite dire. We should prepare more to be safe. Wait a moment, and I will explain everything to you in detail." Seeing the serious expressions on both their faces, Jiang Junji recognized the gravity of the situation. If it was so serious for them, it must be significant. She poured 2 cups of spiritual water for them to sip and catch their breath, and then asked, "Did you encounter someone looking for the warlord?" "No." Ruan Yuanqi shook her head, sitting down next to the table, her expression still solemn, as she conveyed to Jiang Junji, "Even without the warlord, we cannot leave this place for the time being." Temporarily unable to leave, Jiang Junji felt a surge of anxiety and inquired, "Are the officials from the court pursuing us?" "Neither," Ruan Yuanqi reassured her. "Do you remember the abandoned village where we previously stayed?" Jiang Kaicheng interjected as he took a seat, explaining, "The one that was frequently troubled by wild wolves, which ultimately led to the entire village relocating." Jiang Junji certainly recalled that it was precisely due to this that they departed from the exiled group. She nodded and remarked, "I remember. At that time, I found those wild wolves rather peculiar." "What happened?" The villagers, after encountering the pack of wolves, had managed to avoid fatalities, yet many sustained injuries. Their medical resources were quite limited, and it was said that the barefoot doctors merely tended to the wounds before hastily departing. Jiang Kaicheng continued, taking a sip of water. Jiang Junji had formed a bold hypothesis and inquired, "Did they encounter some trouble in the next county?" "We have been away from the group for a few days. They should have nearly reached the county we passed through." Jiang Kaicheng nodded, responding, "About that, but their numbers are rather scattered. It seems there are incidents in several nearby counties. Those who were bitten suddenly began to go mad, uncontrollable, and started attacking others. Moreover, they can no longer comprehend human speech nor articulate it." Chapter 35. continuing to stockpile upon hearing this account. Jiang Junji's expression grew grave as she began to recollect her previous encounter with the wolf pack. Don't tell me, weren't you injured as well? I recall you had some superficial wounds, didn't you? Ruan Yuanqi looked at Jiang Kaicheng with concern. However, Jiang Kaicheng waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, do not worry. I sustained only superficial injuries, and I have long since received rabies and tetanus vaccinations. But dear wife, if I truly become a threat to you and our daughter, do not hesitate to end my life. His nonchalant demeanor deeply touched Ruan Yuanqi. Observing the couple's affectionate exchange, Jiang Junji pressed her fingers to her temples, clearly exasperated, and asked them, is this the reason you bought back so many supplies? But the three of us cannot consume all of this, and we already have provisions in the space. Is it really necessary to stockpile this much? If it were just us, we would certainly not need so much. However, Jujia, we still have the War King at home, do we not? Ruan Yuanqi raised her eyebrows at Jiang Junji and lowered her voice, saying, consider this. While we can retrieve items from the space, if the War King sees us, he might find it odd. That would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Ruan Yuanqi patted Jiang Junji on the shoulder, her expression suggestive, adding, you brought him back. You must take responsibility for him. Jiang Junji replied, at this juncture, could you two be a bit more serious? Ruan Yuanqi responded earnestly, I am being quite serious. Now that you have brought him back, you cannot simply cast him aside. Since we are to coexist, we must keep our space a secret from him. While the reasoning was sound, Jiang Junji couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Jiang Kaicheng did not allow them to linger on this issue, instead asking Jiang Junji, Jojia, you mentioned that you found the previous wolves to be rather off. What was peculiar about them? Did I not give Jiang Xiaofei a torch? Yet those wild wolves showed no fear of fire. Typically, wild beasts should retreat upon seeing flames. I found that rather strange at the time, but I did not pay it much heed. Jiang Junji stroked his chin, contemplating earnestly. It appears that the wild wolves are indeed the source of the problem. Their symptoms bear a resemblance to rabies, though it remains uncertain. Ruan Yuanqi, gazing at Jiang Kaicheng, cautioned him, you must remember to get vaccinated. It would be prudent to conduct a thorough examination shortly to ascertain any underlying issues. We cannot afford to be compromised by you. Jiang Kaicheng, while not overly concerned for himself, was apprehensive about the potential repercussions for his wife and daughter. Thus he acquiesced. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Junji pondered another matter. Were there not soldiers among them who might have sustained injuries? Moreover, did Jiang Wanyu not suffer a bite? Fortunately, the injuries among the soldiers were minimal, primarily superficial wounds, which should pose no significant threat. However, should the wild wolves indeed be afflicted, it is certain that Jiang Wanyu has been compromised. Jiang Kaicheng recalled, by the way, when I returned her that night, I sensed she had a slight fever. Yet, he had dismissed it as merely Jiang Wanyu's condition. In hindsight, it may have been an ominous precursor. Jiang Junji clicked his tongue, exclaiming, that is disastrous. They may face total annihilation in exile. How tragic. Regarding the affairs of the first family, both Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng exchanged a few remarks without delving further. Ruan Yuanqi, however, spoke with gravity. If it is rabies, we may not see results in the short term. We must prepare for the long haul. She pointed at Jiang Kaicheng, instructing, go and undergo a comprehensive health examination, including an antibody test. Do not waste any time. Jiujing, let us prepare breakfast. And while the outside world remains relatively calm, we must quickly procure some groceries to store in our space. Ruan Yuanqi calculated in a few days. Even if this situation does not escalate, the prices of vegetables will undoubtedly rise. We cannot afford to be the unwitting victims. Moreover, with the War King awakening, we must ensure there is sufficient food for him as well. As she continued to tally, she increasingly felt that their supplies were inadequate. Observing the items in the room, she declared, we must purchase more. Jiang Junji wholeheartedly endorsed Ruan Yuanqi's sentiments. After all, should a crisis arise, it is uncertain how long recovery might take. So it is wise to stockpile provisions for peace of mind. Furthermore, with the presence of the adult male War King in their home, should he emerge from the space, suspicions might arise. Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng sprang into action. Jiang Kaicheng first underwent a health examination and, reassured of his well-being, returned to join them for breakfast. During the meal, the trio deliberated on what items to purchase. Seasonal vegetables were essential, and acquiring an abundance would pose no issue, for they could be stored in their space. After finishing her breakfast, Jiang Junji promptly placed the 4 children into the spatial realm and, alongside Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi, set out to procure some supplies. Each of them carried 2 large baskets. Upon spotting vegetables, they purchased them without hesitation. Ruan Yuanxi cautioned her daughter and husband, reminding them that although food could be acquired in the spatial realm, the prices were exorbitant, and they should not fall prey to such financial folly. If they encountered unfamiliar items, they should refrain from purchasing anything too costly. Understood? Both nodded in agreement. To save time, the trio decided to shop separately. In no time, Jiang Junji's 2 large baskets were filled to the brim. Seizing an opportunity when no one was watching, she transported her items to the spatial realm and continued her shopping. Upon encountering a vendor selling cabbage, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She approached the vendor and inquired, "How many pounds of cabbage do you have?" The vendor glanced at Jiang Junji and replied with a smile, "There are over 100 pounds, miss. You could take as much as you need." Recognizing that the vendor was unaware of the rumors, Jiang Junji did not hesitate and declared, "In that case, I'll take all the cabbage. Could you deliver it for me?" The vendor, taken aback by her request, widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, "Miss, that's nearly 200 pounds. Are you sure you can consume it all?" "Do not concern yourself with that. I am purchasing for my family, and this quantity is necessary," Jiang Junji replied with an unflinching demeanor. She then pressed, "Can you deliver it for me?" thinking she must belong to a wealthy household. The vendor quickly nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, miss. Where shall I deliver it?" To avoid exposing her residence, Jiang Junji instructed him to deliver it to a nearby alley with few people. Once the vendor departed and ensured there was no one around, she swiftly transferred the items into the spatial realm. Upon returning, laden with goods, Jiang Junji noticed that Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi had similarly stored their purchases in the spatial realm, each acquiring an abundance of vegetables. Ruan Yuanxi expressed her satisfaction. Nodding at the assortment of items, "This should suffice for a while, but it still seems a bit insufficient. We ought to procure a few more items." Having already scoured a significant portion of the city, Jiang Junji pondered aloud with the others, "We cannot solely focus on vegetables. We will undoubtedly need other supplies as well. Do not worry, daughter. I have already purchased grain, hoarding several hundred pounds in the spatial realm." The grain store owner was quite puzzled about where I hailed from, but I managed to divert his curiosity, Jiang Kaicheng reassured her. With the grain taken care of, they turned their attention to essential daily necessities. Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi began deliberating on what else needed to be acquired, particularly items that might be lacking. After some discussion, they concluded that they should stockpile additional household products, such as seasonings. Also firewood, Jiang Junji exclaimed, realizing its importance. She turned to Jiang Kaicheng and earnestly stated, "We may very well need it in the future, so it's wise to stock up. In our household, we find ourselves lacking in supplies, so acquiring a few more items is essential." They have just recently relocated and have yet to commence preparations for these necessities. This realization solidified the list of items required, prompting the 3 of them to promptly divide their tasks. "Very well," Ruan Yuanxi declared, pointing to herself, "I shall procure the seasonings and oil. Lao Ziang, you'll gather firewood, and Jiao, you can fetch some vegetables." Once this arrangement was established, Jiang Kai promptly set off with a cart to the city gate to collect firewood. The street vendors had nearly sold out, and Jiang Junji, not encountering many merchants on the way, decided to head to the market in town where vegetables were sold. Upon entering the shop, Jiang Junji examined the variety available and began negotiating with the vendor. Given the considerable quantity she intended to purchase, she inquired whether the items could be delivered directly to the designated location. As soon as the shopkeeper heard the amount Jiang Junji requested, he invited her into the back room to finalize the details. After confirming the quantity and completing the payment, the shopkeeper, with a beaming smile, asked, "Young lady, Are you planning to open a shop? He had encountered many patrons from affluent families in the town, and seeing a new face requesting such an extraordinary quantity naturally piqued his curiosity. Wishing to avoid complications, Jiang Junji smiled and nodded. Yes, I am considering opening a shop. Very well, I will arrange for delivery, the shopkeeper readily agreed, contemplating future collaborations. He added with a friendly tone, let us consider ourselves friends. This time, I shall offer you a discounted price, and we can engage in regular dealings. Hearing this, Jiang Junji raised an eyebrow. That sounds agreeable. Shopkeeper, I may return in the next couple of days for more items. Are you able to supply such quantities? The amount she requested was indeed substantial. The shopkeeper hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Rest assured. When you plan to come tomorrow, I will leave a deposit, but I might arrive a bit late. Jiang Junji appreciated the shopkeeper's straightforwardness, and leaving a deposit was equally seamless. Both parties felt satisfied with the arrangement, leading to a pleasant collaboration. After completing her purchases, Jiang Junji decided to check on Jiang Kai's progress with a firewood at the city gate. Jiang Kai had stationed himself directly at the city gate with his cart, eagerly awaiting the arrival of wood. Upon spotting someone approaching with a load of firewood, he quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Brother, hold on." The man, startled by Jiang Kai's imposing stature, looked nervously towards the guards at the gate, trembling as he asked, "Big brother, what do you want?" Jiang Kai clapped the man on the shoulder, smiling as he reassured him, "Brother, no need to be so tense. I'm not a bad person. I simply wish to inquire if you intend to sell that firewood." The man nodded in affirmation. "Then quote me a price. I will take it all." Jiang Kaicheng patted his money pouch, observing that the man still appeared somewhat skeptical. With a smile, he stated, "Shall we proceed with a hand-to-hand transaction?" Upon hearing this, the man nodded in agreement. Once Jiang Kaicheng had collected the full payment, the man was convinced that the day's events were genuine. He promptly beamed and declared, "Brother, I will assist you in loading it up." "Excellent. Thank you, my friend," Jiang Kaicheng replied. Just as Jiang Junji arrived, Jiang Kaicheng was finishing loading all the firewood onto the cart, which was now brimming. Upon noticing Jiang Junji's arrival, he exclaimed, "Jiu, you arrived at the perfect moment. Please drive the cart back home and then return. Father will stay here to see if we can gather a bit more." The man, initially in no rush to leave, immediately inquired upon hearing Jiang Kaicheng's words, "Brother, are you still collecting?" Jiang Kaicheng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, of course. My friend, I have a favor to ask. Could you speak to your villagers? If anyone has firewood for sale, they should come directly to me. I will be here collecting for the next few days, and I will take as much as they have." Upon hearing this, the man eagerly nodded and asked, "Brother, do you truly want as much as they can bring? I have some firewood at home. Shall I bring it to you today?" Jiang Kaicheng, thrilled by this opportunity, nodded vigorously. "Yes, of course. We are men of our word. I will take whatever you have." The man assured Jiang Kaicheng that he would return shortly, then hurriedly left to gather the remaining firewood from his home. As he returned to the village, some villagers noticed his quick arrival and inquired, "Why are you back so soon? Did you sell out already?" "Uncle, hurry and gather the firewood from our home. Come with me. There's a brother at the city gate collecting firewood, and he pays promptly. He's buying as much as you have." The man quickly rallied his relatives and urged, "Spread the word to the others in the village. Hurry over. If that brother collects enough, he may stop buying." Upon hearing this promising news, the men eagerly agreed and rushed to gather their firewood, intending to sell it to Jiang Kaicheng at the city gate. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaicheng continued to wait at the gate, collecting from anyone selling firewood. He intercepted all sellers he encountered, purchasing those with reasonable prices without hesitation. Before long, the previous man returned from the village, bringing the firewood he had stored at home. The quality was nearly identical to what had been sold before, and the price remained the same. The man even insisted that Jiang Kaicheng inspect it to ensure there were no issues. Jiang Kaicheng, ever gracious, promptly handed over the payment. Seeing this, other villagers could hardly contain their eagerness to sell their firewood as well, inquiring when he would be collecting next, as they planned to bring more from their homes. Once they learned that Jiang Kaicheng would be buying for several days, they immediately decided to bring all their firewood to him. Jiang Kaicheng readily agreed, encouraging them to transport whatever they had. Throughout that afternoon, Jiang Junji busily traversed back and forth countless times, accumulating a substantial pile of firewood within the confines of her home. By the end of the day, she had gathered quite a considerable amount. Yuan Yinzi estimated that it was sufficient to stockpile such provisions for the time being. The sky had darkened, and she cautioned Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng to return promptly and secure the door. The state of affairs outside remained uncertain, and it was prudent to refrain from wandering outdoors after nightfall. In the following days, the outbreak of a disease reminiscent of rabies had not yet fully manifested. Perhaps due to the remoteness of this county, news had not yet reached them. The family had gathered enough supplies, with Jiang Kaicheng only venturing to the city gate during the day to collect a bit more firewood, while the remainder of their needs were acquired as they arose. Most provisions were sufficiently stocked, and both Jiang Junji and Yuan Yinzi felt a sense of relief as they surveyed their ample supplies. Now that we have gathered enough, you need not venture out anymore. Jiuyo, stay home to care for the children and the war king, Yuan Yinzi said, gently patting Jiang Junji's shoulder. Your safety is paramount. Jiang Junji felt no immediate danger. She had procured most of what was necessary. Observing the affectionate demeanor of Jiang Kaicheng and Yuan Yinzi, she opted not to intrude upon their moment. In the days that followed, Jiang Junji occasionally checked on the war king's condition, though not frequently. His fever had subsided at some point, yet he remained unconscious. She diligently administered injections of anti-inflammatory and nutritional medication twice daily, convinced that he would awaken soon. During this period of frantic stockpiling, even the 4 little ones had been somewhat neglected, let alone the war king. Thus, when he finally regained consciousness, he found himself utterly alone. As he opened his eyes, he was met with an unfamiliar environment. Attempting to move, he was immediately beset by discomfort and pain throughout his body. His throat was parched, rendering him unable to speak, and, as he shifted slightly, he sensed something was amiss with his hands. Upon raising his hand, he discovered it was bound with peculiar objects. White materials intertwined across the back of his hand, seemingly connected by a transparent tube to his body. What is this? The war king pondered, observing the strange apparatus with caution, refraining from any rash movements until he understood its purpose. The surroundings were unfamiliar yet eerily silent, devoid of any footsteps or signs of life. Furrowing his brow, the war king painstakingly propped himself up. Once he had steadied his body, he examined the connection to his hand. The tube linked to his body, while the white substance appeared to serve as a stabilizer for the tube, containing something within that he could not decipher. It was an unprecedented sight, and his head throbbed slightly. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the tube, realizing that it seemed to have no adverse effect on his body. He contemplated severing the connection. However, just as he made contact, a woman's voice rang out, "Do not touch that." The war king's body froze in response. Jiang Junji hurriedly approached, relieved to confirm that there were no needles left behind. Glancing at the infusion tube above, she noticed it still contained a small amount and explained, "This is for your healing. It is not toxic, so you need not worry. There is just a bit left, so please refrain from moving." As she spoke, the warlord was observing her, nodding at her admonition. Initially, she had anticipated that the infusion would soon conclude and intended to remove the needle. However, upon her arrival, she discovered not only that he had regained consciousness, but also that he was attempting to tamper with the soft tube, prompting her to call out to him. Since there was still some fluid in the infusion tube, Jiang Junji did not rush to withdraw the needle, but instead inquired, "How do you feel?" The warlord responded with a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" His voice was raspy and unappealing, reminiscent of one who had been kissed by a demon. Being attuned to voices, Jiang Junji promptly intervened, saying, "Please do not speak. Allow me to fetch you some water." The warlord pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on her without uttering a sound. Jiang Junji turned to pour him a glass of water, seemingly from a teapot, yet in truth, it was a special spring water she had prepared from her spatial realm. After filling a cup, she handed it to the warlord, sitting beside him as he drank, explaining, "My parents and I reside here. We found you outside, injured, and brought you back." Once he finished the glass, the warlord looked at her and asked, "Ordinary commoners?" "Indeed, ordinary commoners," Jiang Junji affirmed with unwavering conviction. The warlord silently surveyed the bandages adorning his body and the peculiar tube in his hand. pondering how this girl could possibly be what she claimed. Nevertheless, recognizing her as his savior, he refrained from questioning further. Jiang Junji poured him another glass of water. He drank it down in one go, prompting her to bring the teapot closer. After all, consuming more of the spring water would expedite his recovery, and it was beneficial for him to drink without prompting. As the warlord continued to drink nearly an entire pot of water, his pace gradually slowed. No longer in such a hurry, Jiang Junji gently said, "Please remain still. I shall remove the needle." The warlord remained motionless, allowing her to proceed. Once the needle was withdrawn, his gaze followed the infusion apparatus with evident curiosity, as if he had never encountered anything like it before. Jiang Junji, unable to indulge his curiosity, swiftly collected the infusion equipment and explained, "When I found you, you were unconscious in an alley, covered in wounds. Seeing you still had breath in you, I brought you back." This was the truth. She merely omitted the fact that she recognized his identity when she chose to rescue him. The warlord did not respond verbally, but lowered his gaze to his injuries, murmuring, "Thank you." Jiang Junji felt a sense of satisfaction at his words. Though his voice remained somewhat hoarse, it was certainly more pleasant than before. Moreover, observing the demeanor of the valiant warrior, it seems that he possesses quite a degree of politeness. Jiang Junji admired his face, which, despite being marred by wounds, still retained a certain charm. She fetched him a fresh pot of water and, propping her chin on her hand, inquired, "But who are you? Where do you hail from? How did you sustain such grave injuries? Oh, by the way, your garments are stuck to your wounds, so I had to cut them open. I shall fetch you a new outfit belonging to my father shortly. For now, you must make do." Although Jiang Junji had also been in the capital previously, the disparity in their statuses was so vast that it was highly unlikely they had ever crossed paths. Pretending ignorance might just be a gamble to ascertain whether the warrior truly had no knowledge of her. However, to Jiang Junji's astonishment, the warrior gazed at her with a hint of confusion, echoing her question, "Who am I?" This utterance stirred a sense of foreboding within Jiang Junji. She blinked and looked at him, asking, "Indeed, how did you come to be so severely injured?" The warrior remained perplexed for an extended period, still silent, as he cast his gaze down at his hands. After a while, he hoarsely admitted, "I cannot recall." His mind was a blank slate. Since awakening, he had no recollection of how he arrived at this location, instinctively sensing that many things here were quite peculiar. It was only upon hearing Jiang Junji's probing questions that he realized he could not even remember his own identity. Uncertain of who he was, how he had been injured, and why he found himself in this place at this moment, confusion filled his eyes. Jiang Junji felt a sense of unease. It was precisely because he was the warrior that she had saved him. How could it be that he had lost his memory? Was this an act, or had he truly suffered a mental lapse due to his injuries? She scrutinized him for a considerable time, hoping to glean some insight from his expressions. Yet, the warrior continued to furrow his brow, seemingly striving to recollect his identity. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head and, with a tinge of remorse, said to Jiang Junji, "I apologize, miss, I cannot remember." He was unable to recall anything about himself, who he was, why he was there, or how he had been injured. At that moment, Jiang Junji began contemplating when she might sequester him away to investigate his mind, to discern whether his amnesia was genuine or feigned. Hearing the warrior's words, she smiled and replied, "It is quite all right. You need not concern yourself." She handed him the spiritual spring water, seizing the opportunity to encourage him to drink more. Her tone was laced with warmth as she added, "You may take your time to ponder. For now, focus on recuperating here." If it were to be revealed that the warrior was merely putting on an act, they could certainly play along with the charade. Once his injuries healed, she would promptly cast him out. Conversely, if he truly recognized her but feigned ignorance, he would hold no value and would need to be dismissed. The warrior lowered his gaze to the site where he had just received an injection, then looked back at Jiang Junji and, with a subdued voice, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, miss." Yet this voice did not quite align with Jiang Junji's expectations. How could such a handsome visage be accompanied by a voice that fell short of her hopes? Jiang Junji silently offered another cup of the mystical spring water, contemplating whether to add a potion to it. With a smile, she spoke, "Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda." I merely picked you up along my way. You need not take it too much to heart. It's been quite some time since you last ate. You must be famished. Am I right? In chapter 37, Truly Amnesiac, the War King gazed at Jiang Junji and sincerely expressed his gratitude once more, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his legs were impaired, as if he intended to rise. When he discovered that he could not stand, a look of bewilderment crossed his face as he turned to Jiang Junji. Jiang Junji slowly blinked, explaining, "It seems your legs are somewhat problematic. They were like this when I found you." Or rather, one could say his legs had ceased to function even before their encounter. She found it rather astonishing, unsure how the War King had managed to escape under such circumstances. The War King, examining his legs, appeared to attempt to move them. After failing, he cautiously reached out to touch them, then withdrew his hand, a hint of confusion evident on his face, as if he was only now realizing his legs were immobile. The body's reactions do not deceive. Observing the War King's demeanor, Jiang Junji felt it was genuine. Her gaze fell upon the War King, and after a prolonged silence, she finally said, "You should rest here for a while. I will fetch you something to eat. Do you need my assistance to lie down?" The War King, still staring at his legs, shook his head after a moment, replying, "No need." Since he had declined her help, Jiang Junji did not press further. After all, if the War King was not fabricating his predicament, he had just awakened to the grim reality of being unable to use his legs, burdened with injuries, and devoid of any recollection of his identity. Indeed, it was a rather tragic situation. Jiang Junji thought to herself, clicking her tongue in sympathy, recognizing that the War King had endured quite a tumultuous fate. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi were still out shopping. So Jiang Junji busied herself with washing rice and preparing porridge. To expedite the War King's recovery, she had specifically prepared mystical spring water to cook the porridge. As the porridge simmered, Jiang Junji went to retrieve some toiletries. Upon her return, she found the War King sitting at the edge of the bed, staring blankly at his legs. Understanding his feelings, she smiled and said, "You should wash up first. I will bring you something to eat shortly. We can discuss everything later. After all, given the circumstances, being alive is already a blessing." Jiang Junji brought over the toiletries and a brass mirror, advising him, "You have a wound on your face. Be careful while cleaning it. Though it is scabbing over now, it may still be painful if disturbed." The War King gazed at his reflection in the mirror, appearing somewhat dazed, as if uncertain that the face staring back was indeed his own. After a moment's hesitation, he thanked Jiang Junji. Jiang Junji observed him as he washed up at the bedside, despite his immobile legs and lost memories. The actions he performed while grooming himself seemed to retain the essence of his past habits, even with a wound on his face. He moved with a calmness that spoke of his extraordinary nature. Watching him now was indeed a pleasant sight. Jiang Junji patiently awaited the conclusion of his ablutions before setting aside her belongings. She addressed him, "Extend your hand. I shall take your pulse." The War King paused, his gaze uncertain as he looked at Jiang Junji, tentatively inquiring, "Are you a physician, miss?" He regarded her with skepticism, for she appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly not yet 20. And yet here she was, already an accomplished doctor. At that moment, Jiang Junji's thoughts were elsewhere, and she failed to notice the complexity in the War King's expression. She merely nodded absently. "Indeed, I am a physician. Without such skills, I could hardly have rescued you and tended to your ailments at home." Upon hearing this, the War King scrutinized Jiang Junji in silence, his demeanor betraying a hint of complexity. This young woman, despite her tender age, was evidently gifted. Perhaps her family harbored more than one physician, and she had been influenced by them from a young age, acquiring her medical knowledge. Jiang Junji focused on the War King's pulse, largely oblivious to the nuances of his expression. His pulse was considerably steadier than before, suggesting his physical condition had improved. Yet, whether his mind was sound remained indiscernible through his pulse. She withdrew her hand, contemplating the necessity of waiting until he was asleep to transport him into her space for a thorough examination of his mind. With this thought, Jiang Junji maintained her composure and inquired, "The other wounds on your body should be healing well. It is only your leg that remains concerning. What sensations do you have? Is there pain or numbness?" The War King, upon hearing her question, earnestly examined his leg, and after a moment of introspection, he shook his head. I feel nothing at all. It is as if this leg does not belong to me, completely devoid of sensation. Jiang Junji gently prodded and squeezed, discovering that most of the time, he felt nothing. Resolved to investigate further, she planned to examine his mind when she entered her space. Meanwhile, the porridge in the kitchen continued to simmer, and Jiang Junji refrained from prolonged conversation, advising him to drink plenty of water and take care of his recovery before checking on the pot. The rice porridge exuded a fragrant aroma. Jiang Junji deftly added a touch of sleep-inducing medicine. She harbored no ill intentions towards the War King. Her sole aim was to conduct her examination while he was in a state of unconsciousness. Once prepared, she calmly presented the warm porridge to him. Even smiling as she explained, I am unsure how long it has been since you last ate, so it is best to start with something easy on the stomach to avoid discomfort. It may be hot, so please eat slowly. With a simple fare arranged on the adjacent table, she encouraged the War King to serve himself. After expressing his gratitude in a soft voice, he turned his attention to the meal, consuming it at a deliberate pace. Jiang Junji rested her chin on her hand, watching him with a sense of wonder. In the tale she had read, the War King was a legendary warrior, having conquered nearly half of the world. Initially, Jiang Junji believed that according to Wang Deshang's aesthetic sensibilities, such a man would be depicted as burly and coarse. To her surprise, he was remarkably handsome. Moreover, his dining manners were exquisitely graceful, resembling that of a true prince. The War King was leisurely enjoying his meal, but under the intense gaze of Jiang Junji, he felt a pang of unease. He awkwardly raised his head to meet her eyes, inquiring, "Miss, is there something amiss?" It was only then that Jiang Junji realized her stare was almost predatory. She certainly could not confess to being captivated by the War King's beauty. Clearing her throat softly and touching the tip of her nose, she spoke with a hint of guilt. "Oh, it's nothing, just observing the wound on your face." Being a healer, this explanation seemed plausible, and the War King merely nodded before returning to his meal. Though his movements were imbued with elegance, his pace was swift, and he did not keep Jiang Junji waiting for long. When she returned, after tidying up the dishes, she found the War King reclining on the bed in a peculiar position, seemingly under the influence of the sleeping medication, having succumbed to slumber once again. After confirming his deep sleep, Jiang Junji promptly transported him to a specialized space, where she commenced a thorough examination of his body with professional equipment. As she placed him within the diagnostic apparatus, she muttered to him, "Brother, let me tell you, this equipment is exceptionally expensive. If you were to undergo a checkup independently, it would cost you a fortune. Consider this a complimentary examination. You must recuperate well and assist me in vanquishing that wretched emperor." Naturally, the unconscious War King could not hear her ramblings and lay submissively as she maneuvered him about. The examination results arrived swiftly, but they brought a headache for Jiang Junji. There was indeed a hematoma within his brain. It appeared that his amnesia was not feigned, but rather a genuine consequence of pressure on the nerves, resulting in a lapse of memory. This posed a significant dilemma. Holding the results, Jiang Junji gazed at the War King with a sigh. Really, why must it manifest in such an unfortunate location? Now, it's a troublesome situation. The placement is precarious, and surgery carries inherent risks. As she spoke, her fingers prodded at his face, her complaints spilling forth. "I was counting on you to dethrone that dog of an emperor. With your current state, how can I rely on you?" The War King offered no reply, and while Jiang Junji threatened to dispose of him if he did not improve, her true intention was to pursue conservative treatment, allowing the hematoma to be gradually absorbed by the surrounding tissues, hopeful that he would eventually regain his memories. Beyond assessing his head, Jiang Junji also examined his legs. Afterward, she clicked her tongue and patted the War King's shoulder, saying, "The dog emperor has been quite ruthless with you. Both your legs are afflicted with nerve issues. If we were to rely solely on the physicians of this era, you would be doomed to a life of suffering." Indeed, the emperor was not a noble character. Having used the War King, he had penned such a dismal fate for him. Though the effects of sleeping pills are quite remarkable, they cannot withstand the turmoil instigated by Jiang Junji. The Prince of War furrowed his brow, perhaps sensing the circumstances outside. not daring to continue her playful antics. Jiang Junji hurriedly escorted him back to his room. Noticing that the prince showed no signs of awakening, she finally exhaled in relief. After all, she had administered a sedative, not an anesthetic. It was entirely plausible that his robust constitution could lead him to awaken prematurely, to prevent her musings from being discovered by the prince. Jiang Junji swiftly made her exit. The matter of the prince's awakening needed to be communicated to her parents. However, as she approached the door, she overheard the tender exchange between the two within. Jiang Kaicheng's voice resonated. "My dear, I know you adore this pastry, which is why I procured so many. How am I doing in treating you well?" "Oh, of course, I am fully aware that you treat me the best," Wan Yuanqi responded, bashfully. Jiang Junji felt no stirrings within her heart. How wonderful it would be if she were beneath the car instead of within it on this day. Standing at the threshold, she listened to their incessant murmurs, initially intending to wait for them to cease on their own. However, when it became evident that they had no intention of stopping, she cleared her throat to discreetly remind them of her presence. Only then did the couple notice their daughter standing outside the door, turning to Jiang Junji with curiosity. "What is it?" Chapter 38. Since you have named him, this individual shall be entrusted to your care. The Prince of War had lost his memory. Jiang Junji sighed in resignation, explaining to her parents, "When I arrived earlier, he had already awakened. I inquired about his name, but he cannot recall anything. Initially, I thought he might be feigning it, so I took him to the space for an examination." At this point, Jiang Junji sighed once more, her sense of helplessness growing. "To my surprise, there is indeed bruising in his brain, likely impeding his nerves and thus affecting his memory. Furthermore, his legs have also sustained nerve damage. And there are foreign objects within." Wan Yuanqi was astonished to learn of the prince's amnesia, asking in disbelief, what could possibly be inside his legs? "There are nails embedded within, remnants from a previous injury that were not entirely removed," Jiang Junji elucidated. "This partly accounts for the nerve compression. If not extracted, his legs will struggle to heal." She pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling the gravity of the situation with the prince. Indeed, even if the foreign objects were removed, it would require considerable time for recovery. Jiang Kaicheng furrowed his brow, earnestly discussing the matter with Jiang Junji. "Does this mean he will require surgery? Junji, will this lad truly pose a challenge to the Dog Emperor in the future? If not, all this effort would be in vain." Jiang Junji nodded affirmatively. "The prince possesses the capability to contend with the Dog Emperor. I believe it is feasible. However, given his current condition, he may not be up to the task. Beyond the issues with his legs and brain, he harbors numerous internal injuries." Wan Yuanqi blinked, inquiring, "So? It implies that there is not a single part of him in good condition?" Jiang Junji replied, "If you put it that way, it does seem accurate." "That is indeed quite troublesome," she remarked. Wan Yuanqi gently stroked her chin, gazing at Jiang Junji, and inquired, "Jiao, what do you believe we should do? Are you fond of him?" Jiang Junji found herself at a loss for words at Wan Yuanqi's phrasing and, with a hint of exasperation, pressed her fingers to her temples. "The general's bones have not shattered. There are no significant issues. With proper care, he should be able to stand again, although he bears various internal injuries. I believe he can be kept here. Surely, one day the general will regain his memory, and at that moment, I shall be regarded as a savior. With a little encouragement, he would undoubtedly be willing to contend against the Dog Emperor. Then let us keep him. It is an opportune moment for the general, who knows nothing, to cultivate feelings with us, particularly with you, Jiao." Jiang Kaicheng immediately endorsed his daughter's idea, adding, "After all, my 4 grandsons cannot remain fatherless forever. If he remembers nothing, we can easily convince him that he is the husband of our daughter." Jiang Junji could only sigh in resignation as she looked at Wan Yuanqi, who nodded in agreement. "Can you not entertain other thoughts? Why is it that every day you are preoccupied with my marriage, constantly seeking a partner for me? I am currently focused on my career and intend to steer clear of such frivolous matters." Yet, despite her resolve, Jiang Kaicheng and Wan Yuanqi continued to ponder her future, leaving her with no choice but to consider it. Suddenly, Jiang Kaicheng recalled something and asked Jiang Junji, since he has lost his memory, "Does that mean we can no longer refer to him as the general? How do you intend to explain our identities to him?" I told him we were merely ordinary citizens residing here, who found him lying by the roadside and brought him back, Jiang Junji replied. Recalling the general's expression at that time, she shrugged. However, he seemed skeptical, though I doubt he will ponder it further. Then, it appears we no longer know him. Jiang Kaiqing mused thoughtfully. Jiang Junji nodded in agreement, letting out a long sigh. Initially, I intended to pretend not to recognize the general, allowing him to determine his own name. However, I never anticipated that he would lose his memory entirely. Now, he is unaware of what to call himself. Jiang Junji believed that the general's unique status would render it improbable for him to disclose his true identity, even upon regaining his memory. If he refrained from revealing his identity, he would inevitably need to fabricate a name for himself. Delighted by the prospect, she thought that once the general devised a name and identity, she would not have to trouble herself with it and could simply follow suit. Yet, who could have foreseen this turn of events, where he outright claimed to have lost his memory? Now, it seemed that she would have to conjure a name for him, with no idea of what to choose. This name could not be chosen carelessly, if it bore any relation to his original name. He might harbor doubts upon recovering his memory. Yuan Yuanqi suddenly had a thought and turned to her husband, asking, "Do you know what the general's name is?" Jiang Kaichang furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before shaking his head in resignation. "I do not remember." Feeling the disdainful gazes of his wife and daughter, Jiang Kaiqing realized that he could no longer persist in this manner. He quickly remarked, "However, it is of little consequence. The jade pendant worn by the War King bears the character for war, and intriguingly, his name seems to contain a similar character. How about we name him that?" "Is that truly a name?" Jiang Junji responded, exasperated, before turning to Jiang Kaiqing and asking, "Father, you are an official. How can you not remember the War King's name? Have you ever spoken with him?" Jiang Kaichang sighed. "I believe we have conversed, but who can recall his name? My dear daughter, consider it. After all, the War King is a prince. Who would dare to call him by his given name without due reason?" Upon reflection, Jiang Junji found merit in his reasoning. The War King's elevated status meant that likely only the reigning emperor would dare address him by name, and even then, it would be done with caution. This notion seemed quite reasonable to Jiang Junji. Accepting this line of thought, she resolved to proceed in this manner. After pondering for a moment, she slapped her thigh and declared, "Then it is settled. Tomorrow, I shall speak to him about the jade pendant. For now, we shall refer to him as Ajan. After all, he doesn't recall his name either. We can simply use this moniker for a spell." All three of them, equally inept at naming, readily agreed with Jiang Junji's suggestion. After finalizing their plan, they began to deliberate on the treatment strategy for the following day. Jiang Junji had already procured the examination report, and the trio quickly arrived at a consensus. Having established the preliminary treatment plan, they refrained from visiting the War King that day. The next morning, upon awakening, Jiang Junji discovered that Yuan Yuanqi had prepared breakfast for them. Given the War King's internal injuries had yet to fully heal, coupled with his recent lack of nourishment, it was essential that he be gradually nurtured back to health. Thus, Yuan Yuanqi prepared congee for him, just as she had the day before. Jiang Junji did not rush to his side. After all, he was a grown man who would not perish from hunger if he waited a little longer. After feeding the 4 children, she entrusted them to Jiang Kaicheng and Yuan Yuanqi before making her way to the War King's quarters. To her surprise, the War King had already awakened and, through his own efforts, managed to sit up in bed. Upon seeing Jiang Junji, he wore a perplexed expression and inquired, "Miss, what happened to me yesterday?" Since consuming the congee, he had lost all memory of the previous day, and only upon awakening this morning and confirming that his legs remained immobile did he realize that yesterday was not merely a dream. "You are awake," Jiang Junji replied, her demeanor unflinching. After placing the congee and side dishes beside him, she began to weave a tale, stating earnestly, "After you finished your congee yesterday, I advised you to rest for a while, and you promptly fell asleep. When I returned to check on you in the evening and found you still asleep, I refrained from waking you. When did you awaken?" Regarding the segment about resting, the War King had little recollection. However, observing Jiang Junji's composed expression, he assumed that something was amiss with his memory and chose to remain silent. The War King remained silent, leaving one to wonder whether he believed or not. Jiang Junji chose not to pursue the topic further and smiled at him, saying, "Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us have some food first." After expressing his gratitude, the war king gazed at the bowl of rice porridge before him, his expression betraying a palpable hesitation, uncertain of what to believe. Jiang Junji pretended not to notice and sat beside him, recounting his condition during the days of his unconsciousness. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed the war king resolved to eat the porridge with a demeanor akin to one facing impending doom. Today's porridge was devoid of any ingredients, and once he finished, he appeared more at ease, slowly thanking Jiang Junji before inquiring, "My injuries, when will they heal? I came today specifically to discuss this matter with you. Please wait a moment while I send this out." After Jiang Junji delivered the empty bowl and a food basket, she patted her face, aware that it was time to showcase her acting skills. Upon her return, the war king's gaze fell upon her, silent and seemingly awaiting her response. Jiang Junji, however, retrieved an item from his side, saying, "Take a look at this. Do you recognize it?" The war king accepted the object, realizing it was a jade pendant, his expression turning to one of confusion. "What does this have to do with my injuries?" Noticing his bewilderment, Jiang Junji clarified, "This was with you when I brought you back. I had to remove it to cut your clothes open, and now I am returning it to you." The war king examined the jade pendant, appreciating its exquisite quality, noting that it was not something an ordinary person could afford. The jade felt cool to the touch, embellished with an inscription. Just as he was absorbed in his examination, Jiang Junji leaned in closer, pointing at the character engraved on it. "Look, it has the character for war. I don't know your name, so I'll just call you Ajan for now." The proximity startled the war king, prompting him to hold his breath instinctively, as he became acutely aware of the fragrant scent of soap emanating from Jiang Junji. His attention was wholly captivated by the girl leaning in, leaving him oblivious to her words. When Jiang Junji noticed his lack of response, she tilted her head in mild confusion and asked, "Do you not like this name? But we can't go on without a name for you, can we? Perhaps you could choose one yourself?" Meeting her captivating gaze, the war king suddenly realized she was speaking to him. He cleared his throat softly and gently replied, "It's not that I dislike it. You may call me that." He regretted his earlier rudeness. Relieved, Jiang Junji smiled at the war king and said, "I will bring you some things. Please wash up and wait for me. I will have breakfast first and return with your medicine." The war king, "No," Ajan, nodded and murmured, "Thank you for your trouble." As he watched Jiang Junji's figure fade away, he stared at the jade pendant in his hand for a long while, yet still could not recall anything. However, he could still recall the fragrance that lingered from a young lady moments ago, and it suddenly dawned on him that 2 days had already passed without him inquiring about her name. Moreover, the girl had even come to deliver breakfast to him without having eaten herself, which filled Ajan with a sense of shame. When Jiang Junji returned to have her meal, she let out a sigh of relief and informed Jiang Kai-chung and Ruan Yuan-shi, "All right, the name is decided. He shall be called Ajan." Ajan stared blankly at the jade pendant, thinking she might have remembered something significant. Jiang Kai-chung patted Jiang Junji on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Daughter, since you have given him a name, you are responsible for him. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Junji mused. Why does this sound just like what he said when I was a child taking care of a dog? What in Jiang Kai-cheng's mind? Did he truly consider Ajan to be? Chapter 39. Doubts about her medical skills. Jiang Junji felt speechless, yet had no choice but to nod in agreement. And after finishing her meal, she went to deliver medicine to Ajan. Upon seeing the small pills in her hand, Ajan's expression turned contemplative. He gazed at the white pills and then at Jiang Junji, feeling a tangle of emotions. He had lost his memory, but he was not a fool. Was this girl trying to deceive him? Even without recollecting his identity, Ajan retained a fundamental understanding of the world. He had never encountered such peculiar medicine before. Furthermore, it came from the hands of a young girl, which only added to the oddity. Ajan pressed his lips together, his thoughts swirling as he regarded Jiang Junji, hesitating to consume the pills. Were they truly not poison? Noticing Ajan's indecision, Jiang Junji understood his apprehension and, with a hint of exasperation, reassured him. "You should take it. It's not toxic. This medicine is to reduce inflammation, Otherwise, your wound might become infected, leading to a fever. Despite its odd appearance, these pills are quite precious. I would give them to just anyone. I thought of you as an investment for the future, one I might need to rely on. Nonetheless, Jiang didn't seem entirely convinced by Jiang Junji's words. Although he accepted the pills into his palm, he remained silent, observing them rather than hastily consuming them as he had before. Indeed, awakening seemed to bring a certain degree of trouble. Jiang Junji sighed, sitting at the edge of the bed, gazing at him with a mixture of helplessness. Consider this carefully. I found you half dead on the road. If I wished to harm you, why would I have bothered to rescue you? Jiang blinked slowly, contemplating Jiang Junji's words, which seemed to carry some validity. Jiang Junji continued, if I had intended for you to perish, I would have left you there to fend for yourself. You wouldn't have survived the night. Why would I go through the trouble of bringing you back only to poison you? What do I stand to gain? If it were wealth, the jade pendant looks quite valuable. I could have taken it and sold it, allowing you to fend for yourself as you suggested. If it were something else I desired, I have nothing to gain now that I remember nothing. It appeared she had been overthinking the situation. I apologize. I should not have doubted you. Jiang quietly apologized and swallowed the small pill in his hand. Jiang Junji handed him a glass of water, encouraging him to take a sip while explaining, now that you are awake and have a name, allow me to briefly outline your current situation. Your cooperation will be essential for the subsequent treatment plan. After ingesting the medication, Jiang nodded, fixing his gaze on Jiang Junji, awaiting her elucidation of his circumstances. Firstly, when I found you, you had these external injuries. They are of little consequence. With some care, you will recover swiftly. However, concerning your internal injuries and amnesia, those will require gradual rehabilitation without haste. Jiang Junji spoke with confidence, reassuring him, rest assured, these are not significant issues and can be remedied over time. The only complication lies with your legs. Am I unable to stand? Jiang asked, his expression calm as he regarded his legs. He had likely contemplated this already, as he felt no sensation in them. Before Jiang Junji's arrival, he had even attempted to touch them, feeling neither sensation nor pain. From Jiang's understanding, such a condition typically suggested an incurable state. Though he was unaware of how he had come to be in this condition, he resigned himself to the notion that his life would henceforth be lived this way. Jiang Junji raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with satisfaction as she stated, typically, your legs would indeed be beyond remedy, and you would have to live your life unable to stand. Jiang looked at her in surprise. Typically? Does that imply there is a glimmer of hope for healing? Noticing the astonishment in Jiang's demeanor, Jiang Junji proudly lifted her chin and declared, had you encountered anyone else, your life would likely have been forfeit. Yet, you are fortunate to have met me. I can preserve the use of your legs. Observing Jiang's bewilderment, she continued, there are nails embedded within your legs, exerting pressure on your nerves, which is why you cannot stand. To rectify this, surgery is necessary to remove those nails from your body. What is surgery? Jiang inquired, curiosity piquing his interest. It is a form of treatment. Jiang Junji contemplated how to explain it in a way that would be comprehensible to Jiang. She endeavored to simplify her explanation, saying, it involves cutting open your flesh to extract the nails and then stitching you back up. Upon concluding her explanation, Jiang Junji felt a sense of pride, believing she had articulated it in a straightforward and accessible manner. However, Jiang's expression turned to one of disbelief. He pondered whether he should clarify to Jiang Junji that he was merely suffering from amnesia, not a lack of intelligence. How can this be regarded as a treatment method? This is tantamount to endangering my life. If I were to undergo the procedure, as you described, enduring the pain would be a challenge, and the risk of post-operative inflammation could lead to a fever, significantly increasing the likelihood of death. Rather than succumbing to death, Jiang felt it preferable to endure his current disability. At the very least, he still possessed a life, avoiding the finality of death. Observing Jiang's expression of existential doubt, Jiang Junji assured him with a pat on her chest, do not worry. With me here, I shall not allow you to perish. Trust in my medical skills. Jiang, however, seemed less than convinced. The young girl, seemingly younger than himself, was asking him to place his faith in her. How could he do so? Noticing Jiang's lingering skepticism, Jiang Junji felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Jiang, as a warlord, was indeed a troublesome individual. Even in his amnesia, he remained exceedingly cautious. With a sigh in her heart, Jiang Junji said to Jiang, "You may choose not to believe me, but at present, you have no alternative. Besides, our family of 3 are all doctors. Rest assured, when the time comes, the 3 of us shall work together to ensure you're lively and well once you leave the operating table." Upon hearing Jiang Junji mention that her entire family were doctors, a look of realization crossed Jiang's face. No wonder this young girl, despite her youth, claimed to possess medical expertise and could even diagnose him. It was all due to her upbringing. However, as Jiang Junji continued to elaborate on how she would perform the surgery, Jiang felt an increasing sense of foreboding regarding his own survival. Although he was grateful to Jiang Junji for saving him, he harbored no desire to find himself on the brink of death at her hands once more. Clearing his throat, he cautiously regarded Jiang Junji and tentatively spoke, "Miss, since your parents are also healers, may I request an audience with them?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Junji's displeasure was evident. Why did Jiang wish to meet her parents? Was it not indicative of his disbelief in her capabilities? Her discontent was clearly written across her face. Jiang genuinely doubted the reliability of this young girl. After all, she appeared quite young, and her words were astonishingly audacious. The notion of slicing open his flesh was utterly chilling. Such actions could hardly be performed by an ordinary person. It seemed a blatant attempt on his life. Yet, despite these thoughts, he refrained from expressing them, particularly upon noticing the souring of Jiang Junji's demeanor. He awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Since it is you and your family who saved me, I should extend my gratitude." However, he realized that his expression of thanks was merely a reflection of his skepticism regarding her medical prowess. Jiang Junji, still displeased, fixed her gaze upon Jiang and with a huff inquired, "Do you wish to ask them about your condition? Seeking their treatment because you doubt my skills due to my youth?" Jiang, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "All right, I understand you are aware of my disbelief. I shall call for them. Will that suffice?" Jiang Junji, clearly irked, rose to summon Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi. Jiang wore an expression indicating some discomfort, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Indeed, when it came to trust, Jiang Junji's tender age made it difficult for others to fully believe in her abilities. When Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi arrived, they were somewhat puzzled, wondering why they had been summoned. Upon learning the reason, they found it rather amusing, and Jiang Kaicheng briefly explained his current situation to Jiang. The matter concerning the surgery was perhaps too extraordinary to discuss openly, which is why Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi refrained from directly informing Jiang. After all, the surgery could not commence immediately. Jiang felt a sense of reliability upon seeing Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi. While Jiang Kaicheng was inside, explaining the illness to Jiang, Ruan Yuanxi pulled Jiang Junji out of the room and, delighting in the irony, asked her if Jiang thought she was untrustworthy, hence their summons. Jiang Junji, visibly displeased, nodded in agreement, stating that indeed he did not believe in her abilities and insisted on calling them. She expressed her confusion, asserting that she was the most skilled healer in the family, and it was she who had brought Jiang back. Without her, Jiang might have long since perished. How could he doubt her capabilities? Ruan Yuanxi found Jiang Junji's reaction endearing and affectionately patted her head, saying, "Oh, Jujia, do not be upset. It is only natural that people might not recognize your extraordinary skills when you appear so youthful and lovely." Jiang Junji huffed lightly, begrudgingly accepting Ruan Yuanxi's explanation, and seriously nodded in agreement, declaring that it was indeed a lack of discernment on his part. Furthermore, she reasoned that what was the use of speaking to him now? When it came time for the surgery, he would be unconscious, and it would still be her performing the operation. By then, Jiang would be none the wiser. Even if there were grievances, they would be of no consequence. Observing Jiang Junji's demeanor, Ruan Yuanxi found it utterly amusing and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "All right, Jujia, do not be angry. Let us go see what your father is discussing." Upon returning, Jiang Junji noticed Jiang's gaze upon her, who promptly explained, "Do not be upset, miss. It is you who saved me, for which I am profoundly grateful. However, Your claims are rather astonishing, and I find them difficult to believe, not out of doubt in your abilities. Ajan's words were courteous, prompting Jiang Junji to relent, giving a slight huff to indicate her forgiveness. Meanwhile, the group of exiles had reached the next county. Due to delays along the way, they were inevitably questioned by the officials. As the officers approached, Jiang Wanjun leaned against Bai Yuefang, appearing quite weak. The officer observed Jiang Wanjun with a frown, but said nothing, simply addressing the officials, "Brother, we encountered some troubles on the road, which led to our delay." The official, skeptical, glanced at the officer's attire and the prisoners behind him, responding, "What kind of trouble could you possibly face dressed like that? Surely, no one would dare approach you." The officer sighed, helplessly explaining, "It's not that we were approached for trouble, but we did encounter a pack of wild wolves along the way. Those beasts were rabid, and look, my brother has sustained injuries." As the constable rolled up his sleeves, it was indeed the marks of claws that were evident. The official nodded slightly and remarked, "You have endured much hardship as well. However, the numbers do not align. There is a significant shortfall. The count of prisoners was notably down by 7. They were all devoured by wolves. One woman, in a desperate attempt to protect her 4 children, was bitten. Her parents rushed in madly to save her, only to meet the same fate. We barely had time to gather the remains. Nothing but bones and remnants were left, merely a few blood-stained garments. Most likely, they were carried away." The constable spoke with a natural air, completely unaware that he had once been hypnotized, believing the memories in his mind to be reality. 7 individuals. All perished by bites? Nothing remained? The official, filled with suspicion, inquired. "During the attack, we dared not approach. Once the wolf pack fled, they took the bodies with them, leaving us with little." The constable sighed in resignation. Noticing the official's uncertainty, he quickly gestured towards Jiang Wanyue, saying, "Look there. That woman has also been bitten and has yet to recover." The official glanced at Jiang Wanyue, observing the bloodstains on her prison garb, and exclaimed, "Such significant losses you have suffered. Very well. Let us rest this evening and resume our journey tomorrow. You have already delayed for several days. Let us not incur further blame from above. By the way, please confirm the names of those who were killed and ensure that their belongings are returned. They must be sent back to the capital." The constable readily agreed. In the county jail, accommodations were made for them, but no one dared to speak within the cold, hard confines. Jiang Wanyue's wounds had yet to fully heal, and at that moment, Bai Yuefang sat nearby, shedding tears of concern. The sight of her tears irked the elderly matriarch, who snapped, "The child is not dead. Why do you weep? Is it merely a bite? It is far better than what happened to Jiang Junji's family, who lost their lives outright. Crying, crying, always crying. I am weary of this lamentation. It brings ill fortune. You find a reason to weep for everything. Don't you realize your words bring nothing but misfortune?" Bai Yuefang, disheartened by the matriarch's remarks, held her daughter close and implored, "Wanyue is still burning with fever. Could you not consider her for a moment?" Although Jiang Wanyue's wounds had been treated, she was still feverish, and they dared not request a physician from the constable, hoping instead for her swift recovery. Bai Yuefang felt a growing anxiety, struggling to recall how Jiang Wanyue's wounds had been treated or the herbs that had been used, her memory a complete blank. The elderly matriarch had always prioritized Jiang Xiaofei and Jiang Danian, showing little concern for these women. Upon hearing Bai Yuefang's plea, she merely huffed dismissively and retorted, "Why should I care for her? It is her misfortune to be bitten by wolves. What concern is that of mine? Enough of your tears. You are disturbing our sleep." In the larger room, a quarrel almost erupted over Jiang Wanwan's predicament. Meanwhile, the officials contemplated how best to address her situation. Jiang Wanwan had been in a daze all day, unresponsive to calls, appearing almost foolish. Her high fever persisted, and it remained uncertain whether she could endure much longer. One of the officials, taking a sip of water and frowning as he set down his teacup, suggested, "Shouldn't we summon a doctor to examine her? We've already lost 7 people. If we lose another before reaching the next town, it could spell trouble." The officer with a small mustache retorted, "Why bother? She's just a woman. If she dies, she dies. We can carry her body to the next location for them to see." Another official, marked by a dark mole on his face, chimed in, "Indeed. We have barely over 40 taels left. Where will we find a silver to hire a physician? Besides, it's just a bite. She'll lose a couple of pieces of flesh, but one tea die from it. Both men felt that it would be better not to seek medical help, even believing that Jiang Wanwan's death might alleviate their troubles on the journey, as it would reduce the number of mouths to feed. However, others among them held a different perspective. A few officials exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts before one with single eyelids stepped forward. This official, with a sly demeanor, noted Jiang Wanwan's modest beauty and proposed to his colleagues. Perhaps we should indeed find a doctor to take a look. After all, a life is at stake. If there's a chance to save her, we should take it. If necessary, we can pool together our resources. They reasoned that hiring a courtesan from a brothel would also entail expenses. But at least this woman was compliant and could be treated without scorn. If funds are limited, we can still manage to save her, he continued, dismissing the dark mole official's scornful laughter. You think you're so compassionate? Would you be willing to spend money to save a man? The intentions of the group were transparent, and the single-eyelid official, unperturbed by the mockery, responded cheerfully, a man is a man, but this is a delicate young lady. We care, and we want to help. They merely intended to find a doctor. If the cost was exorbitant, they would abandon the idea. Chapter 41. No improvement after taking medicine. The group merely sought a moment of pleasure. Why should they concern themselves with this woman? Treating her would involve brewing medicine, which could delay their journey, and should she not survive, it would only add to their distress. The small-mustached official scanned the others, driven by lust, and suggested, why don't we take advantage of her remaining strength and resolve the matter directly? The dark mole official nodded in agreement, stating, tomorrow, as we set off from the county, we can drag her into the grass and take care of things swiftly. Once we're finished, we can carry her along without hindering our progress. Her fate is of no concern to us. In their eyes, it seemed that Jiang Wanwan's survival was anything but assured. It is truly a waste of energy to prepare medicine for Jiang Wanquan, and to delay our journey on her account seems utterly unwise. If the sole interest lies in her physical form, it would be far more prudent to act while she still breathes, rather than lingering in uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed official waved his hand dismissively and exclaimed, such thoughts cannot be entertained. We have months of exile ahead. If Jiang Wanquan were to perish within days, what would become of our endeavors? Now that the matter had been broached, the one-eyed official openly expressed his thoughts. The other officials chimed in, agreeing that if the woman were to die soon, what would remain for them? Either something outdated or something yet to mature would only suffocate them along the journey. Indeed, let us procure a couple of doses of medicine. It won't hinder us, they concluded. Should she die, they would be burdened with her body, which would be troublesome. With a few exchanged words, it was clear that they were contemplating finding a physician for Jiang Wanquan. Whether it was truly for her welfare or their own, remained unspoken yet understood among them. The bearded official jested, in truth, what you all desire is merely a plaything, is it not? Alas, the demise of Jiang Junji is a pity. Someone murmured in nostalgia, lamenting that had she lived, there would have been another to enjoy, particularly one who had recently given birth and was even more beautiful than Jiang Wanquan. What more do you wish to indulge in? Retorted another nearby. Although their banter was filled with mockery, they ultimately resolved to summon a reasonably priced doctor to examine her. If the fees were excessive, they would forego treatment, but if manageable, they would proceed with care. As for her survival, it was left to Jiang Wanquan's fate. After settling this arrangement, they dispatched a few individuals still concerned for Jiang Wanquan to seek a physician. They had arrived late, and, after some commotion, the night had grown dark and cold. Initially reluctant, the officials begrudgingly prepared to depart, muttering curses about their future prospects. Their discontent lingered, even as they returned. They were unwilling, kicking the cage in frustration and shouting, "Get up!" Just as Jiang Laotai had finally dozed off, the sudden commotion startled her awake, and she anxiously inquired, "What is it?" Pointing to Jiang Wanquan, the official replied, "She is on the brink of death. Please have a look." Upon realizing it was her daughter in need of care, Bai Yuefeng instantly became alert and hurriedly cleared a space for the doctor, pleading, "Please, examine my daughter. She has been suffering from a persistent fever, and we are at a loss." In their haste to engage the doctor, the officials had been reluctant to spend money, leading to the hiring of a physician whose skills were hardly superior to those of a quack. After observing Jiang Wanquan, the doctor could discern little and merely prescribed some herbs to reduce her fever. Upon learning that she had been bitten by a wild wolf, he declared that he could do no more and swiftly departed, leaving Jiang Wanquan to her fate. The officials did not seek another physician, but simply prepared a concoction based on the doctor's prescription, leaving it to themselves to figure out how to administer it. After such a long ordeal, it was already late into the night. The others, exhausted from a day of travel, were now feeling drowsy. The officials had come to disturb them repeatedly, preventing anyone from finding rest, which inevitably led to a sense of resentment. At this moment, Jiang Wanyue was still in a daze. She was neither fully unconscious nor entirely awake, with her eyes open and responding, albeit faintly, to the sounds around her. "Drink your medicine," Wanyue by Yue Fong said, supporting Jiang Wanyue with a tender gaze as if soothing a child. "Just take the medicine, and you will feel better. The fever will subside. Our wounds will heal quickly, and Wanyue will be just fine." Bai Yue Fong continued to murmur softly, while the others in the cell struggled to sleep. Qin Xiaoya and Jiang Zhilan remained silent, shifting to a corner. Despite his irritation, Jiang Danian, being her father, held his tongue, merely sighing and listening. Jiang Xiaofei frowned. Though reluctant, he couldn't speak against his own sister and mother. The only one bold enough to voice discontent was old Lady Jiang. "Could you please be quiet?" she snapped. "You don't need sleep tonight, but others do." After a few more unkind words, she found a corner to sleep. The following morning, Bai Yue Fong, who had spent the night cradling Jiang Wanyue, awoke to find her in the same state as before, which filled her with anxiety. She hurriedly whispered into Jiang Wanyue's ear, urging her to hold on and not succumb to despair in this place. When the officials came to rouse them for departure, they frowned upon seeing their condition and exchanged glances, beginning to murmur among themselves. A bearded official remarked, "I reckon she won't last long. You better get your affairs in order. It will be too late for regrets if she dies." Another official, with single eyelids, scrutinized Jiang Wanyue and said, "Understood. Once we leave the county town, we will find a place. This woman has her own misfortune. We cannot be blamed. The doctor has been consulted, but she hasn't helped herself. Though they desired a bit of leisure on the journey, they could not afford to carry a burden the entire way." As they set out, Jiang Wanyue remained in the same muddled state, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Although Bai Yue Fong guided her along, it was evident that she was not fully aware. Shortly after leaving the county town, they arrived at a small grove where the group paused. "Have we already rested after less than an hour of travel?" The family of the large house exhibited peculiar behavior, yet there was no urgency to rush. For them, it was a fortunate circumstance. And thus silence enveloped the scene as they discreetly rested nearby. However, their tranquility was soon disrupted. The single-eyed official, without a glance in their direction, approached with the intent to seize Jiang Wanquan, seemingly directing her towards the adjacent grove. Bai Yue Fong, upon witnessing this, quickly interposed herself, clutching her daughter and exclaiming, "Official, what do you intend to do with her?" Chapter 42. The demise of Jiang Wanquan by Yue Fong was unsure where her apprehension stemmed from. It felt as though the officials had harbored an interest in her daughter for quite some time. She realized that once Jiang Wanquan was taken, her return was uncertain. Initially, Jiang Darnian adopted a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble, but when the matter concerned his daughter, his resolve faltered. He hurried to shield her, wearing a forced smile, and pleaded, "Esteemed officials, I implore you to show mercy. My daughter is ill." "Step aside," barked an official holding a whip, his tone harsh. "She may be ill now, but wait a moment longer, and she will be dead. If you wish to avoid a beating, clear the way, or I shall strike you all." Upon witnessing this, Qin Xiaoya instinctively shielded her daughter and retreated a few steps. Seizing the opportunity while unnoticed, she hastily grabbed a handful of dirt and smeared it across Jiang Zhilan's face. She feared that these brutes might target her young daughter. Initially, both Jiang Darnian and Bai Yue Fong had been protective of Jiang Wanquan, but upon seeing the whip in the official's hand, they fell silent, helplessly watching as Jiang Wanquan was dragged towards the grove. In a daze, Jiang Wanquan sensed her peril. Her voice raspy, Bai Yuefeng's tears streamed down her face as she prepared to cry out, only to be silenced by a whip from the official with the birthmark, who growled, "Shut your mouth." Now, Bai Yuefeng dared not even weep. Jiang Junji stood nearby, too frightened to utter a sound, striving to diminish her presence. Though she recognized her youth and frailty, and that she was less attractive than Jiang Wanquan, she could not dismiss the possibility that these men might act indiscriminately out of desperation. Being merely sullied might be considered fortunate. Her true fear lay in the prospect of being tormented to the point of death, with no place left to weep. Fortunately, Jiang Wanquan was present, and for the moment, no one noticed Jiang Junji. Bai Yuefeng watched in anguish as her daughter was taken away, leaning against Jiang Darnian in silent sorrow. Jiang Xiaofei stood in shock, only to be pulled away by the elderly matriarch, who covered his eyes. The old matriarch spoke with disdain, her brow furrowed. "We shall not watch this disgraceful spectacle. Do you understand? This is utter shamelessness. Should she be violated, even if she recovers, her life will be forfeit. What respectable family allows their daughter to suffer such indignities? It is no different from the disgrace of Jiang Junji, both equally devoid of honor." Bai Yuefeng's anguished cries did not sway the actions of the officials. Jiang Wanquan appeared to have lost all consciousness, allowing them to manipulate her at will. This only delighted the officials, who found her lack of resistance preferable to a struggle from a coherent mind. They pinned her to the ground in a small grove, debating who would take their turn first, when suddenly a scream pierced the air. The one with monolid eyes barely glanced over, mocking, "I know you're excited, but there's no need for such fervor. We'll all have our turn shortly, so no need to rush." What the hell? It was only when others began to scream that the monolid official sensed something amiss. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Jiang Wanquan, who had previously seemed dazed and compliant, suddenly thrashing about like a wild animal. She sank her teeth into the arm of the nearest official and refused to let go. "What the hell? Get her off me." Without a second thought, the monolid official assumed she had merely regained her senses and was resisting. When he saw the soldiers struggling to pry her loose, he rushed to assist. After much effort, they finally managed to separate Jiang Wanquan from her victim, and the official, rubbing his bitten arm, cursed, "Damn it, this woman has some strength. What the hell? Is she out of her mind?" Before the monolid official could tease his comrades further, he heard curses erupt from nearby. Turning his gaze, he found Jiang Wanquan in a frenzy, her mouth agape, drool trickling down her chin as she emitted a primal growl, lunging at the nearest official. Upon reaching him, she bit down hard. The official, realizing he could not stand still and be bitten, desperately tried to push her away. Yet, Jiang Wanquan seemed impervious to pain, baring her teeth and intent on tearing flesh. Meanwhile, Grandma Jiang was still lecturing Jiang Xiaofei, glancing over at Jiang Wanquan's commotion. She was momentarily stunned, a frown forming as she whispered, "What is happening?" Jiang Danian followed her gaze, equally astonished, unable to process the scene unfolding before him. The members of the first household stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, the officials, including the one with a dark mole, had been laughing and mocking the commotion, thinking it absurd that they were creating such a ruckus while someone lay dying. Yet, as they listened, the tone shifted, and they quickly grasped that something was terribly wrong. Turning their heads, they beheld Jiang Wanquan, seemingly deranged, biting someone. "What the hell? This woman has gone mad." The dark mole official, sensing the gravity of the situation, urgently called to his comrades, "Grab your knives and kill her." Those who had previously found it too cumbersome to carry blades now rushed to arm themselves, leaving only a few to guard the exiled individuals. At that moment, Bai Yuefeng had been trying to convince herself that even if her daughter was indeed violated, at least she would still have her life. As long as she was alive, there was hope for the future. But upon realizing they intended to kill her daughter, she shattered, breaking free from Jiang Danian's grasp and running toward Jiang Wanquan, shouting, "Wanquan, run! They want to kill you." Bai Yuefeng found herself perplexed. Initially, it was merely suggested that something would be done to her daughter, yet it had abruptly escalated to the point of murder. Without dwelling on the intricacies of the situation, her sole focus was on protecting her beloved child. However, before Bai Yuefeng could reach her, Jiang Wanyuan still struggling, seemed to sense her presence and bared her teeth menacingly at Bai Yuefang. Several soldiers were unable to restrain Jiang Yuan, who was frenzied, viciously attacking everyone around her. As Bai Yuefang approached, the sight of her daughter in such a state filled her with dread, causing her to instinctively retreat several steps, her eyes wide with terror. This time, as soldiers advanced, Bai Yuefang dared not intervene, helplessly watching as the officers mercilessly struck Jiang Yuan down. Blood spattered across the ground, and when Jiang Yuan felt the pain of her injuries, the sound she emitted resembled the roars of a wild beast. It was as if she had entirely lost her capacity for human speech, reduced to whimpers in her final moments. Bai Yuefang was taken aback by the horrific turn of events. Gazing upon her daughter's lifeless body, she could only collapse onto the ground, wailing in despair. Chapter 43. Collecting the corpse, the officers had initially intended to take advantage of the situation, but now, having gained nothing and faced with such turmoil, they felt a growing irritation. Seeing Bai Yuefang weep only heightened their agitation, prompting one to scold her, "Enough already. What are you crying for? Your daughter has gone mad." Frustrated by her lamentations, an officer struck Bai Yuefang with his whip, menacingly warning, "If you continue to weep, do you believe I won't deal with you as well?" Startled, Bai Yuefang froze, refraining from further movement, her sobs subdued. Staring at her daughter's corpse, she recalled the earlier chaos, too frightened to approach. Jiang Yuan's final moments had been those of madness, and even now, the sight of her body instilled fear. Leaving Bai Yuefang at a loss for what to do, she did not even dare to retrieve Jiang Yuan's remains. At that moment, the officer's attention had shifted away from Jiang Yuan and was now concentrated on deliberating the bizarre circumstances. "Damn it! What is wrong with this woman?" An officer with single eyelids muttered, irritation evident in his tone. Another with a mustache furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he remarked, "Something is amiss. Jiang Yuan's condition is not normal. Don't you think her current state resembles what is spoken of in the capital, rabid dog disease?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding men fell silent, the gravity of the suggestion sinking in. It was rumored that those bitten by rabid dogs would become ill, losing their ability to speak coherently and exhibiting aggressive behavior, ultimately leading to death. A dark-spotted officer interjected, glancing towards Jiang Yuan's distant corpse, frowning as he queried, "Do you believe Jiang Yuan has rabid dog disease?" Somewhat, the mustached officer nodded thoughtfully, pondering that Jiang Yuan had not been bitten by a dog. The only troubling encounter had been with the wolves. Perhaps those wolves were the source of the problem. Has anyone else been bitten by wolves? With this question, a palpable unease spread among the soldiers present. During the fierce battle with the wolves, numerous individuals sustained injuries, yet everyone dismissed them as mere superficial wounds, believing they would heal in a few days. However, witnessing Jiang Yuan's current state instilled a sense of unease among them. The single-lidded officer, visibly troubled, inquired, "Do you suspect the wolves are the cause? Does this imply we too might succumb to madness?" Although the officer with the small mustache remained silent, he cast a serious gaze at his companions and asserted, "We cannot proceed any further. We must return to the previous county and seek a physician. At this juncture, even if it delays their journey, they could not afford to disregard their lives. After all, who would escort these exiled prisoners if their lives were lost?" The small mustached officer glanced at Jiang Yuan's body not far away and quietly remarked to his colleagues, "We must bring Jiang Yuan's body back. It is essential to show it to the others. Otherwise, they may not believe she is truly deceased." Though he spoke thus, everyone had witnessed Jiang Yuan's recent madness. And even if they paused momentarily, an unsettling feeling lingered in their hearts. No one wished to approach. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, the officer's gaze fell upon the large family. The officer with the dark mole commanded Jiang Junji, "Go and retrieve her body. Carry it back." Upon hearing this, Jiang Junji's legs turned to jelly. Despite her being his daughter, she was now lifeless, and her death was shrouded in mystery. None could ascertain whether the affliction that drove Jiang Yuan to madness could be contagious, and the thought of carrying her body filled him with dread. However, with the officers watching intently, Jiang Junji had no choice but to muster his courage and collect his daughter's remains. As he hoisted Jiang Yuan's body, The others instinctively distanced themselves from him. Even Bai Yuefeng, who had recently wept inconsolably, now clung to Jiang Xiaofei, maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Danian. They had no alternative but to return to the prior county in search of a physician. Upon arriving at the yamen, the constables were met with puzzled looks from the clerks as they unexpectedly returned. Once the clerks learned of the situation, they promptly barred them from entry, stating that Jiang Wenyuan's body was to be handled by them, and this matter would be reported to the court. Furthermore, they insisted that the officers must vacate the county before nightfall. Left with no other options, the officers hastened to locate a physician. Although they sought a reputable doctor, he had little knowledge of this affliction and could only inquire about Jiang Wenyuan's prior symptoms. Her symptoms had merely been a fever. The doctor, powerless, could only prescribe some antipyretics for them to carry along. If anyone developed a fever, they were to prepare and consume the medicine. Clutching the antipyretics, the officers wore grave expressions, fully aware that this was merely a superficial remedy. Had the medicine been effective, Jiang Wenyuan would not have perished so abruptly. Yet, with the county clerks still watching them closely, they had no choice but to heed the doctor's advice and leave promptly. However, once they departed from the county town, a profound silence enveloped them. No one ventured to speak. Initially, there had been plans to confront Jiang Wanchuan, and there were speculations about her potential demise, perhaps even imminent. Yet, none anticipated that Jiang Wanchuan would meet such a grim fate. The individuals present, stripped of their desires, were consumed by thoughts of their own safety. During the confrontation with the wolf pack, many had sustained minor injuries, but at that time, no one had paid much heed to it, nor had anyone developed a fever. However, Jiang Wanchuan's circumstances loomed heavily over them, instilling a sense of dread that deterred any notions of luck. They resolved to assess the situation more thoroughly upon reaching the next county town. While taking a break during their journey, a bearded officer observed the monolid officer in silence for an extended period before finally patting him on the shoulder, attempting to lighten the mood with a teasing remark. "What's the matter? Are you haunted by shadows, thinking you can't pursue other women anymore? It's merely a trivial issue. Once we reach our next destination, just find a woman to alleviate that." The monolid officer, however, was not contemplating such matters. Instead, he was beset by waves of dizziness, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. When he heard the bearded officer approaching, he was startled and quickly forced a smile, replying, "Indeed, that woman is quite terrifying. Thankfully, she didn't succumb to her affliction while we were on duty. Otherwise, I might have been bitten." Noticing the pallor on the monolid officer's face, the bearded officer's brow furrowed with concern. "Brother, you aren't feeling unwell too, are you? Have you come down with a fever?" At this remark, all eyes turned towards them. The monolid officer was worried he might be afflicted with rabies. But upon seeing the peculiar looks from those nearby, he realized he must conceal his condition at all costs. If they discovered his plight, they would likely eliminate him for their own safety. Thus, he maintained a facade, jesting at the bearded officer. "You're talking nonsense. Look at that woman going mad in front of you. How can you feel comfortable?" "I still feel queasy." Sensing that the monolid officer appeared normal, yet still feeling uneasy, the bearded officer reached out to touch his forehead. Finding his temperature normal, he sighed in relief. "Who told you to act so recklessly? It's too late for regrets now. Consider this a lesson learned." After exchanging a few more words, they resumed their journey. Although the monolid officer resolved to endure and hide his condition, he was unaware that a handful of others in the group shared his sentiments. Many of these officers had also been bitten by the wolves. While they had emerged victorious, all bore superficial wounds, varying in severity. 2 days later, they arrived at the city gates of Luocheng. As the group stood at the entrance, yet to register at the local magistrate's office, 2 previously silent soldiers suddenly succumbed to madness, transforming into frenzied beasts, and began to bite indiscriminately. The scene unfolded eerily reminiscent of that day with Jiang Wanwan. Initially, the crowd was preoccupied with administrative matters, oblivious to the impending chaos. By the time they realized what was transpiring, the assailants had already sunk their teeth into their victim. A guard let out a chilling scream, drawing the attention of those nearby, while the exiled individuals scattered, keen to avoid being caught in the fray. The townsfolk at the city gate, still grappling with the confusion, witnessed two figures suddenly emerge, one seizing a citizen and viciously biting into them. Panic ensued. Cries of madness echoed, and the onlookers scrambled for safety, their terror palpable as they sought refuge. The entrance devolved into utter chaos. The guards stationed at the gate, bewildered by the commotion, were unable to discern the situation as the exile group remained at a considerable distance. Their shouts of silence, "What is happening?" fell on deaf ears. Before long, the deranged soldiers charged toward them, prompting the terrified citizens to explain the unfolding horror. These two have gone mad. They bite anyone they see. Their fear was contagious, and the guards quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, observing the two frenzied officials exhibiting primal behavior, growling like beasts. It was evident that they were no longer in control of their faculties. In a decisive moment, the guards drew their swords, one proclaiming, "These men are not right. They must be executed immediately." Yet, the strength of the deranged soldiers was formidable, and even 3 or 5 guards found themselves overwhelmed by their reckless aggression. Seemingly intent on breaking into the city, Jiang Kaicheng had initially intended to gather firewood at the city gate, but upon witnessing the turmoil, he hesitated, fearing he might complicate matters for his wife and children. However, realizing his current disguise rendered him inconspicuous, he rushed forth to lend assistance. The guards, initially attempting to communicate, found their efforts futile as the madmen paid no heed to reason. Reluctantly, they resolved to eliminate the threat. It was only with Jiang Kaicheng's intervention that the two deranged officials were subdued. Once it was confirmed, they lay lifeless on the ground. The guards turned their steely gazes toward the exiled group, demanding, "What is going on here?" In his altered appearance, Jiang Kaicheng remained unrecognized, perceived merely as an ordinary citizen with some skill. He exhaled in relief, but as the guards interrogated the exiles, he called out to the surrounding crowd, "Those who were bitten, come forth. These individuals may carry rabies. Immediate treatment is imperative." At the mention of rabies, the guards swiftly apprehended Jiang Kaicheng. Their brows furrowed as they inquired, "Come here, what is this rabies you speak of?" The appearance of those two officials was akin to that of rabid dogs. As a physician, I could offer treatment to those who had been bitten if they would only step forward, Jiang Kaicheng hastily explained. At that moment, the exile group was being interrogated, rendering Jiang Kaicheng's words unheard. The soldiers guarding the city glanced at Jiang Kaicheng and then at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, contemplating that since the individuals were already deceased, it would be prudent to refrain from further involvement. One of the soldiers grasped Jiang Kaicheng's arm, furrowing his brow in warning, "I advise you to keep your mouth shut and behave." "What rabies?" "These two merely suffered from hysteria. Do you understand?" Jiang Kaicheng frowned, observing the soldier with a somewhat nuanced expression. Yet the soldier insisted it was indeed hysteria, even threatening to apprehend him if he continued to speak out of turn. Helpless, Jiang Kaicheng ceased his protests. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that if the situation regarding the bitten individuals was not addressed properly, there would undoubtedly be dire consequences in a matter of days. Clearly, the soldiers stationed at the city were unwilling to allow this information to spread, as it could lead to repercussions for them as guardians of the city. As Jiang Kaicheng stood in the corner, two individuals cautiously approached him, glancing around nervously. "Brother, are you truly a physician? We have just been bitten. Do you really possess a means to treat us?" They had heard of rabies and understood it to be a grave affliction, one that could potentially be fatal. The chaos earlier suggested that there were more than just these two who had been bitten. Jiang Kaicheng's gaze swept the vicinity, noting that most onlookers regarded him with a hint of fear, seemingly worried about their own fates should they draw attention. He felt a sense of resignation, recognizing that these individuals feared for their lives if he revealed the truth and doubted him. His memory was not infallible. Amidst the pandemonium, it was certain that others had fled. It appeared that containing this malady outside the county would be a futile endeavor. Chapter 45. As if defiled. Like a pure young maiden, Jiang Kaicheng glanced at the exile group, and indeed noted the absence of Jiang Wanhua. And upon observing the soldiers who had recently succumbed to the illness, he began to piece together the situation. It was likely that Jiang Wanhua had already fallen ill and had been eliminated by the others. Jiang Kaicheng understood that among these individuals, There were certainly more than just the two afflicted soldiers who posed a threat, yet the exile group had been driven away by the city guards, who cast menacing glances in his direction, indicating their intent to silence him. With little recourse, he resigned himself to the circumstances. A few individuals did step forward, and after Jiang Kaicheng elucidated the situation to them, he escorted them back home. At home, Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanxi were present, and Jiang Kaicheng instructed the newcomers to wait outside for a moment before feigning an entrance into the house and slipping into his space. While preparing the vaccine, he continued to explain to Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanxi, "Today I encountered the exiled group. Moreover, Jiang Wanyue has vanished. She has likely succumbed to the illness and been slain." A few soldiers also suddenly fell ill at the entrance. The individuals I brought back are all those who were bitten at the city gate. Both listeners were taken aback, prompting Jiang Junji to hasten over to assist in preparing the vaccine. When they stepped outside, Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng discovered that the bitten individuals seemed to know each other, as they were still chatting in the courtyard. Observing the two of them emerge together, the group expressed their confusion, inquiring, "Doctor, what medicine are we supposed to take?" "No medicine, just an injection," Jiang Kaicheng replied as he took the syringe from Jiang Junji's hand. "You've been bitten. Taking medicine is no longer effective. You need to get vaccinated." "What vaccine?" The group had never encountered this term before, and upon seeing the object in Jiang Kaicheng's hand, they felt a twinge of unease. They stared at the syringe, puzzled, and one of them asked, "Doctor, what is that you're holding? What purpose does it serve? I've never seen anything like it before." "This contains the medicine that will be injected into your body shortly. But rest assured, it's a healing substance. Once you've been vaccinated, you need not worry about going mad." Jiang Kaicheng believed his tone to be quite gentle. However, the others were not entirely convinced. After all, they were of a certain age and had seen many types of medicine. Were not all medicines supposed to be in the form of plasters or decoctions? How could it possibly be this strange object? Moreover, Jiang Kaicheng had yet to inform them of any costs, which did not lend him the appearance of a reputable doctor. There was definitely something amiss. The group exchanged wary glances, each suspecting that Jiang Kaicheng had ulterior motives. Sensing their mutual apprehension, they silently agreed to escape. Jiang Junji noticed their distress and quickly reassured them, "You needn't worry, we mean you no harm." Despite these words, he was still concerned that they might attempt to flee, so he hastily moved to shut the courtyard gate before they could act. If their previous fears had been mere conjecture, witnessing Jiang Junji's actions solidified their suspicions that this family harbored ill intentions. Why else would they be so insistent on forcing them to comply? One individual, trembling, cautiously addressed Jiang Kaicheng. Brother, what if we choose not to be treated? Was he actually bitten, truly?" Despite the man's insistence, Jiang Kaicheng was not swayed by his desperate fabrications. As the man attempted to flee, Jiang Kaicheng, disinterested in further conversation, swiftly apprehended him and injected him directly with the syringe. The man let out a piercing scream, struggling in vain. However, Jiang Kaicheng, having once been an agent and now possessing the physique of a general, was hardly someone an ordinary citizen could escape. The man's struggles were futile, and Jiang Kaicheng forcefully administered both doses of the vaccine before releasing him. The same method was employed with the next two individuals, with vaccinations administered by force. Not only were the emotions of those being treated complex, but even Jiang Junji observed from the side, feeling as though his father resembled a tyrannical bandit. The knowledge that one is administering a vaccine, a life-saving remedy, is paramount. Otherwise, it could be akin to administering poison. Unfortunately, the tetanus shot is administered intramuscularly, and the three individuals, having their trousers pulled down, huddled together, casting timid glances at Jiang Kaicheng. They resembled violated maidens, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if to accuse him. "How could you strip us like that?" Jiang Junji, feeling helpless, quickly reassured them, "Gentlemen, please do not misunderstand. My father is a good man. What he has administered is genuinely for your healing. There is no need for fear. Did you not just suffer bites at the entrance? These 2 vaccine doses will prevent you from going mad." Though Jiang Junji spoke the truth, the recent victims of forceful inoculation found no credibility in his words. Observing their fearful expressions, he turned to Jiang Kaicheng. "Father, Must you always resort to such methods? Could you not have spoken to them kindly? Regardless, the vaccine had been administered, and as long as they did not succumb to illness, that was the essential outcome. Jiang Kaicheng remained indifferent to their trepidation, reasoning that whether through gentle persuasion or coercion, the outcome was the same. This approach saved him the trouble of explaining later, thus achieving dual objectives. Among the trio, a slightly younger man, trembling, gazed at Jiang Kaicheng and Jiang Junji, cautiously inquiring, "Brother, how much silver do we owe you? How much must we pay to be released? Can I not redeem myself with my own silver?" He quickly added, "Brother, we truly do not possess much silver. I assure you, we are not deceiving you." They seemed to suspect they were being extorted. Jiang Junji sighed in exasperation, holding the items he had just procured, and gently spoke to them. "Dear gentlemen, you need not worry. We are not extorting you. What we have administered is genuinely beneficial. Where are the wounds from the bites? Allow me to dress them." Initially, the group regarded Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng with apprehension, akin to that of a bully. However, upon seeing Jiang Junji's youth and comparatively gentle demeanor, they cautiously asked, "You truly do not want any payment?" Jiang Junji nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, no payment is required. Now, please show me the wounds that need dressing." With the courtyard door securely closed, even if they wished to flee, escape was not an option. Chapter 46. A reminder to stockpile. Seeing that Jiang Junji's tone was relatively gentle, the three men felt reassured enough to reveal their previous injuries, allowing him to tend to their wounds. Yet, while Jiang Junji remained calm, the fear in their eyes when they glanced at Jiang Kaicheng was palpable. After Jiang Junji had bandaged them, he cautiously inquired, "Are there no other wounds?" If any injuries were to become inflamed or infected, the situation could become quite dire. The men quickly shook their heads, insisting there were no further injuries. Having received the vaccine, even minor untreated external wounds would not pose significant issues. Jiang Junji observed their demeanor, uncertain whether they truly had no other injuries or were merely too frightened to admit it. For now, there was no way to ascertain the truth. They could only proceed as is. The three individuals stood apprehensively, gazing at Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng, as if they longed to flee yet felt paralyzed by fear of further actions from the two. After assisting in subduing the offenders, Jiang Kaicheng returned, weary and parched, pouring himself a glass of water and drinking deeply to ease his throat. He then addressed the dazed trio, stating, "If you have no ailments, you may leave." Upon hearing this, they immediately attempted to rush out, only to be halted by Jiang Kaicheng's continuation. However, the trio froze in their tracks, eyes wide with trepidation as they regarded Jiang Kaicheng and Jiang Junji. Unperturbed by their reaction, Jiang Kaicheng pressed on, advising, "Once you return, do exercise caution. It will be prudent to refrain from venturing outside. Additionally, remind your families to stay indoors as much as possible." One audacious man ventured to question Jiang Kaicheng. Why? There were so many bitten at the city gate, and those officials who entered might also pose a risk. Jiang Kaicheng, lamenting his own forgetfulness, sighed before responding. With so many having fled, should they exhibit symptoms in the coming days, they may indiscriminately bite others. "Indeed, rabies is contagious," acknowledged an older man, nodding gravely. They had never witnessed the true nature of rabies, but had heard tales of its viciousness and swift lethality. Jiang Kaicheng nodded in agreement, stating, "If bitten, you too may become infected, hence my counsel to avoid going out. If it is feasible, stock up on supplies at home in a few days. Procuring necessities may become challenging." Jiang Junji chimed in gently, "Should the outbreak escalate, panic will ensue, and prices will soar. It appears some have already begun to quietly raise their rates." The trio, upon hearing this, became visibly anxious, urgently inquiring, "Will the remedy we just received truly ensure we do not fall ill?" Jiang Junji reassured them, "Rest assured, you will not contract the illness. However, do remain vigilant to avoid any bites. Those afflicted with rabies lack reason and may pose a fatal threat." Their minds turned to the fate of Jiang Wanyuan, the details of which remained shrouded in uncertainty. The trio, now filled with dread, pledged to relay this information to their families upon returning home. Observing Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng, who no longer appeared as fearsome. The older man cleared his throat and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you both. We shall take our leave now." A younger man interjected, "Doctor, might we procure some of that remedy for our families? I fear for their safety." Jiang Junji shook her head. "You and T know how to administer it, so there is no need to hoard it. Now, hurry back and inform your families. Time is of the essence to avert any mishaps." Though somewhat disheartened by the lack of a remedy, the man said nothing further and hurriedly departed. They were all eager to return home and convey the urgent warnings to their loved ones, lest unforeseen calamities arise. Upon their return, the news swiftly disseminated throughout the entire town. The townsfolk soon learned of the events that transpired at the city gate. Once it was rumored that rabies might be involved, panic ensued, and people hurriedly rushed into the streets to stockpile supplies. Within less than an hour of Jiang Kaicheng's return, he was already hearing the commotion outside, with vendors trading goods and prices being hiked right on the spot amidst the clamor. Jiang Junji opened the door to peek outside, noticing the throngs of anxious individuals bustling about. Unable to suppress her astonishment, she withdrew her head, deciding against further observation. Thankfully, they had already accumulated a substantial stock of provisions, eliminating the need for additional hoarding. Meanwhile, Wan Yuanqi sat within, sipping tea, perplexed as she inquired of Jiang Kaicheng. "Didn't Tiwi agree to avoid the route taken by the exiled? How do we still encounter them? When you passed by, they didn't recognize you, did they? I thought we were merely to stay in this town for a few days. I had assumed we could easily avoid them, yet our daughter unexpectedly brought someone back, leading to this collision." Jiang Kaicheng explained, gesturing to his face. "At the time of our encounter, I had something on my face. I was in disguise and could not be recognized. Moreover, in their current state, they likely had no time to pay attention to me." The two officials had suddenly gone mad, sending the exiled into a state of terror. They were already lacking in spirit, and such an uproar only exacerbated their distress. Upon hearing of Jiang Wenyuan's demise, Jiang Junji felt no sorrow, instead pondering at the table before suggesting to Jiang Kaicheng, "Should we perhaps inform the county magistrate? You mentioned that many had fled. If there are those unaware of the situation, it could lead to a wider spread of infection." Jiang Kaicheng grimaced, recounting the disdainful attitude of the city guards, remarking that they were unconcerned about such matters. Aren't the guards supposed to be cautious? Informing the magistrate should warrant his attention. Although Wan Yuanqi shared his disdain for the guards, she recognized the gravity of the situation and insisted on reporting it. Seeing his wife and daughter so resolute, Jiang Kaicheng nodded in agreement. "Very well, you both stay home, and I shall go and convey the matter." In his previous life in the capital, encountering a county magistrate was a trivial affair. However, now, as merely a commoner, he could only beat the drum to seek justice. The sound of the drum startled the magistrate, for such occurrences were rare in this small county, let alone a ruckus like Jiang Kaicheng's thunderous drumming at the magistrate's office. The magistrate inquired from above, "Who beats the drum? What is the reason for this outcry?" In response, Jiang Kaicheng explained, "Your Excellency, I bear no grievance. I merely have a matter to report." After recounting the events, the magistrate's expression darkened. He was well aware of the rabies affliction and promptly dispatched officers to the city gate to summon several soldiers for verification. Shortly thereafter, the officers returned with the commander of the gate guards. The magistrate, anxious, asked, "Is it true that someone at the city gate has gone mad and bitten others today?" The commander of the garrison, a man of keen intellect, understood the imperative of honesty and immediately acknowledged, "Indeed, this matter is true." He proceeded to elucidate why he had not relayed the information to the county magistrate sooner, explaining that he was still in the process of interrogating the exiled group. Jiang Kaicheng, initially inclined to offer a word of caution, refrained upon realizing that, in his current capacity, he ought not to be privy to the experiences of the exiled. At that moment, the magistrate's focus was entirely consumed by the threat of rabies, leaving him little time to notice Jiang Kaicheng's expression. Upon hearing the news, he promptly ordered a notice to be posted outside, decreeing that, in the coming days, citizens should refrain from unnecessary outings. Should anyone be bitten, they were to promptly attend to their wounds and consult a physician. Those who failed to report such incidents would face legal consequences. The magistrate's urgency was palpable, and the constables recognized the gravity of the situation, hastening to disseminate the announcement. Jiang Kaicheng, having come to deliver the news, received verbal commendation from the magistrate before being instructed to return home, with the added caution to avoid unnecessary excursions. As he made his way back, he observed the hurried demeanor of passers-by and wasted no time in returning to his wife and children. The magistrate's directives were already established, and a notice had been issued. Upon arriving home, Jiang Kaicheng sat down with Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi, recounting the external circumstances. As I returned, the streets were bustling with people hoarding supplies. As if they were free, he remarked. Jiang Junji clicked her tongue, responding, "The announcement has come too late. Prices are likely to soar now." Ruan Yuanxi, curious about the outside world, urged Jiang Kaicheng, "Let us venture out to assess the situation. Junji, you stay here to care for the children and Ajan. Ensure the door is locked. Do not open it for strangers." Jiang Junji, exasperated, reiterated for the umpteenth time, "Mother, I am already over 20. She was no mere child in need of such reminders. Nevertheless, she implored, "You too, when you go out, maintain a safe distance from any commotion. If you witness anyone acting irrationally, it is best for my father to handle it. You need not intervene, mother." After all, Jiang Kaicheng had already received his vaccination, and another bite would bear no consequence. Ruan Yuanxi smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I shall ensure they do not come near." With that, she and Jiang Kaicheng departed, leaving Jiang Junji to sigh in resignation as she checked on the 4 children in the space, discovering them peacefully asleep. She gathered her belongings and proceeded to find Ajan, who was due for a dressing change. Uncertain if Ajan was awake, Jiang Junji knocked gently on the door. Upon hearing a voice invite her in, she opened the door to find Ajan sitting on the bed, lost in thought. His demeanor shifted slightly upon her arrival. Spending each day in such stillness must be quite tedious, she mused. As she set aside the supplies needed for his wound care, she inquired, "Can you read? If you can, I shall bring you some books next time to help pass the time." Ajan pondered her question, then shook his head, replying, "I'm not sure." He had little impression of whether he could read or not. However, Jiang Junji was certain that the warlord could read. She simply wondered if Azan remembered. She casually remarked, "I'll bring a book for you to see another day." Azan did not decline, but expressed his gratitude before inquiring about the commotion outside. "I heard some noise. What is happening?" "Oh, it seemed there might be a rabid dog outbreak outside. They brought in 3 people and bandaged some wounds, which might be causing the ruckus." Jiang Junji did not elaborate further, skillfully tending to Azan's injuries. Azan, seemingly contemplative, repeated, "Rabid dog outbreak?" Jiang Junji nodded. Perhaps due to a lack of understanding of the condition, Azan glanced at her but refrained from saying more, instead lowering his gaze to watch her as she treated his wounds. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Miss, how many years have you studied medicine with your parents?" "Over 20 years. I suppose," Jiang Junji replied casually, stretching her back. "I'm not exactly sure, but it has been quite a long time." Azan regarded her with a mix of emotions, feeling that this young girl must be boasting because he had previously doubted her medical skills. After all, she appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Feeling somewhat guilty about his previous mistrust, Azan chose not to comment further, pretending to believe her. As he watched her diligently attend to his wounds, he suddenly asked, "Miss, is the rabid dog outbreak serious?" "Not really. A few people were bitten at the city gate, but it hasn't escalated yet." Since Jiang Junji had little else to occupy her, she thought to engage in casual conversation. "Are you particularly concerned about this matter?" Azan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I would say I'm concerned, just a bit worried." Could it be that despite his apparent amnesia, he still harbored a deep-seated concern for his fellow citizens? Jiang Junji silently mused, but kept her thoughts to herself. Glancing at the sunlight streaming outside, she suddenly asked, "Would you like to go outside and bask in the sun?" Azan paused, instinctively replying, "Is that allowed?" "Of course." Jiang Junji nodded earnestly. Observing his pale complexion, she rested her chin on her hand. "I see you confined to this room every day. It must be quite dull. Moreover, sunlight can aid in your recovery. If you wish to go out, I can help you find a way." After a moment of deliberation, Azan finally responded, "Then I would trouble you, Mississippi." Although he felt a bit guilty for imposing on Jiang Junji, he genuinely desired to venture outside. Confined to his bed daily, due to his limited mobility, he indeed found it monotonous. "Please wait here," Jiang Junji said before stepping out of the room. Chapter 48. My 3 sons and 1 daughter. She hurriedly left and unexpectedly ran into Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi, who were returning. Seeing her urgency, they asked, "Where are you off to?" "I'm going to buy some things in town." Jiang Junji did not elaborate immediately. Instead, she blinked and inquired of the two, "You ventured outside. What is the situation like out there?" As anticipated, prices have soared, and staples like rice, flour, oil, and salt have become exorbitantly expensive. Furthermore, the streets are nearly deserted. Most people, after procuring their necessities, remain confined within their homes. As Ruan Yuanqi spoke, she clicked her tongue, describing the outside as pristine, akin to a city besieged by zombies. Jiang Junji found this characterization somewhat exasperating. However, upon reflection, the current state of affairs outside did indeed resemble a zombie apocalypse, where those who are bitten become infected and subsequently spread the contagion to others. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, making the situation seem even more perilous. Jiang Kaicheng, oblivious to Jiang Junji's musings, explained with resignation, "I also inquired at the nearby clinic. Several individuals sought medical attention, all of whom had been bitten. Yet, the doctor had never encountered rabies before, so he merely prescribed tonics and antipyretics, unable to offer any other treatment." Ruan Yuanqi nodded in agreement, adding, "Initially, we intended to ascertain who had been bitten, but the clinic staff were quite fearful and could not recall the identities of the afflicted. They simply sent them home. Given this, there was little that could be done." After concluding her explanation, Ruan Yuanqi turned to Jiang Junji and asked, "By the way, Junji, you mentioned needing to purchase something. What is it?" "A wheelchair for Azan," Jiang Junji replied candidly, continuing, "Azan has been cooped up in his room, looking rather pitiful. If this continues, he might lose his wits altogether. Despite his apparent lack of intelligence following his amnesia, he was once a formidable warrior. He could not truly become a fool." "Indeed," Ruan Yuanqi remarked, casting an approving glance at Jiang Junji and patting her shoulder. "It is our Jiao who thinks so meticulously. With this wheelchair, Azan can bask in the sun outdoors instead of languishing indoors." She added, "You are far more considerate than we are." Jiang Junji was at a loss for words. Observing Ruan Yuanqi's ambiguous expression, she realized her mother was likely conjuring up mischief. With a sigh, she turned to Jiang Kaicheng, saying, "Perfect timing, Dad. Once I finish my purchase, could you help me get Azan into the wheelchair?" Although Azan was a grown man and she was capable of assisting him, it would indeed be somewhat cumbersome. Jiang Kaicheng nodded in agreement. After Jiang Junji procured a wooden wheelchair and wheeled it over, Azan recognized its purpose and was taken aback by its convenience. Jiang Kaicheng lifted Azan with ease and placed him in the wheelchair. Afterward, he made a hasty retreat, claiming he wanted Jiang Junji to manage Azan's use of the wheelchair while subtly signaling with his eyes, urging them to enjoy their time together. Jiang Junji was utterly speechless at their antics. After providing Azan with a brief tutorial on maneuvering the wheelchair, she allowed him to practice within the confines of the house. Once Azan had mastered the technique, Jiang Junji purchased several sturdy wheelchair ramps from the space, placing them at the threshold of the door. Observing the meticulous preparations made by Jiang Junji, Azan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Jiang Junji waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "This way, you can bask in the sunlight outside." After encouraging Azan to venture out, Jiang Junji retreated to his own room. It had been quite a while since Azan had seen the sun, and though he felt somewhat unsteady, he gradually made his way to the courtyard. There, he beheld the entirety of the residence he inhabited, becoming momentarily entranced, oblivious to the footsteps approaching him. When he finally noticed the presence of another, he turned to see Jiang Junji emerging from his room, cradling a child in his arms. Having had little exposure to young children, Azan found himself unable to discern the child's gender, looking at Jiang Junji with a hint of suspicion. Observing Jiang Junji place the child in a small wooden cart, seemingly to allow the little one to enjoy the sun. Jiang inquired, "Is this your younger sibling?" Given the ages of Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi, it would not have been surprising to have a child of this size. Rather, it was peculiar that Jiang Junji was the sole parent. Unexpectedly, Jiang Junji shook his head and replied, "This is my son." In that instant, Jiang felt he must have misheard, incredulously asking, "What did you say?" "I said, 'This is my son,'" Jiang Junji reiterated sincerely. Jiang gazed at Jiang Junji in shock, incredulously exclaiming, "Your son?" Jiang Junji appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, yet he had a child? How had he referred to Jiang as girl for so long? And why had he never encountered the child's father? Just as Jiang's mind was swirling with confusion, Jiang Junji dropped an even more astonishing revelation. "Yes, my son. I have 3 sons and 1 daughter." 4 children? Jiang stared at Jiang Junji in disbelief, utterly bewildered. Though he had never inquired about Jiang Junji's age, he had assumed he was under 20. How could he possibly have 4 children? Even if one were to have twins every 3 years, it would take 6 years to have 4 children. Was he to believe that this began at age 10? How could that be? Or perhaps Jiang Junji was significantly older than he appeared, having studied medicine for over 20 years and already having 4 children? While Jiang's mind raced with speculation, he watched as Jiang Junji returned to his room, subsequently bringing out 3 more children, placing them in the wooden cart to bask in the sun. Jiang's gaze followed Jiang Junji until, upon the emergence of all 4 children, he realized Jiang Junji was not fabricating. He truly had 4 children. However, they all appeared to be of similar age. Burdened with questions, Jiang hesitated, tentatively asking, "Why do these 4 children seem to be almost the same age?" "They are indeed identical. They are quadruplets, all born on the same day," Jiang Junji replied casually, playfully engaging with the little ones beside the crib. Jiang, noticing that Jiang had been unresponsive for quite some time, I couldn't help but glance up, only to find him seemingly frozen in disbelief, sitting there in a daze. Chapter 49. I apologize for any previous offenses. He bore no resemblance to the warrior king described in the books. Jiang Junji found it inexplicably amusing and waved her hand in front of Jiang, playfully inquiring, "What's wrong? Have you lost your wits?" Indeed, Jiang appeared somewhat dazed. The shock of seeing such a young man with 4 children was sufficient to leave him momentarily dumbfounded. The existence of quadruplets was a phenomenon he had never encountered, causing his mind to momentarily stall. Upon noticing Jiang Junji's hand waving before him, Jiang managed to regain his senses, realizing how close she was, causing his face to flush slightly. He hurriedly maneuvered his wheelchair a bit further back and stammered, "My lady, I apologize for my previous indiscretions. Please forgive me. What offense could there be?" Jiang Junji replied nonchalantly, while she felt no offense. Jiang found his own actions to be abrupt and inappropriate, awkwardly explaining, "I was unaware that you were already married, hence I addressed you so rashly. I beg your pardon." "My lady." Jiang Junji clicked her tongue, noticing that even though Jiang had lost his memory, he still seemed to retain the decorum of the past. His every gesture and movement did not resemble that of an ordinary person. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It really doesn't matter. You may continue to call me young lady if you prefer. It sounds more youthful that way." Jiang appeared hesitant, but Jiang Junji was not overly concerned with the matter of titles. Instead, she asked, "Would you like to come closer and take a look?" Jiang nodded, quickly agreeing to her suggestion. He cautiously maneuvered his wheelchair forward, his movements delicate, as if he feared startling the 4 children. Jiang Junji found the situation both amusing and exasperating, gently reminding him, "You really don't need to be so cautious. You can come a bit closer. It's perfectly fine." Despite her reassurance, Jiang, lacking experience with children, remained reluctant to approach too closely, choosing instead to observe from a careful distance. However, as Jiang gazed at the children, the quadruplets curiously watched him in return. It seemed that having never encountered this man before, they displayed immense curiosity towards Jiang. With their large, round eyes resembling dark grapes, the quadruplets looked at him until one of them suddenly broke into a smile. The infant's joyful expression was utterly heartwarming. Despite its somewhat silly appearance, it had the uncanny ability to uplift one's spirits. Ajan found his mood lightening as well. Jiang Junji raised an eyebrow in surprise. Teasing Ajan, "It seems For Treasure really likes you. Is her name For Treasure?" Ajan inquired. "Yes. She is named so because she was the fourth to be born and is the only girl," Jiang Junji explained succinctly. Ajan gazed at For Treasure's face, finding her irresistibly adorable. He became entranced, staring for a while before finally looking up, a touch nervous as he asked Jiang Junji, "May I touch her?" "Certainly," Jiang Junji replied, nodding in agreement. Having received the consent of Jiang Junji, Ajan reached into the crib, leaning close to Si Bao, gently poking the chubby little face of the infant. The sensation of the baby's skin was indescribably smooth, and upon touching it, Ajan felt an irresistible fondness. The children, still in their infancy, could only blow bubbles, gazing at Ajan with wide-eyed innocence as they did so. Ajan found their adorableness endearing, his gaze softening. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, Si Bao unexpectedly grasped his sleeve. Ajan froze in surprise. Though the infant was small, the grip of those tiny fingers was surprisingly strong. Ajan hesitated to pull away, looking helplessly at Si Bao in the crib, his expression somewhat bewildered as he glanced towards Jiang Junji for assistance. However, Jiang Junji was oblivious, focused instead on the other three children. Ajan stood there, dazed and at a loss, when, not far away, two observers were watching them. Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi had initially intended to take a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, but upon seeing the pair, they refrained from approaching. From a distance, they observed Ajan and Jiang Junji, deciding it best not to interrupt their evident enjoyment of each other's company. Nevertheless, Ruan Yuanqi, linking her arm with Jiang Kaicheng's, remarked with admiration, "Truly, my daughter is remarkable. This is how I was in my youth. She is wisely nurturing her bond with Ajan while he is in a state of amnesia." When she had previously inquired of Jiang Junji, the latter had spoken with such lofty ideals. Whether others believed her or not, Ruan Yuanqi had not been convinced. She had seen how handsome Ajan was. She knew her daughter had a penchant for good looks. If Ajan were to remain, a bond would inevitably form between them. Time was the only factor in question. Yet, Ruan Yuanqi had not anticipated her daughter's clever strategy of utilizing the children. Indeed, she was proud of her offspring. Jiang Kaicheng nodded in agreement, expressing his approval of Jiang Junji's actions. Although his memories of the War King were scant, he retained the impression that the man was commendable, far superior to the emperor dog, and indeed worthy of his daughter. "What do you know? This is a strategy. Have you heard of Sun Tzu's 36 stratagems? They have the beauty trap, and our daughter has the adorable child tactic." Ruan Yuanqi mused from afar, nearly envisioning how delightful her grandchildren would be, exclaiming, "This will charm Ajan to no end. Once he is utterly smitten, he will forget about leaving." Leaning against Jiang Kaicheng, she felt her reasoning was particularly sound, adding, "By keeping Ajan close, marriage will merely be a matter of time. Thus, the children will have their father, and our daughter will have her husband." Jiang Kaicheng nodded repeatedly, wholeheartedly endorsing his wife's sentiments, affirming, "Indeed, our daughter is truly clever." This explains why Jiang Junji is currently engaged in conversation with Ajan not far away, oblivious to the situation at hand. Otherwise, she might find herself at a loss for words. Jiang Junji's attention is solely focused on Ajan, as she is somewhat surprised by his evident affection for children. "It seems that Si Bao truly adores you. He is reluctant to let you go," she teases, gently pinching Si Bao's chubby cheek and playfully instructing, "Si Bao, release your grip." Ajan, taken aback, wonders at the phrasing, as though the child were some kind of young animal. Yet, to his astonishment, Si Bao appears to comprehend, obediently loosening his grip, albeit with an expression of reluctance. His gaze remains fixed on Ajan, waving his tiny hands as if trying to convey something. Chapter 50. The War King holds Si Bao. Jiang Junji observes Si Bao, then glances at Ajan, who seems quite fond of children and is now displaying a hint of reluctance to part with Si Bao. Suddenly, she proposes, "Since Si Bao is so fond of you, why not try holding him?" Upon hearing this, Ajan is momentarily stunned. He gazes at the sweet-smelling infant nestled in the crib and tentatively inquires, "Is that permissible?" Jiang Junji nods affirmatively, of course. Just sit comfortably, and I will hand Sibao to you. Given that Ajan is seated in a wheelchair, it might prove challenging for him to reach into the crib to lift the child. Consequently, he obediently positions himself in the wheelchair, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Observing Ajan's docile demeanor, Jiang Junji inexplicably recalls a playful puppy. Perhaps it is the amnesia that has altered him. The once formidable figure from the book now resembles a large, well-behaved dog. Strangely enough, it is rather endearing. As these thoughts cross her mind, Jiang Junji gently lifts Sibao from the stroller and carefully places him in Ajan's embrace. It is evident that Ajan has never held a child before. Once Sibao is nestled in his arms, he becomes utterly still, as if frozen in place. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, Jiang Junji might suspect he had ceased to breathe. With a hint of exasperation, Jiang Junji reassures him, "You needn't be so tense. Children are not as fragile as they seem. You can gently rock her, just like." She hesitates, finding it somewhat cumbersome to articulate. Spotting Sambao in the stroller, she lifts the child and demonstrates, "Simply hold her like this. Babies are resilient. You won't break her. Besides, if she were uncomfortable, she would cry." Her words resonate with Ajan, who gazes at the four children, indeed perceiving them as soft and delicate, as if they might shatter with excessive force. Yet, witnessing Jiang Junji's demonstration, as she skillfully maneuvers Sanbao, stirs a complex array of emotions within him. Under Jiang Junji's guidance, Ajan cautiously cradles Sibao. Siba felt no discomfort at all. Rather, she found it quite amusing to be cradled in Ajan's arms. She nestled comfortably against him, emitting soft coos, as if engaged in conversation with him. Ajan, however, could not comprehend a single word and looked at Jiang Junji with a perplexed expression. Jiang Junji smirked and replied, "Don't look at me. I can't understand either." How could she possibly decipher the babble of a child? Noticing that Ajan remained unresponsive, Siba eventually fell silent, instead gazing up at his face with a silly grin. Moreover, she reached out with her tiny hand, clutching Ajan's clothing, unwilling to let go. Jiang Junji patted Siba's head, thinking to herself how much this little girl resembled her in her fondness for handsome faces. Ajan's facial wounds had nearly healed, due to Jiang Junji's somewhat selfish choice of superior medication. At this moment, his visage bore no scars, remaining as fair and pristine as ever. It was no wonder Siba was enamored. After all, Ajan was indeed quite handsome. Jiang Junji amused, casting a furtive glance at Ajan's face while cradling Sanbao in her arms. Sanbao, content to be held, was nearly drifting off to sleep in her embrace. Yet the other two children were less than pleased. Debao and Erbao, who had been enjoying the sunlight outside, were taken aback to see their younger siblings being held right before their eyes. Waiting for a long time without anyone picking them up, they soon grew disheartened. As Jiang Junji remained lost in thought while observing Ajan, Debao and Erbao pouted in displeasure. Jiang Junji was oblivious to their distress. However, Ajan noticed and, puzzled, inquired, "What is wrong with them?" Lacking experience with children, he could not decipher the meaning behind their expressions and looked at Jiang Junji with confusion. Jiang Junji, however, immediately recognized that Debao and Erbao were on the verge of tears, although she was unsure of the cause. She quickly set Sanbao down and sought ways to comfort the two. Sanbao, who had been peacefully napping in Jiang Junji's arms, was clearly displeased at being suddenly placed down, pouting as if about to cry. With all three children in such a state, Jiang Junji felt a headache coming on. She could only soothe them collectively, kissing one and patting the other, and after temporarily calming them down, she sighed inwardly. For children were indeed quite a handful. Fortunately, Ajan was still holding Siba. Otherwise, if all four children started to fuss simultaneously, she would have been at a loss for how to manage it. After ensuring each child had been held once and settling them into the crib, Jiang Junji exhaled a sigh of relief and picked up a nearby rattle, gently shaking one in each hand to capture the children's attention. After all, the three little ones were still merely infants, and even if they did compete for affection, it was not with great intensity. Seeing Jiang Junji willing to engage them in play, The three children obediently watched the rattles in her hands, breaking into innocent smiles. Only then did Jiang Junji feel a sense of reprieve, though the thought of her growing headache lingered. Ajan observed the entire scene beside him and felt that Jiang Junji, single-handedly caring for 4 children, seemed to be facing a considerable challenge. Moreover, Jiang Junji appeared so youthful, she seemed almost like a child herself. Ajan glanced at the 4 precious ones in his arms, and then at Jiang Junji, a thought crossing his mind as he gently inquired, "What of the children's father?" Although Ajan had been confined indoors, he could still hear the sounds of men coming and going, yet only her father was present. The father of these 4 children, Jiang Junji's husband, had never made an appearance. Previously, when Jiang Kaiqing spoke with Ruan Yuanqi, they referred to our family of 3, seemingly neglecting the mention of a 4th person entirely. While Jiang Junji continued to engage the 3 children in play, her expression remained unchanged upon hearing the question, and she yawned lazily, replying, "He is deceased." Though the statement bore a somewhat morbid connotation and lacked grace, Jiang Junji felt she had no alternative. After all, she herself was unaware of the true identity of the children's father or his current whereabouts. Regarding the origins of these 4 children, Jiang Junji could not divulge the truth to Ajan and could only fabricate a casual response. Let it be said that he had passed away. While she felt no particular weight from her own words, Ajan was engulfed in a sense of guilt for having posed such an uncomfortable question. Chapter 51. A scream. Noticing Jiang Junji's lack of expression, Ajan initially assumed it was due to her profound sorrow. He could not help but chastise himself, questioning why he had to ask such an inappropriate question that dredged up painful memories. Yet, gazing at Jiang Junji's profile, he suddenly felt a wave of pity for the young girl. It was evident that she was quite young, yet she bore the burden of raising 4 children. In Ajan's perception, Jiang Junji appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Had she not married, she should have been basking in the affection of her parents, reveling in the joys of youth. Instead, Jiang Junji had tragically become a widow at such a tender age. Furthermore, she had to single-handedly nurture 4 children. Even though Jiang Kaiqing and Ruan Yuanqi could lend some assistance, the primary responsibility rested squarely on her shoulders. Throughout this time, Jiang Junji had not uttered a single complaint. Rather, she had consistently shown meticulous care for herself, leading Ajan to increasingly recognize the weight of her burdens. Reflecting on this, Ajan remembered his earlier thoughts. After returning the 4 precious ones to Jiang Junji, he began to rummage through his own clothing. Jiang Junji tilted her head, looking at Ajan with a puzzled expression as he searched aimlessly. After a considerable duration, Ajan finally extracted what he had been seeking, a silver note. "I have been pondering how best to express my gratitude towards you. You rescued me and have been so attentive to my needs." Ajan extended the silver note to Jiang Junji, elaborating in a deliberate manner, "I cannot recall who I am or where I once resided. I cannot offer you more. For this silver note is all I possess." After a brief pause, Ajan continued to elucidate that the silver notes were discovered within his clothing. Though not abundant, they should suffice for your family for an extended period. You might even consider purchasing new garments or toys for the children. Despite the violent manner in which his clothes had been torn apart, once he regained consciousness, Jiang Junji returned what remained of his almost tattered garments to Ajan, allowing him to decide their fate. The silver notes were indeed what Ajan found concealed within the fabric. Consequently, he resolved to hand them over to Jiang Junji. Logically, since the clothing had been in their possession for some time, if they harbored any ill intentions, they would have certainly searched the garments thoroughly. It was implausible that they would overlook even a single silver note, which was so carefully tucked away. The only logical conclusion was that Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaiqing had not disturbed his clothing at all and had returned it unchanged upon his awakening. When Jiang Junji beheld the note, she was astonished to find it was worth 1,000 taels. Clearing her throat, she feigned modesty while promptly tucking it into her purse. 1,000 taels of silver, and this man had simply offered it without hesitation. What had he said just moments ago? Though he claimed it was not much, Ajan's generosity was indeed remarkable, befitting a person of his stature. Second only to Wang Decheng. Originally intended for Jiang Junji, Jean felt no regret as she accepted the note. Rather, he sensed that their circumstances were indeed quite dire. Yet, despite this, they had managed to reclaim themselves and had provided care until now. Even when he had not compensated them previously, the family had selflessly tended to him without ever demanding payment, truly embodying the essence of good-hearted individuals. Unbeknownst to Jiang Junji, Jean had already mentally bestowed upon them a commendation for their kindness. She merely advised him not to bask in the sun for too long to avoid discomfort. Jean gently acquiesced. Thus, several days passed in this manner. Jiang Junji's household had accumulated sufficient supplies, aware that an outbreak of rabies could occur at any moment, prompting the family to minimize their outings. Jean, however, continued to bask in the sun daily. Recognizing Jean's genuine affection for children, Jiang Junji devised a plan. She would take the 4 little ones outside to sunbathe during Jean's daily respite, leveraging his fondness for the children to offer her a moment of reprieve. After all, she was still a novice mother, and caring for 4 infants simultaneously was indeed exhausting. Jiang Kai-chung and Ruan Yuan, she observed the growing intimacy between them, their glances becoming increasingly suggestive. Initially, Jiang Junji contemplated providing an explanation, but she soon deemed it unnecessary. Regardless of her attempts to clarify, Jiang Kai-chung and Ruan Yuan, she would likely remain unconvinced, preferring their own interpretations. It was better to say nothing at all, feigning ignorance. While harmony reigned within Jiang Junji's home, issues were brewing outside. In a corner of the county town, the Chun family's patriarch queried, "Has your man also come down with a fever?" A woman clad in coarse fabric hurriedly knocked on the door next door. Madame Chun emerged from her dwelling, her face clouded with worry. She nodded and replied, "Indeed, my Dinyo has also developed a fever. What about your boy? How is he faring?" "Don't mention it." Aunt Wang sighed, her brow furrowed with concern. "My son, too, has been unwell ever since he was bitten that day. We have already sought a doctor to tend to his wound, yet the fever persists. I spoke with my son this morning, and he ignored me entirely. When I urged him to attend school, it was as if he were deaf to my pleas." Both families had experienced bites at the city gate, but the injuries had not seemed grave at the time, prompting little concern. Yet, to their dismay, mere days later, the fevers had set in, unwavering and severe, causing immense anxiety for both households. Madame Chun sighed. "If my husband remains unwell, I shudder to think how we shall manage. Do not fret too much. One cannot simply succumb to a bite." Aunt Wang attempted to reassure her. In the midst of their conversation, a voice from inside suddenly erupted. "He is awake. Dinyo, you've finally awakened." "Dinyo is awake?" Madame Chun exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. "I must go in and check." Aunt Wang felt a surge of excitement as well, for if Dinyo had regained consciousness, her own child would surely be fine. Just as she contemplated seeing Chun Dinyo's condition before returning home to check on her own child, a series of piercing screams echoed from within. "Dinyo, what are you doing?" "Ah!" Madame Chen's voice rang out. Aunt Wang, alarmed by the commotion, rushed to inquire, "What is happening? What is going on?" Upon pushing the door open, she beheld a scene of chaos. Chen Dinyo, though no longer feverish and awake, had lost all semblance of sanity and was biting anyone within reach. At that moment, Aunt Wang witnessed Chen Dinyo gnawing at Madame Chun, refusing to relent. Madame Chun cried out in pain, calling his name, yet he remained oblivious, steadfast in his grip. The shrieks attracted nearby neighbors, and several men hurried over to pry Chen Dinyo away. To their horror, they discovered that Madame Chen's arm was nearly mangled, the flesh almost severed. Despite the initial bite having occurred through her clothing, Chen Dinyo had always been a reticent man, dutiful and kind to his wife, children, and parents. Throughout their years of marriage, he had never raised his hand against Madame Chun. The transformation was utterly shocking. Terrified, Madame Chun sat on the ground, trembling and weeping, even as they restrained him. Aunt Wang, equally astonished by the turn of events, hurried to comfort Madame Chun and sought to understand what had transpired. "I do not comprehend what has occurred," Madame Chun sobbed. "I merely went to check on him upon seeing him awaken, and unexpectedly, he lunged to bite me. We called his name, yet it was as if he could not hear us." The surrounding individuals had never witnessed such a scene. When some attempted to restrain Chen Dinyo, they too were bitten, gasping in astonishment at his considerable strength. "All right, sister-in-law, we've managed to tie him up. Do not be afraid, they reassured her. We will fetch a doctor shortly to examine Daeniu. With the assistance of several neighbors, they bound Chun Daeniu with ropes from a house. Nevertheless, he continued to struggle vigorously as if devoid of reason. Chun Yangzi wept inconsolably. Observing the wound on her arms still bleeding, Aunt Wang offered her support, saying, "Let us first take you to the clinic. Your injury requires dressing, and then we will inform the clinic to send a doctor to attend to Daeniu." Chun Yangzi's family members insisted they would take care of Chun Daeniu, urging her to seek medical attention. Given the pain from her injury, she acquiesced and accompanied them to the doctor. Upon seeing the severity of her wound, the physician quickly attended to her. Despite some confusion regarding Chun Dainiu's symptoms, he accompanied them home. Upon arrival, they found the door ajar, and a foreboding feeling gripped Chun Yangzi's heart as she rushed inside, only to cry out in alarm, "Father! Mother! What has happened? Mother, please wake up!" Aunt Wang hurriedly pulled the doctor inside, where they discovered Chun Dainiu's parents lying unconscious on the floor. The ropes had been torn asunder, and Chun Dainiu had vanished. Both parents bore wounds evidently inflicted by teeth. The doctor hastily examined them and assisted them to bed. Just then, a young girl from next door rushed over, anxiously exclaiming, "Aunt Chun, it's terrible. Uncle Dainiu has run out and is biting people." Aunt Wang, alarmed, inquired about the situation. The girl, in distress, explained Uncle Dainiu broke free of his bonds and suddenly ran out, biting anyone he encountered. We dared not intervene, and soon after, he disappeared. I just heard my brother next door say he saw Uncle Dainiu on the street, biting everyone, and even barged into someone else's home. Before matters could settle, a voice from outside shouted, "Aunt Wang, it's dire. Your son has gone mad, biting everyone. You must return home at once." Aunt Wang felt a wave of dread wash over her, disregarding Chun Yangzi's household, as she hurried back to her own. The street was suddenly filled with several individuals resembling Chun Dainiu, attacking passers-by indiscriminately, those who had been bitten at the city gate that day. Soon, the scene became chaotic, prompting bewildered bystanders to report to the authorities. When Zhang Kaicheng had previously informed the county magistrate of the symptoms of rabies, the magistrate, upon hearing of the current situation, grew alarmed, instructing his officers to arm themselves and apprehend the frenzied assailants. Moreover, he specifically cautioned them to prioritize their safety, emphasizing the dire consequences if any officer were to be bitten and conceal it, as it would endanger everyone in the precinct. If the officials were to succumb to this madness, the county would be doomed. Upon hearing this, the constables began to tremble with fear, their demeanor turning stern as they took to the streets in search of the afflicted. Forewarned of the impending chaos, they encountered no resistance, swiftly subduing their targets before they could react. The county magistrate had ordered them to capture the individuals alive, thus they shackled their hands and feet. Even in captivity, these individuals remained unruly, desperately attempting to bite anyone within reach, despite their limited mobility. In exasperation, the constables resorted to covering their heads with burlap sacks to ensure peace. The magistrate found himself at a loss for how to manage these individuals and resolved to confine them within the prison. As the constables prepared to escort the prisoners, the magistrate, feeling uneasy, cautioned them to ensure that each person was isolated and to exercise extreme caution to avoid bites. He also instructed them to secure the doors tightly to prevent any escape and to sketch the prisoners to inquire about their identities. The constables nodded in agreement. After their departure, the magistrate continued to feel a throbbing headache. The scribe beside him spoke up, "My lord, there are certainly others who have been bitten. Some may not have shown symptoms yet, but they pose a future risk. We must act swiftly to find them before they can hide among the populace." Acknowledging this, the magistrate nodded and instructed the constables to canvass each household, inquiring if anyone had been bitten. The constables sprang into action. However, during their efforts, they encountered significant resistance. "Open the door," they shouted, knocking firmly. "We are from the county office. Is anyone home?" "Coming," a voice called from within as the door creaked open. The inhabitants greeted the constables with forced smiles. "What brings you here, sir? Has anyone in your household been bitten by a suddenly deranged individual?" one constable inquired. The man quickly shook his head. "No, we've kept our door shut tight, and no one has intruded." Sir, I heard that those who bid others have been captured. Is it true? Is it safe for us to go out? They have indeed been apprehended, so rest assured. However, it is advisable to remain indoors for the time being. The constable replied before moving on to the next household. Chapter 53. What is a vaccine? Once the door was closed, a young girl looked at her father with furrowed brows. Father, weren't you bitten by Uncle Daniel? Do not speak such nonsense. The man glared at his daughter, lowering his voice to admonish her. If you keep this up, you might get me killed. The little girl was confused. Before the man could offer further explanation, they were interrupted by the commotion outside. Cautiously, he opened the door to see the constables leading Mrs. Chun and her family away, while she cried out in distress. I've committed no crime. Why are you apprehending me? Is there no justice left? The man inhaled sharply, relieved that he had not confessed. He covered his daughter's mouth and admonished, Shawa, remember, you must not tell anyone that your father was bitten. Do you understand? Otherwise, it might lead to my demise, or we could end up like the Chun family next door, taken away and imprisoned. Do you comprehend? Young Shawa, still naive and unaware of the gravity of the situation, simply nodded in obedience, replying, I understand, father. The man sighed in relief, contemplating where to hide during this tumultuous time, lest he succumb to the infection and further jeopardize his wife and child. Countless commoners shared his sentiment, many of whom, even if bitten, dare not admit it. Thus, the individuals apprehended by the constables were primarily those who were either oblivious to the circumstances or had been reported by others. Upon realizing the limited number of individuals brought in, the county magistrate began to sense something amiss, concluding that the situation was far more dire than it appeared. The chaos in the streets had persisted for too long. It was improbable that only a handful had been bitten. Many townsfolk were likely concealing the truth. Should everyone continue to deny their afflictions, this madness would undoubtedly spread rapidly and might even escape to other regions. The magistrate deemed this untenable and swiftly ordered the city gates closed, prohibiting all ingress and egress. From today forth, patrol the streets daily, and if anything seems amiss, apprehend them immediately and confine them in jail, he instructed the constables. He then addressed others. You continue to inquire in the streets to ascertain if anyone else has been bitten. The constables complied, yet one approached the magistrate, stating, My lord, our prison is nearing capacity. The magistrate, taken aback, queried, How can it be full? Confine the petty thieves together to make room for these individuals, he suggested. The county's order had always been commendable, with the prison largely unoccupied. Yet, the constable lamented, My lord, it is still insufficient. There are 7 or 8 individuals exhibiting symptoms, and over 20 who have been bitten. Each requires a solitary cell. We truly cannot accommodate them. The magistrate felt a surge of frustration, contemplating a solution. Very well, confine those already exhibiting symptoms in one cell, while those merely bitten shall each have their own. Let us observe them closely and summon a physician promptly. Before anyone could fetch a doctor, a constable hurriedly approached the magistrate, exclaiming, My lord, one of the madmen has died. So soon, the magistrate was taken aback. The constable explained. The deceased was an elderly man, reportedly beaten while he was raving in the streets. He had remained unresponsive since being imprisoned, and we discovered his lifeless body only when we intended to group them together. The magistrate, feeling a throbbing headache, instructed, Locate his family and have them come to identify the body. We cannot allow them to take him home for burial. The elderly man's remains must not be returned. There is no telling what other ailments he might have harbored, and burying him could potentially incite further contagion. The magistrate could not afford such a risk. The constable promptly set about fulfilling this task. In the ensuing days, new individuals were continually brought into the county office, rapidly filling the cells to capacity. The county magistrate, curious about the situation, decided to visit the prison. Upon his arrival, he was met with a cacophony of wails. Daniel, how can I live without you? Perplexed, the magistrate inquired about the commotion. The constable, with a sense of resignation, explained, Her husband has just passed away, one of those who fell ill previously. We thought it appropriate to let them have one last look before he is taken away. No need to summon the family. They are all detained here. The magistrate sighed inwardly, conceding, then let her gaze a little longer. Though he had sought the expertise of various physicians, each had declared themselves powerless, admitting they had never encountered such an affliction and thus were at a loss as to how to proceed. Without medical intervention, many of the initial victims of rabies had already succumbed. The magistrate observed this with a heavy heart, feeling a sense of loss yet recognizing that it was beyond his control. While the magistrate was preoccupied with these pressing matters, Jiang Junji's life continued in its customary rhythm. Their household lacked for nothing, and they had little interaction with the outside world. Although Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi, confident in their own abilities, strolled about daily, they rarely encountered anything noteworthy. One day, upon returning from their excursion, Jiang Junji and Azin were basking in the sun in the courtyard. Jiang Junji tending to the child while Azin basked in the warmth. Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi, accustomed to this scene, ambled toward the courtyard, discussing whether there seemed to be an increased presence of constables on the streets. It appears there are more than before. Ruan Yuanqi remarked. I hadn't noticed. My thoughts were solely on you, retorted Jiang Kaicheng, oblivious to the surroundings. Suddenly, Jiang Junji, recalling another matter, turned to Azin and asked, could you watch the child for a moment? Azin, slightly bewildered, nodded in agreement. After entrusting the child to him, Jiang Junji approached Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi, lowering her voice. Father, might you consider visiting the county office again? Confused, Jiang Kaicheng replied, for what purpose? Jiang Junji whispered, among those exiled, there are surely some who were bitten but have not confessed. Perhaps some were even bitten by Jiang Wanwan. If they travel to another county, they might spread the affliction there. Azin, too far to hear their conversation, made Ruan Yuanqi lament, this is quite inconvenient. How I wish we could make a phone call. Jiang Junji sighed. A phone call is out of the question, which is precisely why I need you to go to the county office to inform the nearby counties. Indeed, it must be communicated. Jiang Kaicheng concurred, nodding in agreement. He declared he would depart immediately and, patting Jiang Junji on the shoulder, praised, daughter, you are truly remarkable. Even delegating childcare. Jiang Junji interjected, can we focus on the matter at hand and be serious? Though Jiang Kaicheng may exhibit a lack of reliability concerning his daughter's affairs, he remained steadfast in other matters. He walked calmly through the deserted streets. This time, there was no need for a drum to sound a cry for injustice. The county magistrate was already seated in the court, pondering the dilemma at hand, realizing that this situation could not persist indefinitely. Upon seeing Jiang Kaicheng standing outside the entrance, he felt a flicker of recognition and quickly called him in, exclaiming, I have been seeking you for several days. Jiang Kaicheng, somewhat perplexed, looked at the magistrate and asked, what do you require of me? Who exactly are you? How do you know this is rabies and that an outbreak is imminent? The magistrate, visibly anxious, could not remain seated and urgently inquired, what is your name and where do you reside? My name is Cheng Kaijiang, Jiang Kaicheng replied, inadvertently reversing his name, and explained to the magistrate, to be frank, I am a physician who has recently moved here. My understanding of rabies prompted my visit to this locale. After a brief pause, he added earnestly, I have come here today for this very matter. Upon hearing this, the magistrate quickly asked, what do you mean? Jiang Kaicheng patiently explained, wasn't this disease initially brought in by the officials? Their attire and demeanor differ from that of the local constables. If they travel to other counties, it is possible that the disease may manifest there as well. Since one of them has contracted it, others may be at risk too. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the magistrate promptly instructed his clerk to send word to several nearby counties. He then turned to Jiang Kaicheng and asked, given your knowledge of this ailment, are you not afraid of being bitten? Later, the magistrate inquired with the city guards and learned of Jiang Kaicheng's remarkable bravery in confronting the situation without fear. Jiang Kaicheng nonchalantly replied, what is there to fear? If bitten, as long as the skin is not broken, the disease cannot be transmitted. Moreover, there is a period of incubation during which one is safe. Furthermore, having received a vaccine after being bitten, I am still within the 6-month efficacy period. There is nothing to fear. Incubation period? The magistrate had never encountered such terminology. Jiang Kaicheng nodded. Indeed, the incubation period appears indistinguishable from that of a healthy individual. But once the disease manifests, recovery becomes exceedingly difficult. If a vaccine is administered within the first few days post-bite, it can prevent the onset of the disease. Sensing he may have overwhelmed the magistrate, Jiang Junji refrained from elaborating further. Indeed, the magistrate was at a loss, questioning, what is a vaccine? It is a type of medication administered to the body. Jiang Junji attempted to explain, but soon deemed it too cumbersome, opting instead to say, on that day, at the city gate, 3 individuals were bitten. I brought them home to receive the vaccine. Thanks to this vaccine, they should not have developed the disease by now, and the virus within them will not reactivate. The magistrate, incredulous, gazed at the man before him and exclaimed, you can actually treat this disease? Be certain of your words. Deceiving the imperial officials is a grave offense. Jiang Junji mused to himself that if he had not been exiled, he would have held a higher office than the magistrate himself. Rest assured, my esteemed adult, I speak only the truth. At that time, I administered vaccines to 3 individuals, 3 men, 1 elder, and 2 youthful. Should you harbor any doubts, you may inquire with them directly. Jiang Junji gestured towards 3 spots on his arm, indicating where the 3 had been bitten. If they are now unscathed, then my assertions must indeed hold validity. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate found merit in his words. It had been some time since the first incident by the city gates. The initial wave of the afflicted within the county office had already succumbed. If those individuals could still be found, and if these 3 remained in good health without subsequent issues, it would validate Jiang Junji's method as effective. In such a case, perhaps there is hope for those currently imprisoned. The magistrate promptly ordered a search, instructing Jiang Junji to reveal his current residence. Should it prove effective, it would be his duty to heal the populace. The magistrate regarded Jiang Junji with earnestness. After sharing his whereabouts, Jiang Junji returned home. The magistrate's search would require time, and he felt no urgency. If they failed to locate individuals to confirm their well-being, the magistrate would likely hesitate to permit vaccinations for the other residents. The magistrate dispatched officers to seek out the men, yet Jiang Junji could only recall that there were 3, 2 young and 1 elder, without further details, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The officers scoured various areas throughout the day, yet no one came forward. Those who had received the rabies vaccine had not experienced any adverse effects or fever, and they were initially relieved to have escaped misfortune. However, upon hearing that they were being sought, panic set in as they feared being captured by the magistrate and officers. Aware of the search for them, they dared not reveal themselves. Does anyone know who was bitten? The officers inquired of nearby neighbors. The 3 men, having sustained only minor injuries that had been bandaged, were aware of the contagious nature of the illness and thus remained silent, even to their families, leaving no one informed of their situation. A familiar acquaintance of the officers approached, engaging in casual conversation, noting that even if he knew he had been bitten, he would not dare confess. Who would willingly choose to face imprisonment? The officers were taken aback, finally grasping why there was silence, and one exclaimed, I see. It's not merely a matter of imprisonment. There is something grave at hand. Well, I shan't linger. I must continue the search. The man stood bewildered, gazing at the suddenly fervent officers. As they continued their house-to-house inquiries, the officers' rhetoric shifted. Some even shouted in the streets, brothers who receive the vaccine, come forth quickly. If you are unharmed, the people shall be saved. Dr. Chung is the only physician capable of curing this ailment. Earlier, within the county office, the magistrate had ensured that those vaccinated were not among the deceased. Despite the officers' calls, the vaccinated individuals remained hidden, while nearby neighbors hastily approached, pressing for answers. Is there truly hope? Can the illness be cured? What are those individuals from before? The constables, overwhelmed by inquiries from the neighbors, hastily clarified that it remains uncertain whether a cure can be found. They must first ascertain whether those vaccinated are truly unharmed. Thus, dear neighbors, if you are aware of anyone who has been bitten yet remains unscathed, please speak up. Upon hearing this, the surrounding community became animated, engaging in a collective effort to identify those affected. If the illness could be treated, they would no longer live in constant fear, and those bitten at home might also return healed. Life had become unbearable under such circumstances. With assistance, the constable's search progressed more swiftly. Knowing that there was no intention to apprehend them, and hearing that there might be a remedy for the ailments afflicting others. Those who had previously remained hidden began to cautiously approach the constables, inquiring whether a genuine treatment existed. The constables, uncertain themselves, could only express that there was hope for a cure, contingent upon whether these individuals exhibited symptoms. This revelation offered reassurance to those who had received the vaccine. One man, who had been vaccinated, emerged from the crowd to explain to the constables, "I am the one who was apprehended and taken for vaccination." His recollection of the event was somewhat alarming, leading him to perceive himself as having been captured. His mind had yet to reconcile the situation. Thus he instinctively referred to it as being taken. At last, a lead had been found, and the constables sighed in relief, urgently questioning the man about the others involved. He admitted that he was not entirely sure, but could elucidate what transpired that day. Although the constables had not managed to locate everyone, finding one was a significant step, and they promptly escorted him to the magistrate's office. Upon learning that someone had been found, the magistrate was filled with excitement, confirming with the man, "You're the one who was bitten at the city gate, correct? On what day did this occur? Please recount the events that transpired." The magistrate sought to verify the authenticity of the account. "I had gone out to gather firewood and was just about to return when several officials suddenly began to bite people. After I was bitten, I fled to the side, where I witnessed a man intervening, dispatching the officials. He introduced himself as a doctor, offering to treat my wound, and took me with him. His daughter bandaged my injury, and he administered a peculiar medicine, what he referred to as a vaccine, before sending me home." The man recounted honestly. His narrative aligned perfectly with what the magistrate had learned, as well as with Jiang Junji's account. Before long, the remaining two men who had received the vaccine were also located and recounted the event of that day to the magistrate. Their stories bore striking similarities with minimal discrepancies. It was nearly confirmed that Jiang Junji had not fabricated his account of the situation. Chapter 55. Is there no medical establishment in the city? The physical condition of the three men appeared remarkably robust, showing no signs of illness. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that none of them had even experienced a fever. The county magistrate realized that this was effective and promptly dispatched someone to summon Jiang Junji back. Upon his arrival, Jiang Junji noticed that the three individuals he had previously vaccinated still did not recognize him. It was they who first identified him, exclaiming, "My lord, this is the doctor who administered our vaccinations." "Ah, it is you," Jiang Junji responded, coming to a sudden understanding. He had not paid much attention to these individuals, as they held little relevance to him. The county magistrate, now even more convinced of Jiang Junji's medical prowess, hastily inquired, "Dr. Chung, what are the necessary materials for treatment? What is your fee?" Currently, there was no one else besides Jiang Junji capable of treating this affliction, and the magistrate harbored some concerns that Jiang Junji might demand an exorbitant price. Despite his reluctance, the magistrate thought to himself that even if Jiang Junji did request a high fee, they would have no recourse. After all, aside from Jiang Junji, no one dared claim they could cure rabies. Regarding the price, Jiang Junji took a moment to ponder. Observing his hesitation, the magistrate felt a surge of anxiety, even contemplating leveraging his position to negotiate a lower cost. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that if he were to threaten Jiang Junji, the doctor might refuse treatment altogether, which would be disastrous. Unbeknownst to the magistrate, his worries were unfounded. Jiang Junji's indecision stemmed from the fact that their family had already emptied the palace during their recent shopping spree. Although they had accumulated a substantial amount of goods and spent a considerable sum of silver, their savings remained virtually untouched. They were not lacking in finances. Jiang Junji glanced at the three anxious individuals beside him, reflecting that if he were to settle in this world, such infectious diseases could pose significant complications. Even outside this county, if the illness was not properly contained, it could lead to considerable trouble. As long as there was a single location afflicted with such a disease, it would inevitably spread. Even if they possessed the means to confront it, they could easily fall victim to an unforeseen bite from an unknown individual. Venturing outside carried its own risks. Thus, Jiang Junji made a decision and addressed the county magistrate, stating, "For those who have been bitten but have not yet shown symptoms, A fee of 15 when per person will ensure they remain uninfected and will not develop the illness in the future. The magistrate was taken aback. Jiang Kaicheng continued discussing the vaccine, explaining, however, this vaccine is only effective for those recently bitten. If too much time passes, it will lose its efficacy. Therefore, once bitten, they must come immediately for vaccination. The magistrate remained unresponsive, seeming unable to grasp the situation. Observing the magistrate's expression, Jiang Kaicheng furrowed his brow. Was his price still too high? Yet, this was already the lowest price they could offer for rabies and tetanus vaccines in their space. He had not even accounted for the cost of consumables like syringes and needles. Surely, he could not expect the magistrate to bear the loss of labor. The magistrate did not find the price excessive. Rather, he considered it surprisingly low. Fearing that Jiang Kaicheng might reconsider upon seeing his frown, he promptly exclaimed, "Very well. 15 when it is. This is your stated price." The astonishing fact that a mere 15 when could treat a patient left one pondering. Had this been known earlier, one should have reached out to Jiang Kaicheng sooner. Observing the county magistrate's demeanor, Jiang Kaicheng cautioned. The 15 when I mentioned pertains to those who have not yet exhibited symptoms, specifically individuals recently bitten. For those who have already fallen ill, treatment is considerably more complicated, and thus the cost will vary based on circumstances. Even in modern times, rabies remains an unsolved enigma. There are only 2 documented cases worldwide, both of which are irreplicable. The symptoms these individuals present resemble rabies, and I cannot ascertain whether my daughter can remedy those already afflicted. Jiang Kaicheng himself harbored doubts, prompting him to add for the magistrate's consideration. For patients who have manifested symptoms, even if financial resources are provided, recovery cannot be guaranteed. It is possible that they may not be saved. Furthermore, for those who have yet to be bitten and harbor concerns, they may opt for vaccination. This vaccine boasts a relatively long efficacy period of 35 years. However, it is advised that those who have been bitten receive it first, while the unbitten may delay. Even with Jiang Kaicheng's reassurances, the magistrate nodded in agreement, expressing that as long as the uninfected patients could be assured against contagion, he would be satisfied. Jiang Kaicheng readily consented, and the magistrate inquired about any preparations needed. Jiang Kaicheng pondered briefly, then waved his hand dismissively, stating, "We shall manage the preparations ourselves. As for medical instruments, even if they were to supply them, they would undoubtedly be unable to do so. Therefore, I require nothing from you. Merely bring the people." He requested the magistrate to afford them some time to prepare, suggesting they convene 2 hours later. Upon learning that the destination was Jiang Kaicheng's residence, the magistrate appeared somewhat surprised and queried, "Do you not have a medical establishment in the city? Did you not just arrive and have yet to commence preparations?" Jiang Kaicheng touched his nose, opting not to elaborate. It would be imprudent to divulge to the magistrate that they had no intention of settling in this county. Had it not been for their encounter with Jean, they would not be here at all. After discussing the details with the magistrate, Jiang Kaicheng returned home. Upon his arrival, he found Jiang Junji and Yuanxi in the courtyard, entertaining the child. Jean cradled Si Bao while engaging her with a rattle. Jiang Kaicheng observed this scene with great satisfaction. Did it not embody the essence of a harmonious family of 4? However, he refrained from hastily disclosing this matter, and instead informed Jiang Junji and Yuanxi, "I have promised them that I will allow the vaccination to commence in 2 hours. We must prepare. The magistrate trusts you?" Jiang Junji stood upright beside the crib, directing her gaze at Jiang Kaicheng in inquiry. "What did you convey to the magistrate?" Jiang Kaicheng replied, "The vaccine costs 15 when per individual, which is the base price." The magistrate agreed rather readily, stating he would instruct the constables to notify every household to come here for vaccination. All of them together? Yuanxi, holding to Bao, frowned and remarked, "That may not be advisable. Did we not mention that many who were bitten have yet to realize it? What if chaos ensues? If this were to occur at the entrance, although they could potentially handle it, engaging in a physical altercation would undoubtedly complicate matters." Jiang Kaicheng approached, embracing Yuanxi and planting a kiss on her cheek, proudly exclaiming, "Indeed, my wife, you echo my thoughts exactly. I too believe that bringing everyone over at once is perilous. especially with such a large crowd. We cannot manage them all at once. So it would be prudent for the county office to send people in batches, avoiding an overwhelming influx. Otherwise, should anyone fall ill here, chaos would surely ensue. Chapter 56, Separation of Genders for Inoculation. Jiang Junji had grown accustomed to such displays, often overlooking them. However, Ajahn, being entirely of this era, was taken aback by the affectionate interaction between the two, his face flushing with embarrassment, unable to look at them. Noticing Ajahn's reaction, Jiang Junji found it rather amusing. Initially, she contemplated teasing him, but reconsidered, realizing that with Jiang Kaiqing and Wan Yuanxi nearby, any jest would likely lead to their ambiguous banter, so she refrained. 15-1. Jiang Junji pondered the price, beginning to understand Jiang Kaiqing's rationale for quoting such an amount, yet she remarked, volunteers should at least be afforded a meal. You ought to ask for a bit more. Although they were not currently in need of money, it seemed reasonable to offer some remuneration for their service to the common folk. Jiang Kaiqing hesitated, glancing at his daughter, and tentatively suggested, "How about I propose to them 16 per person?" Jiang Junji waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it, I was merely suggesting. The priority is to treat the sick. They are hard-working citizens, toiling endlessly, so let us not burden them further. After all, our family has already taken ample funds from the treasury. A few dozen or 100 is inconsequential." Upon reflecting on the number of people involved, Jiang Kaiqing felt a pang of concern for his daughter and daughter-in-law. Before he could voice his thoughts, Jiang Junji inquired, "But, father, is that truly what you conveyed to the county magistrate? Did he genuinely acquiesce so readily?" Jiang Kaiqing nodded. "Indeed," he agreed. "The magistrate is quite amiable and reasonable." Jiang Junji gazed at her father in disbelief, wishing to remind him that, in the current context, he no longer held the title of the Grand General. Though the county magistrate may not wield great power, he was still an official deserving of respect. However, she refrained from voicing this in front of Jean. "If you are weary and disinclined to continue, I can manage on my own. Let us prioritize vaccinating those who have been bitten. The rest can come in due time," Jiang Kaiqing said to his wife and children. Wrapping his arm around Wan Yuanxi's waist, "Do not overexert yourselves." Ajahn, overhearing this, felt increasingly favorable towards this family. The 15 price was indeed modest, perhaps even lower than the cost of a typical medical consultation or medication. This family, despite having 4 children and a widow among them, displayed remarkable compassion, going to such lengths for the sake of unfamiliar commoners. Wan Yuanxi, however, waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Administering a vaccine is hardly exhausting. Moreover, wherever we reside in the future, this illness must not be allowed to spread. Otherwise, we could be ambushed unexpectedly, which would be quite terrifying. What if it were to harm the 4 children? Although they could defend themselves, living in constant fear would not be a pleasant experience. 2 hours is not an ample amount of time. Our conversation has already consumed a significant portion of it." Yawning, Wan Yuanxi declared, "All right, let's tidy up and prepare for work. Lao Jiang, please arrange 2 empty rooms, one for storage and the other for administering vaccinations." Wan Yuanxi instructed Jiang Kaiqing, then turned to Ajahn and Jiang Junji, saying, "Ajahn, I must trouble you to remain in the room. It is likely to become quite chaotic outside, and we cannot attend to you. Given Ajahn's mobility issues, it would not be suitable for him to be out in the fray. Furthermore, although Ajahn does not recall his identity, Jiang Kaiqing, Wan Yuanxi, and the others are well aware of it. If someone familiar were to pass by, it could lead to unfortunate consequences." Ajahn understood that he might be a hindrance and nodded in agreement, voluntarily maneuvering his wheelchair back to the room. "I will first lull the children to sleep, return them afterward, and then come out to assist." After reaching a consensus, they each attended to their respective tasks. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Junji gently brought the 4 little darlings into the space, soothing them with calming lullabies while tenderly patting each child. The little ones seemed to sense that their mother had important matters to attend to, and they quickly settled into a peaceful slumber without causing any trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaiqing had already prepared the room, but was puzzled as he inquired of Wan Yuanxi, "What purpose do we have for 2 empty rooms? If it is merely for vaccinations, wouldn't it suffice to arrange a few tables outside?" Offering them a room seems rather extravagant. Ruan Yuanqi cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Kaiqing, explaining, "You men can endure a direct injection, but what about the women and children? Moreover, we must find a place to store the vaccines. Do you expect them to appear out of thin air without being thought of as monsters?" Jiang Kaicheng had not considered this aspect, and upon receiving Ruan Yuanqi's reprimand, he chuckled and replied, "Indeed, my wife is quite clever." Jiang Junji discreetly shifted her gaze, heading into the space to procure rabies and tetanus vaccines. Their display of affection was rather exceptional, with one room now prepared for use. Jiang Junji placed the necessary vaccines inside before filling several boxes in the designated vaccination room. As Ruan Yuanqi had mentioned, if they were to miraculously appear, they would likely be apprehended before the vaccinations could be administered, perceived as supernatural beings. The main door was also opened, and some isolation tape was acquired. "That man can find any vacant area over there. The ladies can accompany us," Ruan Yuanqi remarked, casting a satisfied glance at the curtain hanging at the entrance. "This way. It should remain unseen." Soon, as per the agreed-upon time with the county magistrate, the officials arrived accompanied by the townsfolk. The leading officer, upon seeing Jiang Kaicheng, courteously addressed him, "Dr. Cheng, as per your directive, we have brought the first batch of citizens. Please advise us on the next steps." Jiang Kaicheng glanced behind him and noted a considerable number of individuals. The officer, eager to avoid offending Jiang Kaicheng, promptly added, "Dr. Cheng, if there is anything you require of us, please do not hesitate to express it. The county magistrate has stated that you are currently the sole individual capable of treating this ailment. Thus, whatever requests you make, as long as they are reasonable, will be accommodated." Jiang Kaicheng had no particular demands from the officers. Rather, he focused on the gathered citizens and instructed the officers to separate them by gender, directing, "Men to the left, one by one, come forth to me. Women, please proceed over there with my wife and daughter." Chapter 57. Just moments ago, that thing stung me, and it truly hurt. Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji stood to the right, observing the assembly. The officers, upon noticing these two individuals, greeted them politely before nodding to signal the citizens to divide themselves accordingly. Although they were unsure of Dr. Cheng's intentions, they felt assured that following the doctor's instructions was the right course of action. As the officers busied themselves in organizing the citizens, Jiang Junji, momentarily lost in thought while watching the officers, suddenly inquired, "Dear officer, will the subsequent individuals also be brought here by you?" Despite her youth, being Jiang Kaicheng's daughter commanded a certain respect, prompting the officer to smile and affirm, "Yes, we are responsible for bringing them." "What is it, young lady?" "Then may my father administer the vaccine to you first. This way, if anyone falls ill, you will be better prepared," Jiang Junji suggested, turning to her father. "Father? I defer to your judgment." Jiang Kaicheng immediately nodded and addressed the officers. "Please come forward, one at a time, and I shall administer the vaccine." Hearing this, the officers nodded vigorously, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng. However, when they received the vaccine from Jiang Kaicheng, they were somewhat puzzled but dared not voice their thoughts. The device in Jiang Kaicheng's hand was unfamiliar to them, and they felt a slight sting when it was applied, a sensation that was rather peculiar. Though they did not comprehend what it was, the county magistrate had declared that all matters should align with Jiang Kaicheng's guidance. The citizens from that day had mentioned that it was Jiang Kaicheng's actions that had spared them from illness, recognizing the vaccine as a means of preserving their lives. None of the officers dared to speak out. Once all the officers had been vaccinated, the citizens outside had already separated themselves. "All right, women, please proceed over there. They will administer the vaccine to you." Jiang Kaicheng gestured broadly, addressing the remaining men. "Now, come forth, one at a time, and do not rush." The men felt no apprehension, but the women, upon realizing the presence of Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji, began to express their confusion. After a hushed exchange among themselves, an elder woman stepped forward to question the officers and Ruan Yuanqi. "Isn't this the medication provided by Dr. Cheng? Shouldn't the doctor be the one to administer it? Can these two women manage this task?" Upon overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Junji let out a sigh within her heart. She grasped the increasingly agitated Ruan Yuanqi and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed the onlookers, explaining, "You see, this treatment necessitates disrobing, and my father is unable to assist us." They had been learning alongside their father for a considerable time and were quite competent. It was evident that she possessed the finest medical skills in the family. Yet not only did Jean doubt her, but so too did these individuals. She sighed internally, aware that Wang Desheng was not of noble character. In the narrative, the backdrop of the world dictated that women were not meant to practice medicine. Most people harbored skepticism towards female physicians, and since Wang Desheng's skills were inferior to hers, he portrayed it in such a manner in the text. This, of course, reflected the biases against women prevalent in ancient society. Even the women present felt constrained, believing they could not achieve greatness without relying on men. Several townsfolk remained skeptical, still unsure about Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi. One individual remarked, "What sort of treatment requires disrobing? Such fussiness." Ruan Yuanqi, growing irritable, retorted sharply to the hesitant women, "Not only must you remove your garments, but you also need to shed your trousers, as the medication is applied to the backside. If you wish, you may proceed over there. I shan't be working, and it would be quite convenient for me. Come if you desire. Even if you do go, my husband will not administer the acupuncture, and if you dare show him your backside, you shall be kneeling on a washboard tonight instead of sleeping in bed." With that, Ruan Yuanqi stormed back into the house. Jiang Junji lamented, "I couldn't stop her." The constables nearby were taken aback, never having anticipated Ruan Yuanqi's tempestuousness. Jiang Junji, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, offered, "I apologize, my mother can be a bit impatient. However, she speaks the truth. Disrobing is indeed required. If you ladies do not mind, you may go to my father's side. It is merely a matter of everyone watching." After a brief pause, she turned to the constables with a smile, saying, "Kind sirs, please allow those willing to come forward, while those unwilling may go to my father." Upon hearing this, the crowd was engulfed in hesitation. If disrobing was indeed necessary, being respectable women, they would find it inconvenient to approach Jiang Kaicheng. Yet, trusting the two female physicians proved to be a challenge. Just as they were mulling over their decision, Jiang Kaicheng's cold voice pierced through the air, declaring, "If you do not trust my wife and daughter, then feel free to leave. I shall not cater to you." The constables, bemused, pondered how this family, claiming to be physicians, could possess such fierce temperament, while the young lady spoke so softly. Seeing Jiang Kaicheng's ire, the women dared not linger in their indecision and, albeit with lingering doubts, approached Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi for their injections. When they learned that disrobing was indeed required for the injections on their backsides, many of the women exhibited signs of hesitation, even within the confines of the room, as they dawdled and hesitated. Jiang Junji glanced at Ruan Yuanqi, who seemed eager to hastily strip them of their garments, and quickly urged, "Mother, please remain calm." "Calm? Where do these people come with so many concerns?" Ruan Yuanqi, observing their reluctance, grew exasperated and impatiently urged, "Hurry up. It is not as if they are to sleep with them. Why the fuss? The women here are receiving injections indoors, while the men have it considerably simpler, merely using a screen for modesty in the courtyard. After all, the exposed areas are minimal, and the men present seem indifferent." Jiang Kaicheng swiftly commenced the procedure, his expression devoid of emotion, as each individual received their injection in succession. These men were experiencing this for the first time, finding the sight of the needle quite peculiar. They wished to inquire further, but, upon observing Jiang Kaicheng's demeanor, dared not utter a word, opting instead to stand by and watch. Some whispered among themselves, speculating about the substance. "What is this? I've never seen anything like it before. I don't know. It resembles glass. If it is glass, it must be expensive. You know, that thing hurt quite a bit when it pricked me." "Did it hurt?" "I didn't feel a thing." Some felt pain, while others did not. The men present engaged in animated discussion regarding the nature of what Jiang Kaicheng was administering, while their side exuded a sense of camaraderie. The atmosphere on the side of Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji was palpably tense. Chapter 58. What are you laughing at? Is it because you find your mother beautiful? As the women hesitated and slowly disrobed for their injections in the room, Ruan Yuanqi, exasperated, unleashed her ire. Under her imposing presence, the women hastened their actions, albeit still lagging behind Jiang Kaicheng's efficiency. Yuan Yuanxi, perturbed by their sluggishness, complained to Jiang Junji, "My dear, we should not be involved. Let them go over there to behave properly. Hurry up with the clothing removal. It's not as if we are forcing you." Before Yuan Yuanxi could finish her sentence, Jiang Junji covered her mouth and, with a resigned sigh, remarked, "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. If this were to reach my father, the pace would certainly slow even further. Right now, the two of us are likely keeping pace with them, so please calm down. If you remain displeased, take it out on my father later." Upon reflection, Yuan Yuanxi found wisdom in her daughter's words, with the intention of expressing her grievances to Jiang Kaicheng later. She patiently proceeded to administer the vaccines to the women. The pace on both sides was fairly comparable. However, complications soon arose. Some women had brought children with them. A group of boys, around 10 years old, were led in by the women, their beady eyes darting around, fixating intently on the sight of women disrobing. Yuan Yuanxi, incensed, abruptly stood and exclaimed, "Didn't you hear? The boy should go over there. Stop staring." The prospect of receiving her wrath silenced the mothers, who, upon witnessing Yuan Yuanxi's fierce demeanor, dared not protest. After reluctantly escorting their children to the designated area, Jiang Kaicheng, upon hearing the commotion, injected the children with considerable force. The boys let out cries of distress, prompting others who had just received their injections to join in the cacophony of wails. Hearing the children cry, their families rushed over to soothe them, anxious not to provoke Jiang Kaicheng further. There were those soothing the children and others reprimanding them to cease their cries, creating a cacophony of noise. Fortunately, the din of the children did not reach Yuan Yuanxi, sparing her from further agitation. After Yuan Yuanxi scolded a few individuals, the women became noticeably subdued, refraining from their previous antics and patiently awaiting their vaccinations. With the crowd settling down, their pace quickened compared to before. The family of three busied themselves, gradually silencing their conversations, leaving only the clamor of the crowd and the occasional wails of children. Jean, initially remaining in his room to avoid disturbing them, now found himself perplexed by the sounds emanating from outside. His curiosity piqued regarding their activities. Earlier, the conversations he overheard had not been discreet, and he caught snippets about vaccinations, terms he had never encountered before. Intrigued to the point of distraction, he could not concentrate on the book in his hands and simply yearned to uncover what was transpiring outside. Although Jiang Junji and the others had advised him against venturing out, he reasoned that merely peeking through the window should pose no issue. With this thought, he set aside his book, maneuvered his wheelchair to the door, and cautiously opened it to glimpse the happenings beyond. His room's orientation allowed him a clear view behind the screen, where he observed Jiang Kaicheng instructing someone to lower their trousers, subsequently administering an injection to the pale skin of their backside under the sun. The distance between them rendered the specifics somewhat unclear to Jean. As he watched, it suddenly struck him that Jiang Junji had previously mentioned something about giving him an injection. Could it be done in such a manner? Was Jiang Junji also subjected to this? Jean shook his head, dismissing the thought as mere overthinking. Even if an injection were indeed in his future, it would surely be Jiang Kaicheng administering it to him, not Jiang Junji. He gently patted his face, urging his mind to cease wandering into unfounded conjectures. Although somewhat astonished by the family's method of treatment, he held no significant doubts, for they were his saviors. After witnessing the scene, he closed his door. Groups of people continued to arrive, but the population of the small county was not overly large. Furthermore, as this was a directive from the county magistrate, the officials were highly cooperative, bringing in only a modest number of citizens at a time, ensuring they were queued in advance and informed of necessary precautions, thus allowing for a swift process. By the time evening approached, the three managed to extract some compressed biscuits from their supplies for a makeshift meal. Jiang Junji had taken some time to tend to the four children and prepared a bowl of noodles for Jean, while the remainder of the time was spent tirelessly administering vaccinations. Consequently, by nightfall, most of the townsfolk had received their vaccines. As darkness enveloped the sky, they concluded the day's work, and the officials, having observed their labor, hurriedly expressed their gratitude, urging them to rest well that evening. Money was being counted nearby, and Jiang Kaicheng and Jiang Junji quickly calculated the approximate amount of vaccines used. After conferring with the officials at the county office, they were pleasantly surprised to receive the payment. With the funds now in their account, the irritability that had plagued Ruan Yuanqi throughout the day began to dissipate. After courteously sending off the officials, they discussed when to administer the remaining vaccinations the following day. The officials had initially intended to negotiate further regarding the others in the county office, but seeing the day grow late, they decided to postpone the discussion until tomorrow. After a long day of work, Jiang Kaicheng heard Ruan Yuanqi curse in frustration multiple times. Naturally, he hurried to console his wife, massaging her shoulders and arms, displaying a demeanor reminiscent of an eager subordinate. Observing this, Jiang Junji felt a mix of emotions and, wishing to avoid being a third wheel, excused herself to take a bath and rest, retreating into her space. Having soaked in the bath, Jiang Junji felt her fatigue completely washed away. After her bath, she emerged while sipping on the spring water, leading the 4 children out of her space, preparing for bedtime. The children gazed at her with anticipation, while Si Bao, bubbling with excitement, beamed at her with a silly smile. With the spring water and the 4 children around her, Jiang Junji felt her spirits lift. She playfully pinched Si Bao's tiny hand and asked with a smile, "What are you laughing at? Are you admiring your mother's beauty?" Si Bao seemed to understand her words. Laughing even more joyfully, Jiang Junji couldn't help but chuckle as she tickled Si Bao's little feet, noticing her apparent favoritism towards her daughter. The other 3 children began to protest, eagerly waving their arms and pleading for her attention as well. With no choice but to indulge them, Jiang Junji lovingly squeezed their little hands and feet in turn, before washing their faces once they had satisfied their affection. The little one's cheeks were delightfully plump, and Jiang Junji found them utterly endearing. While applying moisturizer, she playfully squished their chubby faces, laughing as she watched their expressions change shape under her touch. Unable to contain her amusement, she burst into laughter. "Why is it that when others squeeze your faces, you don't react? You all look so silly, just like your father. I'm certainly much smarter than you," she teased, fully aware that the little ones couldn't comprehend her words, yet enjoying the banter nonetheless. The children, oblivious to her playful jibes, simply reveled in her laughter, their eyes shining with joy. Jiang Junji was filled with warmth, suddenly understanding why so many parents felt compelled to share pictures of their children on social media. If such a platform existed in this era, she too wanted to post daily. As Jiang Junji lost herself in thought, Siba seized her hand, tilting his head slightly as their eyes met. Captivated by this adorable gesture, Jiang Junji could not resist the urge to embrace each of the 4 little ones, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. The children, showered with affection from their mother, beamed with joy, their smiles growing ever brighter. Initially, Jiang Junji intended to lull them to sleep before retiring herself. However, unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to their extended nap in the space earlier, the little ones were brimming with energy and showed no inclination to sleep, gazing at Jiang Junji with eager eyes, wishing to play. This predicament left Jiang Junji quite distressed. Although the spiritual spring water could alleviate fatigue, she had to rise early the next day for the vaccinations, as others would be arriving. Resigned, she began to sing lullabies softly to the little ones, repeating the melodies countless times until they finally drifted off to slumber. Only then did Jiang Junji exhale in relief, muttering, "You little ancestors." After tidying up the children, she finally turned to herself and prepared for bed. The following day, as dawn broke, a knock echoed at the door. Jiang Kaicheng, having risen early, answered the door to find several townsfolk waiting outside. Upon seeing him, they immediately inquired, "Is it true that vaccinations for rabies are available here?" Although it was still before the scheduled time agreed upon with the county office, Jiang Kaicheng was puzzled by their early arrival, but nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we do. Please come in." "Why are you here so early? Are you afraid of missing out?" The townsfolk sheepishly rubbed their noses and asked, "Doctor, have we disturbed your rest?" "No, not at all. Just keep it down a bit. My wife and daughter are still asleep," Jiang Kaicheng replied in a hushed tone. The townsfolk seemed to have come on their own after receiving their vaccinations. They departed without further company. Jiang Kaicheng prepared breakfast for his wife and children, hesitating to wake Ruan Yuanxi and Jiang Junji. However, Ruan Yuanxi was roused by her biological clock, emerging with sleepy eyes to greet Jiang Kaicheng before heading to the table. Once they had finished breakfast, more people began to arrive in succession. Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi quickly got to work. Before long, the constables arrived with other townsfolk. Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi, in unspoken agreement, chose not to rouse Jiang Junji, wishing for their daughter to enjoy a little more rest. Ruan Yuanxi even sternly warned the women on her side to maintain silence, ensuring they did not disturb Jiang Junji's slumber. Despite the tranquil atmosphere on Ruan Yuanxi's side, it was not long before a child on Jiang Kaicheng's side erupted into a wail from the vaccination, the cries echoing over to Ruan Yuanxi. Before she could scold anyone, Jiang Kaicheng's voice rose in admonition. "Can't you hear? I told you to be quiet." By then it was too late. Awakened by the commotion, Jiang Junji groggily wandered over to see that they had already begun their work and, puzzled, asked Ruan Yuanxi, "Mother, why didn't you wake me?" 3 individuals are undoubtedly swifter than 2. Ruan Yuanxi promptly reassured Jiang Junji, "Do not fret, Jujiao. You should have your breakfast first. We shall proceed at our own pace." After all, Jiang Junji had attended to the children upon returning home yesterday, undoubtedly exhausting herself. Jiang Junji stifled a yawn, nodded, and set off to have breakfast and feed the children. She began by tending to the 4 little ones before turning her attention to herself. Breakfast, prepared by Jiang Kaicheng, had grown cold. After warming it in the microwave placed in her space, Jiang Junji yawned again and proceeded to wash up. Noticing the substantial amount of breakfast still remaining, she realized Jiang Kaicheng must have forgotten about Ajan. With a resigned sigh in her heart, she took breakfast over to Ajan, her expression tinged with exasperation as she said, "We might get so busy that we forget about you. If we fail to bring you food, feel free to help yourself to the kitchen." Ajan responded with a warm thank you, indicating his understanding. Once Jiang Junji finished her preparations, she joined Ruan Yuanxi to assist her. For Ruan Yuanxi was alone in managing those women, which only slowed things down further. Initially, Jiang Junji believed the sluggish progress in the morning was primarily due to her absence, but to her surprise, even as noon approached, people continued to stream in. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Junji turned to Ruan Yuanxi, expressing her bewilderment. "Why are there so many people? Wasn't it mentioned yesterday that we would soon conclude?" Last night, when the officials returned, they had indicated that the population in the county was sparse, estimating that the matter would wrap up by midday. Yet now, even as noon had arrived, the prolonged duration suggested it should have been finished by now. Feeling perplexed, Jiang Junji informed Ruan Yuanxi of her intention to step outside for a look. Upon venturing out, she was astonished to find a long line of people waiting. Was it truly possible that such a small county could host this many individuals? Standing at the entrance, she gazed at the queue, puzzled. Upon noticing Jiang Junji's frown, an official approached with concern, asking, "What troubles you, Miss Chung? Is there a problem?" Jiang Junji did not conceal her confusion, pointing to the line as she inquired. "Dear official, did you not mention yesterday that it would conclude within the morning? Why are there still so many waiting? Moreover, the number of people in line appear to far exceed those brought in yesterday, as the queue stretched seemingly without end." The official, now pondering, scratched his chin in perplexity, responding, "We are equally bewildered. We remarked this morning on the large number of people. Furthermore, these individuals were not among those we escorted." Chapter 60. Dabao and Airbao's quarrel. As Jiang Junji and the official were caught in their mutual confusion, a nearby citizen spoke up to clarify. "We hail from a neighboring county, not from Luo City." Jiang Junji, intrigued, asked, "How did you come to be here?" "Yesterday, we adults sent a letter to the neighboring county, inviting those who felt uneasy to come and receive vaccinations." A clerk, just returning from a brief respite, looked at Jiang Junji with a puzzled expression and quickly offered an explanation. Aware that Jiang Junji and the others had been busy for over a day, the clerk cautiously smiled and said, "Now that the area is safer, shouldn't we feel a bit more secure as well? Thank you, Miss Chung, for your hard work. Are you tired? Would you like a drink of water?" Though not overly fatigued, as the spiritual water was conveniently placed nearby for them to drink and alleviate their weariness. Jiang Junji felt somewhat helpless upon witnessing the clerk's eager demeanor. However, the clerk's reasoning was sound. Once the area was secure, their lives could proceed more safely. Reluctantly, Jiang Junji decided to stretch a bit and advise the officers, with so many people, please keep a close watch and ensure nothing goes awry. Jiang Junji was not overly concerned about other matters. Her primary worry was the potential for a stampede if the crowd grew too anxious. Sensing that Jiang Junji was unperturbed by the crowd, the officers breathed a sigh of relief, assuring her, "Rest assured, Miss, we will maintain order and prevent any disruptions." Even with a larger gathering, it would not significantly impact Jiang Junji and the others. It merely meant they would have to work a bit longer. As Jiang Junji assisted with the vaccinations, she occasionally checked on the little ones in her space. To her surprise, she found all 4 children crying loudly upon entering. Alarmed, she hurriedly informed Ruan Yuanxi before rushing into the space to check on them. Upon seeing the children in such distress, she momentarily forgot the reason for their tears and simply held them, soothing them until their emotions settled. Once calmer, she muttered to herself, "Why are you all crying so fiercely today? You're not unwell, nor have you soiled yourselves. I just fed you this morning. Surely, it cannot be hunger." Typically, the 4 little ones were well-behaved and not prone to tantrums. Why had they suddenly erupted today? Once the children began playing quietly with their toys, Jiang Junji let out a sigh of relief and took a moment to check the surveillance footage inside the house, only to be left speechless. With a mix of emotions, she gazed at the 4 little ones, playfully pinching the eldest nose. "What is this, big brother? Taking advantage of your mother's absence to bully your younger siblings?" She had initially thought their tears were due to discomfort, but it turned out that the eldest and second-born had been squabbling. After pinching the cheeks of the 2 little ones and giving them a gentle reprimand, she finally felt satisfied when they behaved. Furrowing her brows, she warned, "While your mother is away, you must be good and not cause any more trouble. Do you understand?" The eldest and second-born felt quite aggrieved by the scolding, but the youngest clung to Jiang Junji's hand, refusing to let go. Jiang Junji estimated that the time was about right, so she fed the 4 children a bit of milk and admonished them not to fight before leaving the space. Once outside, Ruan Yuanxi still felt a tinge of worry and asked Jiang Junji, "What is going on? Is everything all right?" "It's nothing, just children squabbling," Jiang Junji replied with a hint of exasperation. However, upon seeing the long queue for vaccines outside, she did not rush to explain to Ruan Yuanxi, merely stating, "I will tell you during dinner tonight." Ruan Yuanxi nodded in agreement. Many people continued to arrive, with individuals from neighboring counties coming in, and like the previous day, they worked late into the night. Observing Ruan Yuanxi becoming increasingly irritable due to the women's incessant dramatics, Jiang Junji quickly urged her to start preparing dinner. Jiang Junji assured her that she would handle things on this end, as these individuals seemed to be endless, and there was no immediate rush. As evening approached, when it was time for dinner, the officials were considerate enough not to send more people, allowing them to rest at home and address matters the following day. The 3 of them finally had some leisure to enjoy their meal. Just as Jiang Junji picked up her chopsticks, she remembered someone and, with a hint of reluctance, said to the 2, "You all eat first. I'll go deliver a meal to Ajan." In the hustle and bustle, it was easy to forget about Ajan. Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with an ambiguous understanding. Finally, Jiang Kaicheng spoke. "There's no need to take it to him. He has a wheelchair now, so he can come eat himself. Daughter, why not call Ajan over? It would be quite pitiful for him to eat alone in that little dark room every day." Jiang Junji felt that Jiang Kaicheng might be contemplating something else, though lacking evidence to support her suspicion. Nevertheless, she acknowledged the validity of his words. It did seem rather unfair to let Ajan dine alone in the small black room daily, so she decided to summon him. Neither Ruan Yuanxi nor Jiang Kaicheng minded having an extra person for dinner, but Ruan Yuanxi curiously inquired, "You mentioned this afternoon that the child was crying. What happened?" Hearing this, Ajan lifted his head to look at Jiang Junji. Had the child cried? He hadn't heard a sound. Perhaps it was too noisy outside, causing him to overlook it. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Junji replied, I have truly had enough of these four little ancestors. When a Bao rolled over, he kicked Bao. Bao, not one to back down, retaliated, and soon they were both crying. I have to say, it's quite amusing. Jiang Kaicheng burst into laughter, exclaiming, That's my grandson for you. Rolling her eyes at him, Jiang Junji continued, Sam Bao and Si Bao were merely watching. And perhaps out of fear, they too ended up crying. I thought something serious had happened and was startled. After a brief pause, Jiang Junji could not help but add, the Bao and Bao were equally at fault. Bao struck first, but the Bao didn't let him have it easy either. They were both fiercely fighting, yet ended up in tears. Those two hopeless little rascals, I must say, it's quite commendable. Once they've engaged in a scuffle, even if they make the other cry, they shouldn't be crying themselves. Chapter 61. Those already affected have little hope for cure. Ruan Yuanxi and Jiang Kaicheng burst into hearty laughter, both believing that these two youngsters possess great potential. While Ajan found himself in a bemused state, the family enjoyed a warm dinner together, yet not far away in the county office. The magistrate was nearly losing his hair from worry within the confines of the prison. The townsfolk were fortunate to have access to vaccines, ensuring their safety from illness. But what of the others? Listening to the inhuman roars and cries emanating from the cells, the magistrate felt an unsettling chill creeping over him. The clerk approached and said, Sir, at this rate, by tomorrow, nearly everyone in our county will have received their vaccinations. Should we invite Dr. Chung to administer the vaccine to the staff at the county office as well? Upon hearing this, the magistrate finally felt a sense of relief and nodded, Yes, let us assess the situation tomorrow. If the townspeople are all vaccinated, we shall take them along. He was also keen to inquire whether Dr. Chung had any solutions for the afflicted. At that moment, the head constable came over, brows furrowed in concern, and said to the magistrate, Sir, this afternoon, there was another instance of madness. One individual suddenly went berserk, initially slumping against the door in a stupor. But upon seeing someone pass by, he erupted in a frenzied howl, nearly dragging one of our men inside. When it became clear he could not be captured, he began to violently ram the door. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding thud echoed as the man crashed against the door, followed by a howl reminiscent of a wild beast. The constable, feeling helpless, remarked to the magistrate, Sir, as you can see, it has been like this. We dare not intervene. This man is in a solitary cell. We fear that if released, he may harm our brethren, so we can only leave him there. The magistrate glanced over and realized that the man was not alone. Several others exhibited the same alarming behavior. Though their numbers were few, it was sufficient to give the magistrate a throbbing headache. While they had previously shown no signs of distress, in recent days, the condition of these individuals had deteriorated. Those who had been bitten began to exhibit reactions, with the more severely affected descending into madness, much like those who had perished before. Others, less severely afflicted, were already developing high fevers and lapses in consciousness. Having witnessed many similar cases, the magistrate understood that these were harbingers of delirium. The individuals currently confined had already begun to show symptoms, and if this continued, they were likely to succumb to madness. The magistrate felt a deep sense of frustration. With no other recourse, he ordered the guards to maintain strict surveillance, minimize contact with them, avoid interaction whenever possible. If anyone begins to run high fever, bind them immediately to prevent any harm to others, he sighed, imparting his instructions to the guards. They understood the gravity of the situation, nodding earnestly, hesitant to approach those in torment. The following evening, after the magistrate had attended to the affairs of the county office, he accompanied the local constables to seek out Jiang Kaicheng, requesting that he administer vaccines. As it was already the third day, the evening crowd was sparse, and with only men present, Jiang Kaicheng took full responsibility for the task. Jiang Junji tended to the four little ones, while Ruan Yuanxi prepared dinner. It was the magistrate's first encounter with a syringe, and he gazed at it with a sense of wonder. After a moment of observation, he withdrew his gaze and inquired of Jiang Kaicheng, Dr. Chung, those who have yet to fall ill can receive the vaccine. But what of those who are already afflicted and have gone mad? Is there any remedy available? What do you mean? Jiang Kaiqing asked, perplexed. Was it not stated that those who fell ill have already perished? It is those who were bitten afterward that have begun to exhibit fever. While only a small fraction remains unresponsive, the magistrate explained. Jiang Kaiqing's eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt a surge of frustration. Observing the magistrate's demeanor, he felt a pang of disappointment, wishing to convey that if time had not been wasted earlier, those individuals could have received the vaccine before the onset of symptoms, which would have offered some degree of prevention. To his dismay, the magistrate had said nothing and merely allowed the situation to deteriorate. Feeling a headache coming on, Jiang Kaiqing asked the magistrate, "Are there any others who have been bitten but are not yet feverish?" The magistrate shook his head, indicating that most had experienced some degree of fever. That means they are all infected, Jiang Kaiqing sighed internally. Observing the magistrate's worried expression, he refrained from stating that with proper care earlier, recovery might have been possible. After all, the magistrate was not well versed in such matters. Instead, he shook his head and said, "The chances of recovery for those who have already fallen ill are slim. In this world, our capabilities are quite limited. For those patients, we can merely take their pulses, especially considering the disease has yet to be fully conquered. Even if we were to devise a cure, it is likely that by the time we do, these individuals will have already succumbed. The incubation period for rabies is notably brief, with the progression from fever to illness and eventual death occurring rapidly." Jiang Kaiqing spoke to the magistrate with a sense of resignation, adding, "Moreover, this affliction affects not the body, but the mind, thus the hope for recovery is minimal." The magistrate, not fully grasping Jiang Kaiqing's explanation, furrowed his brow and asked, "What does it affect?" "The nervous system, the brain," Jiang Kaiqing clarified, noticing the magistrate's lingering confusion. He tapped his own head and continued, "What is affected within here makes it exceedingly difficult to treat." Upon hearing this, the magistrate seemed to comprehend, as it was evident that those afflicted appeared to have lost their sanity, transforming from normal individuals into rabid creatures, attacking anyone they encountered. After expressing his thoughts, the magistrate nodded in agreement with Jiang Kaiqing, who remarked, "Thus, this virus acts upon the central nervous system, and mere pulse-taking reveals nothing. Given the current medical conditions, these individuals are unlikely to survive." Observing the county magistrate's bewilderment, Jiang Kaiqing helplessly pressed his forehead, articulating in plain terms, "It is difficult to treat. They are unlikely to survive." Even in modern medical practice, advanced instruments are required for diagnosis. Due to the widespread availability of rabies vaccines today, such afflictions are seldom encountered, and specialists in this field are few. Though the magistrate could not comprehend the entirety of Jiang Kaiqing's discourse, he understood the implication of hopelessness in the words. And with a resigned sigh, he rose and said, "Very well, Dr. Chung, I appreciate your efforts during this time. It appears that individuals from the neighboring county may continue to arrive, which will undoubtedly burden you further." Chapter 62. Research leads to a treatment plan. Given Jiang Kaiqing's lack of solutions, the individuals in the prison were left with little hope, resigned to await their fate. The thought of so many citizens perishing at once sent a shiver through the magistrate. Yet there was little he could do. Such matters were beyond human control and not within his purview. Jiang Kaiqing, having seen the magistrate off, sought out Jiang Junji and others for dinner. However, upon facing a table laden with food, Jiang Kaiqing found himself unusually devoid of appetite, letting out a long sigh after a prolonged silence. The meal, prepared by Ruan Yuanqi, had always been devoured by him, regardless of whether it was delectable or unpalatable. This lack of appetite was unprecedented, raising concern in both Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji. With a furrowed brow, Ruan Yuanqi inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unwell? You seem to lack appetite. Have you exhausted yourself today?" Jiang Junji even went so far as to grasp Jiang Kaiqing's wrist, beginning to examine him. Witnessing the worry etched on his daughter and daughter-in-law's faces softened Jiang Kaiqing's heart. He reassured them, "I am fine. It is not a physical ailment. My thoughts linger on those afflicted in the county office. Today, the magistrate came to me, inquiring whether those who have already fallen ill could be treated." Fearing that Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi would also feel distressed, Jiang Kaiqing refrained from mentioning that the afflicted could have been vaccinated prior to their illness. I mentioned that the current medical conditions render treatment exceedingly challenging. Those individuals may only have a fatal path ahead, he sighed. For a physician, the most agonizing ordeal is the feeling of helplessness. Such circumstances are beyond control. The disease is inherently troublesome, and the lack of prior preventative measures has led to the current predicament. Yuan Yuanqi calculated the days and sighed. It has already been 7 days. Those who were to fall ill have done so, and it is highly improbable that they can be saved. Jiang Kaiqing nodded in agreement. Looking at the array of dishes before him, he mustered his spirits and declared, "Let us not dwell on such matters. It is time to eat. My wife has gone to great lengths to prepare this feast, and it must not go to waste." Yet, this time, Jiang Junji refrained from picking up her chopsticks. Observing her in action, Jiang Kaiqing and Yuan Yuanqi asked, "Jiujiu, what occupies your thoughts?" "Consider this," Jiang Junji suddenly interjected. "The rabies virus is one that affects the nervous system, correct?" She turned to both of them and queried, "Is it not true that the subsequent impact on the nerves results in these manifestations?" "Indeed, what is on your mind?" They responded. Though the two individuals had consented, their expressions betrayed a sense of bewilderment, as they were unsure of the meaning behind Jiang Junji's words. "Yet what of it?" Jiang Junji gazed earnestly at them and inquired, "While we may not be able to cure the current affliction, could we perhaps approach it from this angle? There might still be hope for recovery once we calm their nerves." With Ajahn present, Jiang Junji refrained from stating it outright, instead gesturing towards the soup on the table, suggesting that perhaps combining it with calming and soothing elements could yield results. Though unspoken, Jiang Kaiqing and Yuan Yuanqi swiftly grasped her implication. The substance Jiang Junji referred to was the spiritual spring water. Indeed, it was worth a try. Yuan Yuanqi nodded in agreement, expressing her belief in the miraculous potential of this elixir. After a brief pause, Yuan Yuanqi lifted her gaze to Ajahns face, studying it before remarking, "Look at this, just a few days have passed, and his complexion has become so radiant and smooth. Perhaps it could prove beneficial for this ailment as well." Ajahn, puzzled, thought, "Radiant? Smooth? Surely, she cannot be speaking of me?" When Ajahn was brought back, he bore a rather fearsome wound upon his face. However, through persistent application of the spiritual spring water in his medicinal concoctions and continuous washing of his face with the same, the signs of his injury had now completely vanished. Jiang Kaiqing, somewhat displeased, turned Yuan Yuanqi's face towards him, urging her to focus on him with a furrowed brow. "Wife, look at me." A touch of jealousy colored his tone as he added, "You needn't gaze upon other men, not even the future husband of our daughter." Initially feeling a bit awkward under such scrutiny, Ajahn soon found himself resigned to the situation upon witnessing Jiang Kaiqing's demeanor. Jiang Junji observed Ajahns face and softly said, "I shall fetch a few items to experiment with. You both continue dining." As Jiang Junji departed in a flurry, both Yuan Yuanqi and Jiang Kaiqing felt a sense of helplessness. Yuan Yuanqi gathered a few dishes onto a small bowl and stood up, declaring, "I will take this to Jiujing. There is no need for such haste. We can finish our meal first." Once both Yuan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji had left, only Jiang Kaiqing and Ajahn remained at the dining table. Initially, Ajahn felt a tinge of awkwardness, but to his surprise, Jiang Kaiqing began to gaze at him with evident enthusiasm. As he served Ajahn some dishes, Jiang Kaiqing cheerfully inquired, "Ajahn, you have been with us for a while now. What do you think of my daughter?" Ajahn replied, "She is quite wonderful." Unbeknownst to Jiang Junji, while she was away, Jiang Kaiqing had been conversing with Ajahn. Meanwhile, she had gathered a selection of herbs known for their calming properties, alongside those that relieve heat and detoxify, as well as herbs to alleviate inflammation. After meticulously adjusting their proportions, she incorporated a generous amount of spiritual spring water and commenced brewing the medicine. By the time Yuan Yuanqi returned with dinner for Jiang Junji, the concoction was nearing completion. Jiang Junji sat beside, eating her meal while vaguely speaking to Yuan Yuanqi, saying that she would have her father send it to the yamen later. If that were not possible, then there was little she could do, and she would have to leave it to fate. "Our family's Jiujing is already quite remarkable. We never anticipated there would be such a solution." Yuan Yuanqi looked affectionately at her daughter and gently said, "You are your mother's pride." Jiang Junji felt a warmth in her heart, and for some reason, she became even more convinced that the medicine would indeed prove effective. By the time Jiang Junji finished preparing the medicine, Jiang Kaicheng had already finished his meal. Upon seeing Jiang Junji putting the medicine into a bamboo tube, he immediately understood that it was ready. He promptly took it and said, "I will deliver this right away. You two stay at home and do not open the door if a stranger knocks." The two women felt utterly helpless. When Jiang Kaicheng arrived at the yamen and requested to see the county magistrate, the guards, recognizing him, did not dare to impede his progress and quickly invited him to wait inside while they informed the magistrate. The county magistrate had intended to rest, but upon hearing that Jiang Kaicheng had come at such a late hour, he hurriedly gathered his belongings and asked Jiang Kaicheng, "What is the matter, Dr. Cheng? I have a prescription and would like to test it on a patient who has already fallen ill. If it proves successful, it may save them from death." Jiang Kaicheng replied, without disclosing the nature of the medicine or guaranteeing its efficacy. Nonetheless, the county magistrate was quite pleased, exclaiming, "You've managed to create a remedy in such a short time?" Jiang Kaicheng cleared his throat and solemnly stated, "Though I have attempted it, I cannot assure its effectiveness." The county magistrate understood the implication behind Jiang Kaicheng's words. Initially wary of the medicine, he reconsidered. After all, those patients would die regardless of whether they took the medicine, so it was worth trying. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, it might indeed save their lives. Chapter 63. Has he actually brought a woman home? The county magistrate reasoned clearly. As long as these individuals did not perish, his own position would remain secure. "Come, Dr. Cheng, let me take you to our cells so you can determine who would be suitable for the remedy." The county magistrate promptly invited Jiang Kaicheng to accompany him to the prison. Inside the prison, although there were many deranged patients, their conditions varied. The more violent individuals had already been restrained, posing no immediate danger. Upon entering, Jiang Kaicheng was met with the chilling screams of the afflicted, causing an unsettling unease even within him. He felt fortunate that he had indeed brought others along. Had his wife and children witnessed such a sight, they would surely have been distressed. "Dr. Cheng, whom do you think should take it?" The magistrate inquired cautiously, adding quickly, "Let us avoid those at the back. They might bite you." These individuals had succumbed to sudden madness and had not been contained in time, leaving everyone hesitant to approach them. However, after more than a day without food or water, they were becoming increasingly agitated. Jiang Kaicheng was indifferent as to who would take a turn. He casually pointed to a woman, saying, "Let it be her." Positioned near the entrance, the woman was bound with ropes. Though she appeared to be in a frenzied state, her confinement to the post rendered her unable to struggle. Upon hearing the intention to administer medication to her, the expressions of the officers present revealed a hint of hesitation. None dared to approach. Despite the fact that the officers had been vaccinated, doubts lingered in their minds regarding the vaccine's effectiveness. Moreover, even if it could indeed prevent their affliction, the risk of being bitten remained. A loss of flesh was still a loss. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Observing this, Jiang Kaicheng grasped the situation and strode confidently toward the prison cell, declaring, "Open the cell door. I shall feed her." "That cannot be allowed." The county magistrate quickly interjected, grasping Jiang Kaicheng's arm. "Dr. Cheng, leave this matter to us. You must not enter." Jiang Kaicheng was now their sole hope. If, by any chance, the woman were to bite him, what would they do? Yet, Jiang Kaicheng nonchalantly replied, "Do not worry, I am fine. Someone, come here and open the door." Although the officers recognized Jiang Kaicheng's importance, his unwavering confidence prompted them to tentatively unlock the cell door. The county magistrate, though helpless, insisted that a few officers accompany him inside, cautioning that if the woman went wild and bit Jiang Kaicheng, they would execute her without hesitation. Despite the predicament, Jiang Kaicheng felt no trepidation toward the bound woman. He had faced ravenous wolves and emerged unscathed, so he had no qualms about this woman. As he approached, the woman, seemingly possessed, howled and lunged toward him. With lightning speed, Jiang Kaicheng seized her jaw and swiftly dislocated it. Consequently, her mouth could not close, and her jaw could not rise, rendering her incapable of biting and only able to emit shrill cries. The county magistrate and the officers stood in stunned silence. Jiang Kaicheng manipulated the woman's face to feed her medication through a bamboo tube. Initially, she struggled violently, but to everyone's astonishment, she eventually drank the medicine of her own accord. After confirming that she would not regurgitate the medication, Jiang Kaicheng reattached her jaw and turned to the astonished officers, stating, "It's done. Let us step outside." The officers remained in a state of disbelief. Once outside, the county magistrate gazed at Jiang Kaicheng, astonished, and inquired, "Dr. Cheng, do you possess martial skills?" "I picked up a few skills while traversing the world as a physician," Jiang Kaicheng chuckled, glancing back at the woman within. "I never imagined they would prove useful in such a setting. Now that she has taken the medicine, let us observe the situation. If it is effective, results should manifest soon." The crowd's skepticism regarding Jiang Kaicheng's martial prowess dissipated, and their attention shifted toward the woman inside, keenly observing her condition. At this moment, the woman appeared somewhat dazed. Even though her chin had been reattached, she no longer swayed her head about or exhibited any inclination to bite. The county magistrate marveled. Is this truly effective? Jiang Kaicheng was uncertain whether it was indeed beneficial, but he speculated that her current state was likely due to the calming properties of the herbal remedy. The efficacy of the virus treatment remained ambiguous. After some contemplation, Jiang Kaicheng proposed to the magistrate, "Might we take this individual to my residence? I would like to observe her further and conduct some research tonight. Should it prove effective, it may benefit others as well." The county magistrate readily consented. Just as Jiang Kaicheng was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he inquired of the magistrate, "You mentioned these individuals have been deranged for several days without food or water." The magistrate nodded, stating that since the onset of their fever, they had consumed nothing, though some had managed to drink a little water. If this continued, it was uncertain whether the virus could be cured. These individuals might succumb to thirst or starvation first. After pondering this, Jiang Kaicheng resolved to perform a good deed. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared, "Let's have some water brought over. At the very least, each person should be given a bowl." He instructed them to unlock the cell door, assuring them he would handle the situation. Eager to assist, the magistrate expressed his gratitude and sent an officer to attend to the matter. Jiang Kaicheng proceeded to remove the chin restraints from all the individuals to allow them to drink. Those who were not bound were subdued and tied up as well. The county officials and the magistrate gazed in astonishment. Once their chins were reattached and the situation was under control, Jiang Kaicheng took the bound woman home. Concerned that she might suddenly become violent en route, and noting that the prison cart was too conspicuous, they wrapped her in blankets, exposing only her hooded head, and carried her to Jiang Kaicheng's residence. Upon arrival at the doorstep, Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi were somewhat taken aback. Ruan Yuanqi, casting a glance at Jiang Kaicheng laced with a hint of hostility, queried, "Jiang Kaicheng, what are you doing? Are you planning a rebellion by bringing a woman home?" Realizing his wife's misunderstanding, Jiang Kaicheng hastily clarified, "My dear, please listen. This is a misunderstanding. She is a patient who has taken medicine, and we have brought her here for observation." The officers quickly corroborated Jiang Kaicheng's explanation, which quelled her concerns. The woman was taken to the room where Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi were administering vaccinations, with 2 officers stationed outside. They cautioned Jiang Kaicheng, "Dr. Cheng, should anything unexpected occur, just call us. Our master has instructed us to prioritize your safety." Jiang Kaicheng nodded appreciatively and replied, "Thank you very much. However, let us agree that if I do not summon you, you must not enter. Otherwise, if something were to happen, I cannot be held responsible." The officers promptly acquiesced. To avoid arousing suspicion from the officials, Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Junji retreated to their respective rooms. After Jiang Kaicheng entered the room, he promptly locked the door and used a sedative to incapacitate the woman, transporting her directly into the space. Yuan Cixi and Jiang Junji had long awaited his arrival within the confines of that space. Upon witnessing Jiang Kaicheng's actions, Yuan Cixi anxiously inquired, "So, did the medicine for our daughter prove effective?" "It is too early to say," Jiang Kaicheng replied, "but dear wife, I must tell you, if I do not attend to matters tonight, it is likely that those at the county office will meet their demise." With a hint of disdain, he remarked on the gossip shared among his family. "What is it with people who are unwilling to relinquish even the slightest thing? Whether through illness or dehydration, they will perish either way." As they conversed, They carefully placed the woman in the medical room of the villa. Exercising caution, they refrained from removing her restraints. Jiang Junji first examined the woman's injuries, confirming the timeline of her wounds before the trio began their deliberations. Naturally, the primary focus was on Jiang Junji's expertise. Time slipped away unnoticed until they finally devised a treatment plan. Jiang Junji yawned and mumbled, "It should work. Let us give it a try shortly." The medication had been formulated, yet Jiang Junji was utterly exhausted. Yuan Cece, feeling a pang of concern for her daughter, praised, "My dear Jujui is truly remarkable. Now, go rest. We will handle the rest. If anyone comes for vaccinations tomorrow, your father and I will manage it. You need to recuperate." Jiang Junji, burdened not only with the medication research, but also with caring for 4 children, felt her mother's worry deeply. Reluctantly, she took her leave to rest. However, the following day, Jiang Junji did not sleep for long, as her thoughts were preoccupied with the efficacy of her concoction. The number of individuals arriving for vaccinations that morning dwindled significantly, and Jiang Kaiqing managed most matters himself without needing Yuan Cece's assistance. Upon hearing that Jiang Junji wished to check on the patient, he set aside the patients awaiting their injections and accompanied her. When Jiang Junji, Yuan Cece, and Jiang Kaicheng arrived, they discovered that the woman had regained consciousness. Mrs. Chun, perplexed about her surroundings, was startled to see the 3 of them enter and trembled as she asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" She recalled being in the county jail. Why had she suddenly found herself in this unfamiliar place? And who were these 3 people? Relieved that she had fully awakened, Jiang Junji asked Mrs. Chun, "Do you remember who you are and where your home is?" How could Mrs. Chun forget her identity? Yet, observing the reactions of the 2 women, she felt a twinge of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she finally responded, "I am the wife of the Chun family. My husband." At the mention of her husband, tears streamed down her face as she covered her face and sobbed, "My husband is dead. He died from rabies." This was indeed the truth. However, seeing Mrs. Chun in such despair, Yuan Cece and Jiang Kaicheng felt a wave of compassion. They poured her a glass of water, urging her to drink and regain her composure before attempting to piece together the events of the past few days. Unwillingly, Lady Chan gazed in confusion at Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi, completely oblivious to the events of her recent past. She could scarcely recall what had transpired, only remembering her time in the cell, weeping incessantly for her deceased husband until, in her sorrow, she seemed to drift into slumber. Then, as she looked vacantly at Ruan Yuanxi and the others, she helplessly recounted, "After that, I awoke here." Lady Chun remained uncertain about how she had arrived in this place, as well as the identities of Jiang Junji and the others, prompting her to anxiously inquire, "Why am I here?" Jiang Junji hastened to gently explain, "It is because your husband bit you, and as a result, you contracted rabies. Due to the outbreak, the county magistrate had no choice but to bring you here, hoping to find a remedy for your ailment. Now that you have regained consciousness, it signifies there is still hope." Jiang Junji then asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Upon hearing Jiang Junji's words, Lady Chun could hardly believe it. She could not fathom that she had transformed into a rabid creature, akin to Chindanyu, biting indiscriminately. Furrowing her brow as she examined herself, she contemplated for a moment before replying, "I feel some pain here. It is quite uncomfortable." Jiang Junji observed that the discomfort resided in the area of her jaw. Puzzled, she thought it unusual for that location to cause any pain. Was it possible that she had bitten something during her affliction, resulting in this condition? Yet, that too seemed implausible. Before Jiang Junji could arrive at a conclusion, Jiang Kaicheng cleared his throat and awkwardly interjected, "It's nothing, nothing at all. This is merely a normal after effect. You need not worry. It will improve in a few days." Jiang Junji, while still uncertain of the cause, surmised that it was likely due to Jiang Kaicheng. Nevertheless, she refrained from undermining him and reassured Lady Chun, "Yes, this is simply an ordinary after effect. It will resolve in a few days. Is there any other area causing you discomfort?" Seeing that Jiang Junji was a girl even younger than herself, Lady Chun felt a measure of reassurance and merely expressed her current physical condition. Once it was confirmed that Lady Chun was in no serious trouble, Jiang Junji exhaled in relief and addressed Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi. How about this? You both dine at home while administering vaccines to the others. I will head to the magistrate's office to clarify matters. After all, the majority of the remedies had been prepared by Jiang Junji, and she feared that the two might struggle to articulate certain details upon their arrival. Trusting their daughter, Ruan Yuanxi and Jiang Kaicheng nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. Certainly, it is convenient everywhere upon witnessing Jiang Junji escorting the seemingly deranged woman. The two constables stationed at the entrance were utterly petrified, hastily retreating a few steps and drawing their weapons, exclaiming, "Miss Chung, what are you intending to do?" "Dear Constable, there is no need for concern. She has awakened and will not bite again," Jiang Junji reassured them, gesturing for Lady Chun to turn around and indicating the ropes binding her hands. "These have yet to be untied, so you need not worry." Upon witnessing this, the two constables exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet they still furrowed their brows as they addressed Jiang Junji, remarking, "Regardless of the circumstances, Miss Chung, your actions were rather reckless. How on earth did you manage to bring someone out? What was the outcome of your discussions? Could I trouble you two esteemed gentlemen to accompany me to the county office? It appears there may be hope for this illness," Jiang Junji responded. Upon hearing her words, both constables exhibited expressions of astonishment, glancing between the alert Chun Yangzi and Jiang Junji, their brows knitted in disbelief as they inquired, "Why is it not Dr. Chung who has come?" "Of course, it is because the medicine was prepared by myself, thus I am the one who must attend," Jiang Junji internally mused. However, aware that these individuals likely doubted her capabilities, she invoked her father's name, stating, "My father is administering vaccinations. I have been observing him closely during his treatments, hence I possess some understanding." Given this clarification, the constables refrained from further inquiries and escorted Jiang Junji and Chun Yangzi to the county office. Upon their arrival, the county magistrate expressed surprise at the presence of a young girl, inquiring of the constables regarding the situation. After the constables provided an explanation, the magistrate's demeanor softened somewhat as he turned to Jiang Junji and asked, "Miss Chung, what did Dr. Chung conclude?" With unwavering composure, Jiang Junji replied, "The patient's ailment should be cured and is unlikely to recur. However, to ensure safety, I recommend a period of observation within the office for a few days. If there are no further symptoms within 7 days, we can ascertain complete recovery." After a brief pause, Jiang Junji directed her gaze towards Qin Yangzi and added, "I have also brought along some of the medication she previously used. These can help stabilize the patient's condition. For those who are currently in a frenzy, administering this may bring some calmness. I kindly ask you to ensure that the deranged individuals in the cells receive these remedies. Should this lady remain untroubled after a week, we will provide further supplies. Though the number of clinical trial subjects is limited, at present there are no alternative solutions available." Upon hearing Jiang Junji's words, the magistrate anxiously inquired, "Are the calming medications you have provided the same as those Dr. Chung brought yesterday?" Jiang Junji nodded and presented the medicinal preparations contained within bamboo tubes, stating to the magistrate, "Each individual should take 1 tube. It is sufficient. If it proves effective, I kindly request that you send someone to retrieve more tomorrow." Naturally, she could not divulge the formula to the magistrate. If it consisted solely of herbal remedies, it would at best serve a calming purpose, lacking further efficacy. Jiang Junji speculated that the true agent of tranquility lay within the spiritual spring water. Although the magistrate was curious about the formula, he understood that it was a matter of confidentiality. Thus he refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding in acknowledgement and saying, "Rest assured, we shall administer the medication at once. Someone, fetch a few and hurry over to dispense the medicine." Once he had given his orders, the magistrate turned back to Jiang Junji, his expression warm and congenial as he asked, "Miss Chung, do you have any other matters to attend to?" Given that she was the daughter of Dr. Chung, he was keen to ensure her satisfaction, for it was imperative not to displease her. Previously, he had heard from the constables that Dr. Chung was particularly indulgent towards his wife and daughter, considering them his Achilles heel. To cultivate a favorable rapport with Dr. Chung, it was essential to keep these two women content. Jiang Junji shook her head, indicating that there was nothing else, and mentioned that she must return to assist with vaccinations. The county magistrate hurriedly descended from his office, expressing profound gratitude for her special visit. "Would you not partake of some tea before departing?" he inquired. Aware of the magistrate's good intentions, Jiang Junji smiled and politely declined, saying, "No, my parents are awaiting my return to help." Upon hearing that she needed to return to assist with vaccinations, the magistrate ceased to impede her and instead accompanied Jiang Junji from the courthouse, continually urging her to express her gratitude to Jiang Kaicheng upon her return. Furthermore, he specifically instructed the nearby officers, "You lot, escort Miss Chung back safely. Be mindful on the road. Do you understand?" The officers promptly acknowledged his command. Jiang Junji found herself both amused and exasperated, responding, "Your Excellency, I can manage on my own." "Nonsense," he replied. "It is unsafe for a young lady to travel alone. Be cautious on your way back." Sensing that he might have sounded a tad unwelcoming, the magistrate quickly added, "By the way, Miss Chung, please convey my regards to Dr. Chung. After this matter concludes, I shall certainly pay a visit to express my thanks." Had Jiang Kaicheng retained his previous status, Jiang Junji would not have found the magistrate's intention peculiar. However, now that Jiang Kaicheng was merely an ordinary individual, the magistrate's desire to visit and express gratitude indicated a genuine concern regarding the matter. As she listened to the magistrate's incessant chatter about bestowing numerous gifts of congratulation upon them, Jiang Junji felt both amused and somewhat frustrated. "Your Excellency, this is merely our duty. We are also acting in our own interest. There is no need for such gestures." Pausing briefly, Jiang Junji earnestly remarked, "We are assisting out of concern for the inconveniences faced by those living here." After all, they had previously deliberated that if the rabies epidemic spread throughout the world, their lives would certainly be adversely affected. The magistrate, unaware of the broader implications, assumed she meant the inconveniences within the county and promptly assured her, "Miss Chung, rest assured. Your lives here shall be entirely convenient, provided you abide by the law. There shall be no impediments." Even if there were any difficulties, he would ensure a solution. Jiang Junji, both amused and frustrated, observed the magistrate lauding Jiang Kaicheng's medical skills. Her emotions were complex, tinged with a sense of melancholy. It was not for any other reason. She had contributed the most to the treatment plan and had drafted the prescriptions herself. Despite her sleepless nights, along with Ajan's efforts, others credited all accomplishments solely to Jiang Kaicheng, neglecting her contributions entirely. Though she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, a moment of reflection led her to consider that in this world, not only men, but even women did not believe in the potential of their own kind. In such an environment, it was no wonder that Jiang Kaicheng was placed in the spotlight. It appeared to lend an air of credibility and would certainly alleviate a number of complications. Chapter 66. One should not flee for a mere consultation fee. With this thought in mind, Jiang Junji decided to let it go. After a sigh of resignation, she bid farewell to the county magistrate and returned home. There were still individuals coming for vaccinations, although the crowd was not as large as before. The line continued to persist. The neighboring counties, anxious about potential complications, felt a heightened sense of urgency, with the magistrate issuing orders for residents to come and receive their vaccinations. Upon her return, Jiang Junji did not rush to assist but first attended to the 4 children, feeding them and observing their harmonious behavior for the day, free from quarrels, before lending a hand to Wan Yuanqi. Days passed in this manner, and after the initial batch of medicine was distributed, the frenzied patients exhibited marked improvements. The county magistrate began to trust in the medical skills of Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng, sending officials daily to collect more medicine without the need for Jiang Junji as reminders. As time flowed on, one evening, a furtive official arrived just as the door was about to close. Stealthily, he approached Jiang Kaicheng, ensuring no one was in sight before addressing him. "Dr. Chung, the magistrate has sent us to inquire about the woman you previously sent back. Has she still not fallen ill?" Jiang Kaicheng pondered momentarily, realizing he could not recall the specifics, and asked the official, "How many days has it been?" "It has been 7 days," the official quickly clarified. Since those medicines were delivered and consumed daily, the frequency of the patient's episodes has diminished significantly, and there have been no further fatalities. The woman you sent back is now 7 days in, and she appears to be lively and well. The magistrate instructed us to ask if, after 7 days, she could be released. Noticing Jiang Kaicheng's hesitation, the official hurriedly added, "We have been observing her closely over these 7 days, and she seems to be as healthy as any normal person." Jiang Kaicheng considered this and did not directly respond about her release. Instead, he suggested, "How about this? Have her sent back for a vaccination before her release. It would be a more prudent course of action." The official agreed and promptly returned with a message. The day's vaccination efforts had reached a conclusion, and though the group had intended to dine together, the thought of more arrivals soon made Jiang Kaicheng anxious. He hastily consumed a few bites and informed his daughter and daughter-in-law. "The magistrate will be sending someone over shortly for vaccinations. I shall attend to it. You may eat at your leisure." Wan Yuanxi and Jiang Junji responded affirmatively, planning to continue their meal. However, not long after Jiang Kaicheng departed, he returned unexpectedly. Sitting next to Wan Yuanxi, he sheepishly remarked, "Wife, I cannot go alone. I need you to accompany me. I must tell you, the person being sent over is a woman, and I fear she might get too familiar. Therefore, it is best if you come along." Seated at the table, Jean watched this exchange, his emotions a mix of complexity. Throughout their interactions, he had perceived Jiang Kaicheng as a rather rugged man, devoid of any discernible delicacy. However, fearing that a woman might become overly familiar with him, Jean's emotions were rather complex. Jiang Junji, on the other hand, seemed accustomed to such circumstances and casually remarked, "You may go ahead. I shall not accompany you." After waiting for a while at the entrance, the county magistrate and several constables arrived, escorting Chen Yangzi. Although still bound, she appeared remarkably composed, exhibiting a demeanor akin to that of an ordinary person. Jiang Kaicheng had specifically instructed Wan Yuanxi to administer the vaccine to Chen Yangzi while he conversed with the county magistrate outside. The county magistrate was already informed of Jiang Kaicheng's household arrangement, where men and women were kept separate, so he found nothing peculiar about it. He engaged Jiang Kaicheng in dialogue, saying, "Dr. Cheng, I wish to discuss a matter with you." The reason for the county magistrate's personal visit today was precisely this. Jiang Kaicheng nodded in acknowledgement, prompting him to continue. "The vaccine has been administered, and recovery has begun. What more could there be to discuss?" He pondered, only to hear the county magistrate quietly propose, "I wish to deliberate on future medications. Since this individual has shown the potential for recovery, could it be that others might also benefit?" Jiang Kaicheng immediately nodded and instructed the county magistrate, "Please wait a moment." Observing Jiang Kaicheng's departure, the county magistrate felt a twinge of impatience but dared not display it. Thus he sat quietly, awaiting his return. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Kaicheng reappeared with the remedies he had been researching at home. "These are the medications for rabies, specifically for treating rabid dogs. We have only managed to develop this much," he informed the county magistrate. "Once you return, simply prepare it using this water." Jiang Kaicheng had already set aside a portion of the spirit spring water, and he earnestly cautioned the county magistrate, "Remember, you must use this water, otherwise it will be ineffective." Although unsure of the reason, the county magistrate nodded in agreement, responding, "I will remember, Dr. Cheng. Rest assured. I shall accept this medicine." "What about the consultation fee and the cost of the medicine?" He pondered, apprehensive that Jiang Kaicheng might demand an exorbitant amount. While the value of so many lives was indeed substantial, the county magistrate's resources were limited, and he could not offer too much even if he wished to. Jiang Kaicheng had not given this matter much thought. Moreover, since the prescription was penned by his daughter, he felt unable to make a decision. "I have yet to determine the consultation fee, but it won't be exorbitant. For now, take these medicines and see if they prove useful. After all, your county office cannot simply run away over a trivial consultation fee, can it?" Jiang Kaicheng jested. "Naturally not," the county magistrate quickly assured him. "Dr. Cheng, whenever you have made your decision, please send someone to find me at the county office." His gratitude towards Jiang Kaicheng was genuine, not merely a reflection of his benevolence towards the populace. The truth was, should this matter escalate, resulting in numerous fatalities, the magistrate's own position would undoubtedly be jeopardized. After years of diligent study, one has finally attained the modest position of a local official. The county magistrate was disheartened at the thought of potentially jeopardizing his career over a singular incident. Initially believing that there was no possibility of redemption, he was unexpectedly relieved to discover a way to salvage the situation. Filled with gratitude towards Jiang Kai-chung, the magistrate noted his apparent indifference to monetary matters and promptly stated, "I have already instructed Miss Chung to convey a message to Dr. Chung. Should you encounter any difficulties in the county town, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. If there is anything you require, simply let me know." Chapter 67. These two elders. I shall attend to the county magistrate nearly divulged to Jiang Kai-chung that they could act with impunity within the county town. After a brief pause, recalling a previous conversation, he inquired, "Dr. Chung, did you not mention your intention to open a medical clinic?" Surprised, Jiang Kai-chung took a moment to recollect that this was indeed the reason they had come. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Yes, yes. We intended to open a clinic, which is why we arrived." The magistrate saw nothing amiss. Instead, he smiled amiably at Jiang Kai-chung, saying, "If you were to open a medical clinic, I would be pleased to inscribe a plaque for you." Although the magistrate's position might be deemed insignificant by other officials, in the eyes of the townsfolk, it held considerable weight. With the magistrate's endorsement, the clinic would undoubtedly prosper, and trouble would be unlikely. Jiang Kai-chung chuckled, hesitating to commit immediately. If they were to settle down, having the magistrate as a formidable ally would indeed be advantageous. However, they had yet to decide on permanence in this location, as they were still contemplating exploring other cities. Opening a clinic might entail certain complications. Thus, he replied with a light-hearted tone, "Should we decide to establish a clinic in the future, I will certainly request your inscription. However, we are currently quite busy. Once this matter is resolved, we would like to take a breather before contemplating our next steps. As you can see, we have been occupied from dawn till dusk and could use some rest." The magistrate, in agreement, nodded vigorously, "Indeed, take your time to deliberate." Once the magistrate departed, Jiang Kai-chung exhaled in relief, deeming the matter inconsequential and deciding against mentioning it to his wife and children. However, 2 days later, when Jiang Junji and the others opened the door, they were taken aback to find officials with distinctive features standing outside, meeting their gaze. Jiang Junji's heart skipped a beat, but upon reflection, he reassured himself that his hypnosis could not have failed, especially since he was still in disguise. With this thought, he felt a sense of ease and cleared his throat, addressing the officials, "Good sirs, what brings you here? Do you offer vaccinations for rabies?" inquired the official with the distinctive black mole. "Vaccinations?" Jiang Junji was momentarily taken aback, observing Jiang Junji's silence. The officer with a small mustache mistakenly assumed she was frightened and quickly spoke soothingly, "Do not be afraid, young lady. We are merely passing through. Upon hearing that vaccinations are available in your region, we decided to take a look. Is it true that your family can treat rabies?" It appeared that they truly did not recognize her. Jiang Junji let out a sigh of relief internally before inquiring, "Gentlemen, are you the only two here?" "Yes. Vaccinations are available, but for those already exhibiting symptoms, treatment may prove to be somewhat challenging." The officer with the small mustache exhaled in relief, stating, "No worries. We are just here for vaccinations. There may be a few more of us. I will call them over shortly, as long as they know this is the place." Once the officers departed, Jiang Junji swiftly closed the door and shared the events with Jiang Kai-chung and Wan Yuanqi. The two had always believed that the exile group would not recognize their identities and that it was merely a coincidence. Nonetheless, they resolved to gather further information. Given that these individuals were all men, the task of information gathering naturally fell to Jiang Kai-chung. When the group arrived, Jiang Junji immediately noted their extreme weariness. The officers and the exiled individuals alike appeared equally haggard. Jiang Kai-chung approached the officers with a smile, asking, "Esteemed officers, what brings you here?" The individuals accompanying them were dressed in prison garb, and the officers wore attire similar to others, which surprised Wan Yuanqi and the others, but was quite reasonable under the circumstances. The officer with the small mustache sighed helplessly and candidly explained to Jiang Kai-chung, "To be honest, we are responsible for the exile group and encountered some difficulties on the road. Upon reaching this nearby county, we learned that you have developed a method to treat rabies, which is why we rushed back. Let's talk, please, interrupted the officer with the birthmark, frowning. The officer with the small mustache, seeing this, chuckled and responded. Then let us refrain from further discussion and focus on treatment first. Realizing that he would not be able to extract much information in front of the officer with a birthmark, Jiang Kaicheng planned to ask the officer with the small mustache additional questions while administering the vaccine. As anticipated, when it came time to give them their injections, the officer with the small mustache engaged Jiang Kaicheng in further conversation. I remember you were at the city gate that day. You must have seen us. We didn't think much of it and just moved on. Upon hearing news from your area, 2 more have succumbed to madness, and several others have been bitten. We are counting on you. Is it that severe? Jiang Kaicheng feigned surprise. What happened to the other 2 officers? The officer with the small mustache waved his hand dismissively. What else could be done? They were executed. But brother, what is this device you have? I've never seen anything like it. Naturally, he had not encountered the instrument Jiang Kaicheng was using, and Jiang Kaicheng chose not to elaborate, simply replying with a smile, "It is a unique creation of ours. Naturally, you have not come across it before. It may be somewhat painful, but do endure it, officer." Having gathered the necessary information, Jiang Kaicheng thought of sharing it with Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanqi later. After the officer with the small mustache finished, Jiang Danian entered. Jiang Dajing felt an inexplicable discomfort as he entered, sensing Jiang Kaicheng's gaze upon him, which bore a subtly complex expression. Jiang Dajing, though perturbed, dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanqi was fraught with animosity, akin to bitter rivals encountering one another. Upon spotting old Madame Jiang and Bai Yuefang, Jiang Junji let out a cold laugh, stretching her limbs before declaring to Wan Yuanqi, "Mother, allow me to handle these 2 elders. At last, they're within my grasp." Old Madame Jiang and Bai Yuefang were inexplicably chilled, sensing an ominous undertone. Jiang Junji, harboring a semblance of vindictiveness, administered the acupuncture with particular vigor, deliberately pushing the syringe slowly and penetrating deeply, eliciting pained cries from old Madame Jiang. "Why all the fuss?" Jiang Junji retorted sharply. "Everyone endures this treatment. Why do you create such a commotion?" Hearing Jiang Junji's words, old Madame Jiang fell silent, enduring the pain, even limping as she rose. Bai Yuefang received no better treatment. The discomfort of acupuncture was magnified as Jiang Junji deliberately prolonged the process, twisting Bai Yuefang's features into a grimace. This scene, witnessed by Qin Xiaoya and Jiang Zhilan, filled them with apprehension. However, Wan Yuanqi beckoned to them. "You too, come over here." With no other option, Qin Xiaoya and Jiang Zhilan complied. Contrary to their expectations, Wan Yuanqi's approach to administering acupuncture was markedly gentle, causing them little discomfort. The 2 were left bewildered, unable to fathom why old Madame Jiang and Bai Yuefang were writhing in pain. Jiang Junji concluded her task first and sought an excuse to step outside. The officials had completed their acupuncture and were conversing in the courtyard. It appeared Jiang Kaicheng was occupied with Jiang Xiaofei, who was howling and had been reprimanded several times. This, too, seemed an act of retribution. Jiang Junji's thoughts were elsewhere. She scrutinized the remaining officials, noticing that none of the previously lecherous ones remained. The few who remained, though weary, at least harbored no malevolent intentions. It seemed that their earlier attempts to approach Jiang Wanyue had led to their expulsion after being bitten. Jiang Junji felt reassured, believing the remaining officials would not pose a threat to Jiang Zhilan, and thus remained silent. As she stood at the entrance observing, she noticed Jiang Xiaofei and Jiang Dajing, much like old Madame Jiang and Bai Yuefang, grimacing in pain, struggling to maintain their balance. Jiang Kaicheng, upon witnessing this, gave Jiang Junji a thumbs up in approval, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Just as she was watching them depart, Jiang Junji sensed something amiss. Among the crowd, Jiang Zhilan turned back, casting an odd glance in her direction, her eyes lingering on her face as though she had something unsaid on the tip of her tongue. A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Jiang Junji, prompting her to instinctively touch her face. She discovered that the human skin mask remained intact, without any issues. Yet, Why did Jiang Junji regard her with such intensity? Upon turning back, Jiang Junji noticed that Jiang Junji had averted her gaze, obediently following the officials once more. This peculiar behavior left Jiang Junji in a state of bewilderment. Had Jiang Junji uncovered something? It seemed unlikely. If she truly had, she would have spoken up. Why remain silent and simply depart? Jiang Kaicheng observed Jiang Junji's daze and approached her with concern, inquiring, "My daughter, what troubles you?" "Nothing," Jiang Junji responded, shaking her head. Although perplexed, she dismissed the thought, smiling at Jiang Kaicheng instead. "All right, let us return to our tasks." The number of people had already begun to dwindle, and in a few days, they would be entirely gone. Jiang Kaicheng nodded in agreement. During this period, they had tirelessly administered vaccinations, and even with people from nearby counties arriving, the daily queues had noticeably diminished. There were only a handful of counties in the vicinity. Even if the disease were to spread, its reach would be limited, with the vaccination efforts concluding in several neighboring counties. The afflicted individuals in their own county had also recovered. The outbreak of rabies appeared to be drawing to a close, allowing Jiang Junji and her companions a moment to catch their breath. After finally completing the last vaccination the previous day, Jiang Junji awoke that morning, stretching in the courtyard and reflecting, "Ah, such a delightful life, free from the burden of administering vaccines." At this hour, Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi were likely ensconced in the kitchen, oblivious to her presence. Thus, Jiang Junji merely voiced her complaint in solitude, not expecting a response. To her surprise, a voice called out from nearby, "It's quite chilly this morning. You should dress warmly and take care not to catch a cold." It was Ajan's voice. Jiang Junji turned her head to find Ajan had somehow appeared in the courtyard. With a playful glint in her eye, she feigned seriousness, saying, "You were eavesdropping on my conversation?" Ajan looked momentarily taken aback, denying, "No, I wasn't eavesdropping. I was right here when you began speaking." Unable to contain her laughter, Jiang Junji raised an eyebrow at Ajan, playfully retorting, "I was merely teasing you. Don't take it to heart. I know you didn't mean it." Ajan, realizing Jiang Junji was just joking, felt no offense. Jiang Junji continued, "It is indeed a bit chilly. You should wear more layers to avoid falling ill." The rabies outbreak had lingered for quite some time, disrupting their plans. Now, with the cold weather, Jiang Junji worried that the four little ones might feel uncomfortable during their journey. They couldn't keep them confined to space indefinitely, and Ajan's leg had yet to heal, making mobility difficult. Jiang Junji contemplated discussing this matter with Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi shortly. During dinner, Jiang Junji broached the subject, albeit without mentioning Ajan's leg injury, simply stating that it was inconvenient to travel with the children in the cold weather. Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi were amenable to lingering in this locale a while longer, nodding in agreement that they would reside in this county for the time being, waiting for winter to pass and contemplating their next destination come spring. Fortuitously, the county magistrate was quite grateful to them, allowing for a comfortable existence. Although Jiang Junji refrained from voicing it, both Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi were acutely aware, exchanging glances at Ajan's leg, contemplating the resolution of Ajan's predicament during the winter. However, such matters would be addressed in due course. While Jiang Kaicheng had merely offered an excuse to the magistrate, the family did indeed enjoy a well-deserved respite following the completion of their vaccinations. "Mother, have you prepared anything delicious today?" Upon awakening from her midday slumber, Jiang Junji caught a whiff of enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. After entrusting the sunbathing children to Ajan's care, she dashed to the kitchen doorway and inquired of Ruan Yuanqi, "It hasn't been long since lunch, and you're already preparing dinner? Soup needs to be simmered in advance to achieve the best flavor. You should let the children bask in the sun for a shorter duration. It's chilly now, and we wouldn't want them catching a cold." Jiang Junji smiled in agreement, then expressed her craving for cola chicken wings that evening. "What else do you desire?" Ruan Yuanqi retorted teasingly, "You already resemble cola yourself." Jiang Junji stuck out her tongue, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 69. In the future, you should find a wife and have a child as well. Ajan, seated in the courtyard, could overhear their conversation and observe Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanqi interacting in a manner akin to playful children. It struck him that Jiang Junji at her current age, was indeed quite young. Lost in thought, Jean then heard Jiang Junji lamenting to Ruan Yuanxi, "Mother, perhaps you should let father cook for a few days. It feels like I've gained a whole circle of weight in just a few days. Just look at my face. It's rounder and clearly plumper. If I continue eating this way, I might turn into a pig." For someone who cooked, such remarks were the highest form of flattery. Ruan Yuanxi chuckled. "Isn't that splendid? A healthy, chubby appearance means we'll feast on meat come year-end." As Jean listened to their banter, he pinched himself, realizing he too had put on some weight. Casting a glance at the 4 children in the stroller, he noted how they seemed to have grown significantly, now plumper and even more adorable. As Jean gazed at the little ones, he suddenly heard Jiang Junji complaining to Ruan Yuanxi, "You've been making soup every day. My milk supply is overflowing. And these little rascals can't drink it all. Each day, they consume more and are growing at an astonishing rate." Jean's mind momentarily blanked, and his ears flushed crimson. Was this truly a conversation he should be privy to? His face turned beet red, to the point that when Jiang Junji returned, he found himself unable to meet her gaze. Jiang Junji had yet to perceive any issues. She merely observed that Jean's ears were flushed and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "What is the matter? Your ears are so red. Is it truly this cold?" Before Jean could respond, Jiang Junji continued, "Indeed. It is only natural to feel cold when you remain seated here all day. Later, I shall fetch you a blanket to prevent you from catching cold." Jean, keeping his head lowered, felt increasingly hesitant to speak. Jiang Junji's concern for him made him reflect on his own thoughts, which seemed to disrespect her. Unaware of how Jean was disrespecting her, Jiang Junji nonetheless invited him to accompany her to the main hall when she took the children, providing him with a blanket of exceptional quality that she had procured from her space. Jean dared not meet Jiang Junji's gaze, choosing instead to focus on the 4 children. At that moment, Jiang Junji was playing with the second child, growing increasingly fond of him, and remarked with a smile, "This child truly resembles me more and more. He is utterly adorable." Meanwhile, Jiang Kaicheng, who had been sent out from the kitchen for being overly meddlesome, cleared his throat to remind her, "Daughter, you once claimed that these children were all rather unattractive. Surely they take after their father." Jiang Junji looked up at Jiang Kaicheng and asked earnestly, "Father, do you believe that speaking less would suffocate you? Do you comprehend why my mother forbids you from the kitchen? Continue this way, and I assure you, my mother will not even allow you into the room." Jiang Kaicheng promptly ceased his comments, meekly stating, "Daughter, you must have misheard. I've said nothing." He understood the importance of not offending either his daughter or daughter-in-law. Jean found the interplay amusing and quietly held the child beside him. However, since Jiang Kaicheng could not delve into matters concerning Jiang Junji, his attention shifted to Jean, and he inquired, "Is Jean's injury now significantly improved?" After all, Jean's condition was not particularly perilous. And with Jiang Junji's attentive care, Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi hoped to foster a bond between the two, thus refraining from intruding, allowing Jiang Junji to provide care. Jiang Junji nodded, affirming, "Indeed, he is much better. I changed his water, which has expedited his recovery from the internal injuries far quicker than anticipated." Jiang Kaicheng responded with a nod. "That is to be expected," although Jean could not comprehend what the two were discussing regarding the exchange. He sensed it was beneficial for him and listened attentively in silence. Thus, Jiang Junji declared, "I intend to begin contemplating the surgical procedure once he is fully recovered. After all, if we delay, other complications may arise. In the event of adhesions or inflammation, it could become quite troublesome." Jiang Junji wrinkled her nose in disdain, stating, "It is most vexing when one does not diligently recuperate post-surgery." Understanding that his daughter preferred to avoid complications, Jiang Kaicheng nodded. "Then let us ensure he rests well during this period, postponing the surgery for a while. Winter is the ideal time for such procedures, as one need not venture outdoors, and it alleviates any sense of confinement. This conversation is intimately connected to oneself." However, as Jean listened to the two individuals calmly discussing the idea of severing his leg, his expression grew somewhat complicated, leaving him to merely observe in silence. With his attention diverted from the 4 children as he watched the two, the little one nestled in his arms, Si Bao grew dissatisfied. Si Bao tugged at Ajan's clothing to capture his attention. When Ajan turned to look at her, she waved her chubby little hand, babbling incomprehensibly. Ajan, puzzled, glanced at Jiang Junji, who immediately shook her head, indicating she too was uncertain of her words. However, she suggested it might be something akin to affection, given that Si Bao delighted in being held by him. Every time she spotted Ajan, she yearned for his embrace, which spared Jiang Junji considerable trouble. Whenever Ajan appeared, she could simply hand Si Bao over to him, and all would be well. Ajan, understanding, lowered his gaze to Si Bao in his arms and spoke gently. "You are so adorable. I like you very much." Whether Si Bao comprehended his words or not, she began to wave her tiny paw, giggling in delight at Ajan. Observing this scene, Jiang Kai-cheng couldn't help but feel that they resembled a family of three. Nevertheless, due to the recent threat, he refrained from speaking out of turn, merely watching from the side with eager eyes. "Do you quite fancy my daughter?" Jiang Junji inquired, pouring herself a glass of water, her brows raised in curiosity. "You like daughters?" In this era, shouldn't one prefer sons? Hoping they would carry on the family line, Ajan gazed down at the little girl in his arms, his eyes softening as he chuckled softly. Having such a lovely daughter would indeed be delightful. When she grows a bit more, she'll look like a little doll straight out of a painting, running over to call me daddy every day. Just imagining it is heartwarming. Seeing that Ajan genuinely cherished the thought, Jiang Junji teased with a smirk, "Well, that is easily accomplished. You should find a wife and have one of your own, right? It's not difficult to have a daughter, is it? A son might be a challenge." Chapter 70. Time is money given Ajan's status. If he were to regain his memories, there would undoubtedly be many women in the backyard, ensuring he wouldn't lack for a daughter. Ajan glanced at Jiang Junji and then at Si Bao, replying softly, "Indeed, it is not difficult. I just wonder if my daughter will be as adorable as Si Bao." Jiang Kai-cheng, appearing hesitant, wished to say something, but, upon seeing the little girl's demeanor, thought better of it. If he were to speak carelessly now, his daughter might very well expel him. Jiang Junji, oblivious to Jiang Kai-cheng's reticence, proudly defended her daughter's beauty. "If you desire a daughter as cute as Si Bao, that may prove challenging. My daughter is exceptionally charming. One would be hard-pressed to find another like her. No matter how lovely your daughter might be, she would surely fall a little short compared to Si Bao." Jiang Junji approached, gently pinching the cheeks of the little one, Si Bao, a smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "After all, our Si Bao resembles her mother. She will undoubtedly become the most beautiful woman in the world. Wouldn't you agree?" Si Bao, perhaps understanding the compliment, beamed in response and grasped Jiang Junji's finger. At that moment, Wan Yuanxi, carrying a tray of food, overheard and interjected, "My dear daughter, I must ask, are you not a tad too self-absorbed? The most beautiful in the world? Have you even seen the beauties of this realm? If I resemble you so closely, shouldn't I also be the most beautiful?" With a hint of jest, she added, "If only you were 20 years younger, that title would surely be yours." Jiang Junji, emboldened by her own logic, asserted, "Indeed, there were whispers in your youth that I bore a striking resemblance to you, so it is only natural for me to be deemed the first beauty." Upon hearing this, Jiang Kai-cheng wrapped an arm around Wan Yuanxi, affirming, "Absolutely. My wife was stunning back then. Suitors lined up from here to the Antarctic and still had to go around. I had to elbow quite a few competitors aside to win your heart. It was no easy feat." Jiang Junji interjected, "Let's speak plainly. Must you flaunt your affection so brazenly? Our daughter has inherited all our virtues. She is undoubtedly beautiful." Jiang Kai-cheng feigned ignorance to her words, focusing instead on flattering his wife. "And let's not forget our granddaughter. Regardless of how unappealing her suitor may be, they cannot surpass our family's genes. She will certainly be a great beauty." At this, Ajan felt a vague sense of disquiet, sensing something amiss, possibly concerning their son-in-law. Yet he could not precisely articulate the thought. As he pondered, he heard Jiang Kai-cheng tell Wan Yuanxi just now. Ajan mentioned he desires a daughter as adorable as Si Bao. Junji, however, remarked that having a child as charming as Si Bao might prove quite challenging. Indeed, It is quite a challenge. Our Sibao is uniquely delightful, unmatched in the world, Wan Yuanqi replied proudly, mirroring Jiang Junji's sentiment. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Jiang Kaiqing turned to Ajan and inquired, "So, do you wish for a daughter as lovely as Sibao?" Ajan, perplexed, merely nodded in confusion. Jiang Kaiqing, with a sly smile, suggested that as simple. "My daughter is still single. If you two were to unite, Sibao would become your daughter. Wouldn't that fulfill your wish?" "Father!" Jiang Junji exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Ajan felt a flush rise to his cheeks, unsure of how to respond to Jiang Kaiqing's banter. As Jiang Kaiqing dodged the playful jabs thrown by Jiang Junji, he continued, "Look at my daughter, so intelligent, beautiful, skilled in medicine, and still young. You could even gain 4 children without effort. Just think, wouldn't that be a tremendous bargain? Say another word." Jiang Junji retorted, her temper flaring. Observing the playful antics of the father and daughter duo, Ajan couldn't help but steal glances at Jiang Junji, his own face growing warmer with every passing moment. Before the outcome of the conflict between Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng could be determined, there came a knock at the door. Jiang Kaicheng swiftly dodged a teacup and placed it carefully on the table. He said, "All right, enough of this commotion. I'll go see who it is." Jiang Junji allowed a light snort. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Jiang Kaicheng. "You had better not return." Jiang Kaicheng chuckled as he approached the door, only to find a man kneeling before him, tears streaming down his face. "Dr. Cheng, I implore you, please check on my wife. I beg you to save her." Recognizing the urgency of the matter, Jiang Junji ceased her complaints and moved closer to listen. Jiang Kaicheng frowned, admonishing the man, "Stop your crying. A grown man should not be weeping like this. Now, tell me what has happened clearly, so that I may assist you." It was evident that the man had managed to find them despite the absence of any medical establishment nearby, surely due to the reputation of the previous vaccinations. Without wasting any time, the man explained, "My wife is in labor and has been attended to by many doctors, all of whom have said there is no hope. Dr. Cheng, I beg you, I can forfeit the child, but please save my wife." Upon hearing the words difficult labor, Jiang Kaicheng's gaze shifted to Jiang Junji. In these times, childbirth was indeed fraught with peril. Jiang Yun nodded. "Rest assured, I will devise a plan. Allow my wife and daughter to accompany you to assess the situation. I will do my utmost to ensure her safety." Jiang Kaicheng hurriedly added, "You must trust me." The man, still somewhat incredulous, looked back at Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanqi, uncertainly asking, "Your esteemed wife?" The man presumed that Wan Yuanqi would be the primary aide, viewing Jiang Junji merely as a subordinate, and thus did not regard her closely. Understanding the nature of the world they lived in, Jiang Kaicheng furrowed his brow and asserted, "My wife is exceptionally knowledgeable about childbirth and women's ailments, far surpassing my expertise. If you trust me, you must allow them to go without delay. Time is of the essence in such matters." Convinced by Jiang Kaicheng's words, and recalling that Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanqi had administered the previous vaccinations, the man steeled himself and said, "Please, ladies, follow me." As the two departed, the children were entrusted to Jiang Kaicheng and Ajan. Watching the two leave, Jiang Kaicheng glanced at the dishes on the table and, with a sense of resignation, said to Ajan, "You go ahead and eat. I will wait for their return." Chapter 71. To stitch your wife's belly again, Ajan, not particularly eager to eat, chose to wait alongside Jiang Kaicheng. They sat in silence for a while until Ajan suddenly heard Jiang Kaicheng inquire, "What do you think of my daughter?" Ajan was taken aback by the question, recalling Jiang Kaicheng's earlier remark about wanting him to be a father to Sibao. He looked down at the child in his arms, feeling a touch embarrassed, and after a pause, he replied, "Your daughter is clever, bright, and possesses a striking beauty, not to mention her considerable patience in her endeavors." Though initially anxious, Ajan found himself unable to stop extolling Jiang Junji's virtues. Jiang Kaicheng became increasingly satisfied as he listened, convinced that these two individuals possessed genuine talent. He cleared his throat and spoke earnestly to Ajan, "I understand that your customs dictate that matters of marriage are governed by parental authority and the intermediary's word. However, concerning my daughter, I cannot dictate her choices. If you truly cherish her, it is imperative that she reciprocates your feelings. Do you comprehend? Jiang, caught off guard and somewhat at a loss, pondered Jiang Kaicheng's words with curiosity. What customs was he referring to? Where did they originate? Meanwhile, on the other side, Wan Yuanxi and Jiang Junji had arrived at the man's residence. The midwife, sensing the deteriorating situation, had already fled. Upon entering, Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanxi assessed the laboring woman and discovered alarming circumstances. The mother was nearly unconscious, suffering from obstructed labor, and the baby was in a transverse position with the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck. If the situation continued to escalate, not only the mother, but potentially the child would be at risk. Jiang Junji conducted her examination and, with a grave expression, declared, "The only option now is a cesarean section." Wan Yuanxi promptly nodded in agreement, stating, "Lock the door and prepare the space." Jiang Junji stepped out to confer with the anxious family members waiting outside, conveying the precarious conditions of both mother and child. The situation is exceedingly critical. A single misstep could cost them both. We will devise a plan, but you must remain outside and refrain from making noise. Upon hearing that both the mother and child were in jeopardy, the man turned pale, nearly losing his balance, and fervently nodded in agreement, too frightened to protest. Only then did Jiang Junji close the door and rejoin Wan Yuanxi in the designated area. At this point, the laboring woman had completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Junji administered anesthesia and escorted her into the operating room. Wan Yuanxi had already donned her surgical attire and was preparing for the cesarean procedure. Observing the mother's unstable condition, Jiang Junji administered supplemental oxygen to stabilize her vital signs before stating, "We cannot delay. We must act swiftly." Their collaboration was impressively efficient. Yet those waiting outside felt quite differently. A full day had passed since the woman's waters had broken, and several midwives had already departed. No doctors had arrived. The family's anxiety hung heavily in the air. The moment they ceased hearing the woman's anguished cries, their fear had intensified. Now, with Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanxi inside for what felt like an eternity of silence, their dread deepened. The man, unable to bear the suspense any longer, approached the door, desperate to ascertain the situation, disregarding any protocols. To his astonishment, he found the door locked. Overwhelmed with fear, he shook the door fervently and shouted, "Madam Cheng, how is my wife faring? Midwife, please respond to me." Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Junji felt a surge of annoyance. Initially, she had no intention of addressing the situation. But Wan Yuanxi urged her, "Go out and reassure them. We're only left with the suturing now, and I can manage here." Having experienced childbirth herself, Wan Yuanxi understood that those anxiously waiting outside were likely on the brink of frantic despair. Jiang Junji finally emerged from the space, forcefully kicking the door shut behind her. She barked at the clamoring voices outside. "What are you shouting about? What good does it do to come in? I've told you not to disturb us. There's no need for your urgency. Just wait." Upon hearing her assurance that all was well, the man outside finally relaxed, anxiously inquiring, "What about the mother? How is she?" "She's fine," Jiang Junji retorted, exasperation evident in her voice. During the surgery, she loathed having to step out to soothe the anxious family members. Although a cesarean section was not particularly challenging for them, it required meticulous care to avoid any mishaps. The raucousness from the family outside was distracting, making it difficult for her to concentrate. Immediately, the man outside fell silent, obediently waiting. Jiang Junji returned to the space to assist. Fortunately, the mother was holding her own. Despite the time elapsed, there were no unforeseen complications, significant bleeding, or any abnormalities. Once the surgery was completed and the child was cleaned and swaddled, Jiang Junji and Wan Yuanxi emerged from the space, bringing the mother and child with them. Jiang Junji, observing the infant who lay quietly in her arms, gave him a gentle pat on his little bottom, prompting the child to wail loudly. The sound of the baby's cries finally eased the tension outside, and the man collapsed to the ground, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Jiang Junji opened the door and announced, "It's a boy, and both mother and child are safe." At this, the man scrambled to his feet, attempting to rush into the room. An older woman nearby quickly intervened, exclaiming, "You can't go in there. Men aren't allowed in the delivery room. Jiang Junji cast a disdainful glance at the woman. However, the man disregarded his mother's warning, shoving her aside and charging into the room, declaring, "I want to see the mother." Satisfied, Jiang Junji handed the baby to the waiting older woman, casually remarking, "Here is your grandson." The woman gazed lovingly at the infant, while the man stood transfixed, his eyes on the motionless mother on the bed. Trembling, he turned to Ruan Yuanxi and asked, "What is wrong with her? Isn't the mother and child safe?" Seeing his anxious demeanor, Ruan Yuanxi, with a hint of a smile, reassured him, "Rest assured, your wife is safe. She is merely unconscious and should awaken shortly. Can you read?" Take some paper and a pen to note the important information. The man hastily retrieved the items, eager to heed Ruan Yuanxi's advice. She outlined several crucial points, and soon, the man struggled to keep up with her rapid instructions. Once he managed to jot everything down, he looked up at Ruan Yuanxi, furrowing his brow in confusion. "What about the wound on her abdomen? She hasn't been injured there. Your wife had a difficult labor, and the umbilical cord was wrapped around the baby's neck. The standard delivery method would have jeopardized both mother and child. Hence we opted for a different approach." Jiang Junji demonstrated on herself, saying just like this, "You make an incision on your wife's abdomen, then extract the child, and afterward, stitch her up. That completes the procedure." As she spoke and gestured, she remained oblivious to the shock on the man's face, who stared at her in terror and disbelief, asking, "Miss Chung, are you serious?" Chapter 72. My wife says her wound hurts. Wouldn't she risk death from excessive blood loss? The man glanced anxiously at the woman lying on the bed. Relieved to find no bloodshed as he had feared, yet he still turned to Jiang Junji, seeking reassurance. Jiang Junji reassured him, "Rest easy, while my words hold truth. The wound has been properly treated. She must avoid strenuous activities for a while, and your wife should have informed you of the precautions. We will return for follow-up in a few days. She will be fine." Given Jiang Junji's youth, the man still looked uncertainly toward Ruan Yuanxi for confirmation. With a resigned nod, Ruan Yuanxi assured him, "You know where we live, right? If anything arises, just come directly to find us." Jiang Junji felt a twinge of frustration. While collecting payment, the man had handed it directly to Ruan Yuanxi, politely seeing them off. Being dismissed due to her age left Jiang Junji feeling somewhat disheartened. After bidding farewell to Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi, the man gazed at his wife lying motionless on the bed, growing increasingly fearful. Cautiously, he approached her, relieved to see she was still breathing. However, recalling their discussion about the abdominal incision, he gingerly lifted the blanket to inspect it. Indeed, a scar was present, yet it was neatly stitched with no blood seeping out. The man felt a sense of wonder and then remembered to check on his son, who was peacefully asleep in his grandmother's arms, exceptionally well-behaved. Pinching himself, he marveled at the surreal nature of it all. His child was born after his wife had been cut open. Who would believe such a tale? Indeed, Dr. Chung was unlike any other, showcasing unparalleled skill with both wife and child. Such feats were unheard of. Upon seeing Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi return, Jiang Kaicheng promptly took the evening meal into the kitchen, avoiding Ajan's gaze. He warmed it in the space and, seizing a moment, told the two women, daughter, wife, "Please wash your hands and take a rest. The meal will be ready shortly." Feeling somewhat fatigued, Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi settled into their seats, waiting for Jiang Kaicheng's return. While they waited, Ruan Yuanxi smiled and remarked to Jiang Junji, "Jojo, you should know, that man's expression was exactly like your father's during his time. When I gave birth to you, despite having told him that nothing was amiss, your father was utterly terrified." Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Ruan Yuanxi chuckled as she observed Jiang Kaicheng bustling about in the kitchen, recalling how he had abandoned all concern for you and had scrambled over to me in a panic. "I hadn't even cried. Yet your father wept with a heart-wrenching intensity, as if he were the one giving birth." As Jiang Kaicheng served the freshly prepared dishes, he helplessly remarked to Ruan Yuanxi, "All right, my dear, let us not mention this to the child. Originally, Jojo believed she wasn't our biological daughter, but now, with your words, she might feel even less like one." Jiang Jojo smirked, retorting, "It's not that I feel I'm not biological. I just think I was a gift from both of you. You two are true love. I'm merely an unexpected surprise. However, she continued, what is the story with that family? Jiang Kaicheng, fully trusting his wife and daughter, directly inquired, was it a boy or a girl? It's a boy, healthy and well. Yuan Yuanshi yawned, relishing Jiang Kaicheng's massage, and casually added, the baby was in an improper position, with the umbilical cord around his neck, so a cesarean section was performed. Cesarean section? Ajan, unfamiliar with the term, sensed its familiarity and quietly scribbled the 3 characters on the table with a bit of water. Jiang Jiu happened to notice and leaned over, correcting, you've written it wrong. It's cesarean section, these 3 characters. Ajan stared at the characters Jiang Jiu had written for a long time, finding them somewhat eerie. Cautiously, he asked, does this method require cutting open the abdomen? Indeed, Jiang Jiu nodded, entirely unperturbed, and demonstrated on Ajan's abdomen, explaining, like this, you cut open the belly and take out the child inside. This description sent a chill down Ajan's spine. He coughed lightly, shifting back slightly before cautiously inquiring, is the lady all right now? Of course, she is fine. Both mother and child are safe. She should have woken up by now, Jiang Jiu estimated, nodding. She might just experience some pain at the incision for a few days, but otherwise, she is perfectly fine. If that were the only after effect, Ajan could accept it. Observing Ajan's solemn expression, Jiang Jiu raised an eyebrow and teased, rest assured, you're not a woman. So you won't have to undergo such a procedure. Jiang Kaicheng burst into laughter, while Ajan felt a bit helpless. He was aware of his masculinity and the fact that he could not bear children or require such surgery. However, based on Jiang Jiu's description, the procedure sounded remarkably similar to one he would have to undergo concerning his leg. The treatment methods appeared to be identical, except that the lady had her abdomen cut open to retrieve the child, while he was to have his leg opened to remove a nail. And that was the extent of it. Upon hearing that the lady was safe, Ajan felt a slight alleviation of his worries. Nevertheless, he resolved to closely monitor her movements in the coming days, as it was essential for his own safety. If the lady remained unharmed despite her injuries, he could rest easy. However, should she succumb, he would have to contemplate the value of his own life against that of his legs. As if anticipating Ajan's thoughts, the following morning, the man awaited outside. It was the early riser Jiang Kaicheng who answered the door. Ajan, troubled in mind, had not slept well upon hearing the commotion. He rose and settled into his wheelchair, peering out the window. The man, furrowing his brow with concern, inquired of Jiang Kaicheng, Dr. Cheng, my wife claims her wound is excruciatingly painful. What should I do? Well, you don't even remember where your home is. So let's consider this place yours for now. Wait a moment, I shall fetch my daughter for you. Please, take a seat in the courtyard for a while. Jiang Kaicheng replied. Once Jiang Kaicheng departed, Ajan hesitated, ultimately deciding against revealing himself to inquire about the situation. Although he yearned to know the lady's condition, his sudden appearance would surely trouble Jiang Kaicheng and others. Thus, he endured the wait in silence. Jiang Junji, roused from slumber with a yawn, adjusted her attire while addressing Jiang Kaicheng. Why must you call for me to wake her? Why not simply rouse my mother? She added. I must also carefully avoid waking the 4 children, which is quite the hassle. Jiang Kaicheng, scratching his nose with a guilty expression, replied, I merely wish for your mother to enjoy a bit more rest. Once you fetch the medicine, she can return to sleep without disturbance from me. Fine. I'm used to it, Jiang Junji conceded. After briefly inquiring about the man's situation, she nodded decisively. I understand. It's not a grave matter. A dose of pain relief will suffice. I shall fetch the medicine, and then ensure your wife expresses and stores her milk properly. The man, puzzled, asked, store properly? Indeed, it must be stored before she takes her medicine, Jiang Junji explained, holding up 3 fingers. For 3 hours following the medication. The milk should not be given to the child, so it must be prepared in advance to avoid the infant going hungry. After the medication, if the child is hungry, simply warm the milk and check its temperature. Initially, the man harbored doubts regarding Jiang Junji's youth and perceived inexperience. Yet witnessing her demeanor filled him with trust, and he responded eagerly, yes, of course. Miss Cheng, is there anything else I should be aware of? Jiang Junji shared several additional points of caution and potential scenarios. reassuring him, if any of these situations arise, they are normal responses and nothing to worry about. The pain relief should last for several hours. Should any other issues arise, feel free to seek me out. Though she had only just emerged from her room, appearing quite flustered upon being awakened, she now displayed exceptional calmness and gentleness when addressing the patient. Ajan observed the situation with a sense of incredulity. The man, oblivious to Ajan's thoughts, hurried away after settling the payment. As Jiang Junji watched the man depart, she exchanged a few light-hearted quips with Jiang Kaicheng before yawning and tending to the child. Awaiting breakfast. The morning meal was prepared by Jiang Kaicheng, and while waiting for the food, Jiang Junji discussed with Ruan Yuanqi when they should revisit for a follow-up examination, also mentioning the precautions to keep in mind thereafter. Only then did Ajan feel completely reassured. Not only had the mother survived the day, but the two had also deliberated on the subsequent treatment plan, indicating that she was indeed out of danger. After a casual exchange, they shifted topics. Jiang Junji rested her chin on her hand and remarked, setting aside other matters, that their little ones were about to reach their 1-month mark. And since they had been here for a month as well, they should prepare something special to celebrate. Ajan was momentarily puzzled by the term, come over, but upon reflection, he surmised it meant to come to Luocheng and refrain from further inquiries. Ruan Yuanqi understood Jiang Junji's intent. Recognizing it as a celebration of the little ones entering the world a month ago, and nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed a reason for joyful celebration as a family. Ajan quietly remained at the side, aware that it was not the right moment for him to speak. Then I want to have Peking duck, braised chicken, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Jiang Junji began to list her desired dishes, only to be playfully interrupted by Ruan Yuanqi, who tapped her on the head. Buddha jumps over the wall? Why not just ask for a Manchu Han imperial feast? Jiang Junji covered her head and responded with a grin. That works too. When Jiang Kaicheng brought the breakfast to the table, the two of them had nearly finalized the menu for the celebration. While reciting it to Jiang Kaicheng, Jiang Junji added, let us keep it to this amount. Otherwise, with just the 4 of us, we won't finish it all. 4? Ajan looked at Ruan Yuanqi in surprise, astonished that she included him in the count and bewildered by the small number. He queried, aren't you hosting a banquet? Not really. We don't have any relatives or acquaintances here. Besides, too many people would just create chaos. Just a few of us will suffice for a simple celebration. Jiang Junji remarked casually. On the day of the 1-month celebration, Ruan Yuanqi rose early, brimming with enthusiasm. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared an elaborate spread of delectable dishes, artfully arranged on the table, each one a feast for the senses. What was more, many of the varieties were entirely new to Ajan. Time to eat, time to eat. Jiang Kaicheng cheerfully called to Ajan, embodying the role of a welcoming son-in-law. He smiled as he said, after all this time, we can almost consider ourselves a family. Since you don't remember where your home is, let us just call this home for now and celebrate together. Jiang Junji felt that her father's words carried a deeper significance, though she could not quite articulate it. Before she could respond, Ajan, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed his thanks, leaving Jiang Junji with no choice but to let it go. She decided to interpret it as having no ulterior motives. After the dishes were served, Ajan discovered that many of them were entirely unfamiliar to him, to the extent that he could not even name them. The other 3, however, relished their meals while engaging in lively conversation about recent events. Jiang Junji, seated beside Ajan, caught his attention as he observed how she navigated the consumption of these exotic delicacies. It was not until a particular dish was presented that Ajan found himself in a quandary: the imperial roasted duck. The duck was sliced into delicate pieces, with the skin intentionally set aside, accompanied by sugar and a bowl of an oddly colored sauce, alongside a plate of thin pancakes. Unsure of how to approach this culinary experience, Ajan hesitated to pick up his chopsticks, even as Jiang Kaicheng encouraged him with a smile to eat. It was Jiang Junji who noticed Ajan's awkwardness. She picked up a pancake and gently instructed him, look, like this, wrap the duck meat inside. Then dip it into the sweet sauce. As for the duck skin, Jiang Junji demonstrated by picking up a piece, dipping into the sugar, and explaining, this is meant to be enjoyed with sugar. Ajan, enlightened by her guidance, followed suit, sampling both the duck meat and the skin, and was taken aback by the contrasting flavors. Although it was merely roasted duck, the taste was remarkably distinct. The two textures offered a nuanced delight he had never encountered before. Chapter 74. The Quadruplets and the Argument with Their Reflections While Conversing. Ruan Yuanxi and Jiang Kaiqing inexplicably turned their attention to Ajan. Ruan Yuanxi, smiling, inquired, "So how does it taste?" Ajan nodded vigorously, candidly admitting, "Delicious. If it's good, then eat more. You could feast on it for a lifetime." Ruan Yuanxi chimed cheerfully. Jiang Junji sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Mom, can they not be so preoccupied with this matter at all times?" Ruan Yuanxi, having already prepared her retort, glanced at Jiang Junji and boldly replied, "What is wrong with me thinking he looks rather promising? I wouldn't mind if he became my godson and dined on my food for life." Jiang Junji responded, "Fine. I'll give you that." Ajan recognized their banter as mere jest, so he continued to eat quietly. Even with just the four of them, they found themselves pleasantly satiated and in high spirits. As they tidied up in the evening, although Ajan was somewhat hindered in his movements, he managed to assist by carrying a plate. Jiang Junji's family, wishing to help, refrained from taking over, instead assigning him the task of delivering the plates. By the time they finished cleaning up, Ajan experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. As night fell and the air turned cooler, the four returned to their respective rooms, exchanging goodnights and wishing each other a restful night. Once the doors closed, Jiang Junji, Jiang Kaicheng, and Ruan Yuanxi seamlessly entered their space. Upon entering, Jiang Junji complained to Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi, "They're still so young. Do you really need to rush to find them, father?" Jiang Kaicheng chuckled. "If we prepare now, it will be less of a hassle later on. If they were to ask you for something, you would find yourself in a flurry, which is quite troublesome." Jiang Junji smiled with a hint of irony and remarked, "Should I be thanking you then?" Not to be dismissive, Jiang Kaicheng nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, it must ultimately depend on my daughter's willingness." "All right, you two, cease your bickering and come take a look at my photographs." Ruan Yuanxi joyfully exclaimed as she held her phone, delighting in capturing images of her grandchildren. She reflected, in just a month, they have grown so much. Children truly do grow swiftly. It wasn't long before Jiojing turned into a young lady herself. Jiang Junji also took out her phone to record videos of the four little ones, commenting, "They're far more adorable now than when they first arrived." With their previous ungainly appearances, the four children gazed at the peculiar device pointed at them, their expressions filled with curiosity as they cooed and reached out, attempting to snatch the phone from Jiang Junji's grasp. Amused by their antics, Jiang Junji turned the phone around to show them the pictures. The little ones stared intently at the screen, with Si Bao even stretching out a hand, yearning to grasp the device. "Oh my, Si Bao is quite the little narcissist. So enamored with his own image," Ruan Yuanxi teased. Si Bao, not comprehending her words, simply reached for the phone. Jiang Junji, concerned about the device falling, refrained from letting him play with it and gently explained, "Mother will show you the videos, so please don't snatch." As she spoke, she displayed the recently captured images of the children. The four little ones appeared to genuinely believe there was another child inside the screen, waving their tiny hands and babbling as if engaged in conversation. How can they not recognize themselves in the video? Jiang Junji chuckled, beckoning Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi to come and witness the scene. They, too, found it exceedingly amusing and began recording, stating when they grow up, "I must show them this. It's too delightful." Jiang Junji, with a mischievous glint in her eye, picked up Bao and brought him before a mirror. In this book world, the mirrors were somewhat hazy, unlike the clear reflections in the real world. Bao gazed curiously at the mirror image of Jiang Junji, then at the real Jiang Junji holding him, displaying a perplexed expression. He extended his chubby little finger towards the mirror, erupting into a frenzy of sounds. Jiang Junji could not comprehend his utterances, yet she sensed his urgency and couldn't help but laugh. Observing Jiang Junji's reaction, Bao pointed insistently at the mirror, and during a fleeting glance, he unexpectedly noticed a child within the reflection pointing back at him, causing him to become quite agitated. His expression shifted to one of fierce determination as he began an animated dispute with his mirrored self, speaking rapidly in a flurry of sounds that were nearly indecipherable. Jiang Junji was so enchanted by the cuteness of the second child that she couldn't help but smile incessantly, showering him with kisses on his cheeks and exclaiming, "My darling, how can you be so adorable? You can even bicker with yourself. What else can you do?" The second child, oblivious to her words, tugged at Jiang Junji and babbled anxiously. This only amused her further, and she continued to kiss him until he was too exhausted to argue back. As Jiang Junji delighted in the child's antics, Jiang Kaiqing and Ruan Yuanqi found it equally entertaining, taking the remaining 3 children to the mirror. This, however, did not sit well with the 4 little ones, who pointed excitedly at their reflections, chattering loudly and expressing their exuberance. Jiang Kaiqing and Ruan Yuanqi laughed heartily, capturing the delightful scene on their phones. Perhaps due to their exuberant playtime, the 4 little ones were overly stimulated and showed no inclination to sleep, despite the late hour. They continued to wave their tiny hands and chatter away with Jiang Junji while still in bed. Jiang Junji, both amused and exasperated, pinched their cheeks and urged, "Why don't you go to sleep?" She had already fed them, yet they remained lively, showing no signs of drowsiness. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Junji patiently began to sing lullabies. After an undetermined duration of singing, the 4 children finally drifted into a drowsy sleep, albeit not particularly soundly. Jiang Junji breathed a sigh of relief, but just as she intended to move, she heard a soft whimper from the second child, causing her to freeze in place. Once she confirmed that all 4 children were fast asleep, she felt a sense of accomplishment. After refreshing her throat with some spring water, she remained awake, quietly entering her own space to contemplate the surgical procedure for Ajan. Having devised a substantial portion of the plan, fatigue eventually overcame her, and she returned to her room, rubbing her eyes before settling down to sleep. It was winter, an ideal time for recuperation, and completing Ajan's surgery would allow him the opportunity to rest and recover at home. Due to the late-night festivities of the full moon banquet, Jiang Junji, Jiang Kaiqing, and Ruan Yuanqi all awoke later than usual, while Ajan was already awake. Observing that the rest of the family was still asleep, Ajan quietly occupied himself with reading in his room. Before long, a knock echoed through Ajan's door. He looked up and softly called out, "Come in." Jiang Junji peeked her head through the door, her face lighting up with a smile as she said, "You're awake." Ajan was momentarily dazzled by her smile, struggling to respond before nodding, "Yes." "Then you can skip breakfast this morning," Jiang Junji declared, placing a large jug of water in front of him with earnestness. "Today is the day of your surgery." Ajan felt a fleeting moment of surprise, not out of resistance, but rather a hint of unease as he asked, "So soon? I thought we could wait a while longer to observe your condition." Jiang Junji nodded and said, "We must handle this promptly. There remains a lengthy recovery period ahead. Your internal injuries have nearly healed, so there is no need to worry about complications. Now is the most opportune moment." Hearing Jiang Junji's words, Ajan hesitated slightly but eventually nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will follow Miss Cheng's instructions." After all, Jiang Junji was the one who had saved his life, and through their prolonged interaction, Ajan had come to understand her character. If this family truly intended to harm him, they would not have allowed him to reach this point. Thus, at this moment, he placed great trust in their decisions, confident that they would not act against his interests. Jiang Junji was very satisfied with Ajan's cooperation and smiled warmly. "Good. Now drink all this water. Once I finish breakfast, I will come and administer the anesthesia." Ajan still struggled to comprehend fully, but understood the directive to drink more water. He obediently held the water jug and drank until he had finished an entire pot by the time Jiang Junji returned after her meal. Upon seeing him, he unintentionally let out a belch, flushing crimson. Jiang Junji found this amusing and gently reassured him, "It's perfectly normal. Now that you've finished, I will administer the anesthesia shortly. You need not worry. I will ensure you are lively and well." Jiang Junji had also communicated with Jiang Kaiqing and Ruan Yuanqi about the procedure. Jiang Kaiqing came to assist her, while Ruan Yuanqi took care of the child, and the trio had clearly defined roles. Ajan still felt a twinge of unease, but seeing Jiang Junji's demeanor inexplicably calmed him, and he nodded. "Thank you for your trouble, Mississippi." Once the anesthesia was administered, Jiang Kaicheng directly moved Ajan into the operating room. Ajan's surgery was not particularly complicated. It was merely a surgical procedure. The only challenging aspect was that it involved the nerves, requiring a careful approach. However, with Jiang Junji's expertise, this posed no issue. As she opened Ajan's leg and began searching for the screws embedded in the flesh, she remarked, if this truly was the work of Wang Deshang, his heart must be exceedingly cruel. Jiang Kaicheng inquired curiously, what do you mean? Jiang Junji explained, look at these screws. They are so small yet so dispersed. Given the technology of this era, it is already difficult to remove them, and they fused with the flesh so quickly. She clicked her tongue in disbelief, adding, Wang Deshang clearly intended for Zhan to become a cripple. Upon a closer examination, Jiang Kaicheng concurred, indeed, these screws are directly within the nerves. With current technology, even if we managed to extract them, it would inevitably damage the nerves, leaving him unable to stand. Jiang Kaicheng clicked his tongue and remarked, Wang Deshang is indeed despicable. It's one thing to seek revenge on you, but to resent others for being superior is truly vile. Jiang Junji let out a cold laugh. The surgery lasted 2 hours, during which, aside from denouncing Wang Deshang, they discussed the subsequent rehabilitation process. Although they were uncertain how long Zhan had been injured, it was clear from his current state that rehabilitation would be necessary, a path familiar to Jiang Kaicheng. Once Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng completed the surgery and carefully extracted Zhan from the confines of the space, Wang Yuanqi had already prepared lunch, awaiting their return. After partaking in the meal, Jiang Junji promptly expressed her desire to check on Zhan. Observing the ambiguous glances exchanged between Jiang Kaicheng and Wang Yuanqi, she exhaled in resignation and remarked, I truly hope he recovers swiftly. It would make dealing with Wang Deshang far more manageable, wouldn't it? Indeed, darling. Whatever you say goes, Wang Yuanqi responded, nodding vigorously, though her belief in those words remained dubious. Although Jiang Junji felt exasperated, she refrained from admonishing the pair, instead bringing along pain medication for Zhan. To monitor his condition closely, she even relocated the small herbal stove into his room. To her surprise, when dinner time arrived, Wang Yuanqi and Jiang Kaicheng delivered her meal directly to her. With a playful grin, Wang Yuanqi exclaimed, Darling, I brought you your food. You should enjoy it here. That way, when he awakens, you'll be the first person he sees. After a brief pause, Wang Yuanqi added, attempting to veil her intentions. And if anything were to happen, you'll be the first to notice, right? Jiang Junji sighed in resignation, surrendering to the situation and choosing to await Zhan's awakening in the room. When Zhan finally stirred, it was already nightfall. Jiang Junji surmised that the anesthesia had likely worn off and was about to check on him when she heard some sounds emanating from the bed. Muffled groans, perhaps. You're awake? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. Meeting Zhan's gaze, which still bore traces of confusion, she gently instructed, Please remain still and tell me if you feel any discomfort or dizziness. After a moment's thought, she pointed to herself and asked, Do you recognize who I am? Hearing her voice brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance to Zhan, who nodded and replied, Miss Chung. Good, you're not confused. Now, do you feel any pain or discomfort anywhere else? Jiang Junji continued as she gathered her supplies. Zhan assessed himself briefly and replied, My leg hurts. That is to be expected, considering it was opened up. Check if there is anything else bothering you, Jiang Junji suggested. Zhan shook his head in response, indicating he felt fine otherwise. I see, Jiang Junji said, placing the pain medication beside him while helping him sit up and offering the medicine. Since there are no other complaints, it seems there shouldn't be any major issues. Just as she was about to speak further, she noticed Zhan cautiously scrutinizing the medication in his hand. He tentatively asked, Miss Chung, what is this? Seeing the apprehension etched on his face, Jiang Junji felt a sudden urge to tease him. Clearing her throat, she deliberately replied, This is to ensure you live a bit longer. During your surgery, there was a slight mishap, and blood was flowing profusely. We simply couldn't control it, she said, allowing her gaze to drop, enveloped in an air of somber gravity. Chapter 76. Zhan, I can martial arts? Upon hearing her words, Ajan felt a weight in his heart, but first sought to reassure Jiang Junji, saying, Miss Chung, it's all right. I was able to stand anyway. During these recent days, Jiang Junji's care for him has not gone unnoticed. He is fully aware that she genuinely wishes for his recovery. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise now, they would be utterly beyond his control. As Ajan attempted to offer comfort, he noticed Jiang Junji's shoulders trembling. Is she crying? In that instant, Ajan found himself at a loss, flustered as he stammered. Miss Chung, truly, it's nothing to worry about. Please, don't take it to heart. Jiang Junji, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, patting Ajan's shoulder as her laughter came in fits and starts. I was just teasing you. This is pain relief medication, and the surgery was quite successful. Ajan was momentarily taken aback, but felt no anger. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He downed the medicinal concoction in one gulp and gently patted Jiang Junji's back, who was still coughing from laughter, saying helplessly, Miss Chung, are you all right? Jiang Junji waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine. After calming her emotions, she mischievously blinked at Ajan and asked, so, you're not nervous anymore? It doesn't hurt as much, does it? Was your earlier comment merely to ease your own anxiety? Ajan, somewhat surprised, nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Miss Chung. From now on, you must fast for 6 hours. You may eat only tomorrow morning to avoid any adverse reactions, Jiang Junji instructed, counting off the precautions on her fingers. Upon hearing that he would need to remain in bed and minimize movement for a while, Ajan felt a twinge of confusion, unsure of the reasoning behind it. Jiang Junji continued to advise him, your leg requires proper care and time to heal. When she mentioned his leg, Ajan instinctively moved it, but this time, to his astonishment, he found he could indeed move it, albeit with pain. This sensation was entirely different from before. Previously, your leg was filled with pins, now that they've been removed. Some areas cannot be stitched and must rely on the body's healing ability, Jiang Junji explained. However, she soon realized that Ajan seemed entirely absorbed in his own leg. As if discovering its mobility for the first time, his eyes filled with delight. Under her watchful gaze, Ajan tentatively moved his leg, then the other. Jiang Junji thought to herself, so he wasn't even listening to me at all? What a waste of breath. Deciding to remain silent, she observed as Ajan initially intended to experiment further, but sensed something amiss. Once he recognized that he had not heard Jiang Junji's voice, he halted his movements and looked up at her. Jiang Junji raised an eyebrow, silently scrutinizing him. Ajan felt inexplicably guilty, akin to a child caught misbehaving. Though he could not pinpoint why, he felt reluctant to move again. Jiang Junji, arms crossed, regarded him and remarked, go on, why have you stopped moving? Ajan, feeling sheepish, replied, didn't you just say, Miss Chung, that I shouldn't move around recklessly? It's nothing, go ahead. At most it will only affect the subsequent recovery. My efforts are in vain. Jiang Junji observed him from a position of authority. Ajan felt inexplicably guilty, touching the tip of his nose as he murmured, I'm sorry. Jiang Junji then scoffed lightly and remarked, if you wish to continue on this reckless path, I shall not stop you. After all, it will be as if no surgery was performed. There are no other ailments. Hearing this, Ajan promptly ceased his actions, remaining perfectly still and obediently listening to Jiang Junji, assuring her, rest assured, Miss Chung, I will not move. He felt a peculiar sensation within. It was not quite fear of Jiang Junji, but rather a strange aversion to displeasing her. Jiang Junji huffed again before inquiring, did you remember the precautions I just mentioned? Ajan nodded, indicating that he had. Jiang Junji, feeling somewhat uneasy, reiterated the points she had made earlier before informing Ajan. However, although your leg has undergone surgery, you cannot get up and walk just yet. You must rest for a while before you can be like a normal person. For the time being, you will likely need to rely on a wheelchair. Thus, she did not put away the wheelchair beside him. She feared that confining Ajan to the room for 3 months would drive him to madness. Ajan gazed down at his legs and asked, isn't it supposed to be immediate? Just like that lady? I heard she could walk on the same day. Jiang Junji and Ruan Yuanxi had been reminding each other to walk more often. Only then did Jiang Junji realize that the lady Ajan referred to was the one who had undergone a cesarean section. She nodded and clarified, "You are not the same as her. Your recovery will take longer. Her injury was merely to muscle tissue, while yours involves nerve damage." Counting the days on her fingers, Jiang Junji contemplated, "You will likely need about 3 months before you can walk again. However, you cannot walk immediately. You will need to undergo rehabilitation for a period." Upon hearing an unfamiliar term, Ajan eagerly asked, "Rehabilitation?" Jiang Junji nodded and explained in simple terms, "It's akin to a child learning to walk again. I'm not aware of how long you have been injured, but there's been some muscle atrophy, and you will need gradual exercise to regain strength." Ajan seemed to understand, nodding in agreement. "If you wish to recover to the point of running and jumping, it will take at least a year." Jiang Junji assessed Ajan before sighing. "If you aspire to martial prowess, it will likely require around 2 years. Martial prowess? Ajan furrowed his brow and asked her, "Do I possess martial skills?" Jiang Junji inadvertently let slip a piece of information. Clearing her throat, she nodded seriously. "Yes, you should indeed possess martial skills. My father discerned it, and said you must have been well trained in the past." Apologizing silently to her father for the forthcoming interrogation, Jiang Junji noted Ajan's astonishment upon realizing he was, in fact, a practitioner of martial arts. Too much talk leads to mistakes, thought Jiang Junji, deciding to refrain from further words. Instead, she simply said, "Good evening, rest well tonight. I will bring you some water shortly." The water she brought, of course, was the spiritual spring water, and this time she presented a large jug, placing it down before him and gently patting it, saying, "Make sure to finish it all tonight. I will bring you a fresh supply in the morning." Chapter 77. Living up to Miss Cheng's trust on this day, he had consumed nothing but a jug of water, and now another awaited him, leaving his emotions somewhat conflicted. Nevertheless, since it was brought by Jiang Junji, he said nothing and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing his hesitance, Jiang Junji explained, "Your current physical condition is still unstable. It is prudent not to eat for now. If all goes well by tomorrow morning, I will bring you meals." Her patient explanation deepened his trust in her, and he nodded, replying, "All right, Miss Cheng, you should rest early." Observing Jiang Junji, he guessed that she had likely been here caring for him all along without leaving his side. A sense of guilt washed over him, and he earnestly expressed, "Miss Cheng, thank you very much." Jiang Junji glanced at him, seemingly lost in thought, before yawning and saying, "I do not require your verbal gratitude." In the future, she feared that when she desired something from him, he might be unwilling. Immediately, Ajan inquired, "What would you have me do, miss?" Meeting his gaze, Jiang Junji tilted her head and smiled, not disclosing her intentions, merely curving her lips and saying, "I shall not tell you now. You will know in due time." With that, Ajan refrained from asking further questions. Having awakened, and with Jiang Junji having no other pressing matters, she returned to her room, intending to rest well. The previous night, she had pondered surgical plans and had gone to bed late, and this morning, to prepare adequately for the surgery, she had risen early. Now, fatigue began to settle upon her. After tending to the children, Jiang Junji quickly organized herself, ready to sleep. However, for reasons unknown, the 4 usually well-behaved little ones suddenly encountered an unexpected incident that evening. Just as Jiang Junji was on the verge of slipping into slumber, she was jolted awake by the sound of a child's cries. Before she could fully open her eyes, a louder wail pierced the air. Dabao was crying for reasons unknown, and the 3 younger siblings, startled by Dabao's sudden outburst, joined in, their cries echoing pitifully. The cacophony of their sobs roused Jiang Junji completely, leaving her bewildered as she approached the crib to assess the situation. "What is the matter?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern as she gazed at the 4 children, anxious for their well-being. "Why are you all crying? Is something bothering you?" The 4 children, oblivious to her concern, continued to wail, each cry louder than the last, their mouths agape, as if revealing their distress. Jiang Junji's heart ached for them. She could only hold one of them close, soothingly asking, "What is it? Is something hurting?" The 4 children, accustomed to drinking the purest spring water daily, should, by all accounts, be in good spirits. Yet today they're inexplicably crying in distress. Jiang Junji, cradling Sanbao, anxiously inquires, "What on earth is happening?" Their cries are so loud that they rouse Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi, who knock at the door, asking Jujio what is wrong. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Junji respond from within, "Please come in. I'm not quite sure what is wrong." They suddenly began crying so intensely. They were perfectly fine when they fell asleep. Ruan Yuanqi and Jiang Kaicheng hurry in to assist, each taking a child in their arms. Yet Daobao, Erbao, and Sanbao still wear expressions of distress. Meanwhile, Sibao remains in the crib, neglected, crying sorrowfully as before. Jiang Junju lifts Sibao from the crib, setting down Sanbao, who, much to her dismay, promptly bursts into tears. Jiang Junju feels a headache brewing. She understands that as long as one child is crying, the others will follow suit relentlessly. Glancing at the weeping Sibao in her arms and the howling Sanbao, she tells Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi, "Please tend to the children for a moment. I need to step out." As Jiang Junji leaves with Sibao, both are left puzzled by her sudden departure. Jiang Junji contemplates that since the four children are bound to cry together, it may be more effective to separate them. If each child is in a different place and ceases to cry, then they are, in essence, quiet. Arriving at Ajan's door, Jiang Junji knocks softly, asking Ajan, "Are you awake?" She surmises that Ajan has yet to fall asleep, having just undergone surgery and likely still buzzing with adrenaline. Moreover, after such a long duration under anesthesia, he is probably wide awake. Indeed, Ajan's voice promptly replies from within, "Not yet." As she anticipated, he has not yet succumbed to sleep. Jiang Junji quickly enters, presenting the child to Ajan, her words tumbling out in a rush. They've started crying uncontrollably. "And I can't soothe them all. I'm leaving Sibao with you. Please hold and comfort her for a bit. Once I've calmed the other three, I'll come back for her." Without further ado, she departs. Ajan, still mid-sentence, finds himself momentarily bewildered as Jiang Junji seems to have whisked away like a gust of wind, almost as if she had simply dropped the child into his arms. Staring at the weeping Sibao, he feels utterly lost. Although he has previously helped Jiang Junji soothe the children, it was always in her presence. And those instances had featured well-behaved, quiet little ones. This, however, is a different scenario entirely, with Sibao crying and shedding tears abundantly. Ajan, in a daze, attempts to mimic Jiang Junji's soothing methods, cradling Sibao in his arms. He anxiously watches her, fearful that she might become even more upset at being away from her mother, leading to an escalation in her cries. Ajan cradled Sibao gently, and his swaying motion soon calmed her cries, though she still whimpered softly, looking utterly pitiful. Her little face was flushed from tears. Ajan, feeling a pang of sorrow at her distress, took a cloth nearby and tenderly wiped her face. The once soft and smooth complexion of her cheeks was now reddened from crying, which tugged at Ajan's heartstrings. He squeezed Sibao's chubby cheeks and softly said, "Do not cry. Look at you, your voice is almost hoarse." Normally, a child's voice is sweet and innocent, but now it sounded strained from her sobs. Ajan felt heartbroken, pinching Sibao's cheeks again and asking, "Shall I get you some water?" Only after asking did he realize the folly of his question. Despite their apparent cleverness, children are merely infants and cannot respond to his inquiries. After a moment of self-reproach, he poured a cup of water from the nearby kettle. He had observed Jiang Junji feeding the child previously, but she had used an oddly shaped utensil. With only a cup at his disposal, Ajan spent a considerable time devising a suitable method to feed Sibao. As soon as the pure spring water touched her lips, Sibao ceased her cries. After drinking the entire cup, she not only stopped crying but looked up at Ajan with her large, glistening eyes resembling plump grapes. Her little face, still slightly red from tears, appeared almost endearing. Relieved to see her comforted, Ajan set the cup aside and murmured to himself, "At last, no more tears. Thankfully, I managed to soothe her, not disappointing Miss Chang's trust." Chapter 78. Dabao's loud cries having just savored the spring water. Sibao was feeling quite content until she realized there was no further sip awaiting her. She gazed at the cup with a forlorn expression, seemingly desiring more. However, Ajan's attention was elsewhere, and he remained oblivious to her yearning. Frustrated, Sibao flailed her little arms to capture his attention. Ajan, preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Junji, only turned towards her when he noticed her distress. He gently inquired, Do you want to play? I don't seem to have a rattle here. The toys for the 4 little ones were all with Jiang Junji, leaving him empty-handed. Seeing Ajan's misunderstanding of her intentions, Sibao grew anxious, her little hands waving in desperation, signaling him to look her way, then pointing toward the cup. When it appeared that Ajan still did not comprehend, Sibao, on the verge of tears once more, babbled while gesturing towards the kettle. Finally, Ajan understood, hurriedly pouring more water and asking, "Would you like more drink?" After he managed to feed her another cup of water, Sibao began to settle down, ceasing her cries. Nestled in Ajan's embrace, she finally found peace, allowing his heart to fully relax. Estimating that a small child should not drink excessively, he ceased to feed her further. Instead, he gazed at the little one's face and murmured to himself, "What could have caused you to cry so fervently?" The infant, being so young, was naturally unable to respond to his words, perhaps even failing to comprehend their meaning. She merely flailed her tiny arms, looking at him with wide eyes, opening her mouth to emit sounds, only to seem startled by her own voice, momentarily frozen in surprise. The child lay in his embrace, bewildered, prompting a soft chuckle from him. Perhaps she had cried too earnestly moments before, for now her voice seemed off. "Should I offer you a bit more water?" He pondered aloud, holding the teacup as he administered another sip to her. When she vocalized again, her tone had shifted from the initial hoarse sound, clearly indicating something was amiss. Nonetheless, as she babbled to him, the distinct irregularities in her voice were apparent. Her usually sweet, melodic tones had devolved into a disordered array, evoking a pang of sympathy within him. He reached out to gently pinch her flailing hands, exclaiming with a hint of helplessness, "Please, refrain from crying so loudly in the future. What has happened to make you feel so wronged? You are your mother's precious darling. You needn't weep so." Though Jiang Junji often appeared carefree and had jokingly suggested that they could stew the delicate children, he understood deeply that she cherished these 4 little ones, treating them as her most treasured possessions. Whether or not the child grasped his words was uncertain, as she simply stared at him in confusion. He found her expression exceedingly endearing and could not resist pinching her cheeks gently, whispering, "Your face is turned all red from crying. Allow me to wipe it for you. But please, remain still." While he cleaned her face, she obediently remained motionless. Yet as he attempted to withdraw, she unexpectedly clutched his sleeve, her expression curious as she looked up at him. Caught in her grasp, he dared not move, instead bending down to observe her intentions. It seemed she had no particular aim, merely holding onto his sleeve with curiosity. Her eyes, having inherited their beauty from Jiang Junji, sparkled like transparent gems. And after a moment of admiration, he found her utterly adorable. "Since I can't seem to sleep, how about I keep you company for a while?" he softly suggested, seizing the opportunity to pinch her cheek once more. Delighted by the prospect of play, she appeared to have entirely forgotten her earlier tears, laughing and chatting with him, exhibiting no signs of drowsiness. After entrusting the little one to him, Jiang Junji returned to her room. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaicheng had been attempting to soothe the eldest child for quite some time, yet the little one continued to wail uncontrollably, her cries echoing as though she were in distress, despite his desperate entreaties. After a long-awaited return of Jiang Junji, Jiang Kaicheng hastily placed the child into her arms, while he lifted up Sanbao and remarked, "My dear daughter, I am unable to soothe this one." Jiang Junji chose not to respond to Jiang Kaicheng, but instead cradled the Bao, gently whispering, "Do not cry, my sweet. Mother is here. Please do not weep." However, her soothing words proved futile as the Bao continued to wail pitifully. After a considerable amount of time spent trying to comfort him, Jiang Junji, feeling helpless, inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you crying so fiercely?" The 4 little treasures were typically well-behaved and rarely cried so intensely or for such an extended duration. Could it be a discomfort from a bowel movement? Ruan Yuanxi queried while holding air Bao. That shouldn't be the case, Jiang Junji murmured to herself. Not to mention, it was not the usual time for the little ones to relieve themselves, and if it were indeed a bowel issue, She would have noticed the scent from such a close distance. There was none. Despite her instincts suggesting otherwise, Jiang Junji pulled back to Bao's diaper for a quick inspection. Just as she suspected, it was clean and devoid of any mess. If that was not the source of discomfort, what else could it be? Just as she pondered this, her gaze fell upon several small red spots on Bao's neck, which upon closer inspection revealed signs of insect bites. As Jiang Junji attempted to examine the marks more closely, Bao seemed to feel discomfort as he reached out to touch the red spots. What is it? Ruan Yuan, she leaned in to see. I'm not sure, but it seems he has been bitten by something, Jiang Junji replied. Gesturing for Ruan Yuan, she to take a look. Furrowing her brow, she added, it appears this is the reason for his distress. Jiang Kaicheng, still holding Bao, leaned in to investigate. Let me see what could cause my grandson to cry so late into the night. The small red dots on Bao's neck became the focus of attention for the three adults, while Bao continued to cry, reaching out in an attempt to touch the marks. Jiang Junji observed that despite his efforts, Bao's short arms could not reach the spots. Each time he struggled to touch them, his cries grew even more pitiful. Noticing this, Jiang Junji quickly extended her hand to gently scratch the little red marks. Upon feeling her touch, Bao cried even more intensely. But soon after, he began to calm down, gazing at Jiang Junji with teary eyes and soft sobs. It became clear that the source of his distress lay in those few pesky insects. Jiang Junji's heart ached for her son, and she immediately embraced Bao, soothingly saying, My dear, it is the wicked bugs that have bitten you, causing you such discomfort, is it not? Do not cry, my dear. Mother will soothe you. A gentle scratch will ease your discomfort. Listening to Jiang Junji's words, the eldest child remained quite aggrieved, gazing at her with a pitiful expression on the verge of tears. Noticing that the second and third children were still wailing nearby, Jiang Junji quickly suggested to Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi, perhaps it would be wise to separate the children for a while. Once they are calmed, you can bring them back. Otherwise, when one cries, they all join in, and it becomes unbearable. Especially since the eldest had finally been calmed. Upon seeing the second and third still crying, tears threatened to spill from their eyes once more. Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi nodded in agreement, swiftly taking the other two children away. Once they had departed, Jiang Junji cradled the eldest child, soothing them while mentally searching for the appropriate remedy. Finally, she recalled one and led the child into the space. Inside, she located a bomb she had crafted earlier. Upon opening it, a refreshing scent of herbs wafted through the air. The eldest child, still tearful, seemed to find solace in the fragrance, waving their chubby little arms, as if yearning for the bomb in Jiang Junji's hand. Here, my dear, let mother apply this for you, Jiang Junji said softly, opening the bomb and applying it to the child. The ointment, made by Jiang Junji herself, possessed soothing and analgesic properties. Indeed, once the balm was applied, the eldest child's demeanor brightened considerably, finally revealing a smile to Jiang Junji. With a sigh of relief, she observed that the child no longer seemed to itch. She then retrieved a herbal sachet for pest repellent from the space and brought it out. After placing the sachet on the crib, Jiang Junji prepared to place the eldest child down as well. However, she encountered some resistance. The child appeared frightened, clutching Jiang Junji's clothing tightly, unwilling to enter the crib. Do not fear, my precious. Mother has driven away the pests, and there is nothing to worry about, Jiang Junji cooed, gently easing the child into the crib. Eventually, the eldest child reluctantly settled down to sleep. With a sense of accomplishment, Jiang Junji approached Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi. Since the second and third children had only cried due to being awakened by their brother, they were now peacefully asleep in the arms of Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi. After placing the three sleeping little ones in the crib, Jiang Junji exhaled, signaling for Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi to step outside for a conversation. Once outside, Ruan Yuanqi immediately furrowed her brow and said, Tomorrow morning, I will clean the entire house and sprinkle the pest repellent. I was wondering what caused such a sudden outburst of cries in the middle of the night. It seems pests were biting them. Enough of this commotion, dear. You should rest. We will handle the cleaning, so you need not worry. Jiang Kaicheng urged Jiang Junji to take a break, then recalled something and asked, by the way, should you not first bring back the fourth child? It is quite late now, and Ajan also needs to rest. After all, he is not yet a father. One cannot expect him to continuously look after children, can one? Jiang Junji wondered if things would improve in the future, although she felt a tinge of helplessness. Fatigue overwhelmed her, and she could not muster the energy to explain herself to Jiang Kaicheng. She resolved to retrieve Si Bao and head to bed. After all, she had forcibly placed the child with Ajan, and now that her tasks were complete, it was time to bring Si Bao back. Initially, Jiang Junji thought that since Ajan had never cared for Si Bao before, he would likely be flustered. Upon seeing her approach, he should have been relieved and returned the child. However, to her surprise, Ajan was thoroughly enjoying himself with Si Bao, their laughter filling the air. His gaze was soft as he comforted Si Bao, who had ceased her crying. The two were engaged in play, and Si Bao appeared to be overjoyed, her eyes nearly squinting from delight. She was so engrossed in their game that she did not even notice Jiang Junji's entrance, continuing to revel in the moment. Jiang Junji felt a mixture of relief and an unexpected pang of jealousy upon witnessing Si Bao's contentment with Ajan. When Ajan noticed Jiang Junji's presence, he inquired if she intended to take Si Bao home. There was a hint of reluctance in his voice. Jiang Junji nodded affirmatively, stating that it was time to return, especially since the Bao and the others had calmed down and were ready for bed. As she approached to pick up Si Bao, she expressed her gratitude to Ajan for his assistance. No trouble at all, Ajan replied gently, not minding the favor. Just as Jiang Junji lifted Si Bao, intending to soothe her back to sleep, she noticed Si Bao seemed momentarily dazed, as if struggling to comprehend the situation. As Si Bao realized she was being distanced from Ajan, her expression morphed into one of distress, and she began to cry pitifully, reaching out her chubby little hands toward Ajan. Seeing Si Bao cry for Ajan was astonishing to Jiang Junji. She widened her eyes in disbelief. How could Si Bao, in such a short time, prefer Ajan over her own mother? Jiang Junji, perplexed, watched as Si Bao clutched her clothing with one hand while extending the other toward Ajan, looking utterly forlorn. Ajan felt a bit awkward witnessing Si Bao's tears, his heart softening at her display of sorrow. However, since Si Bao was in Jiang Junji's arms, he felt it inappropriate to intervene, merely scratching his nose in discomfort as he observed the child cry in distress. Chapter 80. Ajan and Si Bao play all night. I'm not trying to sell you. Why are you crying so dramatically? Jiang Junji admonished the little girl with a hint of exasperation, lightly swatting Si Bao on her backside. With a stern expression, she scolded. What time is it? Children should be asleep by now. Do you understand? Jiang Junji herself was unsure of the reason behind her reprimand. Whether it was because the little girl was so attached to Ajan that she stirred a hint of jealousy within herself, or for some other reason, Si Bao, despite having received a slap from Jiang Junji, was still unwilling to return with her. Instead, she extended her hands towards Ajan, crying pitifully, expressing her desire to be with him. Ajan noticed that Jiang Junji was evidently upset, creating an awkward atmosphere. Faced with her daughter's stubbornness, Jiang Junji grew weary of coaxing her and, surrendering, placed the child into Ajan's arms. Fine, if you wish to be with him, so be it. Don't return with me, she conceded. Strangely, once Si Bao found herself in Ajan's embrace, she ceased her tears. Jiang Junji was taken aback. Si Bao was delighted, while Ajan coughed lightly, cautiously glancing at Jiang Junji, and asked, Miss Chung, are you angry? I apologize if I've played with her for too long. I'm not angry. Since she enjoys your company so much, please take good care of her tonight. The other 3 children are already asleep, and if she returns making a ruckus, it will surely wake them, Jiang Junji replied, suppressing a yawn. I leave her in your hands for the night, but it is quite late. She should genuinely be off to sleep now. Don't continue playing with her. Lull her to rest. After observing Jiang Junji's demeanor for a while, Ajan noticed that she seemed genuinely unperturbed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded. All right. If she grows hungry and begins to fuss during the night, it is likely she will want a nurse. At that time, you can call for me. Jiang Junji yawned once more and waved her hand, saying, I'll leave her to you. If there are any issues, just raise your voice. I should be able to hear you. She felt utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Jiang Junji's words, Ajan remained unfazed until the mention of nursing, which caused his face to flush and his ears to redden. After a moment of silence, he finally managed to respond, "Understood," with the child entrusted to Ajan. Jiang Junji felt reassured and did not offer further instructions before heading off to sleep. Inside the room, the three children did not awaken to create a commotion. Jiang Junji had a refreshing slumber, and when she finally stirred, she found Jiang Kai-chung and Ruan Yuan she already tidying up the other rooms and beginning pest control. The three children had also awakened, quietly playing without disturbing Jiang Junji. Enjoying a restful sleep, she remained oblivious to Ajan calling for her. However, it was now time for her to attend to her hunger, and as she fed the three children in the room, she contemplated visiting Ajan later. Neglecting her own breakfast, Jiang Junji went directly to Ajan's side after feeding the children. To her surprise, upon entering the room, she encountered Ajan, who appeared sheepish and unsure of how to speak with her, alongside Si Bao, who was lively, spirited, and wide awake. Jiang Junji. Ajan seemed to be aware that he ought to take the little one, Si Bao, to bed promptly. Thus, he shyly evaded Jiang Junji's gaze, clearing his throat like a child caught in mischief, and said, "Miss Chung." Jiang Junji twitched her lips and inquired of Ajan, "So, have you two been awake all night?" "I'm sorry," Ajan replied, sheepishly touching his nose. Initially, it was due to Si Bao's large, innocent eyes fixed upon him, pleading for companionship in play. Reluctantly, Ajan entertained Si Bao for a while. However, when he recalled Jiang Junji's admonition and wished for Si Bao to sleep earlier, the little one would display a look of distress, compelling Ajan to indulge in further play. Thus, this cycle of a little while more persisted until dawn arrived, and Ajan had unwittingly transformed into his current state. Jiang Junji was at her wit's end, chastising both the elder and the younger. "Has that little rascal, Si Bao, been charming you again? And you, a grown man, still succumb to a child's whims? Did I not tell you to rest properly? After all, this is a crucial recovery period post-surgery. Ample rest is essential for a swifter recovery." "I'm sorry," Ajan murmured, lowering his head like a scolded child. Si Bao, who had been gleeful just moments ago, seemed to sense Ajan's sudden change in demeanor and, feigning sleep, closed her eyes tightly in his embrace. Jiang Junji couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. This little one had indulged too much in the spirit spring and was quite the trickster, even mastering the art of pretending to sleep at such a tender age. "Enough of this. Hand the child over to me. I'll bring you breakfast shortly. After you eat, make sure to rest. If you neglect your rest, your recovery will be prolonged." As she spoke, Jiang Junji approached to take Si Bao from him. Upon realizing that feigning sleep was futile, Si Bao immediately opened her eyes, adopting a pitiful expression reminiscent of the previous day, her eyes welling up with tears as she looked at Jiang Junji, seeking her sympathy. Unfortunately for her, this tactic proved ineffective today. Jiang Junji gave her a gentle tap on the head, her tone firm. "If you continue to misbehave and linger here, I shall withhold your meals. Stick with him and see if he will provide you with milk. I'm curious how you'll manage when hunger strikes." Ajan's face flushed crimson, unable to meet Jiang Junji's gaze. He could only lower his eyes to the blanket draped over him. Si Bao gazed longingly at Ajan, seemingly reluctant to part, but perhaps understanding Jiang Junji's words, she ceased her act of pity and obediently allowed Jiang Junji to carry her away. Once Jiang Junji returned to the room with Si Bao, the latter was babbling cheerfully to her brothers. Observing Si Bao's spirited demeanor, Jiang Junji fed her properly, and before long, she had drifted off into a deep slumber. After placing all four in their crib, she proceeded to bring breakfast to Ajan. He still felt a pang of guilt over the morning's events and sincerely apologized to Jiang Junji, acknowledging that it was indeed his fault for not taking Si Bao to bed sooner. However, Jiang Junji was well aware of her precious fourth child's temperament, and thus did not feel anger. Instead, she simply waved her hand and remarked, "I understand. It must be that the fourth little treasure was being charming. Am I right? That little rascal." In Chapter 81, at such a tender age, she has already begun to wield her beauty as a tactic. Though it was indeed due to the third child's playful antics, Ajan felt an undeniable sense of responsibility and expressed his guilt to Jiang Junji, stating, "I should not have allowed her to play so late. There's no need to dwell on it." Jiang Junji waved her hand dismissively, though her gaze lingered on Ajan. With a playful smile gracing her lips, she added, "However, Ajan, you should be cautious, if you cannot withstand the charms of such a small child. It seems you will be utterly captivated by women who indulge in such coquettish behavior in the future." Ajan froze momentarily, meeting Jiang Junji's smiling face, warmth creeping to his cheeks as he cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noticing Ajan's bashfulness, Jiang Junji refrained from further teasing him, urging him to finish his breakfast and take a rest before returning to his own room, perhaps due to having not slept a wink the previous night. The fourth child was sleeping soundly like a little piglet, not stirring even when Jiang Junji returned. The other three children were awake, yet they remained quiet, not disturbing their little sister. Jiang Junji leaned beside the crib, observing how deeply the fourth child was sleeping, unable to resist the urge to gently poke her tiny nose. Knowing full well she could not hear, she chided playfully, "At such a tender age, you've already taken to following handsome men? Once you meet one, you want to let go. Though I, your mother, am also rather fond of good looks. How can you begin to covet such things at your age? Just because there are charming uncles, does that mean you can forget your mother?" Unaware of Jiang Junji's playful banter, the fourth child remained blissfully asleep, while the second child, in a sudden fit of indignation, protested with an exclamation. Upon witnessing this reaction from the second child, Jiang Junji could not help but laugh, nodding in agreement. "Yes. And what of your brother? You don't want him either, do you? You're still so small. There's no need to rush into finding a suitor, you know? Moreover, although Ajan is handsome, by the time you grow up, he will be quite aged." As Jiang Junji continued her light-hearted musings, the fourth child remained none the wiser, sleeping sweetly. This sight brought a smile to Jiang Junji's face, dispelling any lingering irritation. She suddenly comprehended why Ajan had chosen to spend the entire night playing with her. At such a young age, she already employs her charms. It is rather impressive, inheriting your mother's cleverness. With a chuckle, Jiang Junji pressed a gentle kiss on the fourth child's cheek. The fourth child, sound asleep, remained oblivious even to the kiss. Meanwhile, the third child, uncertain of his intentions, reached out to pat his little sister's face, though the fourth child furrowed her brow and swatted his hand away. She remained in a state of dreamy slumber. Jiang Junji found the situation even more amusing, thinking to herself, "You cannot blame me. You are the one who has allowed me to act as I please, having chosen not to wake up." Jiang Junji observed the little Sihua without much reaction, finding it amusing as she playfully pinched her tiny hands and feet. After a while, she noticed that the other three children had fallen asleep, perhaps due to the profound silence in the room. With a gentle chuckle, she softened her movements. Sihua's cheeks were tender and rosy, a delightful sight, especially for a girl. As her gaze swept over the four children, it soon settled on the eldest, Daba. Daba was slightly larger than the other three and had the most robust appetite, making her the chubbiest among them. With her plump, porcelain-like appearance reminiscent of a traditional Chinese doll, Jiang Junji felt an overwhelming affection. Daba's little arms were adorably pudgy, resembling lotus roots, prompting Jiang Junji to squeeze them playfully. Daba remained undisturbed, continuing her slumber without a reaction. The more Jiang Junji gazed at the children, the fonder she grew, unable to resist pinching a few more times. Eventually, Daba stirred, furrowing her brows in mild discontent due to the commotion Jiang Junji had caused. Startled, Jiang Junji initially feared she had woken her son, but upon realizing that Daba merely shifted positions without fully awakening, she breathed a sigh of relief. She then reached over to pinch Daba's little feet, and when Daba appeared to be on the verge of waking, Jiang Junji withdrew her hand. Next, her fingers moved towards Erbao and Sambao, and after sufficiently indulging in their cuteness, Jiang Junji felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Leaning beside the crib, she mused aloud that while the four might seem overwhelming and troublesome when they cried, moments like this were truly delightful, allowing her to play with all four at once. The little ones slept soundly, incapable of responding to her musings. Jiang Junji simply smiled, pinching their chubby faces and gently kissing them, whispering, "Oh, how fortunate I am to have you all." As she continued to indulge in her playful torment, time slipped away until she finally felt drowsy, at which point dawn had already begun to break. The following morning, Jiang Junji awoke to her biological clock, groggily rising to feed the 4 little ones as per her usual routine. When Ruan Yuanqi came to summon her for breakfast, Jiang Junji yawned extensively. After delivering a meal to Ajan, she retreated to her room to catch up on sleep. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi refrained from waking her, allowing her to sleep comfortably until the sun was high in the sky. When Jiang Junji eventually emerged, stretching lazily, she discovered Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi chatting in the courtyard. Upon noticing her, they remarked, "Awake at last?" With a languid acknowledgement, Jiang Junji replied, "Let us go eat. I prepared something delicious." Ruan Yuanqi patted her shoulder and gazed at her with maternal concern, saying, "You've had a tough few days with surgeries and late-night childcare. You've worked hard, my dear Jiujia. I made you something special to help you recuperate." Upon hearing the delightful news of another delectable meal, Jiang Junji's eyes sparkled with excitement. After lunch, Jiang Kaicheng presented a portion he had set aside for her to deliver to Ajan, accompanied by a teasing wink. Jiang Junji, feeling somewhat helpless, chose to ignore Jiang Kaicheng and simply picked up the food basket to seek out Ajan. At that moment, Ajan was seated on his bed, engrossed in a book. A glance from Jiang Junji revealed that he seemed to be rereading a volume he had already perused. As she placed the food basket down, she remarked, "I shall bring you a few different books shortly. For now, focus on your meal, and let me borrow this one for my own reading." Chapter 82. The moment you entered, your granddaughter burst into tears. Ajan dutifully handed his book to Jiang Junji. Upon setting down his lunch on the small table, he noticed that Jiang Junji had no intention of leaving. Instead, she pulled up a chair, seemingly prepared to read beside him. Although puzzled by her presence, Ajan chose not to question her and continued to eat his meal obediently. The book in Jiang Junji's hand was a military treatise, casually picked up as she rummaged through the basket. After a few cursory glances, she found it rather dull. It was astonishing that Ajan could read it repeatedly. Flipping through a few pages, she tossed the book aside, resting her chin on her hand, and began to gaze at Ajan, captivated by his striking features. No wonder her daughter was reluctant to part from him. As the greatest warrior depicted in the tome, Ajan was indeed quite handsome. Reflecting on her daughter, Jiang Junji became somewhat lost in thought. Although her mind wandered to concerns about her child, her gaze remained fixed upon Ajan. Ajan, feeling the weight of her scrutiny as he ate, experienced a tinge of embarrassment, though it was not entirely uncomfortable. Despite the sumptuous spread before him, he merely consumed his meal without savoring the flavors. Seeing that Ajan had finally finished eating, Jiang Junji set her book down and sat at the edge of his bed. Ajan was startled. "Extend your hand," Jiang Junji commanded naturally. Confused, Ajan extended his hand, palm facing up. "I shall take your pulse. Now, turn your hand over," Jiang Junji instructed. Realizing what she meant, Ajan awkwardly complied, turning his hand over and offering it to her. As Jiang Junji felt Ajan's pulse, she couldn't help but marvel at his physical condition. Although attributed to the mystical spring water as the second male lead in the narrative, Ajan's resilience rivaled that of a wild beast, and he exhibited no abnormalities in his health. "Do you have any lingering discomfort?" Jiang Junji inquired, withdrawing her hand, her tone casual as she mentioned possible pains in his legs. Ajan took a moment to assess his body and shook his head earnestly. "No." "Excellent. We can even forego the pain medication," Jiang Junji replied, retrieving the intravenous supplies from the bottom of the food basket. As she prepared the materials, she explained, "Though your health appears stable, it is still essential to administer an anti-inflammatory injection." Ajan had undergone intravenous treatment before, and now, observing the process, he felt no surprise. Calmly awaiting the next steps, Ajan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Junji's face, and he found himself unable to look away. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jiang Junji's cheeks, revealing even the fine fuzz upon them, making her appear even more enchanting than usual. As Ajan gazed into Jiang Junji's eyes, he was momentarily entranced, his thoughts drifting back to when he had been coaxing Si Bao, recalling the softness of the little one's delicate face and the tactile sensation of it. He couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Junji might feel similarly tender to the touch. Upon realizing the direction of his thoughts, Ajan was taken aback. Yet he found himself unable to suppress the imagery of caressing Jiang Junji's cheek, pondering the sensation it might evoke. Perhaps it would surpass the softness of Si Bao's hand. What's wrong? Jiang Junji lifted her head and, noticing Ajan's gaze upon her, touched her own face in confusion. Is there something on my face? Ajan, caught in his reverie, blinked in surprise and quickly shook his head, awkwardly stammering, "No, why are you looking at me?" Although Jiang Junji felt perplexed, she brushed it off and, after preparing her materials, instructed Ajan to extend his hand. Though he had grown accustomed to this routine today, as Jiang Junji prepared to administer the injection, Ajan inexplicably flinched. "Don't move," Jiang Junji frowned, adopting a serious demeanor. "You're not a child anymore. Why are you afraid of shot? It's not your first time. What is the matter with you today?" Ajan cleared his throat and obediently apologized. "I'm sorry." While the principle of propriety between genders seemed to elude Jiang Junji, she approached him with a natural and somewhat forceful demeanor each time she attended to him. Unaware of how she had come to occupy a unique place in Ajan's heart, she simply instructed him that once the injection was complete, he should remind her to come over when the four-line was nearly depleted. Ajan agreed. Once Ajan's matters were settled, Jiang Junji returned to play with the four little ones. These children were growing rapidly, their attention spans increasingly focused. Though they had just recently celebrated their first month, they displayed an intense fascination with their toys. Jiang Junji leaned beside the crib, engaging them with a variety of small playthings. When she held up a plush toy, Si Bao reached out with tiny hands, eager to touch the object in Jiang Junji's grasp. However, the toy was positioned too high for the little one lying in the crib, preventing any chance of reaching it. Realizing this predicament, Si Bao seemed determined to rise. Struggling on the bed, but being so small, his face flushed with effort, and he ultimately failed to succeed. Jiang Junji beamed with joy, deliberately waving the plush toy before Si Bao, who, frustrated, stretched out her little arms to reach for it. Upon realizing her mother was intentionally teasing her, Si Bao expressed her indignation with a series of plaintive sounds. Jiang Junji, unable to contain her amusement, seized the opportunity to pinch Si Bao's cherubic cheeks, finding her irresistibly adorable. Si Bao's attention remained fixated on the toy, prompting Jiang Junji to indulge in a bit of mischief by placing the plush within reach, only to snatch it away just before Si Bao could grasp it, placing it out of her reach once more. After several iterations of this playful torment, Si Bao finally recognized that she was being teased by her mother. A sense of grievance washed over her, and she pouted on the verge of tears. Upon witnessing her little one so distressed, Jiang Junji felt a pang of guilt and was about to comfort her when Jiang Kaiqing knocked lightly at the door and entered. Addressing Jiang Junji, "Dear daughter, I have something to discuss with you." At that moment, Si Bao burst into inconsolable tears. Jiang Junji, maintaining her composure, deftly shifted the blame, casting a complex look at Jiang Kaiqing. "Father, look, the moment you walked in, your granddaughter began to cry. What did you do to frighten her so?" Chapter 83. Transforming into a bed as Jiang Kaiqing entered and heard Jiang Junji's words, he looked at the wailing Si Bao with confusion. He quickly scooped her up, attempting to soothe her while bewilderedly asking, "I haven't done anything. Why is she crying so?" Could it be that he had entered too noisily? While Jiang Kaiqing pondered this, Jiang Junji discreetly handed the plush toy to Si Bao, who grasped it tightly, gradually calming down in her grandfather's embrace. Still in a state of bewilderment, Jiang Kaiqing turned to Jiang Junji and inquired, "Do I need to take better care of myself? Although I may not possess the youthful vigor of Asen, I shouldn't be able to scare a child to tears, should I?" "I don't know, perhaps," Jiang Junji replied nonchalantly, finding amusement in his bewildered expression. Clearing her throat, she feigned seriousness as she asked, "So, father, What exactly brings you here? All right. Jiang Kaicheng suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit and promptly stated, I wanted to discuss when we should set off again. Jiang Junji pondered for a moment. Did we not agree to wait until after the new year? Until spring? Don't mention it. Today, while your mother and I were out, we were actually recognized by someone. Jiang Kaicheng waved his hand dismissively and sighed. They were even asking when we would open the clinic, hoping to come by for a consultation. While conversing, many others also came over to greet us. Jiang Junji was not particularly surprised by this and remarked, given how publicly we announced our vaccinations, it's only natural that more people would recognize us. What's the issue? It's quite bothersome to have so many people recognize us. And considering you don't intend to stay here for long, I thought we should discuss when to resume our journey. After a brief pause, Jiang Kaicheng continued. Wasn't the plan to leave once Ajan wakes up and his health improves? Therefore, we haven't rented this house for long. Today, the landlord even came to discuss the possibility of opening a clinic here in the future, which would require negotiation on the price. Your mother finds it troublesome, so we thought it best to consider relocating. Jiang Junji remained silent, lost in thought. The vaccine issue had indeed been quite conspicuous. Such an unusual matter in this era could potentially attract attention, while others might not mind. If those from the court took notice, it could lead to complications. Indeed, we have been here for considerable time. Jiang Junji nodded, gazing at the weather outside. However, traveling in such cold weather could pose some difficulties. Jiang Kaicheng inquired, so I wanted to ask about Ajan's situation. Is he able to leave? Jiang Junji hesitated before looking up at Jiang Kaicheng, her feelings complex as she asked, why do you assume Ajan will definitely want to accompany us? What if he is unwilling or prefers to stay? Had Jiang Kaicheng already begun to view Ajan as a son-in-law? Jiang Kaicheng laughed lightly, responding grandly, well, aren't you the one who said he should help Wang Desheng, right? You need to keep him close. Otherwise, if his memory returns and he no longer recognizes you, wouldn't that be a problem? Although Jiang Junji found his reasoning quite valid, it did not prevent her from feeling that Jiang Kaicheng might have ulterior motives. With a sigh of resignation, she asked, so, have you and my mother discussed a suitable place? Jiang Kaicheng shook his head. We haven't settled on anything yet, but we want to choose a location further away to avoid any repercussions from the vaccine situation. We've practically exhausted our time here. It would be nice to explore somewhere new. Seeing Jiang Kaicheng's demeanor, it seemed he truly regarded their current situation as a leisurely trip with himself and Ruan Yuanqi. Jiang Junji found it both amusing and exasperating, yet she nodded in agreement. All right, let's choose a place together later. However, we may need to postpone our departure by a few days. Why? Jiang Kaicheng asked, puzzled, then suddenly inquired, is Ajan's leg not healing well? If he is unable to move comfortably, we could delay our departure. After all, you will rely on Ajan for assistance in the future. He deserves a decent quality of life. Being lame would hinder any potential rebellion. Jiang Junji chuckled softly, but shook her head. That's not the reason. Remember the lady who had a cesarean? We should wait until she has completed her confinement and her wound has healed before we leave. Otherwise, if any complications arise and they cannot find someone to help, it would be troublesome. In this era, it was unlikely anyone could effectively manage such issues. If complications occurred, they would have to handle it themselves. Jiang Kaicheng pondered for a moment before recalling the woman in question, nodding in agreement. Then we shall wait until she is finished with her confinement before leaving. As for Ajan, will his leg affect our travel? The situation is not particularly detrimental. However, it is clear that he cannot walk and must rely on a carriage. If we are to travel with him, we must also accommodate a considerable amount of belongings. As Jiang Junji contemplated this matter, a sense of headache crept in, and with a resigned gesture, she pressed her fingers to her temples. Pondering how to conjure these items out of thin air, knowing that Ajan would undoubtedly find it peculiar. Traveling with an outsider would not allow for the same ease they typically enjoyed. Remarkably, even though that young man had lost his memory, he remained quite perceptive. Should he uncover the origins of these items, his curiosity would surely be piqued. Jiang Kaicheng, cradling Sibobeo, sighed and turned to Jiang Junji, suggesting, daughter, perhaps you should consider a solution. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Junji decisively proposed, let us prepare 2 carriages. one for myself and Ajan, and the other for the four of you. This way, we could discreetly store them in our space, ensuring Ajan remains oblivious and does not find it strange. Jiang Kaiqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the practicality of the plan. After all, during their journey, it had been Yuan Yuanqi who assisted Jiang Junji in caring for the children. However, pondering further, Jiang Kaiqing inquired, "Will you be driving your carriage with Ajan?" Jiang Junji had not previously considered this aspect. She shook her head, stating, "There is no rush on that front. We can figure out later. If necessary, we can hire a coachman to switch at the next city, ensuring our destination remains undisclosed." Pausing briefly, she gestured animatedly as she articulated her thoughts. "I envisioned transforming the interior of my carriage with Ajan into a bed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiqing cast a glance at Jiang Junji, his expression growing increasingly intricate. Chapter 84. If there is a need for my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Unaware of her father's complex demeanor, Jiang Junji continued to express her ideas. "We can construct a bed within, allowing Ajan to recline, thus alleviating concerns about the bumpy journey. Additionally, we could create a high box bed, providing ample space beneath for his belongings, which he would not question." Jiang Junji felt her concept was exceptionally well crafted, adeptly addressing both Ajan's mobility issues and the storage conundrum within the carriage. Moreover, the high box bed would facilitate their rest, rendering the journey considerably less tiresome. However, Jiang Kaiqing observed Jiang Junji's expression with growing concern. Once she concluded her thoughts, he regarded her with a troubled gaze. Clearing his throat before speaking, "My dear daughter, while you have come of age and even have children of your own, your affections are your own prerogative. Ajan indeed appears to be a fine young man, and both your mother and I feel you two complement each other well. However," he hesitated, "it is essential not to rush into things. Should you find yourselves entangled without clear definitions, it could lead to complications. What if Ajan were to regain his memory and no longer recognize you? Would that not place you at a disadvantage? Furthermore, even if you are in a great hurry, treating him merely as a tool does not necessitate such urgency within the confines of the carriage." Jiang Junji, observing Jiang Kaiqing's expression akin to that of a killer, cleared his throat awkwardly and retreated while holding on his sea bow. "Say, my dear daughter, even if you seek excitement, it can certainly wait a while, can it? There is no need to rush at this moment. Moreover, Ajan's leg has not yet fully healed. Rushing into it would put you at a disadvantage. You might as well wait a bit longer." Noticing Jiang Junji's increasingly perilous expression, Jiang Kaiqing, misinterpreting her displeasure as a result of his overbearing concern, hastily coughed again and said, "Well, if you're determined to pursue intimacy, I shall not stand in your way, provided you take care of yourself." Initially, Jiang Junji harbored a fleeting desire for violence. But when Jiang Kaiqing earnestly entertained the notion, she was rendered speechless. She stared at him for a prolonged moment before exhaling a deep sigh and replying helplessly, "What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? I merely believe a bed would provide a convenient place for Ajan to rest. Why the rush? Who is hurrying to bed with him? We wouldn't even be able to sleep together." Seeing Jiang Junji's explanation, Jiang Kaiqing chuckled and patted his daughter's shoulder, earnestly stating, "I knew you must have considered this thoroughly. No worries, our Jiao is quite capable of making her own decisions. We need not fret." Jiang Junji was left speechless. Estimating that it was nearly time to remove Ajan's needle, she glanced at the four children and said to Jiang Kaiqing, "I leave the children in your care. I shall speak with Ajan." While they had informally regarded Ajan as an accompanying piece of luggage during their conversation, it was still necessary to inquire about his own wishes. As Jiang Junji approached, Ajan was about to call out. Upon seeing her, he refrained from speaking, simply watching her approach. As she came closer to remove his needle, Jiang Junji earnestly declared, "I have a serious matter to discuss with you and would like to know your thoughts." Reacting to Jiang Junji's serious tone, Ajan instinctively straightened his posture and asked, "Miss Chung, what is it?" "It is this," she began. "We initially came here for tourism, but now we intend to relocate to another city, and I wish to gauge your opinion. If you are willing, you may accompany us." Jiang Junji glanced at Ajan's leg, subtly indicating, "Your leg has not fully recovered, and the road to rehabilitation will be lengthy. The nature of your treatment is quite unique, and subsequent rehabilitation methods may not be readily available. Clearing her throat, Jiang Junji framed her recommendation as a reflection of her medical expertise, stating sincerely, "Thus, my suggestion is that you join us. It will be considerably beneficial for your recovery. Although you do not recall your identity, it does not necessarily imply that your home resides in this town. When the time is right, you may return." After speaking, Jiang Junji realized she may have said too much and promptly ceased her discourse, gazing earnestly at Ajahn. "So, consider this. Do you wish to accompany us?" Ajahn, without much contemplation, simply nodded and replied, "Yes, I will walk with you." After all, Ajahn had no recollections of his past, was unaware of his identity, and had no notion of where he might venture next. Thus, joining them seemed a viable option. Additionally, as Jiang Junji mentioned, his legs had yet to fully recuperate, necessitating the assistance of her family. Jiang Junji sighed with relief, observing Ajahn's demeanor, feeling a peculiar flutter within her heart. "If I won't be a burden, I can lend a hand along the way." Although Ajahn had previously offered money, he felt it insufficient and earnestly addressed Jiang Junji. "Miss Chung, if there is any way I can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Jiang Junji silently regarded Ajahn's face, her emotions swirling in a complex blend. His complexion was notably pale, exacerbated by the recent necessity of staying indoors for recovery, lending him an air of fragile beauty. His striking features evoked an unsettling yet enchanting response within her, awakening the dormant flutter of her heart. Jiang Junji's thoughts danced, and she suddenly found merit in her father's previously erratic notions. While he had hoped for Ajahn to eliminate Wang Desheng, perhaps other aspirations were not entirely misplaced. Since Ajahn held such affection for Sabeo and the children, he might indeed become an admirable stepfather. If he could prevail in his conflict with Wang Desheng, she could wish for Ajahn's longevity, enabling him to care for her children in good health. As Jiang Junji fell deeper into her musings, Ajahn observed her with a sense of bewilderment, feeling a hint of shyness. Chapter 85. If you fancy this carriage, I can retrieve it from over there. When Jiang Junji first entered and announced that she had important matters to discuss, Ajahn's mind immediately recalled the conversations he had shared with Jiang Kaicheng regarding Jiang Junji. Though he felt embarrassed during those discussions, privately reflecting on them stirred a blush of excitement within him. Jiang Junji was undeniably captivating, her charm undeniable. Moreover, her character was equally admirable. After spending time together, Ajahn could not claim to be unmoved by her presence. Yet, he grappled with uncertainty about his own identity and the knowledge that Jiang Junji was accompanied by 4 children, leaving him to wonder if she still thought of their father. If he were a normal man, he might have tested the waters regarding her feelings, but as he currently found himself in a state of vulnerability, Ajahn hesitated to voice his thoughts, opting instead to keep them concealed for the time being. The thoughts of the 2 individuals diverged, and neither noticed the other's momentary distraction. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Jiang Junji finally came to his senses. Realizing how long he had been lost in thought, he cleared his throat and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed, "I was just pondering other matters and didn't pay attention. Since you are joining us, it is settled. You shall accompany me in the same carriage, awaiting my instructions." "Very well," Ajahn responded, also just returning to reality. A flicker of guilt crossed his mind as he touched the tip of his nose and inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" "We shall set off once the lady who underwent a cesarean section has completed her confinement," Jiang Junji explained, glancing at Ajahn's leg. He contemplated by then, "Your leg may require a cast to ensure it remains immobilized." Ajahn, perplexed, queried, "A cast? It's nothing. We will discuss it later. For now, you should rest well." Jiang Junji replied, waving his hand dismissively, providing no further clarification. Days passed swiftly, and soon the lady's child celebrated its first month. During this time, Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng selected the largest carriage available in the market and began its transformation. The design adhered strictly to Jiang Junji's vision, featuring a high box bed, exceptionally suited for a patient like Ajahn, to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Jiang Junji had thoughtfully installed railings on either side of the bed to safeguard Jean from falling. When the carriage was completed, Jiang Junji clapped his hands in satisfaction and declared to his parents, "This will suffice. Let us pack lightly this evening, and when the city gates open tomorrow morning, we shall depart to avoid attracting unwanted attention." Both agreed wholeheartedly. Jiang Junji then reminded Jean to rest early that night before retreating to his own quarters. Before dawn the next day, the trio began loading their belongings into the carriage, creating quite a commotion that caught Jean's attention. Observing several individuals placing items into a carriage, he recalled Jiang Junji's earlier statement about them sharing a carriage, which caused his face to flush with embarrassment. Once he managed to regain his composure, Jiang Junji approached to call him. "You have little to pack. Just bring your clothes and such. Oh, and your jade pendant, do not forget it. It may very well aid in restoring your memories or proving your identity," Jiang Junji cautioned. Although Jean currently lacked recollection, his future identity as the War King would depend on that very pendant. Having prepared his belongings the previous night, Jean did not delay their progress. With Jiang Kaicheng's assistance, he swiftly transitioned from his wheelchair into the carriage. Although he had lost his memory, Jean still recognized the essence of a carriage. However, he noted that it bore little resemblance to the one before him. With a complex array of emotions, he glanced at Jiang Junji, who, with a proud smile, asked, "What do you think? Is this carriage not splendid?" Leaning against the bed, Jean touched the side of the carriage, astonished to discover it was surprisingly soft. Seated within the carriage, mobility proved challenging. A mere stone could easily cause discomfort. With such a soft interior, one could hardly encounter any issues, which was rather splendid. Jiang Junji took great pride in her ingenious idea. Ultimately, she and Jiang Kaicheng resolved to forego a driver, as Jiang Junji could manage the carriage herself. It was hardly a troublesome task. This meant that typically, only Jean would be inside the carriage, and these modifications were crafted specifically for her benefit. Jean felt a swell of gratitude as he gazed at Jiang Junji with a more earnest expression, thanking her for her kindness. Jiang Junji nonchalantly waved her hand, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied, "You need not thank me. This way, I can rest comfortably during our journey." "Is this merely comfortable?" "It is exceedingly comfortable." Jiang Kaicheng leaned in to observe, his gaze filled with envy as he glanced at his daughter. "How could you create such a marvel without informing me?" This carriage was quite spacious, fashioned in such a manner that it could easily double as a bed. Were they to arrange theirs similarly, they might forego inns at night and simply sleep within the carriage itself. Jiang Junji cast a disdainful look at Jiang Kaicheng and retorted, "Didn't we discuss this? You should have adjusted your own carriage. I designed and arranged mine without your inquiry. How was I to inform you?" Jiang Kaicheng could only sigh in resignation. Yuan Yuanqi observed with envy, exclaiming, "Indeed, my daughter is clever. Had I known our carriage could be arranged this way, we wouldn't need tents and could sleep directly in the carriage." Jean interjected awkwardly, "If you both fancy this carriage, I could head over there." After all, Jean viewed himself as a guest enjoying their hospitality and felt it inappropriate to be too particular. If the master adored this carriage, he should graciously yield it. However, before Jean could finish, Jiang Junji interjected with a fierce tone, "No way. After all the effort I put into modifying this carriage, I won't part with it." Jiang Kaicheng had often teased her about her dedication to Jean during the renovation process. Thus, she would never relinquish the carriage. Having endured jesting during the creation, why would she then give up her hard work to experience the discomfort of another carriage? Absolutely not. Chapter 86, Truly My Wife. Indeed, clever Jiang Kaicheng had never intended to genuinely compete for the carriage, well aware that it was specially prepared by Jiang Junji for Jean. Nonetheless, it did not prevent him from jokingly remarking, "Isn't this still part of our household? And yet, you're already turning your elbows outward." Indeed, they say a married daughter is like spilled water. It seems that those who enter a family through marriage are no different. It was only with Yuan Yuanqi's intervention that the quarrel between Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng subsided, allowing the family to depart Luocheng before the crowd grew. As they left, the guards at the entrance greeted them with smiles. "Dr. Cheng, are you heading out of the city?" "Indeed, let's visit our relatives." Jiang Kaicheng responded with a smile, his demeanor composed as he departed the city. Once outside the city gates, the number of familiar faces dwindled significantly. After traversing a distance from Luo City, Jiang Kaicheng and Jiang Junji tacitly opted to relax, allowing the horse to amble leisurely along the road. The carriage barely jostling, and they felt no urgency. This way, both Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaicheng found a measure of ease. Throughout the journey, Jean noticed an unusual silence from the four children, which piqued his curiosity. As he observed Jiang Junji slow her pace, he engaged her in conversation. "Miss Cheng, your children are truly well-behaved. They have not cried at all during this journey. Perhaps they are simply exhausted from staying up late last night." Jiang Junji replied. Glancing at Jean, "What? Have you already begun to miss Si Bao after just half a day? I must ask, are you genuinely considering becoming Si Bao's godfather? At this rate, Si Bao may come to prefer you over me, their mother." Hearing this, Jean's cheeks flushed slightly, and he hurriedly responded, "Miss Cheng, please do not misunderstand. That is not my intention." After exchanging a few more words with him, Jiang Junji felt relieved when he ceased to exhibit further curiosity. The four children were indeed with Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi, nestled comfortably within the carriage. Although it was ostensibly said that Ruan Yuanxi could better care for the children, the reality was that they had been directly placed into a separate space. Currently, Jiang Kaicheng's carriage was empty as Ruan Yuanxi was attending to the four little ones in that space. "Your mother has a knack for soothing children," Jiang Kaicheng interjected, feeling somewhat bored by their conversation. "You have no idea how unruly you were as a child. It was a challenge to get you to sleep. Every time I held you, you would wail uncontrollably, yet whenever your mother approached, you would quiet down instantly." Jiang Junji found this amusing and directly inquired, "Could it be that you simply were not to my liking?" As Jiang Kaicheng and Jiang Junji exchanged playful banter, Ruan Yuanxi in the space let out a sneeze, startling the little one in her arms. "Do not fear, little one. Did grandmother frighten you?" Ruan Yuanxi quickly reassured the child, then addressed the little darling. "Perhaps someone has been speaking ill of grandmother, causing her to sneeze. When you grow up, help grandmother teach a lesson to those who speak poorly of her. All right? Now, let us first remove your clothes." The space was significantly warmer than the chilly early winter outside, and concerned about the children catching a cold, Jiang Junji had dressed them warmly. Now, feeling the warmth in the space, she began to undress them. The temperature was maintained comfortably within the space, requiring no additional layers. Once she had finished, the four little ones revealed their delicate, fair skin. She delightedly pinched and patted them, finally exclaiming, "Oh my, how fortunate we are to have all four together this time." "Ah, Si Bao, what are you up to?" Called out by name, Si Bao, unsure if he was playing alone or otherwise, responded with a charming gesture towards Ruan Yuanxi. Ruan Yuanxi was immediately captivated by her granddaughter. Overwhelmed with affection as she embraced Sabeo and showered her with kisses before reluctantly setting her down. Observing the three little ones playing joyfully nearby, she promptly seized her phone and began to capture their moments with fervor. It wasn't until her device lost power that Ruan Yuanxi felt a sense of satisfaction, giving each child another kiss. Contemplating that it was nearly noon, she pinched Debeo's cheek while muttering to herself about preparing a delicious meal for their mother. However, she soon realized that there was no need to inconvenience Jiang Junji. She could easily prepare the meal in her space and bring it out later. Given her current memory, she mused that it would be troublesome if Jean could see her. Ruan Yuanxi, disregarding whether the four children could comprehend her words, simply smiled and said, "After all, he is sitting in the carriage and can't see what I am doing. Even if I were to poison something, Jean might not even be aware." After pondering this, she felt a sense of relief regarding her task, knowing that she merely needed to prepare a few home-cooked dishes when the time was right. Since they were outside, she couldn't be too conspicuous. Otherwise, someone as astute as Jean would undoubtedly start to suspect something. With this in mind, Ruan Yuanxi estimated the time and prepared lunch, placing it in her space to keep warm. As noon approached, she emerged from her space and informed Jiang Kaicheng to find a suitable spot by the roadside to stop and prepare their meal, ensuring they wouldn't travel on empty stomachs. Jiang Kaicheng agreed and discussed it with Jiang Junji before locating a place to halt. Ruan Yuanxi instructed Jiang Kaicheng to return to the carriage to tend to the children while he took a moment to rest. And she took Jiang Junji to the roadside to cook. The window of Jiang Junji's carriage had been specially adjusted, preventing Ajan from opening it. So he had to wait patiently inside. The three of them entered the space seamlessly, and Ruan Yuanxi shared her plans, assuring them that the meal was ready. "Truly, my wife, you are indeed clever," Jiang Kaicheng praised without reservation. Jiang Junji, growing accustomed to their dynamic, responded with a neutral expression, stating, "However, Ajan is quite perceptive. He has begun to sense something amiss." "Indeed," Jiang Kaicheng recalled, addressing Ruan Yuanxi, "Wife, perhaps you should occasionally bring the children out so Ajan can hear them." Earlier on the road, he inquired why he and T heard any sounds from the children. "Plus, there has been silence from your side as well. He might be growing curious." Chapter 87. "I am perfectly fine. You should just rest well." Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuanxi sighed and suggested, "Otherwise, we could give him something to ensure he sleeps until we reach the next destination. This man is too clever. He truly is a source of trouble." The matter had not been thoroughly discussed among a few individuals. However, after estimating the appropriate time, Ruan Yuanxi prepared a portion of the cooked meal and sent Jiang Junji to deliver it to Ajan. Naturally, his family had already finished their meal in the space. Jiang Kaicheng expressed a desire to consult Ruan Yuanxi, instructing Jiang Junji to attend to Ajan on her own. He appeared quite resigned to their attitudes. But Jiang Junji took it in stride and dutifully went to care for Ajan. Upon delivering the meal, Ajan did not inquire much. Instead, he gazed at the dishes Jiang Junji brought with mild astonishment, asking if they were all prepared by Madame Chung. Jiang Junji settled beside the high box bed, swinging her legs, and replied, "Yes, although it cannot compare to what she makes at home. Just make do with this, as it is difficult to prepare anything particularly delicious in such a remote location. Besides, if something exceptional were to be made, Ajan would surely overthink it." To Jiang Junji's surprise, even this simple home-cooked fare left Ajan quite astonished. After taking a bite, he remarked with genuine admiration, "Madame Chung is indeed remarkable. The food here tastes so delightful." Jiang Junji replied, "Indeed, my mother's culinary skills are exceptional. When I was away, what I missed the most was her cooking." During her prior training in a past life, Jiang Junji often found herself preoccupied with thoughts of the meals Ruan Yuanxi prepared. The first thing she did upon returning after a month of training was to seek out Ruan Yuanxi for a delicious home-cooked meal. Ajan, hearing this, looked at Jiang Junji with confusion and asked, "You were away? Miss Jiang, have you traveled somewhere?" Jiang Junji realized she had spoken too much. Clearing her throat, she replied earnestly, "You know I can read, right? I once ventured out to seek an education. You should take your time eating. I will check on our children." With that, in an effort to avoid drawing too much attention, Jiang Junji lifted the curtain and entered the carriage of Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi, deliberately calling out, "Mother, I'm going to see if Dabao is hungry." Afterward, she entered the space, helplessly informing Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi, "Ajan's observational skills are indeed remarkable. We should be more cautious in the future. While he poses no threat to us, if he discovers anything, it could lead to complications." Both agreed with her sentiment. After speaking, Jiang Junji went to check on the four children. To her surprise, she found that they had already consumed all the breast milk she had prepared earlier that morning. Upon seeing her, their eyes lit up, resembling little wolf cubs who had finally spotted meat, and they began babbling excitedly. Jiang Junji, amused yet exasperated by their eagerness, quickly fed them. Once they were all attended to, she prepared some additional breast milk and set it aside. After giving each child a gentle kiss, she smiled and asked, "Do you all enjoy the space?" The four little ones, perhaps understanding her words, responded with bright smiles. Jiang Junji exchanged a few words with them, and after estimating that the time was right, she instructed Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanxi to bring the four little ones out of the space, creating the illusion that they had been inside the carriage all along for Ajan to see. Initially, the two carriages were parked at a considerable distance from one another, making it natural that, with the sounds muffled, they could not be heard. Jiang Junji held the fourth treasure, while Ruan Yuanxi cradled the eldest, and Jiang Kaicheng carried the second and third treasures, one in each arm. As they descended from a carriage, Jiang Junji remarked that it was a perfect opportunity for them to bask in the sun during their break. While sunbathing was indeed one of their objectives, Jiang Junji's primary aim was to reassure Jean that she had not lost the children. They were still safe and sound inside the carriage, thus dispelling any suspicions. Jiang Junji instructed Jiang Kaiqing and Ruan Yuanxi to tidy up the items outside, and as the sun was high at noon, after soaking up some rays with the four treasures, she returned to the space with them when Ruan Yuanxi was ready to go back. After packing their belongings, they would continue their journey. Upon returning to the carriage, Jiang Junji noticed that Jiang Kaiqing was still not finished with the tidying up, so they had to wait for a while. Jean still struggled to figure out how to open the window, with the weather being chilly. He did not feel compelled to inquire further. Instead, he gently addressed Jiang Junji, asking if she was tired. "I am not tired," Jiang Junji blinked, looking at Jean in confusion. "What is the matter? If you are weary, you may take a rest and allow Madame Cheng to take the reins." Jean said softly, "If you're concerned about the children not being cared for, I can help you with that." Although Jean had not seen it firsthand, he understood that managing 4 children alone was somewhat challenging for Jiang Junji. Previously, in Luo City, she often entrusted the children to him while she attended to other matters. Moreover, it was he who took care of the 4th treasure on previous occasions. Unbeknownst to him, Jean had unconsciously concluded that Jiang Junji might struggle to manage the 4 children without assistance. Stretching lazily, Jiang Junji casually responded, "No need. I'm perfectly fine. You just focus on resting." "Miss Cheng, are you not cold outside?" Jean inquired. "Not at all." Jiang Junji waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured. Just take care of yourself. I'm in good health, so there is no need for you to worry." Knowing they had a journey ahead, Jiang Junji had already prepared adequate warm clothing, and at that moment, she felt quite comfortable. Not far from their current location lay a county town, and the reason Jiang Junji and Jiang Kaiqing walked at such a leisurely pace was their belief that the town was nearby. They felt confident that no matter how slow they went, they would still arrive on time, hence their lack of urgency. When they finally reached the county town, it was just as evening fell, coinciding with the time when families were preparing and enjoying their meals. Upon entering the town, they inquired with the guards and the local populace, heading straight to the inn reputed for its superior environment. Jiang Kaiqing first entered to speak with the innkeeper, assuring him that there would be someone to look after the carriage and that the horses would be fed by the inn staff, alleviating any concerns. As Jiang Junji dismounted from the carriage, she retrieved a folding wheelchair from beneath Azin's bed. With a few deft movements in front of the carriage, it transformed into a fully functional wheelchair, astonishing the onlookers. In Chapter 88, the wound on her leg was still too sensitive to come into contact with water. Upon witnessing Jiang Junji's actions, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but turn their attention towards her, eager to discern the nature of the contraption she was utilizing. Oblivious to the curious gazes, Jiang Junji approached Jiang Kaiqing to inform him, requesting his assistance in helping Azin down. Although she was certainly capable of lifting him, it seemed Azin, being a grown man, might be reluctant to be carried. Once Azin was seated in the wheelchair, Jiang Junji, accustomed to the task, began to push the chair towards the inn. The astonishment of the crowd only deepened as they watched the group enter, prompting hushed discussions among themselves. "What is that marvel? The chair appears to be quite extraordinary. It seems to move on its own. Did you not see? The young lady is the one pushing it." The man seated in the chair must have some difficulty with his legs. Yet, it appears that the young lady merely needed to adjust it a bit for it to transform. How remarkable! Unperturbed by the murmurs, Jiang Junji and her companions entered to confer with the innkeeper. Upon observing their distinguished demeanor, the innkeeper immediately surmised that they were not ordinary patrons and greeted them with courtesy. "Good day to you all. May I offer 2 rooms?" Jiang Kaiqing and Ruan Yuanxi appear to be a couple, while Jiang Junji's attentiveness towards Azin suggested a similar bond, especially as they were accompanied by a child. Based on the innkeeper's experience, it was evident that they were a family. Upon hearing the suggestion of 2 rooms, Azin's ears flushed crimson, and he shyly lowered his gaze to the child in his arms, hesitant to meet the eyes of the others. 3 rooms, Jiang Junji interjected, holding up 3 fingers. "One for my parents, one for myself and one for him. Realizing his misunderstanding, the innkeeper quickly apologized. My sincerest apologies. Then it shall be 3 rooms, all of the highest standard. Noticing that this gentleman has some difficulty with mobility, I shall arrange for you all to be on the ground floor. Would that be agreeable? While it would not have been impossible to carry Azan upstairs, none of them wished to complicate matters and nodded in agreement. Very well. Let's remain on the ground floor. After confirming the arrangements, the innkeeper made sure to place their rooms in close proximity. Jiang Junji, being a young lady, was assigned the innermost room, adjacent to Azan's, with Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi across the hall. After depositing their belongings, Jiang Kaicheng and Ruan Yuanqi deliberated and decided to extend their stay in this city for a few days. Having never visited before, they noted that the area seemed to be developing quite well, making it a suitable locale to explore before continuing their journey. With no pressing urgency to depart, they resolved to remain in the county for a few days before gradually continuing their travels. Once their plans were set, they informed Jiang Junji and instructed the attendant to bring dinner to their room, inviting Jiang Junji and Azan to join them. After the attendant delivered the meal, the group had only taken a few bites when Azan's expression grew subtly complex. Jiang Junji was puzzled, looking at Azan and inquiring, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing," Azan replied, pursing his lips and shaking his head, remaining silent. However, Jiang Kaicheng found this demeanor unsatisfactory and slapped Azan on the back, exclaiming boisterously, "What's there that you cannot say? Speak up, don't dawdle. I have little patience for a man who dilly-dallies." If Azan were to continue speaking in such a hesitant manner while living with them in the future, it would not only displease Jiang Junji, but would also be intolerable for him. Azan's expression turned somewhat awkward as he hesitantly murmured, "I just feel that the meals here are not as delectable as those prepared by Madame Cheng." This was already a subtle remark. The difference in flavors was indeed stark. When he first stayed at Jiang Junji's home, Azan considered himself unpicky, content with whatever food was available. Yet, now, having been spoiled by Ruan Yuanqi's exquisite cooking, he found the dishes at the end increasingly unpalatable. Ruan Yuanqi blinked in surprise before laughing. "All right, I'll concede you have discerning taste." Jiang Kaicheng chimed in with a teasing tone, "You rascal, that's my wife. If you wish for such delicious meals in the future, go ask your own wife to make them for you." For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing Jiang Kaicheng mention the word wife, Azan instinctively turned his gaze towards Jiang Junji. Realizing this action was somewhat inappropriate,